your appraisal cost, and your first year rate buydown is on us. So whether you're buying, refinancing, or tapping into your equity, we're ready to help. Give us a call or go to lundmortgage.com.
Terms and conditions apply.
If your windows can't keep up with the heat, it's time for an upgrade. At the Window Depot, windows are what we do. Biggest inventory, best prices, guaranteed. Found a lower price? We'll beat it. Shop in stock or custom vinyl windows, built for efficiency and style. From one window to full home replacement, we help you get the right windows for less. Lower your energy bills and stay comfortable year-round. Visit a location near you or order online at thewindowdepot.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. What a night in the sports world. The Diamondbacks behind a Nolan Arenado grand slam, Ryan Waldschmidt 3-for-3 night, and Zach Gallen going 6 innings, only giving up 2 runs. And the Snakes got a 12-2 win to open their series against the Giants. Ryan Nelson will go tonight. First pitch will be at 6:40, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Game 1 of the Thunder-Spurs series can only be described as one of the best games in recent memory. A double overtime, 122-115 Spurs win on the road, and Victor Wembanyama delivered 41 points and 24 rebounds. Truly an all-timer. And we had a Game 7 in the NHL where the Montreal Canadiens shocked the Buffalo Sabres in overtime and got it done 3-2. And voluntary OTAs got started yesterday for the Arizona Cardinals. And Jacoby Brissett not in attendance. For more, be sure to head to ArizonaSports.com today. And this report is brought to you by Western Governors University. Thinking about a career in AI at WGU, you'll learn how to use AI to make a real difference. Your next chapter starts now. Visit wgu.edu and enroll today.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
The world.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Sabolka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince.
Okay. Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
And a terrific Tuesday to you, Valley sports fans. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to what's going to be a great day of sports talk radio. We had a double overtime game in the Western Conference Final, an overtime Game 7 that ended in more heartbreak for the city of Buffalo, and a double-digit win for the Diamondbacks. Not a bad night.
It was a good. The night lived up to its promise.
And in only one of them, the home team won.
Wow.
Just the D-backs.
Yeah.
Best home field advantage in all of sports.
Yeah, the one with the worst vibe out of the
Isn't
3
that
games
funny?
by far last night. Only 20,000 people at the ballpark. But you know what? That's a Monday night against the Giants right at the end of school. This is a dull point of every year for the Diamondbacks.
That is very true.
Kids are getting ready to graduate. No one's going to the ballpark.
We were just talking about how home court, home field, home ice in Game 7s just doesn't mean that much anymore. You figure like that's literally what you play the entire seasons for, is to have that advantage if it ever comes up. And more we're just seeing it doesn't matter for whatever reason.
Meanwhile, that El Humpo, Garrett Higo, fired his caddy. And I was thinking about this. El Humpo, Jarrett.
Is this your phrase now? I like it. El Humpo.
El Humpo, the dude who was late for his tee time and then said, I wasn't really late. I was on time, but I guess I was late because I wasn't. All right. He fired his caddy, and it occurred to me that golfers of all individual sports, another unique thing to them is they've got a scapegoat that they parry to carry their freight.
Yes.
Literally.
Yes.
I propose golfers carry their own bags.
But is it?
Yeah.
So
you say that, but I bought the clubs over the weekend.
Oh, yeah,
so
good point.
I carried my bag in from the house, from the garage into the house to put together the new bag. I was like, people carry this?
Then you load it up with 2 or 3 frozen Gatorades.
Yeah.
Those things get real heavy real
from
quick.
the garage to the house is where you have
and like 24 or 25 beers.
Yeah, right.
But you guys tell me who know more about golf. Is he right to blame the caddy on this?
From what I was able to discern, no. I was reading in Golf Week yesterday. I don't know how you say the caddy's name. It could be, it's Gaugert.
Okay.
For my own personal use, I'll just say Gogurt.
Okay.
That's an awesome
delicious.
name.
Oh, what a tasty treat.
It's probably Gauger. He can be seen on video yelling at Higo to hurry up, but to no avail. The 29-year-old South African rallied to shoot 1 under 69 in the first round despite the penalty, and then engaged in an unforgettable press conference in which he channeled the late Yogi Berra and said, "I wouldn't have been late if I had known I was running late." It cost him. He missed the cut by one stroke.
Yeah, he paid a real price for this.
Like $24,000.
You see it in tennis when tennis players really look for somebody to blame for their misfortune. They start screaming at the people in their box.
Yes.
But it's a little more personal with the caddy.
No, the best thing.
He's right next to you.
The best thing in tennis is the first thing they do is they look at their racket.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell? They're looking at their, like, what happened here?
Yeah, they do. That's exactly right. Then they look up their coach and they scowl at him. And like, hey, what am I supposed to do? El Humpo?
Vic, it sounds like Vince is getting the golf ball.
Oh, Sammy, it's going to be great.
It sounds like he's buying in.
Yeah. No, we're going to get him out.
I got
it's going
the
to change
bug
his
and I
life.
have yet to swing a club.
It's going to change his life. He's going to get some melatonin or vitamin D in his life. He's going to get some sunshine in his life.
Skin cancer. Beautiful.
Start the show, Ferret.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Get him out coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Arizona Cardinals OTAs got underway at their team's training facility in Tempe. Not surprisingly, quarterback Jacoby Brissett not in attendance. Brissett hasn't been around the team as he seeks a bump in his salary for this season after starting the final 13 games for the Cardinals last year. Brissett not the only player not in attendance for the voluntary workouts. Edge rushers Josh Sweat, Baron Browning also not there. Several other players who are recovering from injuries like Garrett Williams, James Conner, Trey Benson, Starling Thomas, Walter Nolan, and Tip Ryman either worked on the side or watched the workout. It's a mid-season injury report on day 1 of OTAs.
How about that?
Cardinals have another OTA session today. We got treated to an absolute classic in Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals in the NBA. Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs went double overtime to knock off the Thunder 122-115 at Paycom Center. Wemby unstoppable, 41 points, 24 rebounds, 3 block shots. Dylan Harper added 24 as San Antonio took the opener even without the services of De'Aaron Fox, who was in street clothes due to an ankle injury. Game 2 of that series is Wednesday night in OKC. That was unbelievable.
Yeah, quite literally woke up at 1:30 this morning thinking about the basketball game.
Really?
I had gone to bed and I woke up excited about what I had just watched a few hours earlier.
Yeah, it was
what
crazy.
A dork.
Yeah,
El
totally.
Humpo.
What a hump.
The Eastern Conference Finals get underway tonight. Knicks hosting the Cavs, Game 1 at Madison Square Garden. Knicks in the conference finals for the second straight year. They lost to Indiana in 6 a year ago. Cleveland in the Final Four for the 9th time in team history. Only the 3rd time without LeBron, though.
Wow.
Tip-off 5 o'clock on ESPN. Did not take for long for Jamal Mosley to find a new head coaching job weeks after getting fired by Orlando. After the Magic blew a 3-1 series lead to Detroit, Mosley will take over as the new head coach of the New Orleans Pelicans. Mosley was in Orlando for 5 years and did guide the Magic to 3 straight playoff appearances before his firing. D-backs brought out the bats early and often in a 12-2 win over the Giants last night at Chase Field. Ketel Marte and Corbin Carroll singled. Geraldo Perdomo reached on an error to load the bases for Nolan Arenado, who launched a 403-foot grand slam off of Robbie Ray, and 6 pitches into the game, D-backs led 4-0. They would add a single run in the second, 2 more in the third, 5 more in the fifth, highlighted by a 2-run blast from Gabby Moreno. D-backs tied their season high with those 12 runs and 16 hits. Zach Gallen, pretty good night. 6 innings, allowed just 2 runs on 4 hits while striking out 5. Snakes have now won 3 of 4. Game 2 of that series tonight. Ryan Nelson against San Francisco's Landon Roop in a match of right-handers. First pitch, 6:40. Catch the action on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 6. Now, that was the way to start a homestand. A nice stress-free batting practice session, basically.
And it was nice, too, to watch the Giants put a game on the field that was that might have been the worst game an opponent has played against the Diamondbacks all year long. But we'll take it. We'll take it.
That was certainly not Diamondbacks baseball.
No, it was certainly not.
One other baseball note, Athletics right-hander J.T. Ginn lost his bid for a no-hitter against the Angels when L.A.'s Adam Frazier led off the bottom of the ninth with a single. Then he lost the game when Zach Neto followed with a 2-run walk-off home run. Angels win at 2-1. Ouch. More heartbreak for the fans of Buffalo as their resurgent Sabres fell in overtime 3-2 to the Montreal Canadiens in Game 7 of the Eastern Conference semifinal. Alex Newhook scored the game winner after Sabres turnover 11:22 into the extra period. It was Newhook's second Game 7 game winner this postseason. He had the deciding goal in the Habs Game 7 win over Tampa Bay in the first round. Montreal moves on to face the Carolina Hurricanes in the Eastern Conference final.
As they said in the telecast, it was one of those game-winning goals that just seemed to materialize out of something very benign and nothing too dangerous.
Yeah.
It just kind of flicked it on the net.
Although that was a really weird tentative turnover in the Montreal zone.
Yeah.
It was very strange.
Yeah, well, I felt terrible. That crowd was just waiting to have their hearts broken again, and they did.
And they did.
And they were.
Western Conference final between the Golden Knights and Avalanche gets going tomorrow night in Denver. Mercury trying to push their early season record back to over 500 tonight against the expansion Toronto Tempo. We never talked about this. What do you think about that for a name?
I like it.
Do you?
Yeah.
What happened? Shouldn't it be like the Triceratops or something?
Yeah, to go with the Raptors?
Like, most of the teams still do that. Like the Golden State new team was the Valkyries to go with the Warriors.
Oh.
Yeah.
So I don't like it.
The Triceratops?
Well,
it'd be a lot of letters to get on the front of a jersey, but I see your point.
The Stegosauruses.
That's still a little bit.
I mean, look at Chicago. It's the Bulls in the sky. Those two things go together.
Yeah.
The Portland Trailblazers
Did the
and the
Sky
Fire.
move, though? Didn't they move to Chicago? Or is that an original team?
That's not an original team. Big 12 baseball tournament and surprise gets started tonight. 9th seed BYU taking on 12 seed Texas Tech at 4:30. Then it's Utah against Kansas State. Willie Bloomquist ASU Sun Devils are the 3 seed. They won't play their first game of the tournament until Thursday night at 8 against 6-seeded Cincinnati. Arizona, they're not in the field. Didn't finish in the top 12. Didn't they win the Big 12 tournament last year?
Yes.
And they didn't finish top 12 this year?
They were in Omaha last year.
Yeah. Oof.
Oofta.
There you go. There is your splash for this Tuesday, May 19th. Coming up next, OTAs started for the Cardinals yesterday. Well, most of the Cardinals anyway. We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Dak Prescott got that opportunity to start from the very beginning, and he evolved into what he is right now. Man, could the same thing possibly happen with Carson Beck? Well, the question or the answer to that is yes. The same thing could happen, no doubt. But you got to give him that opportunity. And I want to see him. This is why I want to see it from week one, because I want to see him grow over the course of a season.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan, and here's the story of Vincent Jody, Life Changer Loan clients. He's a fireman. She's in education. Before switching over to a Life Changer Loan, they had a good interest rate. It was below 3%, but they had 26 years of mortgage payments left. Plus, due to some medical issues, they had about $30,000 in credit card debt. Switched over to the Life Changer Loan. They're going to pay off that mortgage, all of that credit card debt, and both of their vehicles in just over 6 years. It's further proof of what can happen when you have all of your income working towards paying down all of your debt without any fear because you always have access to your equity. That is the secret of the Life Changer Loan, an innovative program where you do your banking inside of your mortgage. Like I said, all of your money goes to paying off all your debt, which means you're paying all principal first on your mortgage, and 5 years is the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off their home, which obviously does a lot of great things, but more than anything, now it gives you a lot of time to build personal wealth while you're debt-free. Also, having 24/7 access to your equity, also a very, very big deal. You now have the total control over your mortgage. You have the power to pay off or pay down quickly, or if bad times, financial instability arises, you can borrow back from yourself whenever you want. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
And it's Testimonial Tuesday from Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Matt from Ready Services came to my house first thing on Saturday morning to take care of a floor drain that was blocked and was on the verge of flooding. He was friendly and provided excellent service.
Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning appreciates all of our customers. Always ready since 1957. Saving you money and doing business the right way. Your home of the no-fee emergency. ReadyServices.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important, trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and if your ride's starting to feel a little outdated, Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa can help you upgrade just in time for the summer. Here's the difference. Anybody can sell you a vehicle, but not everybody makes the whole experience feel easy and enjoyable. That's why Arizona drivers have trusted the Earnhardt name since 1951. Real people, honest prices, and a team that's focused on what works best for you, not pushing you into something you don't want. It's how the Earnhardt family built its reputation the old-fashioned way, by treating people right. If you're after a refined Buick SUV or a bold GMC truck, they have one of the best selections in the Valley with options that fit your lifestyle and budget. And when you're ready to shop, their website makes everything simple. Browse inventory, value your trade, and explore our incredible offers anytime online. So when you're ready for something better, visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models. All offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Bickley and Marotta talking Cardinals OTAs now.
Yeah, I mean, it's limited, but at least you're with the other 31 teams, right? So, from that standpoint, you're it's all fair. But it's like I just told the guys right at the end of the practice, man, football's fun. And so doing the phase 2 work great, meetings, they've been awesome, all those kind of things, the training, but you train for days like today to get ready for days like training camp to get ready for that first Sunday, so it was good to be out there with them.
Mike LaFleur, new head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, day 1 of OTAs, talking about just that. A lot of eyeballs on the Cardinals as they hit the practice field after the draft, after free agency, new coach taking over, and there's already some absences. You have to point it out, Bick. These are voluntary workouts, and it's not a surprise that Jacoby Brissett wasn't there, but that's the story of day 1.
Okay, look, there are voluntary workouts, but the word voluntary has different context in every NFL camp. And if you have a brand new coach installing a brand new offense, there's nothing voluntary about it. Now, they can't penalize you if you don't show, but you're making a very strong statement if you do not show.
Yeah.
That's the fact.
Here's the way it breaks down. The use of the word voluntary is, you're right. There's no penalty if you don't show up. Publicly, it's not a problem. And they'll lean on that. Oh, it's voluntary. They're not required to be here.
Yeah.
Behind closed doors, it's mandatory.
Oh, no, exactly. And so I think that they all know that. And Mike LaFleur said something that I wasn't expecting to hear yesterday. He said the situation no different than it was a few weeks ago, which means there have been absolutely no movement on whatever it is Jacoby Brissett wants and whatever it is the Cardinals are willing to do, which tells me there's a big gap between them. Right? Because otherwise, with a new head coach here, if you were going to give him a voluntary bump in pay so he'll voluntarily attend OTAs, you're going to get that done for Mike LaFleur out of courtesy. If it's just a formality, it's a courtesy.
Yeah, I heard Gambo was saying this yesterday, just if you're the Cardinals, why wouldn't you just get this done? Forget the principles of the matter, whatever. Unless it's an obscene number that he's asking for, like $30 million a year or something. If it's just a little pay raise or guaranteed money, something, why not just get this done? Because you're trying to start a new era here. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Right.
But the use of the word obscene is interesting here. Because, there is logic in if it's a workable number. What's a workable number? What are we in agreement on?
$20 million.
Ooh, see, I think that's
what Aaron Rodgers just got.
Yeah, but
he's not Aaron Rodgers. $18 million.
Here's where it gets fuzzy for me.
Okay,
what's he scheduled to make? 4.8.
So his average is in the 7. His salary cap hits about 9. You never know what number to reference.
But the guaranteed money.
It was basically 2 years, $15 million bucks, from what I remember. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So are you giving him basically a 3 times raise? So he could be benched in week 5.
Okay, so this is once again why the Cardinals need to look this in the face and declare what they're going to do. If you're the Arizona Cardinals and you go, even though he has a point and even though things would go much smoother if we have Jacoby Brissett, if we really don't want to, the worst case scenario, let me work backwards. Okay. The worst case scenario is whoever plays quarterback for the Cardinals this year, they end up going 3-14 again, and they have a top 2 pick in the draft, but you don't know what you have with Carson Beck. What do you do then?
Yes.
Do you go and draft a quarterback? Then you look like an idiot for using the 65th pick on a guy you didn't even play. So I firmly agree with you that you've got to give Carson Beck a runway this year. And if you do, what sense does it make to stack 2 veterans in front of him?
Yes.
I actually think the worst case scenario is that Brissett does play and the team goes 6-11, and then they don't even have a top 10 pick, and you don't know what you have.
So now there is another thing that you've got to be asking yourself. If there's a feeling in that room, in that organization, they've seen enough from Mike LaFleur right now to know we've got something special, or, okay, this guy looks promising. If Mike LaFleur is wowing them with what he's putting on paper and what he's putting out as strategy points and pathways, then they might go, well, you know what? We get this guy developed and this guy that we might shock the world. Who do we do that with? Well, Jacoby Brissett gives you the best chance. But again, you drafted Carson Beck the year before. You're going into one of the more talent-rich drafts for quarterbacks. You have to get clarity on Carson Beck.
You have to.
Have to.
That's non-negotiable this year.
Yeah. And so with that in mind, I just don't see, because when are you going to take the job from Jacoby Brissett? And then if you do, what are you paying him for? So, and Jacoby Brissett's a very smart guy. So he knows what he's doing here, even though, in my opinion, as I wrote this morning, he's playing a very dangerous game. He's making it very easy for the Cardinals to hand him an apple and a roadmap and say, on your way.
Yeah, but you want to talk about a lack of leverage? 1 win.
Mm-hmm.
The timing of this now, after the quarterback was drafted, OTAs have started. Every starting quarterback spot is filled in the NFL right now. I get what he's trying to do. He'll probably end up getting half of what he's asking for, quite honestly, if this does get worked out. But my goodness, there is just no bargaining leverage at all.
And he's lost public opinion because now, now, everybody is convinced that Jacoby Brissett was El Suckaroo last year.
Because
he went 1-11. He's now El Suckaroo, even though even though between the lines he was pretty darn terrific.
In a season, though, where so many games were unmemorable in bad ways, people don't think about like the specifics of each game where you were right. Jacoby Brissett looked so much better in this offense than any other team. They're looking back now, and in their memory, they're just like, wait a minute, we just lost every game. That's all I remember.
I guess.
Yep. Here was Mike LaFleur on the impact of not having Jacoby Brissett at OTA's day one.
It's not mandatory, right? And like I've said with Jacoby and all veterans I've ever been around, they've played football. The hardest thing to do in this league is get used to the speed of the game. And even for not just the rookie, but the second-year, third-year guy, and he's played a lot of football. He's done probably everything that we've ever done schematically. It's just a little bit different verbiage, So if it's the flip stuff that getting used to the game. Like if a rookie's not here, or a second-year guy's not here, you're like, oh crap, because it takes a minute.
Yeah. So again,
in order to play football, you have to play football before you play football.
Exactly.
That's what that reminded me of.
Look, he leaned on it's not mandatory. Exactly. That's playbook. First play on the playbook. But he was a lot less verbose when it came to questions about how are things progressing with Jacoby's contract.
How are things progressing with Jacoby's contract discussions?
Yeah, same as where we were a few weeks ago.
Like you said, and then also on the installation of the playbook without Jacoby.
Do you have any contact with him to install the playbook remotely with him?
We've had contact. I'll keep it at that.
Yeah, that's not very promising because as a rookie new head coach who's coming in with a little bit of shine on him, and that's one of the great points Paul Calvisi made during his last visit with us. This is different than Jonathan Gannon coming to the team with only a couple of former Eagles who could vouch for him because nobody else really had a clue who he was. Yeah. This guy, Mike LaFleur, has got a little bit of a pizzazz to him.
Cachet.
A little cachet, that's the word I'm looking for, based on where he's been and who he's worked for.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. We'll get more into the Cardinals and OTAs later on in today's show. Coming up next, though, did Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals just save the entire NBA playoffs? We'll get into that and a legendary performance next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona State Sun Devils in London, England for the Union Jack Classic. And you could be there to see ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium this September.
Big Sun Devil fan, are you? Looking forward to maybe winning this trip and going to London to watch the Devils?
I am.
Have you been to London before?
I have not been to London.
So even better. Okay. You got to get the question
You got to get it right. And this gives you 50 entries into the contest. What fictional character resided at 221 B Baker Street, London? Michael, go.
Sherlock Holmes.
Sherlock Holmes is the answer. No bleep, Sherlock.
Devils in London, brought to you by Desert Financial. Here's how you can win.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
You sound like you're from London.
7.7 million. That's how many student loan borrowers are currently in default across the United States. And if you're one of them and your debt is private, you need to know about Y-Refi. Hey, it's Vince Murata. Y-Refi, they're experts at helping people struggling with distressed or defaulted private student loans. They've helped thousands of people in this exact situation, people just like you. Here's what makes Y-Refi different. They don't start with your credit score. They start with your life. What can you realistically afford every month? What does a payment need to look like for you to actually be able to start to make it? Then they build a low fixed rate payment plan around that number. And once you're in with Y-Refi, you are in. There's no surprises, no rate jumps, steady, predictable payments that let you start moving forward again. I've heard from people who called Y-Refi thinking there was no other options left to try, and they walked away with a real concrete plan for the first time in a long time. That could be you. Give Y-Refi a call today and get the ball rolling. 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Megan's grandfather bought his first Ranger here. Her dad bought his first F-150 here. And she just drove off the lot in a new Ford Expedition for her family. 3 generations, all choosing Sanderson Ford. Visit Sanderson during their anniversary sale and see why. Right now, purchase any new Ford and get a $500 Circle K fuel card on Sanderson. We have your first 5 tanks covered. When you're in the market for a new vehicle, choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Not valid on fleet or AXZ or D-Plan purchases. Offer expires 5/31/26.
As a social influencer, my days can be busy. 4 a.m., I hit the gym. 4:32, protein smoothie. 5:08, save time and money bundling my home and auto insurance with Progressive. Wait, if I bundle and save time, what would I do then? Just sit here and reflect? Like, why am I qualified to influence anyone? And how those weights are hollow? And half of my followers are bots.
You could save time and money bundling your home and auto when you switch to Progressive. It's one less thing to worry about during your already busy day. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now everything's on sale during our Memorial Day event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses, plus free delivery when you add a base. Ends Monday. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado, the versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV. From your Valley Chevy dealers.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did a ton of research on this. And why is it such a good value at Aria Dental Implant Center?
One of the things I liked about Aria Dental is their wide range of plans that you can choose from. So it doesn't matter what your range of income is or what your finances are, they can make it happen for you. And I didn't find that in other implant centers. That was a key game changer for me.
The pricing, they worked with our pricing because, we all have bills. And everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they made it work.
You need to make one call to Aria Dental, and that's all you need to do. They will take care of the rest.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA Dental ImplantCenter.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. An exciting night in sports, to say the least, as the Diamondbacks got a 12-2 win, as the offense has come alive. 16 hits last night, and a Nolan Arenado grand slam, and a real good Zach Gallen start. And they will look to make it 3 wins in a row with Ryan Nelson on the mound tonight. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals between OKC and San Antonio absolutely delivered last night. A double overtime 122-115 Spurs win in a game that had it all, and punctuated by a Victor Wembanyama 41 points, 24 rebound performance. And tonight, game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals between the Knicks and Cavs. And as the Cardinals' voluntary OTAs got underway yesterday, quarterback Jacoby Brissett was not in attendance as he is searching for a new contract. For more on that story, head to ArizonaSports.com today. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Ford. Employee pricing is here at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. You pay what they pay, plus an extra $2,500 Earnhardt discount on select models.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Like a ducket. Right to straight.
Here's J-Dub driving. Fades to his left. Jumper missed the rim. Hit the backboard. And San Antonio has it. Down floor, Wemby going to go for the long three and the tie, and he hit it. He pulled up from 30 feet away. Wemby's tied the game.
And there's a 2.3 second differential Timeout called by OKC.
Mark Castasher and PJ Carlissimo. When Wemby takes a shot, you hear PJ go, "Oh no." And he makes it.
But he can do that. He can shoot from 28 feet. A pull-up three in overtime to tie the game.
Look, that call was
stunning.
That call was okay. The call on NBC and Peacock, I thought was way better.
Spurs got numbers hungry now behind the plate. 5-on-4. Wemby's going to pull a deep three.
Oh, my goodness. A logo shot.
28-footer. Ties it at 108.
I don't think 28 feet did it justice.
Was definitely not 28
It was like
feet.
35 at least.
Well, by the time it left his arm, though.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, then there was the block at the rim of Jalen Williams. Then there was the hammer dunk and the pose to his teammates, which was awesome.
That whole sequence of the camera angles almost looked like it was choreographed because it was so perfect. I could not help but look at the facial expressions of the Spurs teammates. They were all in awe of what they were watching.
Of what they were watching. Yeah. It looked like a high school team of kids. You know, every now and then a high school team will have just one transcendent superstar.
Like Zion.
Right. And then a bunch of kids. That's what it looked like. It looked like a grade school team that has a great player on it.
Yes.
And it was like, oh my God.
But by saying that, I had so many different feelings watching that game that I've had watching basketball in a really long time, but you just hit on one of them. And I don't want to diminish what I saw because it's amazing, but every time I watch Wemby dominate, it's kind of that feeling. There's almost that feeling of, well, he should do that. He's really, really agile, really physically gifted, and oh, by the way, he's taller and longer than anybody we've ever seen that is that agile before. It's kind of like watching, you know, a 17-year-old playing Nerf hoop against a bunch of 8-year-olds. Of course he's going to dunk everything and block everything. But then when you get past that, you watch, it's unlike anything we've ever seen before.
And last night, it was a couple things that stood out to me. This is a guy that's on a 32-minute per game minute restriction. It's part of a long game plan the Spurs have been adhering to. Last night, he played 49 minutes.
Yes.
49.
And they kept,
and sorry, Sam.
No,
he played with incredible force, getting to the basket, either with dunks or finger rolls. But he was just he had great intentionality and force to what he was doing last night.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. And look, I wondered about that too. That was a major increase in workload, and it wasn't normal workload either. That was such a tense basketball game going back and forth. The shot making on both sides was ridiculous at times. How much of that takes a toll on Wemby? Because he's never done that before.
You mentioned something very interesting, and that is, and Jarrett, you called me a dork for waking up in the middle of the night. I didn't want to wake up. My head was still buzzing from watching that performance, and that buzzing in my brain woke me up. And I bring that up because you mentioned about the general discontent and the negative headlines coming out of the NBA all throughout this postseason, the non-competitive games. As Tony Kornheiser pointed out, you used to go to the NBA for the final 5 minutes because that's when all the fun stuff happened. Now you turn it off because it's a 20-point game.
I was just going to say, on PTI, they did a whole segment about how this playoffs have been like 75% blowouts.
Yeah. And so last night, in an era when the phrase instant classic is probably overused, last night certainly fit the bill.
Now,
it was.
To be fair, even before the playoffs started, pretty much all season long, it was all leading to this matchup.
Yes.
Right.
And we got it, and it's great. That's both good and bad for the NBA that they can, have this end result that is so fantastic, but you have to get there, unfortunately.
Yeah, but look, if we get 5 to 7 games of that, I'm not going to remember the blowouts. I'm not going to remember the sweeps. I'm going to remember this because that was theater last night.
It was.
And look, I've been trumpeting Oklahoma City all season long. I think they're the best team. They have a real complex when it comes to playing San Antonio, who's now won 5 out of 6. And For SGA to look that out of sorts for most of the game with what San Antonio was doing defensively, he was not the best player on the floor last night. He wasn't the best player in a blue uniform last night. Alex Caruso had a sell your soul kind of game.
Yeah. Game of his life.
He's been ridiculous in the playoffs, but he took it to a different level. If I'm Oklahoma City, and I know this, every game is different in the playoffs. I say it every postseason. Every game is a snowflake. But if you can carry over themes, if I'm Oklahoma City, I'm real worried. If Wemby can carry that workload for that long, you're in big, big, big trouble. And especially if Chet Holmgren is going to be on a milk carton like he was for most of the game.
I would say this because I think I say this almost every single year in the NBA playoffs when it comes to a big series. As a huge Larry Bird fan, I watched Game 1 of the NBA Finals when the Celtics just ripped apart the Lakers, and I thought, this is going to be the greatest series ever.
Memorial Day Massacre.
The Memorial Day Massacre. It's nothing is more easy to overreact to than a Game 1 in a basketball playoff series.
Remember when Allen Iverson and the
that's
Philly,
another great example. Another great example.
Oh my God, he's going to single-handedly carry this over the mighty
take
Lakers.
Down Shaq and the mighty Lakers.
Remember the first 2 games in 2021? We were making parade plans.
That's it.
The difference with that is, like, AI was great. He wasn't transcendent. Every once in a while, you have, like, the guys like Jordan. You have the guys like LeBron that come along and they're maybe a little too early. It might be the case with Wemby and the performance he had last night to where he might just actually do the thing.
At age 22.
Yes. Wow. I will go back.
Allen Iverson was an MVP of the NBA,
he
which
was,
Wemby has not yet been.
And in real time, Sammy, after that performance in Game 1, the hype wasn't what it is now, and the hot takes weren't what they were, but there was a lot of, what did we just watch?
Allen Iverson's performance in Game 1 against the Lakers was one of the more inspiring things basketball fans have ever seen.
Stepping over, who was that?
Ty Lue.
Ty Lue. Like one of the more iconic things. But
go look at that roster that Philadelphia got to the finals with. That was not a good basketball team.
And that's what a best-of-7 series does sometimes.
Yes. I so many other feelings on this game that we'll get into. And you couldn't, if you're a Suns fan, you couldn't help but localize some of those feelings.
No doubt about it. A lot of implications to the Phoenix Suns we are going to get into.
Yes. Coming up next, this just in. The D-backs offense is alive! It's alive! We'll get into that next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2-2 again. That one lifted in the air to right center, and this should do it. Waldschmidt, he will call off Barossa, and he makes the catch, and the Diamondbacks just dominate the Giants here in the opener. Final score 12-2. The Arenado grand slam set the tone, and the offense just could not be stopped here tonight.
Catch Game 2 of the D-backs Giants series live from Chase Field tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley for my great friends at Waltz, and last night's playoff game was an instant classic, and if you happen to be watching it on an outdated television or an outdated entertainment set, get on down to Waltz, trade up to a front row seat at Waltz TV and Appliance, your ultimate game day headquarters. At Waltz, they don't just sell electronics, they engineer perfect fan experiences, get every blade of grass, every drop of sweat, every crucial replay in jaw-dropping detail. The experts at Waltz will match you up with the perfect OLED or QLED screen for your budget, for the dimensions of your home. They've got all the major name brands you're looking for, inventory you won't find anywhere else, big screen televisions up to 115 inches, great selection of outdoor televisions, great selection of audio components, and a super knowledgeable staff. At Waltz, you will get 10 times the service and pay the same price as you would at the big box stores. Remember, you can get same-day delivery 7 days a week. You can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a pro. You can get a championship-level setup without the stadium prices. Go visit Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. Shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team.
Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
The next 30 seconds could save you hundreds on your car insurance. At The Hartford, we're passionate about your protection. If you're 50 or over, AARP Auto Insurance from The Hartford gives you benefits that really matter. And you could save $597 when you switch. How's that for a little peace of mind? Visit trusthartford.com today. The Hartford, your protection is our passion. The Hartford Insurance Group, Inc. pays royalty fees to AARP for the use of its intellectual property. AARP and its affiliates are not insurers. Savings vary.
Pros, save more on the materials you need to get the job done inside and out at Lowe's. Right now, get 10% off in-stock Trex Naturals decking, now available in more styles. Plus, get 15% off select custom entry, interior, and storm doors. Then, we'll deliver it all straight to your job site to help keep your jobs moving. Get the brands pros trust, priced right, and ready when you need them. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
I don't like the cold. You know who really doesn't like the cold? Your water heater. When temps drop, that tank expands and contracts over and over. Eventually, it cracks under pressure. Get your water heater inspected or replaced before it fails. Call Gettle. We'll check for leaks, corrosion, even flush the tank and test efficiency. Because if your water heater is over 7 years old, it's time to take action. Gettle. G-U-E-T-T-L. Will keep your water hot, but it's hard to spell.
Hey, it's Austin with Moxie Pest Control. When I was a kid, we didn't have much. One day, a box showed up on our doorstep. No name, no note, just things we really needed at the time. I was probably 7 or 8, and I still remember opening it and feeling what real kindness felt like. That's why we show up the way we do at Moxie Pest Control, because one small act of kindness can mean everything.
Make the move to Moxie. Call Moxie Pest Control.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on that, is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Marana talk D-backs baseball now.
Swung on, that ball's crushed deep to left, and it is a slam for Arenado. What a start here in the bottom of the first. There's the 1-1. There's the swing. That ball is launched out to deep left field. Moreno watching that one, and it's out of here. Smashed off the bat by Moreno. That is his second, and it's a 9-2 Diamondback runaway.
Yeah, Chris Garagiola on half the offense right there on those two swings. A grand slam, 6 pitches into the game by Nolan Arenado. Later, a 2-run home run by Gabriel Moreno in the 5th inning. D-backs cruise in their opener against the Giants, 12-2. That was one of those hammer and nail kind of games.
Yeah.
The D-backs came out, they asserted themselves early, and they got the Giants to blink, and they blinked all night long. You mentioned it in the splash. They played one embarrassingly sloppy, terrible baseball game.
Yeah, yes, they really did. But it was good to see the Diamondbacks feast on that. You know what I mean? And so is it happening? Are we watching a team kind of come alive offensively? There were a couple of days last week where it kind of felt like maybe that might be happening, and last night was a very efficient night for that offense. To be up 4-0 after 4 batters, that has only happened once before in Arizona Diamondbacks team history. Are you aware of when it happened?
Ooh.
Okay, I'm going to give you a trivia because you love this stuff.
Okay.
The date was April 28th, 2011.
Okay.
It happened at Wrigley Field. I'm going to give you the initials of the first 4 hitters. You tell me who they were. CY,
Chris Young,
KJ,
Kelly Johnson,
JU,
Justin Upton,
and SD.
Stephen Drew.
That's amazing.
Nice. Yep.
That's amazing. That's very well
Stephen
done.
Drew hit a grand slam.
Kelly
Yes,
Johnson was the one I had completely
Chris
forgotten
Young
about.
doubled. Kelly Johnson walked. Justin Upton was hit by a pitch after hitting a long, loud foul ball. And then Stephen Drew took Ryan Dempster deep.
Well, it was crazy last night. It was only 6 pitches, I think, and it was already 4-0.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it was
right.
like this.
Yeah. I was watching that. I'm like, so much for working these counts, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Why work the counts when you don't need to? But I also joked. I was joking with Bickley. I texted him and I was like, "Yeah, now they won't have a base runner for the next 4 innings."
I know.
And that didn't happen.
No.
We've seen that happen a lot too with this Diamondbacks team over the last couple of years. They'll get off to that good start. They'll have that little padding, and it's almost easing up. They didn't ease up last night. That was a really, really good sign.
And that was the career worst outing for Robbie Ray. Robbie Ray.
It's like Ron Guidry.
Look, he's like, I've been saying all, he's like Ron Guidry.
Louisiana Lightning. Like, he's a foot taller, and he weighs like 40 pounds more, but they're both left-handed. Here's Torey Lovello on the offensive performance.
Yeah, those are dream games, right? And I think everybody wants to go out and compete and help your team win a baseball game. And, several guys had 2 hits. Waldy had 3. It was just a complete offensive effort. And, that's what's so good about it is a focus that we had. It was spot on. It didn't stop. We were always engaged and looking to tack on extra runs. And we were hitting some balls very hard that didn't fall as well.
Yeah, so obviously 16 hits. You'll take that. You'll take all the extra base hits. The top of the order was very productive with Marte. Carroll having 2 hits apiece. Perdomo scored a run. He had a hit. Every Diamondback starter had at least 1 hit in the game.
Yeah.
And to me, when it bleeds over like that, and you can give your starting pitcher a cushion, and we've talked so much, seemingly every start with Zach Gallen, Bick, about this is a big one for him. He needs to just get back to being Zach Gallen. That might be the relaxing atmosphere he needed. Because they made it very clear, we got your back today. You're going to get plenty of runs. Just relax and pitch. And it was a stress-free 6-inning stint for him.
There was some fascinating sound I heard yesterday from Torey Lovello regarding what he sees with Zach Gallen, and it really painted an interesting picture as to just how studious and what a brainiac Zach Gallen can be, almost to a detriment. And we've long kind of known this about Zach. There are baseball players who are like Mongo from Blazing Saddles, where they just go up, see ball, hit ball, and they might have 3 original thoughts in the span of a year. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Zach Gallen's not one of those guys. And so Zach Gallen, he's analyzing everything, and Torey Lovello basically had a message for him.
Wait, sorry, I got to find it now.
Words.
I asked if you had it.
I didn't know he was going to be so quick on it. Oh, my goodness.
Okay, we'll rewind this. So
Zach Gallen.
Zach Gallen, yeah.
Zach Gallen. Torey Lovello was on Burns and Gambo last week, and he said this about Zach Gallen.
I know that he's grinding. It's been a grind for him at different points in time. Last season, I think the last couple months of the season, he was back to his old form. We got him back in our system, which we were very happy about. But Zach is a scientist. He's very cerebral when he's on the mound, and he wants to make pitches and understand exactly what the shape is doing. I think at times, if I were to suggest something, and I have told him, just go compete at home plate. Get in your bubble, get on the mound, know that everything is ready to go and race ready in a way that you have made that happen with all that hard work behind the scenes. And that's what discipline is. What are you doing when nobody's watching? I know that he's ready when he gets on the mound. I just want him to look downrange and see the hitter, the catcher, and the umpire and go, this is my time to go down there and dominate down at home plate. Those will be the reminders that I keep serving for him. To simplify it when possible. I know that he studies, he pays attention, he knows pockets and pitches and shapes, and he's wanting to take advantage of everything. He wants to win everything. That's really what it comes down to. Sometimes you just got to forget how to win everything and just go compete. That'll be my message to him.
Yeah, so he painted a very interesting picture there about a pitcher who would come in and say, okay, so let me see the shapes of that pitch, and trying to diagnose where every little granular detail of what's working and what isn't. Just go compete. And it's funny, I heard this sound in Wolf and Luke, and as soon as Torey Lovello said, just go compete, Wolf went, duh! As you might expect. Just that word triggered Wolf into a primal scream. I love that
right there from Torey.
Right?
And you're right about, it does make it easier when you get a lead and when the offense just explodes like that.
Yes.
I hope this is the beginning of something for a lot of these guys, and it continues. Unfortunately, in baseball, the runs are not aggregate. Like, would you be surprised if today they went
that's
out and
what Vinny
lost
said
2-1?
earlier. That's what
it's
Vinny
like, it's just like, let's see some consistency. Let's make this the start of something because we've been waiting all season for them to get on a roll.
Yeah, but even if you look at the Colorado series, 9 runs in the opener, 8 in the third game, 2 in the middle game. But 31 runs over the last 4 games, that's exactly the kind of, upward trajectory that this offense needs.
I guess the bigger question is, did the Diamondbacks get back to 500?
And now it's time for Did the D-backs get to 500? Yes.
Only on this show.
See, that is
When you hear-
simpatico right there.
That was good.
You can ask me if I have something. I could tell you yes, and then I'm not be ready for it.
Yeah.
He just queued it up without even checking. and I had it.
Look, Zach Gallen had all kinds of safety net last night. Bick had no safety net in calling for that.
Oh, no, I did.
Oh,
because
okay.
if there was nothing there, I would have gone, did the Diamondbacks get to 500? The worst. I mean, yes, they did.
You were taking matters into your own hands.
If I needed
Only
to.
on this show will you hear Kool and the Gang celebration queued up every time our local baseball team hits a point of mediocrity.
I have another one if they win tonight, too. We have over 500,
Is
too.
it a different song?
No. I could add a different one.
No, but again, you bring up a good point. This is where they need to get some games above 500. This is the time they have to do it for all the reasons we talked about yesterday, for their self-confidence, for the standings, for the believability factor here in the Valley that, yes, this team has something. Keep it rolling.
Yeah, and look.
The Giants are El Succo.
They have not been good this year. There's a lot of people wondering about, this is the manager we hired?
I know.
And they go out and spend money. They make deals. They got Devers. They signed Willie Adames to a big deal. They could never score runs, this team. It's crazy. Game 2 of that series tonight, 6:40. Of course, you can hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. 30 homers, 30 steals, 2 mystery bobbleheads, 1 epic night at Chase Field. Win a family 4-pack of tickets to D-backs versus Nationals on June 6th. Head to Arizona Sports on Instagram, comment "bobble" on any post, and then check your DMs for the keyword to enter. Coming up next as we roll into the 7 o'clock hour here on the Tuesday edition, what is the Cardinals' end goal for this season, and how will that affect how they handle their quarterback situation? That's next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Drivers who switch their home and auto with Progressive could save money and time. Other things try to do this, but they really don't. Like the touchscreen at fast food places. It's not like you save time because it takes you longer to use a touchscreen than, I don't know, someone who works there. And another thing, you'd think it would save money because they're not paying a cashier, right? But no, same price. Also, why is there an option to tip? Who am I tipping? Exactly. Anyway, even if you can't save money and time with some things, you could with a Progressive home and auto bundle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers, not available in all states or situations.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by SHAP.
If you're looking for freedom from glasses and contacts, LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you just that. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision can eliminate readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Murata here. 25 years ago, I had LASIK surgery after years of wearing contacts and glasses, going all the way back to elementary school. Changed my life. Now, 25 years later, I've noticed a little squinting, little difficulty seeing things at distance. I was wondering what was going on, so I scheduled a consultation with Dr. King at K2 Vision. I got a thorough exam. He went over all of my data with me, and it turns out, like a lot of people that have had LASIK in their younger years, I'm a prime candidate for a refractive lens exchange. That is a permanent solution that would eliminate the need for glasses, contacts, readers, and ensure I'll never get a cataract. If you're thinking at all you want to fix your vision permanently, you need to know about what's going on at K2 Vision, and I'm urging you to hear directly from the doctors who've performed over 300,000 procedures. Join Drs. King and Kopstein for their free live webinar. It is this Thursday at noon. You can register now or schedule your free Zoom consultation at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
It's back. Employee pricing. Yep, we pay what Ford employees pay at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, man. Do not miss employee pricing across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Hey, Ford has been part of this country's story for more than a century, and Ford will help drive America forward for the next 250 years to come. You take that 2026 Ford F-150, work truck, or weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. And remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 F-150 and Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Maverick and Bronco. Employee pricing and $1,000 cash back while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks behind a Nolan Arenado grand slam. Ryan Waldschmidt 3 for 3 night, and Zach Gallen going 6 innings, only giving up 2 runs, and the Snakes got a 12-2 win to open their series against the Giants. Ryan Nelson will go tonight. First pitch will be at 6:40. Be sure to listen right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Game 1 of the Thunder and Spurs series can only be described as one of the best games in recent memory. A double overtime 122-115 Spurs win on the road, and Victor Wembanyama delivered 41 points, 24 rebounds, truly an all-time game. And we had a Game 7 in the NHL last night where the Montreal Canadiens shocked the Buffalo Sabres in overtime and got it done 3-2. And voluntary OTAs got started yesterday for the Arizona Cardinals, and Jacoby Brissett not in attendance. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, home of the no-fee emergency. Want to save money on your AC or plumbing issues? It's ReadyServices.com. Saving you money since 1957. Get ready, because here we come.
Bickley and Marotta talking Cardinals OTAs now.
Yeah, Cardinals OTAs did get underway. First day under first-year head coach Mike LaFleur. The big headline is the lack of their quote unquote starting quarter. I don't know if I really even feel comfortable saying starting quarterback. In a perfect world, Jacoby Brissett would be the starting quarterback. But we also know that he is desirous of more money, wants starter money. We don't know what that figure is. We don't know what the gap is. We do know this. When Mike LaFleur was asked a couple of questions about the contract talks and whether or not he's had contact with Jacoby Brissett, there was not a lot of elaboration, if you will. Pretty short answers to both of those questions. So I don't know. Do you pick up on frustration from the team at this point with their stance on Jacoby Brissett?
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know how long this has been going on. I don't know whether this contract situation predates the acquisition of Gardner Minshew. And there's a vacuum of information generally in situations like this. When a player is doing what Jacoby Brissett is doing, his agent will pick a couple of easy marks in the media or just people in the media and get with him and talk to him and let him know what he's looking for, why it's reasonable, why it's beyond reasonable, and why the team should play ball. Jacoby Brissett, ever since he was a rookie, has been basically serving as his own agent. And it's a fascinating thing, and I wrote about this today, and I did a deep dive into this. And Jacoby Brissett, after he negotiated his $30 million contract with the Indianapolis Colts, turned out to not be a good move after he had a good season there replacing Andrew Luck, was asked, why do you do it? And he said, because I don't want anyone to BS on my behalf. I can be honest with people about what I want. So that will tell you that Jacoby Brissett, if nothing else, is very strong-minded and very strong-willed. So who knows how long this has been happening? Because the Gardner Minshew acquisition, I don't think to any of us really made a bunch of sense in real time.
I keep thinking about that because the way that the Cardinals were tied to Ty Simpson so heavily made you think like they were going to go into that draft and definitely draft a quarterback high. When Ty Simpson went early in the first round and surprised a lot of people, the Cardinals didn't pivot. They still drafted a quarterback at the very beginning. So that was always going to be their plan. If that was always going to be their plan,
then
why did they sign a decently priced backup quarterback in Gardner Minshew?
That's it. So maybe this whole thing has kind of just been sitting there just like this. And maybe the stalemate is, no, we're not giving you more money, or we're not giving you anywhere near what you want. Maybe they're saying, we'll guarantee you your money.
Well, let's look at it this way, too. And we had this discussion earlier, but let's go further down this road. Jared had referenced on the Burns and Gambo show, asking the question, why don't if it's a little bit, why don't they just get this done? Because the Cardinals have to believe that if you do increase the salary of Jacoby Brissett, and all things work out outside of Jacoby Brissett, and they did find their quarterback of the future with Carson Beck, by giving him an increase, you're also making him less desirable as a trade target. Jacoby Brissett right now, well, not right now, but let's say a month and a half ago, probably had some interest around the league with his salary figure, with his resume, with his leadership, and the number of openings that were there. Right now, the Arizona Cardinals still represent the best just from a playing time standpoint. It still represents the best opportunity for Jacoby Brissett to start a handful of games, at least.
Yeah, but I think Jacoby Brissett is saying, I've got $1.5 million of guaranteed money on my contract. What if I play 4 games and they say, okay, it's time for Carson Beck, and they just send me walking? He's out of luck.
And also, like, this might be his last chance to start in the NFL, like go into the season as a starter. That's the thing, is like you do understand his side of it. It's like,
definitely.
I am one of 32 NFL starters. We are going into the season. You are saying I am the NFL starter, so why am I being paid like a backup still?
Everybody points to the 1-11 record, and that certainly carries some weight. But all his other metrics are top 15 in the NFL.
Yeah. He played better than the win-loss record would indicate.
No doubt about
and
it.
it didn't all fall on him. There were some opportunities for Jacoby Brissett to make singular plays or a handful of plays to win games. That didn't happen. The Cardinals were not built to win last year, especially in the second half of the season.
And obviously they don't blame him that much because when they signed Gardner Minshew, they didn't follow it up by releasing Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah.
No.
So they obviously still wanted him until this contract thing, and they probably still do. But
so one of the things where Brissett really opened a lot of people's eyes, and it was in combination with another player, the connection with him and Michael Wilson. Michael Wilson's story was one of the top stories that came out of the Cardinals' mess of a season last year. He was at OTAs yesterday, and he was asked about starting the OTAs without number 7.
Obviously, we'd love to have Jacoby. I think, words can't describe how I feel about playing with Jacoby. Obviously, what he did, for my career, I'm forever indebted to him. But with that being said, the organization is going to keep going, the train's going to keep going, and I'm not going to hold anything against Jacoby because he's trying to figure out his situation, which I think everyone in the building understands and can relate to that. And so, hopefully we can get Jacoby back whenever that situation, figures itself out. But it's just business as usual.
Yeah. Wide receivers can be unlocked by certain quarterbacks, but Michael Wilson was so good last year. I don't think his success is dependent on Jacoby Brissett moving forward. I think he had a lot to do with unlocking Michael Wilson and getting him involved in the offense. But you understand Michael Wilson also feeling indebted a little bit to Jacoby Brissett because he was an afterthought in the offense for 2.5 years.
Well, why didn't Kyler Murray unlock him? Because Kyler Murray wouldn't stay in the pocket and let routes develop.
There you go.
And Jacoby Brissett did, and so there's great respect for him. So here's the dichotomy of it all, and people, if you're not a big-time NFL fan, you've got to discern the difference. In the NFL, if a guy is fighting management over money and not at practice, they do not hold it against them. It's part of the code of being a football player. You might think there'd be some jealousy, especially with how much hard work it is to prepare to play football, that, this guy just thinks he's, bigger and better than all of us. That doesn't happen in the NFL. There's a code that is inviolate, that if a dude is holding out over money, you don't get into his business. But the flip side is that every day Jacoby Brissett isn't there is another opportunity for Gardner Minshew and Carson Beck to kind of create relationships, right?
Chemistry built. Yes.
And what do they say about absence?
It makes the heart grow fonder.
Or it makes the heart wander. It's one of those two. It's one of the two. I'm not sure.
Out of sight, out of mind.
That's my point. So with Jacoby Brissett, there could be some of that. Now, Jacoby Brissett wasn't the only one missing. Trey Benson was missing. Tip Ryman was missing. Garrett Williams and Walter Nolan, who are still recovering from injuries, was missing.
Well, I think they were there, but they were off to the side, from what I read.
They're not. They're injured.
Yeah.
They're right. Exactly.
But Josh Sweat wasn't there.
Josh Sweat wasn't there,
and neither was Baron Browning.
Yeah. And you never know with this team. We learned an amazing anecdote about Mack Wilson Sr., courtesy of Darren Urban, that kind of illustrates how little transparency and voluntary information comes from that football team.
Well, on that particular injury, too, it was listed as a ribs injury. Mack Wilson Sr. over the weekend at his charity basketball event talked to Darren Urban and tells Darren, it was more than that. It was cracked ribs. I had a tube in my chest. I was in the hospital for 3 days. I had to sleep upright for weeks.
Yeah, pretty serious
stuff. It was
stuff.
a serious injury. And there was another instance, too, where Walter Nolan was also at the basketball game. Didn't participate. He's not ready for OTAs. And there was all this mystery about how severe his knee injury was and what it was. And people did a little snooping. I guess if you follow the right people on social media, apparently Walter Nolan's girlfriend indicated on social media that was a meniscus injury.
Well, think about the last 2 years with Darius Robinson. And Walter Nolan.
Yeah.
We kept waiting for them to come back, and the window opened, and then they came back, but they weren't ready to play yet.
Right.
And we kept wondering, what's going on here with both of those guys?
So you don't know what Trey Benson is thinking. There was rumblings after Jonathan Gannon got fired that Josh Sweat was not happy. There were a couple of different rumors from a couple of different places that he allegedly wanted out. Now, I don't know if that's changed with the return of Nick Rollis as defensive coordinator, but
fair to
you
wonder.
don't know. You just don't know with this football team.
Sure. London is calling when a trip for two to see the Sun Devils play the Union Jack Classic at Wembley Stadium against Kansas. It includes royal box seats, sideline passes, airfare, hotel, and VIP experiences. Tune into Arizona Sports for daily trivia keywords to enter. The winner will be drawn on June 1st, and it's all brought to you by Desert Financial. Coming up next, last night's Western Conference Finals left fans amazed, impressed, and all saying in unison, how is this happening to the Spurs again? We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people think having a 401k and a CPA means they have a plan, but they don't, do they?
Well, they have accounts and not a strategy. And there's a big difference. A real plan connects your income, taxes, investments, and estate planning all working together.
All right, let's say they're not connected.
Things start working against each other. You can do everything right and still make costly mistakes, especially in those first years of retirement.
So what does Bright Wealth do differently?
We build one coordinated plan, everything aligned, no gaps, no surprises, and right now we're offering a complimentary written financial plan, no cost, no obligation.
Nice. All right, how do people get in?
Call us right now, 844-726-9116. One call, and we'll show you exactly where you stand and what needs to change. Don't wait. Call us at 844-726-9116 or online at brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Megan's grandfather bought his first Ranger here. Her dad bought his first F-150 here. And she just drove off the lot in a new Ford Expedition for her family. 3 generations, all choosing Sanderson Ford. Visit Sanderson during their anniversary sale and see why. Right now, purchase any new Ford and get a $500 Circle K fuel card on Sanderson. We have your first 5 tanks covered. When you're in the market for a new vehicle, choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Not valid on fleet or AXZ or D-Plan purchases. Offer expires 5/31/26.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Progressive knows you could have easily taken the freeway, but you took the scenic route to see a waterfall and an oddly busy boiled peanut stand. Discovering the unexpected is exactly why you bought an RV, so protect it with a bundle from Progressive. Because although you may be 3 hours behind schedule, you're 6 jars of jam richer and possibly enrolled in a butter-churning workshop. Switch to Progressive and protect your RV, boat, or motorcycle by bundling with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
Hey, it's May. Temps are climbing. Time to turn screen time into swim time. That's exactly what we did at Casa Galvisi with Arizona's most awarded pool builder, California Pools and Landscape. You talk about a before and after. When we have friends over, that's all they talk about. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf, of course the pool. One designer, one contract, one builder, and our #1 summer escape is now our backyard. See it for yourself and get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, it's Luke. Were the Spurs able to upset the Thunder in Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals? We're reacting to San Antonio OKC at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We want to win everything, and we have the chance to have people above us in the organization that know how to do that. And so far, it looks like they've put the right people together to give us a chance, because right now we got a chance. We still got a lot to do. A lot to learn, a lot of trials to go through that we don't even know of. But we have a chance, and that's because they've built the team like this.
Victor Wembanyama, parts unknown. Which planet are we saying he's from these days?
One of the Monstars, probably.
The
right?
alien.
Yeah.
41 points, 24 rebounds. I read a stat where he is the first player in the NBA to have a 35-point, 20-rebound game in a conference final since Charles Barkley did it.
Wow.
For the Suns in 1993.
Yeah, I like that nickname, NBA Alien. That's good. That's what he is.
That is good.
That's kind of what he is.
Having so much success with a young team, the Spurs take Game 1. If you are a basketball fan and had something else to do last night and missed that game, I feel for you. It was that good. The playoffs have been quite unremarkable to this point. Last night, I don't know if it washes away all of it, but man, if that was the first step of what we're going to see for this entire series between these two great teams, and I will say this, I'm not moving off my Oklahoma City prediction, but should San Antonio win this series, I think whoever wins this series is winning the title, and I felt that way for a long time as well.
I think that's fair, unless these are 7 knockdown, drag-out kind of games.
Yeah, and they just kill each other, and the Eastern Conference winner just breezes.
Right, and the Knicks, who haven't lost in a month, breeze through a series. Who knows?
Yeah.
But I don't think that Karl Anthony Towns would be slowing down Victor Wembanyama anytime soon. Maybe some Mitchell Robinson.
Mitchell Robinson would be a good matchup.
So yeah, I think from a Suns fan's perspective, you wonder, okay, what did last night do to the plan? Did it change anything at all in terms of what you are thinking about what this team needs to do in the next 4 years? Because watching a performance like last night, if there was ever a holy bleep moment, it would be, okay, this would be the last chance for the Phoenix Suns to consider trading Devin Booker. Now, I know this is old ground, and the owners already shut the door on it. But that was before a 22-year-old freak just went for 41 and 24 last night. And this is also at a time when the Detroit basketball, where they obviously need another score. What if they call for Devin Booker? Does last night make you pause and think, okay, do we maybe need to plan out a little more strategically? Do we really need to get a bunch of draft picks and start building for 5 years from now?
This, as we're living in right now, seems like Matt Ishbia's version of being patient.
Yeah,
not the total rebuild.
Right.
This is the version. Okay, we'll just compete for the 7th and 8th spot every year. I can't see a world where he would do a total 3, 4, 5 year rebuild.
Well, of course not, because he's never been about anything like that. But as Vinny said, okay, you've still got money from Bradley Beal on the books that has to go away before the Suns are fully healed from all of it.
Yeah, there's 4 more years of that.
Right, and then you've got 4 more years on Devin Booker's contract. The idea, okay, look, let's just keep building with patience. But at some point in time, what are you accomplishing? I'm not saying this is going to change their minds about the plan, but I do think that watching that game, you'd be an idiot if it didn't have an effect on you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying front offices don't operate this way partially anyway. There's always an eye to the future, but I don't, especially for Western Conference teams right now, with the way things stand and with these two teams and their strengths and their youth and their depth and all of the things that their draft picks, they're loaded. And I think more so now than ever, you can't look at your own team in a vacuum and say, this is what we need to be successful. You have to look more at the landscape. Again, I think teams do that, but I think it's more extreme now than maybe it's ever been.
Yeah.
Or at least in the last 25 years. That includes the Warriors run. Because at least you could see a light at the end of the tunnel there, because they weren't old at that point.
Yeah.
But they weren't exactly 22.
I don't know how you look at these two teams specifically, the Thunder and the Spurs, and you just don't think this is the next decade of the NBA.
Or at least the next 5 years.
Or
It's hard to project 10 years.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Yeah.
But the next 5 years, it's like both teams are young with young superstars, and almost more importantly, both teams are really well-run organizations.
Very much so.
So you have confidence that they're not going to screw this up.
Right.
You know, a lot of people thought, okay, when the Bucks won the championship, Giannis is about to win 5 titles. When the Nuggets won, Jokic is going to win. Those organizations were not run, and they made all the wrong moves. Both of them, all the wrong moves after that.
Yeah.
The Thunder and the Spurs, just in the way that they got here, you could tell that they're going to just keep slowly building and just be good for years now.
Well, look, I mean, it's 2 straight teams, too, that have elevated to this level. Oklahoma City winning a title last year was probably ahead of schedule. San Antonio is way ahead of schedule to be a title contender right now. That's the scary part of all of it. From the Phoenix perspective, I've never had more fun watching a game played between 2 teams that I don't really like. But it's a different kind of dislike. To me, if you are a longtime Suns fan, you can't get past just the black and silver of the San Antonio Spurs rubbing you the wrong way. It's just that uniform, that logo, all the pain that's been inflicted over the years. And a lot of that's like long-lasting scar tissue type pain.
Yeah.
But on the flip side, Oklahoma City, the dislike for them, and the dislike is growing because of the way they conduct themselves, because of some of the tactics they use. Very good basketball team, but it's kind of like new hate versus old hate for Suns fans here.
I found myself cheering for the Spurs last night.
I did too.
And never in a million years would I think that was possible. Yeah.
I felt the same way,
Yeah.
Vic.
I never, if you'd asked me 10 years ago, 20, I would have said, hell no.
Because
never.
I do have a difficult time watching a game without my brain just taking me in one direction or the other, like what I want to see happen.
Yeah. But it was because we were all watching history. You were watching the greatness of Victor Wembanyama, and it was like, you want to see him do this.
It was one of those strange games, to Vinny's point of, normally when you watch a game and your team's not in it, you kind of pull for one side or the other. It was one of those games where I kept watching, and I didn't know who to root for, and all of a sudden great plays were being made, and at the end I was like, I didn't root for a single team.
Wow.
What I kept rooting for the game to be better, and it just kept delivering.
I did have. What I was going to say is just because in the way I wrote this, the tease about like how is this happening to San Antonio again? San Antonio in the last 3 years had the number 1 pick, the number 4 pick, and the number 2 pick, and they turned it into 3 starters and one franchise guy.
This was a team that got the Tim Duncan piece right when they were losing the David Robinson piece,
and then they got Kawhi Leonard kind of gifted to them to start the next part of that dynasty.
Yeah. Look, this has happened to the Suns before when Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, who was then Lou Alcindor, was traded to the Lakers. Suddenly there was a gigantic obstacle right smack in our face.
Yeah.
And that Spurs dynasty right there in our face. Then Shaq and Kobe in LA, bam, right in front of us. And that's what it kind of feels. So maybe on the flip side, maybe it incentivizes this team to go and try to pursue a Zion Williamson. Now, Giannis is going to be a big piece in all of this, and the Lakers have an even bigger issue because they've got Luka now, and the idea is to win in the next 5 years. And how are they going to do that with these two teams
It'll
sitting in there?
somehow work out. They'll get gifted somebody again. It always works.
That's what I'm saying. So, yeah, I could see Giannis ending up in Los Angeles miraculously. Just falls into their laps. And then maybe they've got something to compete with these two teams we're watching.
Giannis.
But last night was somebody opening the door to our future, and there were nothing but like scary ghosts out there.
Mm-hmm.
Giannis for a first-round pick in Ruri Hachimura.
Something like that.
Nico
right?
Harrison somewhere just gave a thumbs up.
Yeah.
Coming up next.
Giannis for Luke Kennard.
Luke
Kennard. It was a paperwork mistake there.
Yeah.
Luke Kennard.
Coming up, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Tuesday in the Rush Hour reboot. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Somebody convinced me that they could lose 15 games? You know, the Jets game, okay, the Raiders. Is there a possibility the Arizona Cardinals could literally be 0-13 going into the bye?
Set aside that this should be a fourth-place schedule, and I get it. It's all a formula. It's not, nobody's out to get the Cardinals. I get that. But this looks like if this was a first-place schedule, it would be like, man, like if this were the Chiefs' schedule, one of the years they won the Super Bowl, you'd be like, wow, the Chiefs got a really tough schedule after winning the Super Bowl.
Yes.
This is for a team that won 3 games last year.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with more big news from my friends at Chapman BMW, where not only do you get the hookup on new or pre-owned BMWs, you now get the hookup on service and parts no matter where you purchased your BMW. It's the BMW Value Service Program, where Chapman BMW is unveiling huge price reductions on 12 essential services and repairs, from oil changes to brake pads, from spark plugs to filter replacements. All you've got to do is go to Chapman BMW, put in your VIN number. You will see exactly how much money you will be saving by having your car serviced at Chapman BMW. Chapman BMW also makes it very simple to take advantage of these huge discounts. They'll come to you, they'll pick up your car, they'll drop off a loaner, then they'll fix your car, wash your car, and bring it back to you when it's finished. That is the kind of red carpet service you get from Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business for nearly 6 decades. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Buying a home comes with a lot of upfront cost. Earnest money, inspections, movers, it adds up fast. That's why Lund Mortgage is stepping in. Right now, we're covering the cost of your appraisal on every purchase loan we close. That's $600 to $800 you keep. We've got it covered. Think about it. Hundreds of dollars back in your pocket? That's a big grocery run, your first HOA payment, or just a little breathing room when you need it most. Give us a call and let's talk about your free appraisal today, or go to lundmortgage.com.
Terms and conditions apply.
I don't like the cold. You know who really doesn't like the cold? Your water heater. When temps drop, that tank expands and contracts over and over. Eventually, it cracks under pressure. Get your water heater inspected or replaced before it fails. Call Gettle. We'll check for leaks, corrosion, even flush the tank and test efficiency. Because if your water heater is over 7 years old, it's time to take action. Gettle, G-O-E-T-T-L. Will keep your water hot, but it's hard to spell.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener, like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV, but if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to it at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Phoenix, let's huddle up and talk about your smile. If your teeth hurt, you're missing teeth, or you're tired of fumbling with dentures, it's time to get your life back. I did, and it was a game changer. My good friend, Dr. Joe at Aria Dental Implant Center, is the real deal. He's helped more than 2,500 full-mouth patients and placed over 20,000 implants. That's not theory, those are reps. And with all-on 4 full-mouth implants, experience is everything. You want to choose steak again, crunch apples, smile in photos? Dr. Joe and Aria Dental Implant Center, that's where I'm going to send you. Aria isn't some big corporate chain calling plays from out of state. They're locally owned and they treat you like a person, not a number on a depth chart. Go to Aria Dental Implant Center now or go online at ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. An exciting night in sports, to say the least. Here in the Valley, the Diamondbacks got a 12-2 win as the offense has come alive. 16 hits last night, a Nolan Arenado grand slam, and a real good Zach Gallen start. And they will look to make it 3 wins in a row tonight with Ryan Nelson on the mound. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals between OKC and San Antonio delivered last night. A double overtime 122-115 Spurs win in a game that had it all and was punctuated with a Victor Wembanyama 41-point, 24-rebound performance. And tonight, Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals between the Knicks and Cavs. And as the Cardinals' voluntary OTAs got underway yesterday, quarterback Jacoby Brissett was not in attendance as he is still searching for a new contract. For more on that story, head to ArizonaSports.com today. And this report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distributions. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bentley and Milano Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
All right, it is 7:30. It is time for the Rush Hour Reboot. Sammy Cebulka here to get you guys the big stories in sports. So last night, we had an NHL Game 7 overtime. A Western Conference Finals Game 1 for the ages, a Diamondbacks beatdown, and a no-hitter taken to nearly the last out. Overarching, how awesome was it to be a sports fan yesterday?
It was a good day.
Yeah, I would have felt a lot better had the Buffalo Sabres won that hockey game. I really was emotionally invested in that, and that was a shame. But other than that, that was pretty darn good.
Yeah, we talked about the Arizona connections.
Yeah.
I haven't watched a ton of that series. There was a guy named after my high school on Buffalo's team. He scored a goal with his butt last night. Jordan Greenway. How cool is that? Yeah, but that was cool. It was good. It was good to give the remote a workout last night, just like I predicted, yes. and I absolutely did.
And hey, no streaming.
No streaming
last night. But let's talk about the Diamondbacks. Right now, two straight wins and a series win against Colorado. Right. What's the most encouraging thing going on with the Snakes at this point?
The bats.
Anyone in specific?
No.
Okay.
I'll put a name on it. Gabby Marino.
Yeah.
To have him go deep.
Fire.
Yeah. He shows signs of coming to life, and I think that the collective offensive effort last night was really, really good. What was it? 14 hits.
16 hits.
16 hits. Couple of walks.
Mm-hmm.
But we had talked about that stretch coming out of the Chicago series where it was like 8 or 9 games where the Diamondbacks collectively just weren't hitting, and they had like 2 guys hitting above 200, and it was ugly for a while. You look at like this last
week
4, 5, 6 games, much more palatable.
Yep.
It seems like with the further we're getting into the season, the way the bats are kind of warming up as the season goes on.
And I know it's still early, but dude, this Ryan Waldschmidt kid hits, runs, great eye. I mean, he's really fun to
great
watch.
Fielder.
Yes.
Yeah. Are you guys? Do you have to catch yourselves a little bit if you're not listening closely when Steve Berthium refers to him as Waldy? Do you like? Is he talking about Paul Goldschmidt?
Yeah.
Kind of.
Honestly. So they're
Paul Goldschmidt.
So they're back to 500 in the pitching. Zach Gallen, a good start. The bats seem awake. Is this team's next step out of maybe mediocrity just consistency?
That would be nice.
Yep.
But it has eluded them to this point.
Yep.
I want to see how the rest of this series goes against the Giants. Then you got the Rockies coming into town for 4. I think this is a big week.
Diamondbacks have done very well this year against high-profile pitchers, and yet they've made the El Suckaroos look like Cy Young on occasion. That's the consistency part you're talking about.
Fair. All right. So
I haven't said something that's really resonated with you in a long time since El Suckaroo.
Yeah, El Suckaroo is good. I like it. But I also love Drip Vargas.
Yep. Take the rest of the year off.
Drip Vargas, speaking of guys, he hasn't regressed as much as I thought after that hitting streak ended. He was going to go in like a 2 for 40 kind of slump thing. He hasn't been as hot as he was, but he's still been good.
No, he's been very good. Had a little bit of a lull, but he's had 2 4-hit games this month alone.
Yeah, he's been good. The Cardinals OTA started yesterday. Can we talk about perception when it comes to the Cardinals? Can the Cardinals' perception be changed on how they handle the Jacoby Brissett situation?
Oh, I don't know, because I don't think that that public perception is working against them. A lot of times in these kind of situations, fans are like, just pay the guy. Come on, quit being so cheap. I don't get that sense. I see a lot of national people mocking Jacoby Brissett. How can you, with a 1-11 record, be holding out for more money?
Yeah.
And I think a lot of Cardinal fans are kind of falling in line with that. And I think drafting Carson Beck, the minute anything goes wrong for 2 straight weeks this coming season, people are going to be clamoring for Carson Beck. Play the rookie!
It's true, but I think it's hard to... If you're Carson Beck, it's hard to do one of 2 things. It's hard to really stand out and say, oh, wow, we got this guy in OTAs. It's also hard to say, wow, we really swung and missed on Carson Beck, because you can't find that out in OTAs. It's very, very watered down. Now, early reports are promising, but he's played football for a long time. He knows what's going on. So I don't think this 3-week period really affects much in the big picture.
Okay. And a double overtime Game 1 thriller in the NBA last night between the Spurs and Thunder. Two-part question. A, what was like your favorite moment of last night's game? And B, when was the last time you left the game feeling the way you did after last night's?
I mean, I don't have the date written down, but it's been a while.
Yeah.
Let me check my diary.
No. I'm trying to remember the last time I saw a basketball performance like this. I think it was, to the Suns' detriment, Game 3 against the Thunder when Shea was just almost perfect. Yeah. When he was, 14 of 16 from the field?
Yeah.
But it wasn't a physical domination like last night was. I mean, the idea that you've got a guy... there are unofficial stats that say Victor Wembanyama, in addition to the 41 points and the 24 rebounds, altered 20 shots last night. 20 of them.
The answer might be, and it was a completely different situation, and it wasn't even pros, but the last time we were all buzzing after a game was the Duke-UConn game in the tournament with that ending.
Yeah, that's right.
We all said, was that
that's
the best
exactly
ending,
right.
the best game? I can't believe
that's
that
right.
happened.
That's right. That's a great call.
I actually did think of one, Sammy. It was a Game 1 last year at the same point of the playoffs. Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Indiana and the Knicks. That was the Aaron Nesmith game.
Yes.
And it went to overtime, and Indiana won that. That was a phenomenal basketball game. So, again, without rooting interest, that was the last time I kind of felt the way that I felt last night watching these 2 teams.
All right, there you go.
All right, we are all rebooted on this Tuesday.
Cheerio.
It's time for Devils in London. Listen closely, because your trivia question is coming right now. The first correct caller wins 50 entries into our grand prize draw for a VIP London experience with airfare, hotel stay, and tickets to the Union Jack Classic, ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium. Here's your question.
Touchdown, Sun Devils!
All right, it's a short question today. The question is, what is the London Eye? What is the London Eye? We're going to line up our contestant 602-260-9870. Looking for today's answer. What is the London Eye? 50 entries into the Devils in London contest on the line. It's all brought to you by Desert Financial.
I'm coming to
London.
The Union Jack Classic, ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium.
London? Yes, London.
Arizona Sports will send one winner and a guest to London with round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, royal box seats at Wembley with hospitality, sideline passes, a VIP Tower of London private experience, and a nighttime river cruise on the Thames.
Jolly good.
Devils in London.
London.
Brought to you by Desert Financial.
Cheerio.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com. Brilliant. Jolly good. Well, must be off.
When summertime hits in Arizona, your windows are more than just a view. They become your last line of defense, the only thing standing between you and 115-degree temperatures. And if your windows are shot, it means that heat is going to pour into your home. It's going to overwhelm your air conditioning. It's going to cost you a ton of money. This is why I highly recommend you call Advanced Window Products for a whole bunch of different reasons. Number one, the factory direct advantage. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means no middleman markups, faster turnarounds at Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. And no, most window companies in Arizona are just resellers. Advanced Window Products build those windows here so you're getting higher quality, better fit, better pricing, and never retrofitted on site. The installation at Advanced Window Products is incredible. Watched it myself. I had them replace all of my windows. Could not be more impressed with the installation process, the cleanup process, and just the general look of my windows already. And Advanced Window Products, your windows will pay you back. They're built for Arizona's extreme temperatures, and already I am seeing a big difference in my electric bills already. Here's my buddy Joe from Advanced Window Products with a great May special heading into the summer months.
Thanks, Bickley. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name people trust for replacement windows. Hi, I'm Joe from Advanced Window Products, and for a limited time, we are doing a window upgrade event. If you call today and mention Bickley and Arizona Sports, you'll get $3,000 off when you buy 10 windows or more. But you must call right now at 480-676-3600. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tolleson. No middlemen markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, and more importantly, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year long. We guarantee our windows and the labor, even accidental glass breakage for life. That's why Arizona homeowners have rated us 5 stars. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here, and guaranteed for life. Call me right now at 480-676-3600 for that $3,000 off, or visit advancedwindows.com to schedule your free estimate.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado, the versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
Scorpions don't hate you. They ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm for the people.
Injured? Dial Pound Law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
On May 23rd,
Fans can receive a Serpientes replica jersey courtesy of Talking Stick Resort. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, London.
Devils in London. Arizona Sports is qualifying you to win now.
I'm coming to London.
I'm coming to London. Will Tom in Phoenix be saying that come this fall? Tom, are you there?
I'm here.
You feeling good? You feeling
Ready to
confident?
go.
You feeling loose?
I'm loose. I'm feeling pretty good. Yeah.
All right. I'm going to repeat the question for you today, Tom. And your question is, again, it's a short one. What is the London Eye?
It is a Ferris wheel, also known as an observation wheel.
That is absolutely correct. A cantilevered observation wheel.
If you would have said that, I would have said you're reading directly from Wikipedia.
And if he is, so what? He's got the right answer.
That's all we care about.
Way to go, Tom. You
Good job,
have
man.
50 entries into our Devils in London competition. So congrats on that. Best of luck to you. And also, for everybody else listening, for the next hour, you can enter to win on the Arizona Sports contest page. Use the keyword Ferris, Ferris. Devils in London is brought to you by Desert Financial.
Shut up, Ferris.
Devils in London.
Jolly good.
You still have a chance to win by entering the trivia answer keyword today on the contest page at arizonasports.com or the Arizona Sports app.
Code word valid for 1 hour from right now. You've got 3 chances to qualify to win the Devils in London prize package each weekday through May 31st. Grand prize draw June 1st. Rules and info available at arizonasports.com. Click on contest.
Bickley and Marotta talking Cardinals OTAs. Now.
He's a very tall, lengthy, guy, and I think he throws the ball very well. Just the few practices and stuff that I've seen him go, he's a stud. He's a really good quarterback. He knows, placement. He puts the ball where it needs to be, and like I said, he's a tall, lengthy guy, so he can get that ball over the top and can really spin it. So I'm excited to see, how he shakes out. I think he's a very good pick for us.
That is Cardinals All-Pro tight end Trey McBride, a guest of Burns and Gambo. Yesterday, they were out at Cardinals OTAs.
Nice.
In Tempe, talking about their new quarterback, Carson Beck, who, let's face it, we've talked a lot of one side of the quarterback situation all morning long, Bick, and that is what everybody's talking about seemingly nationally, is that the Cardinals, at their impasse with Jacoby Brissett. This creates enormous opportunity for somebody like Carson Beck, a third-round pick who has played a lot of football, 6 years of college football, 3 years as a starter, has been on championship-level teams. This is an unbelievable opportunity for him to make an impression with the absence of Jacoby Brissett.
Well, and again, especially with the Mike LaFleur aspect as a head coach, we do not know what Mike LaFleur's offense is going to look like, but I think there's a general air of excitement about it. I said earlier, piggybacking a point that Paul Calvisi made when he joined us a couple of days ago, I thought it was a really good point. When Jonathan Gannon was hired, most people thought, who? Mm-hmm. And probably some Cardinal players, the defensive coordinator for the Eagles. That's right. Mike LaFleur's the cut of his jib is a little bit different, right? He's had time with Kyle Shanahan, who said really nice things about him. He was Sean McVay's right-hand man, who said really good things about him. They re-engineered an offense on the fly in Los Angeles last year, which is not easy to do in the NFL, but they did it. And if he's got that Wunderkind, if he's got that Wonder Boy kind of vibe about him, then you would think it's going to translate in the play of Carson Beck. You've got a quarterback now with a ton of experience, so concepts and that kind of thing shouldn't be an issue for him. And you've got this partnership with a head coach who is going to bring an offensive-minded sensibility to the thing. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I think we're all very excited to see what this is going to look like.
Yeah, Mike LaFleur didn't want to talk too much about the Jacoby Brissett contract situation on day one of OTAs. Understandable. he was a lot more willing to talk about what Carson Beck has looked like since he's been in the building.
Yeah, no, it was good. Like I was impressed with him today in terms of just hearing the play calls from him. That's, obviously he's heard me speak. We've talked. He knows what the reads are and all that, but it's the first time he's ever heard that, the mic going into his helmet. So you never know how that's going to be. I might sound muffled. I might sound like I don't know what I'm talking, like whatever, and I thought he did a really good job of hearing me and communicating that kind of stuff. I thought, Hack and Schaub did a great job of just getting all these quarterbacks just ready to go, for practice. Again, I mean, it's sometimes OTAs and training camp are actually harder than in season in terms of just the plays because again, going back to the point, like everything is kind of up. Now, what I tell the guys all the time, we'll never go out on the field and just throw out stuff blind on you. I'm a big believer in recovering stuff because, again, these guys aren't sitting there as coaches and just thinking of a million different things all day. I mean, they got lives outside of this thing. So just giving them that practice preparation in terms of what we're going to do and then, for them to go out there and execute.
And not surprising that Mike LaFleur would focus on what he focused on in that answer with Carson Beck and being comfortable with the operation. Because if you go back to what Mike LaFleur told us on this show during Newsmakers Week in February, Bick, operation is key for him. And he said, we're going to be the smoothest operating team in the league. That was one of the goals. Raised an eyebrow or two, but it's also a good goal, good starting point to have. And if you got a quarterback that's this comfortable already with the new stuff that he's being handled or being presented at OTAs, that's a good sign.
I think the reason Mike LaFleur aspires to be that, as he has said, is that that is something absolutely in their control. That getting out of the huddle on time and smoothly without any confusion and what? No, over here. You're on this side, right?
Time out.
No, time out. Right, exactly. That kind of stuff, if you can control it, and I think that's what Mike LaFleur was getting at, that at least Carson Beck was processing what I was saying very quickly and it was going smoothly. So, yeah, no, look, it's going to be real fascinating to see how this thing plays out because, again, I think the situation with Jacoby Brissett demands some clarity. Now, nothing happens mandatory until June 8th, but June 8th's a ways away. And,
it's not as far. I mean, it's like, what?
3 weeks?
2.5 weeks?
Yep.
Yeah.
The thing is also, like, the more Jacoby Brissett is not there, the more Carson Beck is there.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody who comes in that experienced, you wonder as things go on, like, will there be a point where we're all just saying, like, why don't they just start this season with Carson Beck as quarterback? Like, forget this whole, like, we're picking which week he's going to start.
Yeah. No, and I think, but see, that to me would not be possible with Jacoby Brissett here because there's no universe in which Carson Beck would be more ready.
Right, exactly.
Than Jacoby Brissett. But Gardner Minshew, as the new guy here, he was not. I'm certain he wasn't promised to be the starting quarterback in week 1 if Jacoby Brissett wasn't here.
No, that's true. Jared, I'm asking a lot here. Can you get Roger Goodell on the horn right now?
Roger Goodell, sure.
I just had a great idea.
Did you?
That would allow them to dominate more television and create a lot more revenue. Instead of OTAs, why doesn't the NFL institute a 7-on-7 passing league? That way we could see Carson Beck actually compete.
Well,
why have they not thought of this yet?
Commissioner, are you there?
Reuben Froster.
Roger, how are you?
Reuben Froster.
Commissioner, anything else you want to say?
Tua Tagovailoa.
Reuben Froster.
Cardinals OTAs continue today and for the next few weeks, like Bick said, June 8th. That's when the voluntary becomes mandatory.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll have ourselves a story. I think we're going to have a story on June 8th.
I think this thing is going to continue to percolate, right?
Yeah, I do too. It certainly feels that way.
It sure does.
Coming up next, we hit the second half of this Tuesday show. Bick kicks it off with the blast. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2-2 again. That one lifted in the air to right center, and this should do it. Waldschmidt, he will call off Barossa, and he makes the catch, and the Diamondbacks just dominate the Giants here in the opener. Final score, 12-2. The Arenado grand slam set the tone, and the offense just could not be stopped here tonight.
Catch Game 2 of the D-backs Giants series live from Chase Field tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here. If you want a smarter and faster way to pay off your mortgage without changing your lifestyle, listen up. It's the Ownership Accelerator loan from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator helps homeowners pay off their mortgage decades faster by using the income you're already making. It lets your cash flow work against your loan balance every single day. Galaxy Lending Group is a full-service Arizona mortgage company, and their owner, Harold Perkins, always tells me, Tom, 30 years is optional. And once you see this loan, you'll understand why. Most of Galaxy's clients are paying off their homes in an average of about 5 years. Yes, you heard that right. 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Go to GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. That's Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
May is marvelous at Talking Stick Resort with a chance to win a 2026 Audi Q8 55 TFSI Quattro. Earn entries to the grand prize drawing all May long. Then on May 28th, you have a chance to win up to $10,000 or the grand prize, a 2026 Audi Q8 55 TFSI Quattro. Don't miss your chance to drive away in style. Details at TalkingStickResort.com. Talking Stick Resort. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hey, it's Austin with Moxie Pest Control. When I was about 13, I started mowing lawns to make a few bucks. Looking back, I don't know how I survived those Arizona summers. What I didn't realize then was how much I was learning, showing up, doing the job right, and taking pride in it. That's what guides us today at Moxie Pest Control. Because reliability isn't something you say, it's something you demonstrate. Call 888-MOXIE-10.
Make the move to Moxie. Call Moxie Pest Control.
Megan's grandfather bought his first Ranger here. Her dad bought his first F-150 here. And she just drove off the lot in a new Ford Expedition for her family. 3 generations, all choosing Sanderson Ford. Visit Sanderson during their anniversary sale and see why. Right now, purchase any new Ford and get a $500 Circle K fuel card on Sanderson. We have your first 5 tanks covered. When you're in the market for a new vehicle, choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Not valid on fleet or AXZ or D-Plan purchases. Offer expires 5/31/26.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile with a message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, stop. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Of course, if you enjoy overpaying, no judgments, but that's weird. Okay, one judgment.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. Default terms at mintmobile.com.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
We watch these lawyers get on TV and say they're going to treat their clients like family. When we know they put secret mandatory quotas on their lawyers, that means your own lawyer pressures you into a premature, terrible result. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. We don't set settlement quotas. We measure success by achieving each client's best outcome and by each client's happiness.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. What a night in the sports world here in the Valley. The Diamondbacks behind a Nolan Arenado grand slam. Ryan Waldschmidt, 3-for-3 night, and a Zach Gallen 6-inning masterclass, only giving up 2 runs. The Snakes got a 12-2 win to open their series against the Giants. Ryan Nelson will go tonight. First pitch will be at 6:40, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Game 1 of the Thunder Spurs series last night can only be described as one of the best games in recent memory. A double overtime 122-115 Spurs win on the road, and Victor Wembanyama delivered 41 points and 24 rebounds. And we had a Game 7 in the NHL last night where the Montreal Canadiens shocked the Buffalo Sabres in overtime and got it done 3-2. And voluntary OTAs got started yesterday for the Arizona Cardinals, and Jacoby Brissett not in attendance. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Buick GMC. Honest prices, zero pressure. The Valley's best selection at Earnhardt Buick GMC. Shop now at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
As Suns fans, we all had a moment last night, a visual experience we won't soon forget. Welcome to our recurring nightmare. In Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals, on the night when Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was presented with his MVP trophy, Victor Wembanyama declared himself next. The next big thing, the next face of the league. It was astonishing, exhilarating, and horrifying all at once, because it was more than the sight of 2 great teams that now stand in our path, one of them being the dreaded Spurs, an organization that was once our nemesis and blocked us from a couple of NBA titles. It was the spectacle of a super freak athlete dominating in ways no one has ever done before. Just imagine if Wemby wins the NBA title at age 22. More importantly, what are Matt Ishbia, Brian Gregory, and Jordan Ott thinking? There was already a report that the Suns want to move up into the first round of the NBA draft, but what if the Pistons come calling now for Devin Booker? Do you change your mind? Do you grab all the draft picks you can and start building out right now? Or do you go the other route and pursue Zion Williamson with even greater tenacity? All I know is last night was like the scene in Game of Thrones when the poor folk in King's Landing saw adult dragons flying overhead for the very first time, a moment that can't be unseen, a moment that seemed to change absolutely everything. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW. Make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Anytime you lose in the first round of the playoffs, and anytime you, I would say, overachieved like Phoenix did, I don't think you can be content on just saying we're going to roll it back and bring it back, and we're going to win 45 or 46 games or however games it is going to be, because I do think sometimes you get in trouble there. But on the other side, I think you have to be careful as making big changes here, because of course you can probably take 2 steps back here. So whatever direction they go with, whether it be Jalen Green or bringing this group back here, I just think you have to be, I think you got to be cautious with that.
Bobby Marks, who joined us last week here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings, some off-season thoughts for the Suns. And look, it's an interesting time in the Western Conference of the NBA right now because of what we're seeing at the top. And Game 1 was a classic basketball game. 2 really good, really young championship caliber teams just going back and forth. San Antonio takes that game. And we kind of pondered a little bit earlier on in the show about what does this do for other teams in the Western Conference? Does the reality of the potential, and you have to say that word, potential dominance for the next 5 years from these 2 franchises, does it change the way you operate? There was that report you mentioned in the Blast Bic. Kevin O'Connor of Yahoo Sports in a mock draft says he's heard from league sources that the Suns are very interested in exploring a trade back into the first round of this year's draft. Our very own Kevin Zimmerman explored ways to do it, suggested a sign and trade of Mark Williams could get it done, or the possibility of Grayson Allen or Royce O'Neal remaining a possibility. I kind of like Jarrett said a word earlier, and it was
Suckaroo.
No, it wasn't that
a
word.
different one.
It was a P word. It was patience. Like this is Matt Ishbia's version of patience, is I think how you phrased it. And honestly, with all the possibilities that are out there, and you brought up the Booker thing again. There's the Zion thing. There's the Ja Morant thing. There's the Giannis fantasy that's out there.
Yeah.
We know this team's not going to – we know one thing for certain. They're not going to tear it down. They're not going to go into full-on rebuild mode to accumulate draft picks until they come up naturally.
And when is that going to be?
As the years pass.
Yeah.
We're
Next season.
We're 4 years away from
4 years away.
4 years away, basically, from replenishing draft picks.
So there's the idea that you could just roll this out and then sort of start your build out 4 years from now. But is that wasting time? Is that wasting good time when you could build right now by obtaining draft picks? And again, I'm not trying to stir a pot here. I'm just trying to say that the visuals of watching what we did last night, how could it not change the way you feel about the Western Conference going forward?
And if you're going to be waiting 4 years, at that point, Devin Booker is going to be 34 years old.
About to turn 34.
And if you're just sort of like running in place for the next 4 years anyway with Devin Booker.
That's my fundamental question that I think is okay to ask. No one's trying to run anybody out of town. And I wish myopic Suns fans would get that out of their lexicon. All right, these are honest discussions about how do you get the Suns to a higher level where you're not just competing for play-in tournaments. They're fair questions.
Yeah.
And so let's go back to the Kevin O'Connor report. Why do the Suns want to get into the first round? Do they have a target number? Have they identified a player that they really think works?
I hope that's if that's the reporting, I hope that's the case. I hope it's somebody that, wow, we're pretty high on this guy in our research and our digging around. We really like this guy maybe more than somebody else. We're gonna target this guy. I don't think that's necessarily been the case in recent drafts for the Suns. Well, I mean, you could say that about Rasheer Fleming.
Yep.
They acted like a team that really liked Rasheer Fleming.
Yep.
And then by the end of the playoffs, they acted like a team that wanted nothing to do with Rasheer.
Which was bizarre. But then again, I bring up the Kaman Malawach piece. Okay, if he is into spending his entire summer on player development and getting stronger to go along with the size and his wingspan, then you could maybe pencil him out as a guy that could withstand fairly well head-to-head confrontations with Victor Wembanyama. Yeah. Maybe. But these are the things that you've got to plan for now. I just think there was something very visual about that game from Victor Wembanyama last night that changed the calculus.
Yeah. I think your example in your blast about seeing the Dragons and be like, well, what can we do against that?
Exactly.
We can't do anything.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. What are we going to do with that?
But one thing you can do if you react rashly in this instance is you can make the next 4 or 5 years worse for yourself.
Even worse. The thing is, we already know the Suns' margin is small, given that the Durant backlash of the Beal and the things that the future first that they don't have. What the Suns and Brian Gregory and Matt Ishbia have to do is that whether it is, if you trade into the first round, you better be almost dang sure that player is going to be really good for you. And the moves on the margins have to hit if the Suns want to continue to try to get better. They can't make moves and go backwards, right?
But isn't it all come down to, like, do you think that Jalen Green will develop into a star? Like, that is one way that they could actually organically get better.
Yeah.
And if you don't think that, I don't know what the next 4 years look like.
Yeah, I mean, Jalen Green was the number 2 pick behind Cade Cunningham in that same draft. Cade Cunningham has undeniably had a better career. But look at what just happened to Cade Cunningham. For a guy who has developed into a star, he disappeared in a Game 7 on his home floor. It's really hard. I'm still very much in the, going over all the possibilities you presented in the blast pick, I'm still very much in the patient approach and keeping Devin Booker in town. And working around the margins, around putting the right people around Devin Booker. So, look, I think the overwhelming possibility here is that Devin Booker plays out his contract with the Suns. Even at that point, he's 33 years old, as he said. 15 years into his career, he's going to be 33, which is remarkable in its own right.
Yep.
What happens at that point? I think that's a question for 2030. But for now, do the best you can, but don't cripple yourself for 2030 moving forward, because we saw how easy and how tantalizing that can be.
Yeah, well, I think we're suggesting exactly the opposite. That if you were willing to make a bold move now, you could get enough draft capital where if Brian Gregory is really good at this stuff, then you can use these years building to
accumulation.
And when that time arrives, when there's a break in the horizon, maybe you can get through that window then. It's just fascinating to me because that last night's game, they're calling it an instant classic. There might be 6 more of these games that look just like this. And by the end of it, you may feel differently. You may feel very much the way that I expressed in the blast now, that this, if you're a true Suns fan, there's no way you watch last night's game without it visually affecting you. There's no way.
That is true. Visually affecting you, psychologically affecting you. There was a lot of effects on Suns fans last night. We're a very affected bunch. Did you know this?
Well, I did know this. Yes, I did know this.
Coming up next, D-backs going for another win tonight over the Giants after blowing them out in the first game of a 3-game series. We will talk to former Major Leaguer and D-backs radio personality Cole Tucker is going to join us next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Ferris Johnson Jr. is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
You said the last 3 years was different. What was wrong with the last 3 years? What prevented you guys from having success?
At the end of the day, we're here to win. I love JG. I love Coach Drew. I mean, I love the guys that we had the last 3 years. Those guys brought me in. I believe those guys wanted to win the same way that we want to win right now. I just think that it's on the players. Like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, coaches need it. No, we just have to go. Like, there's no time where, hey, we have this year and we have, 2 years to get it done. We're going to get our guys in. No, like, we got to get the guys in right now and go. We got the guys now. It's time to go.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Southwest Gas fuels the moments that matter the most. Hi, it's Vince Murata. Southwest Gas is committed to delivering safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Southwest Gas fuels the homes and local businesses that bring our neighborhoods to life. Southwest Gas is also very proud to support the lifestyle of Arizonans, like cooking a meal, for instance. Natural gas is the fuel of choice for chefs, whether you enjoy dining outdoor cooking at home or in the backyard for a barbecue with family and friends, or for nights getting cozy by the fire or roasting marshmallows for s'mores. That's been the case for almost 100 years. Southwest Gas has been there helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. If you'd like more information about how Southwest Gas helps fuel life's important moments and supports a sustainable energy future for our community, please visit their website at swgas.com.
Hey everybody, Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is known for making service simple. What can customers expect right now?
What's up, Dave? During the Memorial Day Save-a-thon, we're making service more affordable now than ever. Right now, buy 2 tires and get 2 free on any make or any brand.
Did I hear that right? Any make, any brand?
That's right, Dave.
And while you're there, don't forget you can also lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for just $279 a month. Schedule your service or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now everything's on sale during our Memorial Day event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses, plus free delivery when you add a base. Ends Monday. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. to a good night's sleep.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/beat. That's ethos.com/beat.
Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Paul Calvisi here with Matt Degas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people think they're done paying taxes when they retire.
Paul, not even close. If most of your savings is in a 401k or an IRA, you've built a tax time bomb. And without a strategy, the IRS becomes your biggest beneficiary. So the time to act is now. Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116. We'll map out your risk and show you how to fix it. BrightWM.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
The garage door springs that come standard with most homes don't last. And when they fail, it's not just inconvenient, it's dangerous. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello at A1 Garage Door Service. Our springs are the toughest in the industry, backed by our lifetime warranty. That's right. Fix them once and you're covered for life. Don't risk your family's safety or your peace of mind. Let A1 replace your springs before they become a problem. From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one.
A1 from day one.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Marana talk D-backs baseball now.
After taking 2 out of 3 from the Rockies in Denver over the weekend, Diamondbacks return home, and they blasted the Giants last night 12-2. Joining us now to talk Diamondbacks baseball, new voice in the D-backs broadcast booth, Valley native, former Major Leaguer Cole Tucker joining us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Cole, good morning.
Cole.
Welcome to the show.
Good morning, fellas. Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. It's an honor to be on with you guys.
Last night was, I know you did a couple spring training games, but last night was the big league debut in the booth. How did it all feel to you, man?
Yeah, man, so surreal. It was really, really cool. Full circle moment for me. You know, I grew up going to a million games at Bank One Ballpark, now Chase Field, and was just a diehard Diamondbacks fan as a kid. And I feel like I've sat in every section in that stadium. But last night was my first time up in the press box there, and it was just really cool. Obviously a great game for the D-backs, coming off a nice trip in Denver, coming in and setting the tone against the Giants. And they did their thing from pitch one. The offense was rolling. Zach Gallen was rolling. It was a special night for me and a great night to be a D-back fan.
Well, Cole, you know, baseball players can be very superstitious. Maybe you're getting all the credit for that robust offensive performance from the D-backs last night. Do you think they're going to find a higher path offensively? Do you think that this is the sign of better things to come?
I do, and I'll tell you why, because it's such a long season. It's I believe, May 19th today. We've got so much baseball to be played, and I expect guys like Geraldo Perdomo and Ketel Marte to look like they did last night. Guys like Gabby Moreno, he's looked great at the plate recently, just having really, really quality at-bats. And Corbin Carroll, man, what you can't say enough good things about this guy. I was his AAA teammate back when he was in Reno for all of 5 seconds, and I've just been so impressed with him ever since. He did his thing in Colorado last night, you know, triple off the wall. He's just an electric player, can help you so many ways on a baseball field, and he did that last night. And Nolan Arenado has been just a wonderful surprise. A lot of people were ready to write him off just based off his tenure in St. Louis, but the Diamondbacks have a really good player. He reminds me a lot of Evan Longoria coming to the Diamondbacks a few years ago, and just his presence in the locker room, his ability to drive in runs in the batter's box. Ildemaro Vargas has been one of the greatest stories of the season so far last night. He was whacking the ball all over the place. I just feel really good about where the team's at, and knowing how much baseball's left to be played and how many games in the division against teams like the Giants and the Rockies, I feel like things are looking up.
You mentioned, we're talking to Cole Tucker, new Diamondbacks radio broadcaster here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. You mentioned Ildemaro Vargas. We've spent a lot of time talking about his season and his emergence this year as a guy who's been around the block more times than the ice cream man, Cole. For him to put it together to this level. And we ask people in the game, and there's not really an explanation for this type of elevation. Do you have a theory on a guy this far into his career just being that comfortable at the plate?
Yeah, I just think with Vargy is a former teammate of mine. We crossed paths with the Pittsburgh Pirates at one point, and he's a guy who's just never gotten this opportunity. He's never been able to be counted on as a guy in the lineup. And then when you go in and have the spring training like he did, this guy was on fire. He was hotter than a pepper, doing it on both sides of the ball, just hitting balls in the gap and running like a wild man. Now with the injury to Jordan Lawler, the absence of Alex Thomas, the year has just shaken out to where Torrey's penciling in the lineup, and he has no choice to because he's so hot. He's having such good quality at bats, and he's doing it night in and night out. It's not that he's this Hall of Fame player or he's going to hit 350 on the season, because he's probably not. But when a guy's hot, he's hot, and you've got to trust the hot hand. And Torrey, in my opinion, is doing a great job of that right now, because he's as hot as anybody in the game, and he's just doing it night in and night out. He's getting his work in. He's a guy who works hard. He's always grinding in the cage. I know he's doing his thing in there with Joe Mather and Damian Easley, working on his craft, but it's just a guy who's really hot, and his confidence is high, and he's feeling himself, and he's riding that wave, and you got to ride it as long as you can.
I thought Torrey was very profound when talking about Zach Gallen, that sometimes Zach is too much of a mad scientist, that he gets way too deep into the granular details of his pitches, and sometimes he just needs to go and make it about him, the batter and the catcher, and just compete at home plate, I think Torrey put it. Did you see some of that last night from Zach Gallen, and what else about Zach's performance last night would be encouraging in your vantage point?
Yeah, without a doubt. I definitely saw that. And in talking to Torrey before the game, he was just saying how Zach, he is so crafty. He is a mad scientist. He's a worker. He's a thinker. We need him to be an executor. And last night he executed all of his pitches. Torrey was saying that in his previous outings, there's been one or two pitches, maybe a rally, or one or two pitches in innings that have broken his back, that have killed him, that maybe there's some slug or some runs driven in. Last night, aside from the ball that he hung to Willie Adames that he hit into the seats, he was nearly perfect, and I know Torrey wanted to get him out of there. He could have gone deeper into the game, but a quality start's a quality start, and they're hard to come by in the major leagues. And Zach did all he needed to do. The offense kept him afloat, gave him a ton of cushion, a lot of wiggle room, but he was just effective at getting ahead in count, having count leverage, and getting strike one and getting ahead. And a team like the Giants, they've been playing well of late, but they're not firing on all cylinders offensively. If you can get ahead and feel like you're stepping on a team's throat as an offense, it's really effective. And that's what I saw from Zach last night. All of his pitches were working. He probably wanted to land the curveball in there a little bit more, but the fastball and the slider were working, and he just leaned on that the whole way through.
Talking to Cole Tucker here on Arizona Sports as he joins us on the Arizona Sports Line. My partner just asked you the question about Zach Gallen being the mad scientist, really poring over data, and I can only imagine what it's like to be a Major League Baseball player, Cole, and getting the data presented to you, the video work that gets done. But I've always wondered about this. How many guys in the game, from your perspective, are still just kind of see-ball, hit-ball purists at this point? Do they still exist?
They definitely exist. It's a dying art. I was a guy who I played like I was playing in the Sandlot or playing in a high school game, and that's why I'm here doing this and working with you, because I didn't dive into it enough. But it's just kind of a dying art. The guys who are running the game, they speak the analytical language. The guys who are playing the game, most of them came up in the era where analytics were prevalent. Mm-hmm. And it's kind of a thing where you got to keep up with the times, and you have to understand what's going on. There are still some guys who are barbaric in a sense, in that they just want to go out there and they're feel oriented and they want to do it like they've always done. But they have to have a blend. They have to be a hybrid, just because the pitching is so good, the hitting is so good. Everybody's trying to adjust to one another, and the numbers, the data, the analytics, they give you a chance to peel back a layer and see what's really going on beneath the surface. If you're just up there willy-nilly like I was, you're going to be calling radio games before you know it.
How about it? All right, Cole, before we let you go, you already mentioned about your relationship with Drip Ildemaro Vargas. I believe your first hit in Major League Baseball was a home run, if I remember correctly. And if I also remember further, the game was rained out after 5 innings, which means it doubled as a game-winning hit. Did I get that right?
Yeah, you nailed it. You nailed it. That was it.
All right, so as somebody who has seen the good and the struggles and everything of a Major League Baseball dream, what is contextualize what Ildemaro Vargas is doing at this stage in his career?
Oh man, he's walking on water. He's flying above the air of the game of baseball. Like he has never had more fun in his life than he is right now. You know, a guy who's grinded, bounced from team to Washington to the D-backs, back to Pittsburgh, back to the D-backs, just a total journeyman, a guy who's always been looking over his shoulder, hoping he doesn't get called into the manager's office to get some bad news. He has been waiting and praying and hoping for this opportunity his whole life. And to his credit, he stayed ready and stayed prepared and confident in himself in his career. It's very easy to just who I am. This is who I've been for the last 10 years. This is what the game thinks of me. But hats off to Vargy. He's showing up every day with his hard hat on, going to work, still believing in his dream. And now he's playing like an all-star, and he may be an all-star this year. You just never know, man, once that voting gets rolling here soon. But he stayed prepared for the moment. He's done everything he needed to do to be in this position. And there are other guys around the league and around baseball, around the world, who are not in love with their situation or not proud of their career to this point. And it's a testament to that. If you keep going, if you keep showing up, the possibilities are endless. And Vargy has proven that. And I know D-backs fans and his teammates and coaches alike are all super proud of him.
Well, Cole, congrats on the broadcast debut last night. Great to talk to you. Hopefully we can do it again soon.
Likewise. Anytime you guys need me, keep doing great work. Appreciate you guys. Longtime fans.
Thank you, Cole.
Appreciate it. Cole Tucker made his debut in the radio booth last night with Chris Garagiola on the D-backs radio network.
Did he hit a home run like he did in his Major League debut?
The game went the full 9, too.
That's right. It did.
8.5. It's always nice when the home team doesn't have to bat in the ninth. Cole joined us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, are we witnessing the coming out party of the next transcendent crossover sports superstar? Or are we just watching a guy from a different planet? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona State Sun Devils in London, England for the Union Jack Classic. And you could be there to see ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium this September.
What's going on, Tim? How are we feeling about this?
A little nervous, a little scared.
Gather your nerves as I ask this very long question, okay? What is the name of the Arizona State Sun Devils mascot?
That would be Sparky.
Yes!
The Sun Devil, technically.
Suddenly got a British,
wow, that was
British-like accent. All right, Tim. Stay on the line.
Something fun in there.
That's good. Absolutely. Way to go, buddy. All right.
Devils in London, brought to you by Desert Financial. Here's how you can win.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
You sound like you're from London.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth. And did you know that every day between now and 2029, over 10,000 baby boomers will reach retirement age every single day? Yet many still feel unprepared for life after work. And if that's you, if you feel a bit uneasy about impending retirement, then you do not have the peace of mind you need or the peace of mind you deserve. That's why you call Trajan Wealth, because you spend decades building towards retirement. Do not leave your golden years to chance. At Trajan Wealth, their fiduciary advisors focus on what matters most, turning your savings into reliable income that can stand the test of time. Now, sports fans know better than anyone. You need the right team to get where you're going, and whether you're looking to navigate market volatility or secure your legacy, you need a smart game plan. The family office at Trajan Wealth will handle your wealth management, your tax strategies, and your estate planning all under one roof, saving you time and stress and ensuring financial alignment in all phases of your life. And remember, your retirement plan needs to be built around your goals, not a one-size-fits-all approach. Take control of your financial future. Call Trajan Wealth at 855-TRAJAN-1, 855-TRAJAN-1, online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate.
What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Maybe you've had your eye on a Fulton home. The premium craftsmanship, thoughtfully designed floor plans, resort-style amenities, and award-winning communities across the valley. A place where every detail feels intentional. For many buyers, homeownership can feel out of reach. But now, owning a Fulton home is more attainable than ever. With special pricing, limited time incentives, and interest rate buydowns on select homes, now is the right moment to make your move. From beautifully designed interiors to the legendary quality Fulton Homes is known for, every detail is built to stand the test of time. Visit any Fulton Homes community today or go to fultonhomes.com. Fulton Homes. You're proud to own. We're proud to build.
Tired all the time? Gaining weight? Lost your edge? Those aren't just signs of getting older that could be low testosterone. Vital for Men is Arizona's original men's health clinic. Not a franchise, not a side hustle for some med spa. We're open Monday through Friday. We accept most insurance, and right now your first testosterone test is free. Find out where you stand. Call Vital for Men or go to vitalformen.com. It's time to stop guessing and start living.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. An exciting night in the sports world, to say the least. Here in the Valley, the Diamondbacks got a 12-2 win as the offense has come alive. 16 hits last night, a Nolan Arenado grand slam, and a real good start from Zach Gallen as they will look to make it 3 wins in a row tonight with Ryan Nelson on the mound. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. In Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals between OKC and San Antonio delivered last night. A double overtime 122-115 Spurs win in a game that had it all and was punctuated with a Victor Wembanyama performance of 41 points and 24 rebounds tonight. Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals between the Knicks and Cavs. And as the Cardinals' voluntary OTAs got underway yesterday, quarterback Jacoby Brissett was not in attendance as he is still searching for a new contract. For more on that story, head to arizonasports.com today. And this report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Summer playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort. Rates from just $129 and no resort fee for locals. Book stays May 15th through September 13th at TalkingStickResort.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Were the Spurs able to upset the Thunder in Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals? We're reacting to San Antonio OKC at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
When those players on his own team were staring at him in awe late in the game, that clip where he's looking at them and they're all looking back at him. Do you know how many people get that in the history of basketball? It's a real small number, and there's some great players who never got that. It looks like something otherworldly otherworldly that possesses him now. We're not talking about, it's one of the great games of all time. But the performance, I'm looking at it, and when I'm texting you, it reminds me of things I'd seen in my life, sitting at ringside watching a young Mike Tyson, standing and watching behind the ropes and watching a young Tiger Woods. It reminds me of that, where everyone is in awe of everything he's doing, including the opposition. They don't want to tell you that.
Mike Wilbon, ESPN, sharing his thoughts on what he witnessed last night in watching Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs take one of the Western Conference Finals, and he hit the nail on the head. That scene late in the game where Wemby just kind of turned to the bench, I don't think he was looking for that kind of worship, for lack of a better term, that he got, but the NBC Peacock cameras caught that in a perfect angle.
Oh, it was unbelievable.
It was chilling. It was chilling for a number of reasons.
Yeah.
For what Mike Wilbon also, just mentioned, that it's rare air that he's already reached at age 22, seemingly, but also the harsh reality, which is kind of what we focused on. Wow, this guy is just getting started. Good luck, everyone.
As somebody who cut his teeth in journalism covering Chicago Public League basketball, I encountered a lot of teams that had a future NBA star, like Kevin Garnett and his team at Farragut High School and Juwan Howard at Chicago Vocational. And what that scene was at the end, I've seen that play out in gyms, where there has been somebody who is so beyond the skill level of everybody else in the game that the rest of his teammates just look at him in absolute awe. To see an entire Spurs team doing that to Victor Wembanyama, I think that's a great call from Michael Wilbon. That is truly one of the elite takeaways from that game last night. Yeah. That was powerful.
You're seeing something that you've never seen before in this sport, and he gave the examples of Tiger Woods and Mike Tyson.
Yep.
In basketball, like SGA is great. He's the two-time MVP. Giannis was great. Jokic is great. These are not. They're generational talents, but they're not like, I've never seen anything like this. This is the first probably one in basketball since LeBron, right? Like, I've never seen this type of player in the NBA. Yeah. Even Jordan wasn't really like that. Wasn't like you've never seen anything like that. He was the best ever version of it.
Nobody was. I'm going to push back a little bit, not just out of habit. Okay. Michael Jordan had a verticality that nobody had ever seen in basketball.
Okay,
the ability to hang in midair.
Yeah, I didn't mean that as a slight to him, but it's like, you see, like Wilt Chamberlain in his era was something that they never saw before in basketball.
Yeah,
and now we're seeing with Wemby, and that's why in the tease I put, like, is this the next
there's a famous
crossover superstar?
There's a famous story about the Barcelona Olympics where after practice one day, Michael Jordan took on Larry Bird and Magic Johnson. They each had teams. But if Jordan was on one and Bird and Magic were on the other, and Jordan just destroyed him. And when he got done, he said, "It's my league now. Just so you all know." And Magic said at that point, him and Larry Bird said, "Yeah, we know.
Yeah,
we figured it out."
Using history as the example, and you brought up Wilt Chamberlain going all the way back. I never saw Wilt play, even though I claimed that I was at the Hershey, Pennsylvania one.
Mm-hmm. That was you and Dennis Green?
Yeah. Yep. The truly great. The ones that do strike awe in people are the ones that combine two things that we've never seen before. So go to Michael Jordan. You brought that up. Mm-hmm. The verticality plus the athleticism plus the competitive drive. That's what made him unbelievable. We're seeing it with LeBron. His body type, his skill set, and his longevity. He's got people in awe right now. Shaquille O'Neal, the strength. And the sheer will in the paint. We had never really seen that at that point. Steph Curry, the lack of size, but the shooting ability and the range together it gave you awe. What we're seeing with Wemby is the sheer size and length mixed with agility that we grew up at a time where teams would have token 7'2", 7'3", 7'4" guys. They never took their sweats off. They sat at the end of the bench, and they were good for one thing. They were good for blocking shots because they couldn't move.
Yeah.
To see somebody of that size is unbelievable to watch, but it also, if I was a Spurs fan, I would be absolutely worried. Because there was a play last night where Wemby got into the open floor on the dribble. Yeah, 7'4" guy on the dribble in the open floor with really good handles, by the way. Mm-hmm. But he tried to split two defenders and he got fouled and he took another awkward fall.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wonder how sustainable his immense skill set is for his longevity.
Well, we're going to find out, hopefully.
Big guys don't stay healthy, generally speaking, but we've also never seen a big guy with this frame with that skill set.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it's crazy to witness. And you know me, I usually guard myself against the hyperbole of the players coming up. Like, I don't want to admit, like, wow, he's the greatest thing I've ever seen since sliced bread. And I'm not quite there yet, but last night was jaw-dropping.
There was a moment at the end of that first overtime when Oklahoma City had a chance to put that game in the icebox, and Jalen Williams decided to play hero ball, and that created the breakaway going the other way, and Wemby got the ball out to Steph Castle on the wing, and then Steph Castle saw traffic ahead of him and immediately said, "Here, you take it back, Wemby," and that's when he pulled up from 30, whatever it was.
I wonder what the actual play-by-play.
And when he drained it, it was like, okay, just stop.
Well, it was a weird parallel because I'm sure you guys remember when Curry hit that deep one against OKC.
Yeah.
And the infamous Breen, bang, bang.
Almost in the same spot.
Almost in the exact same spot. And Russell Westbrook, instead of Jalen Williams, shot a eerie, very similar same shot that led to each shot.
Interesting.
Go ahead.
And what San Antonio as a team did, too, outside of Wemby, but the team defense, and they throw a bunch of dogs at you. Carter Bryant was unbelievable in his limited minutes last night and creating havoc on the defensive end. But to see Shea struggle as much as he did, he looked totally out of sorts to me.
I don't know much about the San Antonio coach, but I was impressed last night. Throwing a zone defense at Oklahoma City at the end of that second overtime.
At a crucial juncture.
It kind of rocked their socks for a couple of possessions.
Yeah, it
what
did.
A
and
basketball
that might have been the
game.
difference.
What? Good Lord, what a basketball game.
Good gravy, what a game. I'm looking up the official distance on that first overtime shot. I will go to break, Jared. I'm in the middle of something. I'm not going to find it.
All right.
Now I'm under pressure. You'll have to wait to get the answer to that. Coming up next, we will talk to longtime Valley sports writer and columnist Kent Summers. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2-2 again. That one lifted in the air to right center, and this should do it. Waldschmidt, he will call off Barossa, and he makes the catch, and the Diamondbacks just dominate the Giants here in the opener. Final score, 12-2. The Arenado grand slam set the tone, and the offense just could not be stopped here tonight.
Catch Game 2 of the D-backs Giants series live from Chase Field tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Sports fans know the sideline is no place to be, and if joint pain is holding you back, if it's keeping you from doing the things you love to do in life, there's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, without putting your life on pause. My friends at QC Kinetics, they are the nation's leader in advanced regenerative treatments. These are treatments that help your body repair and restore damaged joint tissue where you are hurting right at its source, and this stuff really works. 92% of the patients at QC Kinetics nationwide express satisfaction with the results. That includes me. I've leaned on them twice. Once when I tore my meniscus playing tennis. They helped me avoid surgery. More recently, went through a 5-round treatment for a really bad case of tennis elbow. Flared up every time I struck a golf ball. I am markedly better. I'm back in the gym lifting as much as I ever have. These treatments happen right at the office at QC Kinetics, and you go about your day. Simple procedures, but they deliver life-changing results. So skip the invasive surgery, the 3 to 6 months of recovery and rehab. Move better, get stronger by taking care of your pain the smart way with game-changing regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-7246 for QC Kinetics.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
Megan's grandfather bought his first Ranger here. Her dad bought his first F-150 here. And she just drove off the lot in a new Ford Expedition for her family. 3 generations, all choosing Sanderson Ford. Visit Sanderson during their anniversary sale and see why. Right now, purchase any new Ford and get a $500 Circle K fuel card on Sanderson. We have your first 5 tanks covered. When you're in the market for a new vehicle, choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Not valid on fleet or AXZ or D-Plan purchases. Offer expires 5/31/26.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now everything's on sale during our Memorial Day event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses, plus free delivery when you add a base. Ends Monday. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we know you're no stranger to setting big goals, whether in school, at work, or in life, and you're ready for more. At UMGC, we offer the skills-based education you need to move your career forward. Learn how to apply AI, data science, and other emerging tech, plus gain skills in leadership and critical thinking. You've come far. Succeed again. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado, the versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
Bickley and Marotta talking Cardinals OTAs now.
OTAs underway at the Cardinals Dignity Health Training Facility in Tempe. Yesterday, day 2 of those workouts. Today, no Jacoby Brissett. That was the big headline of day 1. Not that it was a surprise or anything, but here to talk some Cardinals OTAs with us, our buddy, longtime sports writer here in the Valley, columnist. The great Kent Summers joins us via video.
Kenton Summers, what's happening, brother?
Hey, fellas, how are you?
Doing well. We've had a lot of talk on this Jacoby Brissett thing, all the different angles. What do you make of the quarterback situation as it stands right now, Kent?
I know, it's been labeled a holdout by Jacoby Brissett. It's not. This is voluntary. You can't hold out from a voluntary endeavor. But I can see his point. I know he's catching a lot of grief for it, but they brought him here as a backup, getting paid like a backup. And now it looks like they're counting on him to be a starter. And, he's been in the league long enough. It's like, well, pay me starter money then. That's what you're expecting of me. I'll give you that. In my experience with the Cardinals too, it always irritated some of the backup quarterbacks when they beat people out and then, they're making hardly anything, and they don't take care of them. Derek Anderson was in that situation too. So I understand what he's doing. It's going to be interesting to see how this develops under Mike LaFleur, with a new coach, what he thinks of these guys, how long they hold off before they play Carson Beck, et cetera, in a season that, a lot of us don't think is going to be very interesting or fascinating, that part of it will be.
You mentioned Derek Anderson. You forgot to mention your good friend, Derek Anderson, who takes his job very seriously, Ken.
You guys are forever linked, Ken.
All right. When it comes to Carson Beck, what kind of runway do you think the team needs to know what they have in that kid by the end of next year going into the 2027 draft? Or do you think it's much more fluid than that?
I think it's more fluid than that. I mean, I think they're going to get plenty of opportunity to play him and see what he's made of. But what can he do in a season where, not a lot's expected of the team around him? What could he do to convince the Cardinals, oh, we don't need a quarterback for 2027? I mean, to me, he would have to come in and play like a CJ Stroud as a rookie, or, all the way back to Russell Wilson, another third round pick who came in and took that job as a rookie and then took off with it. It would have to be that kind of level of play. And to be honest, I watched a lot of Carson Beck in college. We all did over the last 22 years he was in college. But and he had some good moments and successful, but I never watched him and thought, wow, there's a definite NFL starting quarterback, a franchise quarterback.
Kent Summers, our guest here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Another position that got way more interesting after free agency and the draft is the running back room. Every Cardinal fan loves James Conner. He's coming off a serious injury. He's back, somewhat of a surprise in my opinion at least. But then they go out and they get Tyler Algier. They draft Jeremiah Love. And a lot of people are wondering, well, what about Trey Benson? They invested a third-round pick in him not long ago. It hasn't panned out to this point. What do you make of the running back room and maybe the future of Trey Benson? Is it here in Arizona?
Very, very crowded running back room. Obviously, I would think they would be attempting to move Trey Benson, if not now, then at some point in camp when maybe some other teams have injuries or the Cardinals get through camp relatively healthy and they have a full running back room, and for Trey Benson in that, number 4 running back position or whatever, you've got to play some special teams too. And I don't know that that's his forte. So I wouldn't be ready to give up on Trey Benson. Maybe they saw something behind closed doors, that we're not aware of. Certainly, we haven't seen the consistent explosion that he had at Florida State, but I'm not ready to give up on him. But I would think, if they get through camp healthy, I would think that's a guy they could maybe deal for a draft pick or a backup at another position at some point.
All right, so did the schedule release and the fact that the Cardinals as a last place team received a brutal schedule, does it change anything the way you look at the upcoming season? Does it change the parameters of what this team can accomplish? Or do you think the Cardinals can get enough young guys to finally contribute that they might be more interesting than we think?
I think they've got to survive that first half of the season, when they're on the road so much against what we think will be difficult teams. I tell myself every year, there are lessons every year about judging the schedule before a game's been played, because so many teams, you don't know what a team is going to be in the upcoming season. Did we have any idea at this time last year that the Patriots were going to be as good as they were, or the Jaguars were going to be as good as they were, or that the Lions would fall off to 4th place in that division? But that said, it's interesting to me, this team's on the road so much early under a new coaching staff. Maybe that can help them. Maybe LaFleur can rally the guys and say, look, everything's against us. Nobody's expecting us to win more than 3 or 4 games. The league's sending us on the road. They're giving us a bye at Thanksgiving time or afterward, To me, that was the worst part of the schedule for the Cardinals, was having a bye so late in the season. I think that is just a death march. When you talk about playing, starting camp a little earlier than anyone else because of the Hall of Fame game, and then playing going that many weeks without a break. That's brutal for a young team.
Yeah, and the first manageable part of the schedule, really, due to the opponents, comes in December with that 3-week stretch. But when that schedule came out, Ken, I kind of looked at it and went, wow, this is like the old Sun Devil Stadium days, when the league had no choice but to put the Cardinals on the road for the first month because it was too hot to play. That's what it looked like. Bick and I, went on our Friday show, in response to that schedule release, I think the word punitive came up a couple of times. It seemed that way.
Or the league never even thinks about the Cardinals.
Yeah,
it's like the last option. We can do whatever we want with those guys. Nobody's going to scream or yell or kick that they don't have any primetime games, or that they're on the road so often, et cetera. And we're not going to send them to Mexico City or to France. We'll just keep them in Glendale all year and then see what happens. But Yeah, I would think Michael Flohr would use this to his advantage and really, rally these guys around that, and that, everybody thinks we're going to be awful. Even the NFL thinks we're going to be awful. Let's prove them different.
Yeah. Kent, always great to have you on the show. Thanks so much. We appreciate it. We'll talk again soon.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Kent.
Kent Summers, longtime Valley sports writer and columnist. You hear him on the Cardinals radio broadcast as well. He joined us here via video on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Want to remind you that time is running out. You got a few minutes left to enter the keyword today of Ferris, your Devils in London keyword Ferris, Ferris. It's about to expire. Head to the contest page at arizonasports.com. Enter it now before time runs out. Don't miss your shot at a trip for two to see ASU at Wembley Stadium. It's brought to you by Desert Financial. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Cardinals OTAs takeaways. Carson Beck impresses, and Jacoby Brissett is not the only notable absence. Dan Bickley writes that Brissett is playing a dangerous game being absent, and Diamondbacks catcher James McCann is likely headed to the injured list. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, basketball fans. Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents. Rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, it's Austin with Moxie Pest Control. I remember one Sunday at church, our pastor stood up and said, "Services are canceled. A neighbor's fence was knocked down, their home was robbed, and they need our help." So right then, we walked out and rebuilt that fence together. That taught me something. When a home doesn't feel safe, nothing feels right. At Moxie, we don't just control pests, we help families feel secure.
Make the move to Moxie. Call Moxie Pest Control.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. What a night in the sports world, and here in the Valley, the Diamondbacks behind a Nolan Arenado grand slam. Ryan Waldschmidt went 3 for 3, and Zach Gallen going 6 innings, only giving up 2, and the Snakes got a 12-2 win to open their series against the Giants. Ryan Nelson will go tonight. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Game 1 of the Thunder-Spurs series can only be described as one of the best games in recent memory. A double overtime, 122-115. Spurs win on the road, and Victor Wembanyama delivered 41 points and 24 rebounds. And we had a Game 7 in the NHL last night where the Montreal Canadiens shocked the Buffalo Sabres in overtime and got it done 3-2. Involuntary OTAs got started yesterday for the Arizona Cardinals, and Jacoby Brissett not in attendance. For more on that story, be sure to head to arizonasports.com today. And this report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE, refractive lens exchange, no readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Register for K2 Vision's RLE's free live webinar this Thursday at noon at k2visionrle.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, it is the 9 o'clock hour. That means it is time for some social studies here on Bickley and Marotta. And you know where to find us. We are at Bickley_Marotta on X, at Bickley and Marotta on Instagram and Facebook. And you can tune in every single day on YouTube at Arizona Sports. All right, the first question here is something we've kind of talked about all day. This is in reference to the Thunder and Spurs being just awesome for what we think the next 5 years. So, Suns fans, how can the team compete with the Thunder and the Spurs over the next 5 years? Why and or how?
Player development, I guess. You'd have to get big jumps from some of the guys that you already have. You'd have to get Ryan Dunn functioning again. I don't see what else what other kind of flexibility they have. I love the idea of trying to turn Jalen Green into Zion Williamson, but it's just a concept. There's no reporting that says New Orleans is even in the mindset to do it, but that's all I can see.
Yeah, I mean, you got to do what those teams have been able to do. The Spurs have been, obviously, they've cashed in on high lottery picks on 3-4 different occasions. The Oklahoma City Thunder have a great accumulation of draft picks, but they've also found guys in the margin. To me, that's the more viable way to do it, is to find players that fit what you want to do offensively and defensively, and identify and develop those guys. But because the Suns aren't going to have high draft picks.
Yep. And quite literally, it is a tall task for anyone else in the Western Conference. Daylight
anywhere between 7'3" and 7'6",
and it may even get taller by next year.
He might be 8'1" by October.
Seriously. Daylight Films' answer was hire a voodoo witch, a sorcerer, an alchemist, and have Matt Ishbia sell his soul to the devil, because those are the only forces that can help the Suns. If that's too quote evil, just start praying extra hard. JJ said it's pro basketball, so they're only a few sprained ankles, DUIs, and gambling scandals away. And then Jordan, he said, trade for the Greek freak. I think maybe some other Western.
How?
Again, hey.
We'd love to have him.
There's probably.
That's fantasy land stuff.
Yeah. So
I like
we'll see.
I like Georgia's response too.
Okay.
With a straight razor to their hamstrings.
Oh boy.
Other than that, they can't.
He'll slice everything. He'll quit the game.
He'll quit. Push everything off to the right.
He'll quit the game.
Quit the game.
Okay. The next question, again, something with voluntary OTAs starting for the Cardinals yesterday. The big story is Jacoby Brissett. And for Cardinal fans, this question is, how would you handle the Jacoby Brissett situation and why?
At this point, I'm tempted to say call his bluff.
Yeah.
Well, again, I think it all comes down to what the Cardinals are looking to accomplish. If they really think, if Monty Ossenford, as general manager, is feeling some kind of heat, because keep in mind now, this man has had 35 draft picks, 35 of them over 4 years. Okay? If they don't start popping soon, he is not going to be around here much longer. So if he's feeling some kind of job pressure, you would think he'd want to roll the dice on having the kind of season that nobody had expected. Then you need Jacoby Brissett. So if that's your mindset, find a compromise. Give him something that makes him feel better. And if he doesn't take that, then part ways with him. Yeah. That's what I would do.
And I know a lot of people will say, "Oh, just give him $20 million. That's what the starting rate is." But then probably by week 6, you're paying your backup quarterback $20 million.
And then your third string quarterback $8 million.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
But at the same time, Jacoby Brissett's got very real concerns here. He's only got $1.5 million of guaranteed money, and Carson Beck is sitting there, and he realizes, what if we go 0-4 and I get benched and I get cut and I'm on the street? I got Stugotz.
That's true. But again,
suddenly I'm not starting and I don't got the money.
But you also brought it up and you wrote about it in your column too, that Jacoby Brissett famously doesn't have an agent.
Nope.
It's one of it's one of those NFL holdout. I mean, it's not a holdout yet, but when it comes to it, it's going to be one of those NFL holdout situations where you understand it coming from both sides. Like if you're Jacoby Brissett, yeah, you can understand why he wants more money, but if you're the Cardinals, you understand why you're not going to pay him. So
that's correct.
A lot of people in the comments saying just cut ties, cut him loose. A couple people, Keith said, I'd be willing to give him a reasonable pay bump, but if he insists on more, you try to trade him, maybe release him, and then roll the dice with Beck. Jonathan said, make his contract so full of milestones that it's possible he gets up to $20 million, but only if he does the impossible, basically. Starting quarterbacks win games, so make that tie into his contract. An interesting thought there. Andy Bryant said, is that much better than Gardner Minshew? Probably not. Maybe trade him, and then obviously a lot of cut ties. Okay, the last question, and this is a fun one. The Toronto Tempo, the opponent for the Phoenix Mercury tonight, Jarrett brought up the point of why not the Toronto Triceratops?
Or something.
To play off the theme with the Raptors. When the WNBA started, all of the original teams were kind of most of them were offshoots of the NBA team in town.
Right.
The Mercury and the Sun.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we asked,
the Lakers and the Sparks. Do you see the
connection?
No.
No. Oh, dang. So
same color scheme at least.
Yeah, at least. So what is the best team name in all of sports?
Okay, I'm going to attack it a little differently because there's a lot of great minor league teams the Trash Pandas.
There's some good ones
the
that I'll
Sod
read.
Poodles.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to keep them to the major professional sports. I love sports names that really paint a picture of what that city is about. And I'll list a few. Pittsburgh Steelers, great name. Detroit Pistons, great name. Milwaukee Brewers, great name. These are teams, those teams give you a very clear picture of the city that you are. The more recent pro sports team name that I think really nailed it was the Baltimore Ravens. Because Edgar Allan Poe is from Baltimore.
Yeah.
Great name.
The Ravens, it's a
more menacing bird than
a
cardinal for us.
I'll take it one step further down to the collegiate ranks, and I'll be a total homer. The Arizona State Sun Devils is an unbelievable name.
It is.
And it's completely unique.
Yeah.
We talked about one that doesn't exist anymore. The Minnesota North Stars, I thought, was a
great name.
Tremendous name.
Hartford Whalers, great name.
Whalers, yeah.
Yep. And there were obviously a lot
Do I have a total Mandela effect? When they moved from Minnesota to Dallas, Were they considering calling them the Lone Stars?
That was my recollection as well. And then they just dropped the Lone
And they just
part.
went to Stars. Okay.
Yes.
A lot of
Should have been the Lone
been,
Stars.
I thought that would have been cool.
That would have been a cool name.
Stars is such a lame name.
I agree.
Too generic.
A lot of minor league baseball names, so I'll read a couple of them. Eddie V says, if you're ever in Albany, the Albany River Rats, a great name. Mitchell said the Rocket City Trash Pandas. That's a good one.
Good name.
And then the University of Santa Cruz, they're the Banana Slugs.
Yeah.
Good name.
Tremendous.
Wookie said
Cruz.
Long Beach State Dirtbags, an interesting name.
I
And-
actually saw
That's only their baseball team.
the other morning driving into work. I actually saw a couple of trash pandas crossing the street out here, right behind the radio station.
Really?
A couple of raccoons. Yeah, you don't see those very often.
No, I've never
Two
seen
of them.
a raccoon.
They were moving in a pack. Yeah.
Wow. Got snakes
Right
here.
by
we
that
got
apartment
raccoons.
complex right behind us here.
Are you sure it wasn't just two hobos?
No, they were definitely raccoons.
And the last one, a couple Yankee comments. The New York Yankees.
Yeah,
I don't know how I feel about that, but you can find us for Social Studies every morning at 9. We're at Bickley_Murata on X, Bickley and Murata elsewhere, and on YouTube at Arizona Sports.
All right, we are all caught up on Social Studies today on this Tuesday. Game day hits different at State Farm Stadium. Feel the energy of the Red Sea. This season as the Cardinals host NFC West battles with the Seahawks, 49ers, and Rams. Plus, the Eagles, Lions, Commanders, Raiders, Jets, and Broncos come to town. Explore ticket options today on the official Cardinals app. Coming up next, speaking of the Cardinals, Jeremiah Love counted on to make an impact in his rookie season, but at how many different positions? Something popping up during OTAs that's interesting. We'll get into next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Dak Prescott got that opportunity to start from the very beginning, and he evolved into what he is right now. Man, could the same thing possibly happen with Carson Beck? Well, the question, or the answer to that is yes. The same thing could happen, no doubt. But you got to give him that opportunity. And I want to see him, this is why I want to see it, from week one, because I want to see him grow over the course of a season.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On May 23rd, fans can receive a Serpientes replica jersey courtesy of Talking Stick Resort. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
If you're carrying private student loan debt and you're waiting for somebody to come along and wave a magic wand and make it go away, it's not going to happen. That's not how private loans work. There are no forgiveness programs on the way, but there is Why Refi, the next best thing for people in this situation. Hi, it's Vince Murata. Why Refi helps people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt refinance into a low fixed rate payment they can actually handle. And they don't make you feel bad about where you are. They don't grill you with questions about how you got here. They meet you where you are and work with you to build something that makes sense for your budget, your income, and your real life. If other lenders have told you no, that's actually where Why Refi does its best work. Why Refi was built for the people traditional lenders give up on. Your private student loans don't get to define your future. You can take back control today and take it back with Why Refi. Give them a call at 888-WHY-REFI-85 or visit whyrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Summer is calling, and Playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort with rates from just $129 and no resort fees for locals. Book now for stays May 15th through September 13th for one unforgettable staycation. Enjoy $25 in free play, $25 towards your favorite spa treatment, and more. Make Talking Stick Resort your summer destination. Book your stay today at TalkingStickResort.com. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
During the entire month of May, visit any Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers location for a special Dine and Donate promotion in support of Brain Tumor Awareness Month. With the purchase of Michelob Ultra or a featured Burger of the Week, $1 will be donated to the Barrow Neurological Foundation to fund the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's vision to provide hope for patients with brain tumors. Stop by any of the 17 convenient Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations today and join us in discovering tomorrow's treatments today. Visit coldbeers.com for more details.
It's back. Employee pricing. Yep, we pay what Ford employees pay at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, man. Do not miss employee pricing across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Hey, Ford has been part of this country's story for more than a century, and Ford will help drive America forward for the next 250 years to come. You take that 2026 Ford F-150, work truck, or weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. And remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 F-150 and Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Maverick and Bronco. Employee pricing and $1,000 cash back while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Bickley and Marotta talking Cardinals OTAs now.
Him as a guy, I'll say he's kind of like me, kind of like Marv. You know, he's a good guy. He's about the right things. He's not a guy that's going to be starting to run around town doing God knows what. He's about ball. He comes here very serious. He's ready to work. He's not coming to door like a rookie trying to figure things out. He knows his place within an organization.
It's Paris Johnson Jr. on with Burns and Gambo at OTA's day one yesterday, talking about rookie running back Jeremiah Love. We've spent so much time talking about the quarterback situation and who's not at OTAs.
Yeah.
Jeremiah Love is there. And look, he's obviously going to play a big part in this offense, ideally for the Cardinals. Will he be playing a big part on the Cardinals' special teams?
Well, and that is because there is footage of him returning kickoffs in OTAs, which leads to the question, are the Cardinals really thinking of deploying a third overall pick and a $50 million player into special teams? That doesn't seem wise to me.
Look, everybody's going to focus on, and people have, and I'm not blaming you, people have focused on the number.
Mm-hmm.
Jeremiah Love inked his contract, and he was the highest paid running back in the history of the NFL.
Right.
But the flip side of that is, if you're paying him that much money, and he's that dynamic with the football in his hands, do you want to maximize those opportunities, at least early in his career?
And does it mean that early in his career, he is not going to be he's not going to be RB1? Is that what that means?
How could he not be?
Well, that's my point. How could he not be? So I'm not sure.
Now, that is not something that Jeremiah Love did at
No,
Notre Dame. He
no.
had 3 total kick returns for 42 yards in his 3 years, and none last year, and did not return punts either.
He had a 43-yard kick return against Miami, Ohio that was negated by an illegal block. But you're right. The stats are 3 kickoffs in 29 career games for the Irish. So this is not something he's excelled at. Now he's got the skill set to be great at it, because his whole thing as a runner is patience, find a hole, and then bing, see ya.
Yep.
So I don't know.
It could work in the kickoff. I mean, it's also interesting to note, too, he didn't return kicks in college. They have a completely different set of kickoff rules in college.
Well, that is true.
They're still playing by the old rules.
Mm-hmm. That's
so with
very
the
true.
newer rules in the NFL that were designed to protect the players, does it make more sense to roll the dice there?
I don't know about you guys. I don't know if I need to see my 3rd overall pick and extremely very valuable running back there returning kicks.
Hey, Patrick Peterson returned kicks.
Yeah, exactly where I was going.
But
He was the 5th overall pick, and he was the future of the defensive backfield. and was absolutely electric that first year in returning
No,
punts.
he was, but he was a defensive player who wanted to flex with the football in his hands. So it seemed to make more sense for a cornerback that was so good he was being avoided on a football field. It seemed to make sense that that's the way you maximize him. Now, again, maybe this is just sort of falling prey to conventional wisdom. That why would you risk damaging a stud running back that you have allocated so much resources to, possibly getting blown up returning a kick? Well, as you said, the rules are different now. These guys are not getting full steam ahead, run downfield. It's not the Ron Wolfley era where you can run down and blow a dude up.
With impunity, right?
Right. So I wasn't expecting to see that, but I am very excited to see the rest of the stuff with Jeremiah Love. Every time I've seen an interview with that young man, I am more and more impressed with him and his maturity.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw the pictures of all the rookies that were invited to that rookie showcase, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
I think the card company puts it on, but they're all in full uniform.
Yeah.
Cardinals had both Carson Beck and Jeremiah Love. Like, wow, he just looks like a football player.
Yeah, he does. He just looks like a star is what he does.
Yeah.
He kind of really looks the part.
There was another story in football yesterday outside the Cardinals that was pretty interesting as the saga with Brendan Sorsby continues. Continues. He's at Texas Tech, kind of. He's actually right now in a facility for gambling addiction, a live-in facility after that story broke. On Monday, Sorsby and his legal team filed suit in Lubbock County against the NCAA for reinstatement. In that filing, there was a lot more details about what Sorsby's gambling level was at. In addition to admitting to betting on his own team while he was at Indiana in 2022, Sorsby contended he largely bet on events other than college football. He wagered on Major League Baseball, UFC, obscure tennis matches, Romanian soccer, Turkish basketball, and even the Nathan's hot dog eating contest.
No. Oh, brothers in the weeds.
First of all,
yeah.
I mean, that's a no-brainer, the hot dog eating contest. Same guy wins it every year.
Yeah, you're not going to get much
that's
return.
Free, you know?
And don't they say, like, the real true gamblers do bet on those obscure things because that's not where the sharps are?
I used to work with a guy at a radio station that left radio, and he moved to Vegas, and he became a professional gambler. And I was always fascinated in hearing his stories on how he started to get success in it, was betting on women's tennis. And not like the Grand Slam matches, just like
the Cincinnati Open. Stupid things like Indian Wells.
Those are even more major tournaments than what he was betting on, like around the globe kind of stuff. But he said you'd find great odds, and if you got your in, you were in. But Sorsby's bets were routinely in the $5 to $50 range. Now, what happens here is the NCAA is going to rule on this. It seems like a no-brainer case. When you admit to betting on your own team, and his excuse for betting on his own team because he was redshirted at Indiana that year, I wanted to feel more connected to the team. Oof.
Oh, boy.
I don't think there's any way Sorsby wins this appeal. But here's a guy who's on the verge of, because of his skill set and his ability to play quarterback, would be a candidate for a supplemental draft pick and a career in the NFL. But he's fighting to get back to college football because the money is better in college football than it would be for a mid-round
supplemental draft
professional quarterback.
What a world. What a world. So, listen, and again, I don't know whether Brendan Sorsby is just an anomaly, a random athlete who's got a gambling addiction and is paying the price for it now, or if it's a cautionary tale. And I'm not going to get on a soapbox here and tell people what to do, but I will say this. There's never been an era where it's been easier to gamble, obviously, and a lot of young people are watching these consistent commercials that make DraftKings and FanDuel no different, as Mike Florio pointed out, than commercials for Coke and Pepsi. So I think there's a danger in a young generation who they don't know the dangers of this. People who've been gambling and gamble recreationally, people maybe of our generation, maybe even a generation below, they know the risks. They've learned the hard way. They've learned to put up guardrails, right? I just wonder if And what bothers me is not the choices young people are making, just the league's complicity in this. That you know that this is not for the good of society, but you're taking the money.
But yeah, I mean,
am I wrong in wondering that?
No, and that's what his defense is. Look, there's mixed messages being sent, and obviously, like, this is an addiction. We have fun in talking about this, especially when Romanian soccer comes up.
Yeah, how about it? Romanian soccer.
But
like Sammy, as a young man who likes to wager, do you have guardrails?
Oh, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're smart about it then.
Yeah.
But the problem with that is it's not that easy when addiction becomes involved. And I'm not talking
Especially
about you specifically.
Especially when you're broke.
Yeah. Nobody starts out and says, "Oh, I'm going to be a gambling addict." They start out with the small bets, and it hooks them.
And here's the
Nobody
thing.
says, "I'm going to get addicted to drugs."
But
they try it, and it hooks them.
And the delicious thing about a gambling addiction is you can't stop when you're winning or losing. Because when you're winning, you think you're going to keep winning, and you want to keep winning. And when you're losing...
Did you use the word delicious in describing this?
When you're losing, you think that next bet is the one that's going to get you back to even.
Always.
Yeah.
Always. Yeah. It's a sad
What's the
story.
biggest bet you've cashed? Can we talk about this?
Sure. If he was willing to answer.
I'm just curious, Jared. Like you personally, what's the biggest ticket you've ever cashed?
Never sport. In poker, I've won good amount of money.
Really?
4 digits.
Okay. That's a good amount of money.
I never bet that much on sports. It's too random.
Oh, it is that. And see,
there's his guardrail.
And those are lessons you learn through experience.
Yes.
So whatever. So the tale of Brendan Sorsby is interesting because he is playing that card. Hey, listen, I know I've got a problem, but shut up, Jarrett. I know I got a problem, but look at the mixed messaging here. So I don't know.
I wonder if that has legs. From my viewpoint, it doesn't seem like it does because it's not like after the fact they added all the warnings in. There's warnings on the difference between soda commercials and gambling commercials. Is the warning at the end.
That's a great point.
Yeah. Coming up next, it is Tuesday. Make your wagers. For this week's edition of Mustache.
Not a mustache.
What's next? It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2-2 again. That one lifted in the air to right center, and this should do it. Waldschmidt, he will call off Barossa, and he makes the catch, and the Diamondbacks just dominate the Giants here in the opener. Final score, 12-2. The Arenado Grand Slam set the tone, and the offense just could not be stopped here tonight.
Catch Game 2 of the D-backs Giants series live from Chase Field tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
For over 40 years, Collins Comfort Masters has provided trusted, certified technicians. And with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, the Valley agrees. Right now, you can upgrade to an EcoWater Whole Home Premium System for as low as $60 a month OAC and get cleaner, better water at every tap. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. That's collinscomfort.com.
Hey, it's Vince Murata letting you know Earnhardt Ford in Chandler is putting the power back in your hands with employee pricing during May. Look, buying a new ride shouldn't feel like a battle, and at Earnhardt Ford, they've built their entire experience around you, the customer. Earnhardt is known across the valley for 75 years of Arizona trust, a legacy you can count on. No bull, transparent pricing, no pressure, no surprises. Their team is dedicated to working around your needs, your budget, and your timeline. And you've got the power to shop, compare, and buy completely online on your terms. Right now at Earnhardt Ford on remaining new 2025 models, you'll get employee pricing. That's right. You pay what the employees pay, plus an additional $2,500 Earnhardt discount on select models. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road. Noble for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, this month sounds big for truck buyers.
It is, Dave. It's Truck Month during the Memorial Day Save-a-thon event at Liberty GMC. Right now, get up to $12,500 off the all-new 2026 Sierra 1500, or take advantage of 2.9% financing for 72 months. Plus, save $6,250 on the 2026 Sierra HD, or lease a 2026 Canyon for just $379 a month.
So visit Liberty GMC online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. An exciting night in the sports world, to say the least. Here in the Valley, the Diamondbacks got a 12-2 win as the offense has now come alive. 16 hits last night, a Nolan Arenado grand slam, and a real good Zach Gallen start as they will look to make it 3 wins in a row tonight with Ryan Nelson on the mound. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. In Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals between OKC and San Antonio delivered last night a double overtime 125-115 Spurs win in a game that had it all and was punctuated with a Victor Wembanyama 41-point, 24-rebound performance. Tonight, Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals between the Knicks and Cavs. And as the Cardinals' voluntary OTAs got underway yesterday, quarterback Jacoby Brissett was not in attendance as he is searching for a new contract. For more on that, head to ArizonaSports.com today. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. Get the freedom to save. Your Valley Chevy dealer Memorial Day event is here. Spectacular offers are available now. The freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for you.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford. After the Spurs took Game 1, who is your pick to win the Western Conference Finals, Thunder or Spurs?
Thunder. I still think they're the better team.
Me too.
I'm going down swinging. They've lost 5 out of 6 to the Spurs, but I still think they're better.
Yeah, I'm not sure I believe that. I think I'd vote for the Spurs.
Okay, fair. 63% of the vote to the Thunder, 37% of the vote to the Spurs. So, again, we will see Game 2 tomorrow night.
All right, that is today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now on the homepage at the brand new ArizonaSports.com.
Gee, y'all.
Yeah.
Mustache. Not a mustache.
A mustache, a mustache, a mustache, big mustache, thick mustache, my mustache, your mustache. Say the word mustache. A mustache, a mustache. Now we both have said mustache. A mustache, a mustache. If you've only got a mustache.
The FBI's description of the suspect, mid-20s, Hispanic, 5 feet 4 inches to 5 feet 7 inches tall, a woman, wearing a fake mustache.
Oh, yes. Keep your eyes out. Keep your eyes out for that.
Wow.
And also keep your ears open and your eyes open for America's fastest growing facial hair related quiz sensation, Mustache. Well, we're presenting an audio clue from a movie, TV show, interview, or song to Bickley and Murata. They'll have to tell me whether the person that's talking or singing has a mustache or does not have a mustache. They get a bonus point if they correctly identify the person. First one to 10 points wins. And we have had so much talk about the unique brilliance of Victor Wembanyama, nicknamed the Alien.
Oh, the Alien.
Oh, yeah, Wemby
Okay.
also, yes, that's true. But actually, the Alien part is we're focusing on here because these will all be clues about aliens in outer space.
Wow, okay.
Okay, Dan Bickley, would you like to go first or second?
I'll go first.
You will go first. And why not start with this one?
There's a starman waiting in the sky. He'd like to come and meet us, but he thinks he'd blow our minds. There's a starman waiting in the sky.
That would be the brilliant David Bowie, not a mustache.
That is correct. All right, first clue for
the other guy.
That other guy
Dan,
over there. Vinny Bickley.
Vance Bickrata.
Oh, what is up?
If you try to knock me, you'll get mocked. I'll stir fry you in my wok. You need to start shaking and your fingers pop like a pinch on the neck of Mr. Spot.
Intergalactic. That is the Beastie Boys, and 2/3 of them did not have a mustache.
None of them had a mustache in that particular video.
is that true?
At least from my vantage point. But that's, yes, you are correct.
Thank you.
All right. Alien edition of Mustache, Not a Mustache, Dan Bickley.
Yes.
Of course not. And that is the whole problem with aliens, is you just can't trust them. Occasionally you meet a nice one, Starman, E.T., but usually they turn out to be some kind of big lizard.
Bill Murray, not a mustache.
That is correct. It's from Ghostbusters 2.
Yeah, the very unfortunate sequel to Ghostbusters.
Was that bad?
It's bad.
Did you see the two most recent sequels?
I saw the first. No, I think I did. No, I didn't see the second one.
Yeah.
What's it? The one with Paul Rudd?
Yeah, the one with Paul Rudd, but it has brought back all the original cast too.
It was okay.
It was okay. The second one, the fourth one, whatever you want to refer to.
Yeah.
Not as good. Okay. Vince Murata. It is now. It is now your turn for this one.
Really? A cosmetologist? That's unbelievable. That's impressive. Must be tough to handle weightlessness.
Steve Martin from The Jerk, not a mustache.
That is correct. One of my favorite movies. All right, Dan Bickley.
Jared Carlin.
The good guys dress in black, remember that, just in case we ever face to face and make contact. The title held by me, MIB, means what you think you saw, you did not see. So don't blink, be what was dead is now gone. Black suit with the black Ray-Bans on, walk in shadow, move in silence, guard against extraterrestrial violence.
Will Smith doesn't need to cuss to sell records, but I do, so bleep him and bleep you. That was Eminem. Will Smith, mustache.
That is correct, and that was a great line by Eminem.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
All right, Vince Murata.
Yeah, 6'4", Bick leads.
Couldn't get away. A cloud appears above your head. A beam of light comes shining down on you. Shining down on you.
These seem to have more to do with space than aliens, but hey.
I said aliens in outer space. There's less songs directly about
the
aliens.
Aurora
than you would think.
Borealis comes in view.
Yeah.
That's true.
That is a flock of seagulls, not a mustache.
That is correct.
Song still holds up pretty well.
It's a very catchy song.
They got a couple of bangers.
The song, more so than the haircut, holds up.
Yeah. The haircut, not so much.
All right, Aliens in Outer Space themed edition of
That's
Mustache.
what they say
Not a
about me and
Mustache.
my band.
Whoops.
Go ahead.
Got a couple bangers.
All right.
The band's good. The haircut, not so much.
Dan Bickley.
Captain's log, stardate 7412.6. 1.8 hours from launch. In order to intercept the intruder at the earliest possible time, we must now risk engaging warp drive while still within the solar system.
Oh, I'm going to guess that's Tom Hanks, and I'm going to guess that's not a mustache.
That is William Shatner from Star Trek.
Okay.
Of
course.
Stardate 5.
All right.
But Not a Mustache is correct.
All right, open the door for Vinny.
All right, Vinny.
Will he walk through? We'll find out.
Here we go, Vinny.
Yeah.
You could do this one.
Here we go.
Silence, Earthling. My name is Darth Vader. I am an extraterrestrial from the planet Vulcan.
That is, it's debatable on whether or not it's him, but it's presented as him. Michael J. Fox from Back to the Future.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Not a mustache.
I forgot about that scene.
Darth Vader
so
visited me
ridiculous.
from planet Vulcan.
That was so ridiculous.
Yes, well done, Vinny. Good job.
Good job, Vinny.
Destiny has
No, there's still
brought me
all right.
to you.
Lastly,
Density, yeah.
no, there's still one more clue. One more
okay.
clue.
All right. That would be Styx. That would be Tommy Shaw, I believe, and that would be Not a Mustache.
That is Styx, but the guy singing has a big old woolly beard.
Is that right?
Yes. Give it a goog.
Is it the dark curly hair guy?
It is. It was the dark curly hair guy.
That's Dennis DeYoung.
It was Dennis DeYoung.
Huh.
All right, you just need 1 point, Vinny.
Hold on, let me finish my prediction so I can show it to Bick.
You're never going to get it.
I'm never going to get it?
I don't think so.
That's
Hold it up to the camera. Hold it up to the camera.
I don't want them to know.
Oh, okay.
That is not my guess, by the way, that I wrote down. I wrote down Eric Cartman, not a mustache.
That would have been. I should have done that.
That is Muse, Matt Bellamy, not a mustache.
That is correct.
All right, so on Come Sail Away, lead guitarist Tommy Shaw steps in to sing lead on the heavier bridge sections, creating a dynamic contrast with DeYoung's theatrical style. Doesn't matter, I still lose.
In that case, I will give you a point.
Doesn't matter, I still lose.
But on the aggregate, on the total points for the entire season, you will get the extra point.
It's like when the Diamondbacks send out the email on the scoring change 5 days after the game ends.
That's right.
It's like, what is that official scorer doing for 5 days?
Either way, a tremendous performance by both of you, who, as far as I know, are of this planet. But to me,
As far as you know.
but to me, out of this world.
Oh,
well done on.
Wow,
mustache.
Not a mustache.
Well done on the cheesy outro, Jared. Final thoughts on this Tuesday next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
You've seen his face on Valley billboards, Valley buses, television commercials. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but understand this. The work they do is very serious. Their reputation is very serious. And when you are hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James, unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. Talking about a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They've even got a full in-house trial team, and their 98% winning record with experience in over 500 trials means insurance companies know Sweet James will not back down. That serious reputation they have, well, when the law firm represents you is taken seriously, that means you are taken seriously. This is why Sweet James consistently delivers some of the largest settlements in Arizona, and having the right attorney on your side is essential when you are battling big insurance corporations and defendants that stack the deck against everyday Americans. Lean on Sweet James. Do not settle for anything less. Remember, the consultation is free. You pay nothing until they win your case. Here's the number, 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and if your ride's starting to feel a little outdated, Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa can help you upgrade just in time for the summer. Here's the difference. Anybody can sell you a vehicle, but not everybody makes the whole experience feel easy and enjoyable. That's why Arizona drivers have trusted the Earnhardt name since 1951. Real people, honest prices, and a team that's focused on what works best for you, not pushing you into something you don't want. It's how the Earnhardt family built its reputation the old-fashioned way, by treating people right. If you're after a refined Buick SUV or a bold GMC truck, they have one of the best selections in the Valley with options that fit your lifestyle and budget. And when you're ready to shop, their website makes everything simple. Browse inventory, value your trade, and explore our incredible offers anytime online. So when you're ready for something better, visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to earnhardtbuickgmc.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models. All offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta. Song of the day. The song of the day is thanks to Gettle Air Conditioning and Plumbing. GOETTL. Keeping you cool, but hard to spell.
I got Jared lip syncing back there.
Wow. When you're high above the mucky muck.
I always loved this song. I never listened to the whole album, but
it's tremendous album.
Tenacious D, Jack Black on lead vocals. couple of things you said today led to Song of the Day possibilities. And I went with this one. You talked about Wonder Boy. Who were you talking about? Wunderkind? Who was the...
Wunderkind, Mike LaFleur.
Mike LaFleur.
Yeah.
You also mentioned, and we talked about Torey Lovello's quote on Zach Gallen being a scientist. So I thought about the scientist from Coldplay, but that's too depressing.
That's Coldplay.
Yeah.
Yeah. What a bunch of El Humperoos.
Chris Martin.
Yeah. Jack Black, much cooler than Chris Martin.
It's a funny song. It's very good, too.
With
I like
Mind Bullets.
With Mind what?
Mind Bullets, I believe. This is the same album as
the name for a band.
The tribute to the greatest song in the world.
All right, that's Tenacious D. Wonder Boy, today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
It's funny, too, because I was flipping through when I picked up my phone this morning after I woke up. I was flipping through, and somebody had featured the video, the clip of Jack Black from the movie High Fidelity with John Cusack at the end of the movie when he sings Let's Get It On by Marvin Gaye, and how most people won't sing live in movies, but Jack Black chose to sing that live, and he knocked it out of the park.
Wow.
Yeah. He's a talented dude.
Yeah, he is.
Do you remember the name R.J. Lewis, former Big East Player of the Year with St. John's?
Yes, I do.
He went undrafted in 2025. He went the G League route. He signed with the Boston Celtics. He got injured, so he didn't spend. He spent the year in the G League, but didn't play for the team in Maine. Well, today he is committed to play basketball at LSU.
Wait, what?
What?
That's for real?
Will Wade is back, kids. LSU. Their triumvirate of coaches at LSU. I read that full Lane Kiffin article.
Wow.
From Vanity Fair. It was crazy. But they have Will Wade, Lane Kiffin, and Kim Mulkey all on the same campus.
Well, yeah. Listen, Ellis. Yeah, it's gonna be a freak show with Lane Kiffin.
Yeah. And I heard I was listening to ESPN Radio over the weekend, and Peter Burns was on, and said that I think it's September 19th, which is the day ASU plays in England against Kansas. LSU plays Ole Miss in Oxford.
Oh, my God.
He said it's going to be the most anticipated college football game in at least a decade.
I don't know about that, but
The vitriol will be off the charts.
it will be.
Those people in Oxford are not going to be very kind to Lane Kiffin.
No. That is going to be. But that's. I mean, listen. That's Lane Kiffin does very few things by accident. He is. He's going to lean into this. He's going to embrace this. But you're right. It probably has one of the more reviled staffs you're going to find in college sports.
And I've said this, challenged only maybe by last year, not this year anymore, but last year's UConn triumvirate of Gino Auriemma, Dan Hurley, and Jim Mora Jr.
Bingo. Good pull, Jarrett.
That is a good pull. Wow.
Yeah, I know. I would like to see a 3-on-3 matchup there.
Well, it'll be made better, too, if Trinidad Chambliss is able to play in that game for Ole Miss. We don't have a ruling on that yet, do we?
I don't think
so.
And
the NCAA lose like a glacier, so we might not have
Unless they want to, make more money, then they move really quickly.
Unless they want to make the playoff 32 games. It'll happen tomorrow.
Instantly voted
And
on.
I got to give credit to Pete Prisco, who used to come on the show. Then he started blowing us off.
Yeah.
And now we don't even try to get him on.
Yeah.
Anymore. But we always talk about this.
It was the strangest thing, too. I mean, he was...
Yeah.
I did try again last year when they played the Jaguars, because he's, based in Jacksonville, I think.
Yeah, he is.
No, couldn't do it.
He's still with CBS Sports, but I give him credit for this. Every year after an NFL draft, we talk about these draft grades are stupid. They don't mean anything now. He went back, and he's got an article on CBSSports.com right now where he goes back and regrades against his own grades the 2023 draft.
Oh.
That makes sense.
Sure it does.
And that was Monty Ossenfort's best draft. He gave the Cardinals a B+ in real time.
Okay.
And on regrade, gave him a B+. They still landed Paris Johnson Jr. Could have ended up with Will Anderson Jr. Okay. Darius Robinson hasn't panned out, but they got Garrett Williams, Michael Wilson in that draft as well. And
that's a good
B.J.
draft.
Ojulari is still crossing your fingers.
It's a little sus.
There was one team he gave an A to in real time, the Dallas Cowboys. On regrade, they got an F.
Oh!
That's the way you do it, Pete Prisco. Grade them down the line.
That's good. I like that.
That's going to do it for today's show. Thanks to Cole Tucker for joining us and Ken Summers. And, of course, you for hanging out. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. Wolf and Luke are up next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Have a great day, everybody.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
And now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With Smart Business Buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. As a social influencer, my days can be busy. 4 a.m., I hit the gym. 4:32, protein smoothie. 5:08, save time and money bundling my home and auto insurance with Progressive. Wait, if I bundle and save time, what would I do then? Just sit here and reflect? Like, why am I qualified to influence anyone? And how those weights are hollow? And half of my followers are bots.
You could save time and money bundling your home and auto when you switch to Progressive. It's one less thing to worry about during your already busy day. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now everything's on sale during our Memorial Day event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses, plus free delivery when you add a base. Ends Monday. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
Have you noticed all of a sudden there's a bunch of lawyers saying they're going to fight for you? Yeah, until you read the fine print below them. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you look closely at that fine print, you'll see not an attorney in this state or not a law firm.
You never trust your future in the hands of someone other than a serious, experienced trial lawyer. And you definitely can't trust someone who won't even tell you who they are.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
All right, Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, brother, you gotta have shade.
Temps hitting triple digits and the kids won't go outside?
You gotta have shade.
Hosting a backyard barbecue?
You gotta have shade.
Patio furniture fading?
Robert, you gotta have shade.
Wolf, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
At some point, you stop calling it pain and start calling it just how I am now. But deep down, you know that's not okay. I want to lead you back to the normal you. In comes the medical team at QC Kinetics and their long-lasting regenerative treatments for joint pain. They're helping patients with pain from arthritis or injury in their knees, shoulder, hips, and lower back. Now they're moving, sleeping, golfing, running without surgery or long recoveries. The science is real. The treatments are natural. Your body already knows how to heal. QC Kinetics finally gives it the right tools. And now's the time, because the longer inflammation sits, the more damage it does. So this isn't a I'll get around to it situation. Right now is the right time. And the first step doesn't cost you a thing. QC Kinetics. Better starts here. Schedule your free consultation today. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. An exciting night in the sports world, to say the least. Here in the Valley, the Diamondbacks behind a Nolan Arenado grand slam. Ryan Waldschmidt going 3 for 3, and Zach Gallen going 6 innings, only giving up 2 runs. And the Snakes got a 12-2 win to open their series against the Giants. Ryan Nelson will go tonight. First pitch will be at 6:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Game 1 of the Thunder-Spurs series can only be described as one of the best games in recent memory. A double overtime, 122-115 Spurs win on the road, and Victor Wembanyama delivered 41 points and 24 rebounds. And we had a Game 7 in the NHL last night where the Montreal Canadiens shocked the Buffalo Sabres in overtime and got it done 3-2. And voluntary OTAs got started yesterday for the Arizona Cardinals, and Jacoby Brissett not in attendance. For more on that, be sure to head to arizonasports.com today. And this report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Make sure your pool electrical system is safe and get a pool circuit safety check for $89 from Parker & Sons. Just call 602-2-REPAIR.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, and my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Tuesday morning. It's the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what's going on?
Yeah, let's go. How you doing, Luke?
I'm good. Can't hear out of these earbuds. That'll be exciting for me.
Yeah, that's interesting. You forgot your headphones, or are you hanging me out to dry here because I'm wearing my headphones?
No, I forgot my headphones because they're not in this case, and now I might just do the show without
That's 2 days
earbuds.
in a row now. You forgot your headphones, and I thought, oh my goodness, okay, we were done with the earbuds because, man, the bass just gone. No bass whatsoever.
Well, we're going to see how this goes. But we're going back to real headphones tomorrow.
Oh, I see.
The basketball game from last night, the hockey game from last night, both went to overtime. As I sat here yesterday worried that we were going to get stuck with overtime in a Game 7 of an NHL game, and obviously that happened because...
I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about my Buffalo Sabres going down in overtime. I don't want to talk about it. Are you kidding me?
Great game, and what a lame goal to let in.
Especially to the Habitants. The Bleu Blanc Rouge.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? No.
Of all the
I don't want
teams.
to talk about it, man.
Then the NBA game goes to double overtime.
Well, you know what? Wow, what a game that was. What an incredible game that was. You want to draw a line in the sand, San Antonio? You just did.
So we're going to get to that game quite a bit today. What it means for the rest of the NBA, what it means for the Suns, what it means for the immediate future of these playoffs. We're going to start with D-backs, though, Wolf, and I would venture to say, unless you went back and watched the game later, like I did, you probably didn't see a whole lot of the D-backs game last night with everything else that was going on. And there wasn't a whole lot of drama in the D-backs game because they won by 10, which is exactly what this team needed. I guess every team would take a 10-run win, but
20 runs now in their last 2 games, and this game was not a Coors Field. This was at home against Robbie Ray and the San Francisco Giants.
Yeah, you know what? 12-2, the Arizona Diamondbacks won this game, game 1 of the series against the San Francisco Giants. Ron Wolfley reporting, and you know what? It felt good, did it
My
not?
sources.
How good did it feel to just sit there and watch a game and, hey, listen, it doesn't matter who they bring out of the bullpen at this point in time. It really doesn't. And the bullpen has been much better than expected for the most part, at least in the Wolfley compound. And yet to see them in that situation, it felt really, really good. Zach Gallen set the tone, and everyone else followed.
Yep. He set the tone. Cattell had a couple hits. Corbin Carroll had a couple hits, although I don't think anybody's worried about Corbin at this point. Nolan Arenado, grand slam. Ryan Waldschmidt, 3 hits, a couple steals. Gabby Moreno, a couple hits. Ildemar Vargas, his standard 2 hits, but that might have actually lowered his average. No, it didn't. He's at 335 now, but almost everybody gets going offensively in that game. In addition to, as you said, Zach Gallen gets a quality start, looks better than he has all month, and it's a win over a divisional opponent. Not like San Francisco is a threat to win the division, but they actually weren't that far behind the Diamondbacks coming into this game. And only 2 games back, I believe. So, just good all the way around for the D-backs. And now Arizona has won 6 of their last 9, 3 of the last 4.
Yeah, this is something that you want to see the Diamondbacks get going on. And we've been talking about the schedule, especially you, Luke. You've been talking about this part of the schedule specifically for weeks now leading up to it. Hey, looking down the road, because that's the thing you do. You look down the road and suddenly find little morsels that you like to talk about and devour on air and say, look at this point. You know what? They're going to have to do well at this point of the season. I'm like, hey, who are they playing today? And you're looking ahead down the road as to who they're going to play. And
but
rightfully so.
It's working.
It's working. And right now, this is where they've got to be good. And they've got to win games. And they can make some hay right now, especially knowing that they've got to be above 500 because their schedule is going to change once again. It will change, and it'll get much more difficult. What are you going to do now when you can play teams that you should beat? Right now, I think they should beat the Giants. Yeah. Right now, they should beat the Rockies. They've got to make some hay right now, but at the same time, you still got to go compete. You got to get it done, don't you, boys?
Yeah, just because you should beat a team in baseball, that doesn't really mean anything over the course of 162 games. And where the Diamondbacks stand in the National League, not just right now, but you figure over the course of the season, every game, you get the feeling every game really does count. Like, we're going to look back at the end of the year, and there's going to be this glut of like 4 or 5 teams fighting for the last 2 or 3 wild card spots. And you got to take as many of these games against the lesser teams as you can. You don't have to sweep everybody, but we were talking about the stretch, as you alluded to, 2 weeks ago. You got this 13-game stretch against nothing but the Rockies and the Giants, and man, it should be nice to get at least 8 or 9 wins, if not more, in this stretch. And right now, they're off to a good start, going 3-1. Here's Torey Lovello after the game.
I was clear that we were ready to play. I was really, very satisfied with the approach, the situation in the bottom of the first inning, and the big grand slam by Arenado, and it just let us exhale in the dugout a little bit after a tough weekend series in Colorado where we won it. But I think you come off something that emotional. I think we were really excited about that type of a win. We did not let down today, and we just kept going at it. We just kept playing as hard as we could for the entire game. The guys just really did their job in a lot of different ways today, offensively, defensively, the little things, the base running, all the things that we stand on. It was a good day for us.
Yeah, once again, Zach Gallen took the ball for the Arizona Diamondbacks, went out, got the first 3 outs. 1, 2, 3. Bada bang, bada boom, and suddenly you go to the bottom of the second, Ron Wolfley reporting, and you load him up. You load him up, and what happens? Nolan Arenado goes yard. That's called a grand slam base earnings in the game of baseball, and suddenly it's 4-0. Boy, you want to talk about setting the tone. That's setting the tone. I'm a big believer in setting the tone. That is a dominant way of doing it. Going out and going 1, 2, 3, and then boom, you get a grand slam. And suddenly
that's
the
about
Diamondbacks
as good of a tone as you can set.
They're off and running, and I like that, especially at the beginning of a series. You know me. I'm big on how you start and how you finish things. How you start and how you finish. Whether it's a game or a series, I think it's important.
They've got 31 runs in their last 4 games now, 36 in their last 5 games, 40 in their last 6 games. Like they are scoring now. Even though in that stretch, if you go back 6 games, they're just 3-3, but they are scoring. But we talked about this going into that Rocky series. It felt like no parts of the team were helping other parts of the team, right? Like the starting pitching is good, then nobody's scoring for the D-backs. So, okay, the starting pitching is good, and we get some runs. Now all of a sudden the bullpen's going to melt down. Last night was the opposite. You just said it. You go out there, Gallen gets right through the first inning, Nolan Arenado hits a grand slam, you're off and running. And the whole game, everybody did their part. Here's Arenado after the game.
Yeah, it was great. Today was great. It was a huge win. I would say it's one of our better wins of the year, to be honest with you. Just, long day yesterday. It could have been easy to come out here a little bit flat-footed or tired, whatever, but we didn't make that excuse. So it was really a great win for us to set the tone early. It was awesome.
Yeah, set the tone earlier. Nolan Arenado, too. Starting to flex.
How good of a pickup was he?
Starting to flex a little bit inside that clubhouse, is he not? It feels that way right now. He's already got the respect of these guys because of the career that he's had, obviously, but now flexing in front of their opponents as well, and that elevates you in your own clubhouse. That elevates you in the locker room when you're flexing a little bit in front of the people you're trying to beat. It feels so good when a guy gets out there, and does his job. And your opponent suffers when he does his job or you do your job, your opponent suffers. That has a way of magnifying your profile in the locker room or the clubhouse.
He's played in 44 of the 46 games. He's on pace for about 25 home runs. He's getting it done defensively, as you would expect. I mean, he's had a couple miscues at third, but they're only miscues compared to the bar he has set over the course of his career as one of the best fielders in all of baseball. He's still that guy. The questions that people had were, can he still hit? He's hitting .272, and he's on pace for 25 home runs. And that was after a bad start at the plate the first 2 weeks. So if you look at what he's done over the last 6 weeks, he's been really good. Yeah, and
driving in runs now too.
And they really didn't give up much of anything to get him, and not anything they were going to use. All right, we come back. We got to get into this. Game 1 of the NBA Western Conference Finals was historic. I mean, we talked yesterday, Wolf, about how we were about to see potentially an all-time epic series. My expectations for this series were through the roof, like maybe one of the best I've ever seen. And I would say last night exceeded those expectations. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball. 2-2 again. That one lifted in the air to right center, and this should do it. Waldschmidt, he will call off Barossa, and he makes the catch, and the Diamondbacks just dominate the Giants here in the opener. Final score 12-2. The Arenado grand slam set the tone, and the offense just could not be stopped here tonight. Catch Game 2 of the D-backs Giants series live from Chase Field tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
It's back. Employee pricing. Yep, we pay what Ford employees pay at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, man. Do not miss employee pricing across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Hey, Ford has been part of this country's story for more than a century, and Ford will help drive America forward for the next 250 years to come. You take that 2026 Ford F-150, work truck, or weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. And remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 F-150 and Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Maverick and Bronco. Employee pricing and $1,000 cash back while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
The big box testosterone franchises want to squeeze you in on their schedule. Vital for Men is different. We're Arizona's original men's health clinic, open 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, and we accept most insurance. Personalized care, by men, for men. And right now, your first testosterone test is completely free. Stop settling. Call Vital for Men or visit vitalformen.com today. Vital for Men. where Arizona men go to get their edge back.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Back in the early 2000s, I had LASIK surgery. It changed my life, but what's changed now all these years later is my vision. It's still good, not quite as sharp as it used to be. I wanted to know what was going on with my vision, so I had a thorough exam from the doctors at K2 Vision and found out, like many who have had LASIK in the past, I'm a prime candidate for refractive lens exchange, a permanent solution that alleviates the need for glasses and readers, but also ensures I'll never develop a cataract. If you're at all thinking you want to fix your vision permanently, I'm urging you to hear directly from the doctors who've performed over 300,000 procedures and join Doctors King and Kopstein for their free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Register now or schedule your free Zoom consult at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here with a faster way to pay off your mortgage from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator loan helps you pay off your home decades faster using the income you already make without changing your lifestyle. Many Galaxy clients pay off their homes in 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Here are the top three headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Cardinals OTA's takeaways: Carson Beck impresses and Jacoby Brissett is not the only notable absence. Dan Bickley writes that Brissett is playing a dangerous game being absent, and Diamondbacks catcher James McCann is likely headed to the injured list. Those are the top three headlines on Arizonasports.com.
Well, what did we even watch last night, Wolf? Oklahoma City and San Antonio, game one of this series. Two teams looked like they were playing a different sport from the rest of the league. I think we would all agree this is probably going to be a series that if you're a basketball fan, you're always going to remember. That's what it felt like before it even tipped off. And if game one is any indicator, especially with San Antonio winning game one, because if Oklahoma City had won after all that, there's still a chance that they would win in like 5 or whatever. But now it's like this has all the makings of one of the most memorable series ever, honestly.
This was just absolutely huge. Luke, you've been talking about this, the San Antonio Spurs and the possibility of them winning this. I have dismissed this largely. I honestly believe OKC is that good. Having said that, I realize that San Antonio won 4 of the 5 games they played during the regular season, but this was a whole different paradigm. This is a whole different thing right here, man. You're talking about game one in the postseason. The Western Conference Finals, game one in the postseason, and to go out and not 1 overtime, but 2 overtimes and still win the game. Do you have any idea how huge of a win this is for the San Antonio Spurs mentally? Okay, now listen, I know they came in. Their confidence level has got to be high. Why? Because they won 4 of the 5 games during the regular season. But this is a whole different thing, man. And because of that, this is real. This is going to get serious, man. I want to see how the Thunder respond to this.
Yeah, and they're going to respond. But the reason that this is so, I think it's very real. San Antonio wins this series because Wembanyama. It's like you watch that game, and you're like, man, Oklahoma City, they just are so deep. And look how long this game's going. That depth is going to pay off for them. But Wembanyama is unlike anything we've ever seen in the NBA, and they put a good team around him. So if it were just him, it wouldn't work. If it were just the team around him without Wembanyama, it would work. They still have a good team, but it wouldn't work in the sense that they would threaten OKC. Now let me ask you this, Wolf.
Man.
What is scarier for the rest of the NBA? If Oklahoma City takes that punch and wins this series anyway, and they go on to win their second straight title, and we got this literal freak on San Antonio on a good team, and we don't care. We're still going to win anyway. Or if the Spurs win the whole thing this year already, when Wembanyama's 22, what's scarier for the rest of the NBA?
Yeah, I think both. I think the fact that we're talking about OKC and San Antonio, and it doesn't matter. Does it really? You were talking about this before we came in. In prehab, Babes and Orleans, there's Luke talking about, oh my goodness, the Spurs and the Thunder, they're going to dominate. It's not just the Thunder. I think the Thunder, Babes and Orleans, I think the Thunder are a team we have not seen in a long time in the NBA. I think they're going to be that good before it's all said and done. But now, Luke, what you just offered, are you kidding me? The Spurs and the Thunder? And what kind of dominance they could have going forward? I don't know, man, but you know me. I love the psychology. I love the psychology of all of this. Can you imagine the thought process of the Thunder right now, knowing that they lost 4 or 5 during the regular season? And here it is game one. Coming out going, okay, here it is.
They were 8-0 in the playoffs.
Now it's for real. 8-0 in the playoffs at home. Now it's for real. They go out. And they go into overtime. They go into another overtime. And suddenly they lose the game, ultimately lose the game. I wonder what they're thinking as well. There's always two sides of that coin.
Yeah.
It's the Spurs, and what does this do for the Spurs? What does it do for them, man? And then what does it do to the Thunder? Where are they collectively? And where's the leadership going to come from?
It was great. It was great theater. It was great basketball. It was fantastic to watch. It also kind of puts a pit in your stomach, though, if you're a fan, honestly, of any of the other 28 teams. We'll talk about this later in the show, Wolf, what it means for the Suns. I get that last night was another step, but I also don't think that this was like a shocker to all of us. Like, oh, wait, the Spurs are good? Yeah. I mean, they won 62 games this year. Wembanyama was viewed as a generational, clear-cut number one pick over a year before he ever even got drafted. But you watch that game and you're just like, man, Oklahoma City, like they don't care. They're going to win anyway. And you watch the Spurs and you're like, this team's not afraid of Oklahoma City.
Yep.
And they have the one guy in the league that Oklahoma City doesn't really have an answer for because nobody has an answer for it. And you look at that and you're like, how is anybody else going to win the title in the next 5 years? Because you could look and you could say, okay, even if San Antonio goes on a run, well, what if Wembanyama gets hurt? Okay, well, if Wembanyama gets hurt, then the Thunder are going to win the title. Like, it just feels like these two teams are starting off an epic rivalry, like whatever you want to pick from another sport, Manning versus Brady all those years, wherever you want to go with it, because they're both young teams right now.
Yes, I know. And again, I just wonder, where are they collectively? And who is the leadership inside the Thunder's locker room right now? Who's the guy standing up? Who is that guy? Is it SGA? I don't know. I'm sure there's going to be some other people as well who will chime in with the voices. Who's it going to be? Because, this game for Oklahoma City can do one of two things. It can focus their ferocity. You just focus it like...
Which it will.
Here comes even more desperation than they knew they ever had. Or it could feed their fear. Because you can't tell me losing 4 or 5 in the regular season, and then here you are at home, in the playoffs, and Wemby goes off for 41 and 24, goes off.
It's a ridiculous number.
You can't tell me you're down 1 game in this series already after playing game 1 at home. You can't tell me that there isn't a little bit of concern inside that locker room.
It's because of Wembanyama, right? Like, otherwise you would just say, okay, we're better than this team. We'll figure it out. But there's always that thought in the back of your mind of that guy might be unstoppable, even if we're the better team. Like, certainly I expect Oklahoma City to come out swinging in a big way in Game 2.
Yes.
But if they go down 2-0 at home, I mean, are they really that much better? I don't think they're that much better than the Spurs. They won 2 more games this year.
No, but right now, the San Antonio Spurs are like, you know what? We already did what we needed to do here. Win one of 2 games. One of 2 games. The first 2, we need to win one of them. They've already done it. Oh, man. Now we have a series, Basinonians.
The real daunting part of this, and you know, people may have realized this before I did, but to me, it really hit home to me during the Olympics when the U.S. beat France. But just that run, Wembanyama, everybody always knew, okay, this guy's he's a freak. He's an alien. He's got unreal talent. He's unlike anything we've ever seen before. He's 7'4", and he plays like that. And he hit that huge 3. Like, he had like a 30-foot 3 last night when they needed to. Otherwise, they were going to lose in regulation.
Nephilim.
Maybe it was the first over. Yeah, it was the first overtime. What I didn't fully realize until the Olympics was how much of a dog he is, as you would say. Just how wired he is, where, like, he has that, he's going to take anything and turn it into a slight and use it as motivation. He's not just I'm 7'4", and it's always been easier for me, so I'll just be taller than people. He's like an angry guy in a good way.
And by the way, might throw an elbow every now and then.
And not get suspended.
Boom! You know, this is going to be, man, I love this. I love the psychology of it all. From the Thunder's perspective and from or from the Spurs perspective. I love it, man. 2 different thought processes and how you're going to deal with it. Fires me up, man. Really gets me jacked.
I'm going to enjoy.
We're in for a great series, I think.
I'm going to enjoy the next 2 weeks. This feels like it should go 7 games. I really do feel like San Antonio's going to win it, but either way. But I think big picture, this just sucks. So I'm going to enjoy the next 2 weeks, because when we start to get into next season and the year after, and it's like, well, you got the Thunder and the Spurs, and then you got 28 other teams, that's annoying. But for right now, let's just enjoy the fact that this is going to be, honestly, this feels like the start of like something we haven't seen in the league in a long time. Because generally speaking, when you have one great team rising up, you have another great team that's passing the torch. This is supposed to be Oklahoma City's time. They've won 1 title. And San Antonio's stepping right in like, we'll just start taking them.
Yeah.
All right, when we come back, let's get into football. How long can Jacoby Brissett realistically hold out? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Last year, we had 295 trials where we've been offered a total of $90 million on all those cases. When the dust settled, we had recovered over $1.1 billion in verdicts and mid-trial settlements. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won a lot, $30 billion and counting. The best part of all those wins is that it helps you when you hire us. All those wins allow us to let the insurance company know we mean business. And believe me, they know who we are. If you've been injured, Google Morgan & Morgan results. You're not bragging if it's a fact. 3 million people tried to hire us last year alone. That happened for a reason. Visit forthepeople.com and let's get started this minute. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
At some point, you stopped calling it pain and started calling it just how I am today. Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and deep down, you know that's not okay. Pain should never be the status quo in your life, and the good news is I've got a path back to normalcy. The medical team at QC Kinetics delivers long-lasting regenerative treatments for joint pain, and the science is real. Look, your body already knows how to heal itself, and QC Kinetics gives you the right tools, treatments that repair and restore damaged joint tissue at the source of your pain. No steroids, no downtime, no surgery. And remember, the longer the inflammation exists in your body, the more damage it does, which means right now is the right time, and the first step doesn't cost you a thing. Schedule your free consultation at QC Kinetics today with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. The number 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and if your ride's starting to feel a little outdated, Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa can help you upgrade just in time for the summer. Here's the difference. Anybody can sell you a vehicle, but not everybody makes the whole experience feel easy and enjoyable. That's why Arizona drivers have trusted the Earnhardt name since 1951. Real people, honest prices, and a team that's focused on what works best for you, not pushing you into something you don't want. It's how the Earnhardt family built its reputation the old-fashioned way, by treating people right. If you're after a refined Buick SUV or a bold GMC truck, they have one of the best selections in the valley with options that fit your lifestyle and budget. And when you're ready to shop, their website makes everything simple. Browse inventory, value your trade, and explore our incredible offers anytime online. So when you're ready for something better, visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models. All offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for a series win tonight at home against the San Francisco Giants. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Ryan Nelson gets the start for the Snakes. The Phoenix Mercury welcome the expansion Toronto Tempo to the Valley for the first time tonight. Tip-off for Mortgage Matchup Center is at 7. And Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals goes down tonight in the NBA. Tip-off for Cavs Knicks is at 5, and you can listen to it over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet, where buying a new vehicle is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Right now, get up to $12,500 off new 2026 Silverado 1500 Crew Cabs. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Green Sally up, green Sally down. Last done start, gotta tell the ground. Green Sally up, green Sally down. Last done start, gotta tell the
Hey, it's Gambo. How can Carson Beck capitalize on the additional OTA reps while Jacoby Brissett is away from the team? We'll discuss live from Cardinals Training Center on the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, it's Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday. We're going to be out there for voluntary OTAs tomorrow, Wolf. Talking Cardinals.
Yeah, it's going to be cool, man.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun show. Get some player interviews and everything.
Yeah.
Pretty sure the one guy we won't be talking to is Jacoby Brissett because he's not there.
That's difficult.
Yeah, this is a unique situation to be in the position the Cardinals are in. Mike LaFleur steps in. Okay, new team, you're taking over. Immediately, he's answering questions about Kyler Murray. Then he's answering questions about Carson Beck. Somewhere in there, he was answering questions about Gardner Minshew because they went out and signed him. He had to answer questions about Aaron Rodgers, who's not even on the Cardinals. And he's lately been answering a lot of questions about Jacoby Brissett because Jacoby Brissett is, at least for now, holding out.
Yeah, this is such a weird situation. It really is. I mean, once again, how many games did the Cardinals win?
3.
3. Did you say 3? Okay,
yeah.
That means they lost 14. 3-14, and you're telling me your quarterback is holding out after after a 3-14 season. Now, I realize he wants to be paid as a starter, but it's making the assumption he is going to be a starter. That's the thing I cannot get my hands around or my thoughts around, Basinodians, right now. Why does he think that? Why does he think he's going to be the starter when he's largely been a backup quarterback his entire career for the most part, and a good one at that, Basinodians, yet at the same time, did the Cardinals tell him he was going to be the starter? I don't know why you would tell him he was going to be the starter that early in the offseason.
I understand on the surface, if I'm Jacoby Brissett, the way last season goes, and then Kyler Murray gets let go, I understand in the moment thinking, okay, I'm the starter. I'm going to be the guy. But there's levels to that, right? Okay, right now I feel like I'm the starter. Okay, that's one thing. I'm the unquestioned starter and I have all the leverage in the world to hold out is a completely different thing. I mean, Wolf, think about what we're talking about here. We're talking about a team that has probably the toughest schedule in the NFL and their quarterback's holding out.
Yes.
That sounds like a team that just missed winning the Super Bowl last year or something. Not a team that won 3 games last year.
Yeah, I know. And here's what sucks buttermilk about this, Basinonians. This could get bad with Jacoby representing himself. Okay?
Yeah.
It could get bad.
That's a good point.
He's got to hear the Monty Ossenford story as well, and why Monty Ossenford is going to tell him, hey, listen, you know what? We're not going to do this. Everything he does well, Monty's got to knock down to some degree when you're in negotiations.
There's no agent as a buffer.
This is what you do, exactly. Here's how this goes, Basinonians. Jacoby says he's worth it. Monty says, no, you're not. Okay?
Yeah.
Jacoby says, well, here's why I think I'm worth it. And Monty tells him, no, you're not. Jacoby gets offended when it should be the agent who actually is getting offended right now. Monty apologizes to him, tells him, hey, we still love you and we still want you. And then it resets the process all over again.
Yeah.
Jacoby says, okay, he understands, and the process starts all over again. Can you see the problem, Basinodians? It's entirely possible that you're going to burn bridges and your relationship when you represent yourself in contract negotiations.
Yeah, and best case scenario, it gets worked out, he gets to camp, and then Carson Beck takes the starting job anyway. I mean, it's such a unique spot for a team or quarterback or whatever to be in. Again, I understand based on last year, because you're saying, okay, you're going to go back and forth with these negotiations and you don't have the agent as a buffer. If I'm Jacoby Brissett, I'm saying, dude, our offense wasn't doing anything. I stepped in. All of a sudden, Trey McBride is not just one of the best tight ends in football. He's one of the best red zone threats in football. Michael Wilson went from a decent third-round pick to, in the second half, one of the most dangerous receivers in the NFL. That stuff all happened. That's real. If I'm Jacoby Brissett, I'm saying I can't play defense. If we're giving up 40 points a game, but if I'm the Cardinals, I'm saying you won 1 game.
Yeah.
And both sides are fair.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And not only that, you won 1 game. And, oh, by the way, Jacoby, if we want to go ahead and go down that road of how productive you were and everything else, well, you know what? We're going to watch some tape right now, and we're going to find out how many soft zones you were playing against, because we were down by 3 touchdowns. You know, again, there's a tit for tat, Basinonians, and when you go through negotiations, you can say that wall is black when everyone knows the wall is black, and they're going to say, that wall's white. What are you talking about? Prove it. Prove that it's not.
It's a good point, because the stuff that – it's like the stuff that if you're Jacoby Brissett, it's like, don't go on social media. Don't read what the naysayers are saying, because they're going to say stuff like you and I just said. We only won 1 game. Yeah, you put up great numbers, but how much of them were in garbage time? How much was because the other team was up so much that they were willing to give up 15 yards over the middle? That's the stuff that you don't need to go read people, critics, whatever, saying online, except in this case, because you don't have an agent. your GM's going to have to say it to you because it's part of the negotiation process. And then stuck in the middle of all of it is Mike LaFleur, who keeps having to answer questions about a quarterback that's never even played for him before. That's the other part of the leverage that isn't there for Jacoby. Again, I understand the hey, I was more effective last year, and the guy that would have been right there with me is in Minnesota right now anyway. I'm the starter. But you won one game, and your coach from last year where you were thriving individually, statistically, isn't the coach here anymore either. So here's Mike LaFleur. He spoke to the media yesterday and, of course, was immediately asked about the fact that the presumptive starting quarterback isn't even there.
It's not mandatory, right? And like I've said with Jacoby and all veterans I've ever been around, they've played football. The hardest thing to do in this league is get used to the speed of the game. And even for not just the rookie, but the second-year, third-year guy, and he's played a lot of football. He's done probably everything that we've ever done schematically. It's just a little bit different verbiage, So if it's the flip stuff that getting used to the game. Like if a rookie's not here, a second-year guy's not here, you're like, oh crap, because it takes a minute. So.
Yeah, it takes a minute. Jacoby Brissett's seen it all. It's not going to take a minute for Jacoby Brissett. Yet at the same time, Base Earnings, you'd love to have your quarterback, a guy that was as productive as he was last year. You'd love to have him in absorbing the offense. And when I say absorbing, I'll guarantee you, he's got a playbook right now. He's got the playbook now. He's looking at the playbook. He's absorbing the kind of playbook that NFL players have always been used to. Of course, now it's all electronic for the most part. But to me, again, it's a situation where he's in it, knows the terminology, knows the verbiage that he's going to need. And what you call cover two, what you may call, and any type of coverages that are out there, it's different, the terminology. That's really the big thing that he's got to get on. And not only that, too, the coaching points, the points of emphasis. He's missing some valuable time. Right now he is. Yeah. But Jacoby Brissett has seen an awful lot in his day, so I'm not too concerned about that. Yeah. It sounds like Mike LaFleur. It sounds like he's not too concerned.
Yeah, I mean, June 8th feels like the day where it's like, okay, if he's still not there, because that's when you're getting into mandatory minicamp for everybody. Yeah. If he's not there then. It feels to me, Wolf, like when they run a 100-yard dash. It's got to be longer than that, but like a long race in the Olympics, and you have somebody who's in the lead. Like Jacoby Brissett was clearly in the lead to be the starting quarterback. I would say he still is. Like if he came back today, he's probably the starting quarterback to begin the year. But it's like the runner's in the lead and they're starting to slow down because they think they've already won. Other guys will pass him. If he's not there right now, okay, fine. But it's not like he was that far ahead of Gardner Minshew even, because again, Mike LaFleur wasn't the coach last year. And how often do we talk about how much it probably benefits the Cardinals most if Carson Beck's playing this year anyway? I know. And I just want to say this quickly. The Cardinals must have told him. Nobody's told me this, Base Earnings, but they must have said, you're going to be our starting quarterback going forward, which is why this whole process has started. Maybe they just didn't think Jacoby was going to start using that as leverage. Oh, you name me the starter, and maybe that's why they signed Gardner Minshew. Maybe that's why they went ahead and drafted Carson Beck as well. Now, all of a sudden, it's a situation where, hey, listen, the paradigm has changed, and so has the quarterback room. And because of that, Jacoby, all the Cardinals would have to do is say, you're going to have to earn the starting job. Yeah. We haven't given you the title of starting quarterback on this team. No. Their actions this offseason are the actions of a team who's ready for a quarterback competition. That's exactly what their actions are like. Tickets are now on sale. Don't miss your chance to see Darius Rucker live at Arizona Financial Theater on Thursday, July 23rd. It is the Songs of Summer Tour 2026 with Austin Williams and Old Crow Medicine Show. Head to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com for more details. When we come back, big D-backs win last night. How encouraging specifically was what Zach Gallen did last night? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm coming to London.
The Union Jack Classic, ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium.
London? Yes, London.
Arizona Sports will send one winner and a guest to London with round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, royal box seats at Wembley with hospitality, sideline passes, a VIP Tower of London private experience, and a nighttime river cruise on the Thames.
Jolly good.
Devils in London.
London.
Brought to you by Desert Financial.
Sure, yeah.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com. Brilliant. Jolly good. Well, must be off.
In Arizona, your windows are more than just a view. They're the only thing standing between you and 115-degree heat. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and this is why you call my friends at Advanced Window Products, because they don't just sell windows, they build them to withstand the harsh desert climate, and they build them specifically for your home, never retrofitted on site. Advanced Window Products, celebrating their 40th year in business. They're Arizona's #1 window replacement company. They've got their own factory right here in the valley, which means they build your windows, they install your windows, and then they guarantee them for life. And remember, the installation is always done by full-time vetted crews, never random subcontractors. And during their May window upgrade event, you get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110 or find them online at advancedwindows.com.
On May 23rd, fans can receive a Serpientes replica jersey courtesy of Talking Stick Resort. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles or 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
Hey there, campers! It's Jan from Toyota. Time to pack your bags and buckle your seatbelts because this summer we're headed to Camp Toyota. And the fun starts now! We're kicking things off by kicking up mud. Jump in, campers. We're going off-roading in a powerful new 4Runner. Next, we're taking a RAV4 to go fly fishing. Then we're heading to the hot springs in a spacious Sequoia.
Jan, what is that smell?
Sulfur stinks. Now we're hitting the hiking trails in a rugged Grand Highlander. And finally, park your Tundras and Tacomas around the campfire because we're roasting marshmallows. Don't worry if you burn a few, folks. I brought a truckload. Your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Event ends June 1st. Toyota. Let's go places.
You know that pile by the front door. Backpacks, cleats, water bottles, shoes kicked off in every direction. And that's just Monday. What if every kid had their own spot? Hooks, cubbies, a place for every uniform, every bag, all ready to grab and go. Space Solutions is family-owned. We've got busy kids, too. That's why we build custom landing zones designed for real families. Whatever the space, we've got a solution. Call us at 602-536-4199 or visit spacesolutionsaz.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. What stood out in the Diamondbacks series opener against the Giants? We'll react and then look ahead to Game 2 on the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Bernsey? What are you doing? Are you kidding me? You're talking over this rejoin? Honestly, Bernsey?
Bernsey used to work in Seattle, too. He should know better.
You've got to be kidding me.
I almost just want to let it play out now for 5 minutes. This is one of those days, Wolf, where there's so much to talk about in the world of sports.
Yeah.
That, like, during the breaks, we're just doing a separate show, essentially.
Man, I am jacked up right now, Basin Ortiz. Yes, indeed, sitting on the angry chair to go play a game of football. Here we go.
Like you need the music today.
It's a beautiful thing. They ought to have the angry chair. The angry chair. They ought to have that on the sideline. Just have it out there for everybody.
Like when you have an honorary team captain, like fire up the siren before a game, they should be sitting in the angry chair.
It was like you used to get cheap shotted by a guy, and if you got cheap shotted by him, you'd take his number based on it, you'd walk over to your sideline. 25! 25! 25! That's all you do is yell out his number, 25.
That'd be
25.
Wolves. You know how teams have like celebration props? If you got a big hit or something, or there's like a big turnover, or whatever good happens, you guys could have like the angry chair on the sideline.
Yeah.
You go and sit in it.
You could certainly put it in the locker room because, like Rick's saying, like they'll hand out like the wrestling belt or whatever. Like you'll pass it from player to player after each game.
Really cool.
Where's Wolf? If you want to do an interview, he's sitting in the angry chair. Sorry.
Just honestly, the guy that's the baddest man on the field sits in the angry chair in the locker room or on the sideline.
Yeah.
How cool would that be?
There's a game ball for
the
some
baddest
people.
man, yes.
And then there's the baddest man on the field who gets the angry chair.
The baddest man on the field gets
Do you
to
get
sit
to
there.
take the angry chair home, though, for the week if you win it?
No, I think what you get there is that's your chair for the week. Media comes in, they want to talk to you on
There you
Wednesday,
go.
they have to go address you in the angry
I love
chair.
that, Luke. That is excellent, man.
Just a
right
media
now,
scrum around the angry
you got
chair.
a football team out there? Go ahead. Yeah, the angry chair. And, of course, angry is only during the game base. You step outside of those white lines. You love people. You respect them. And you treat them better than yourself.
That's why you have to leave the angry chair at the facility.
That's right.
Diamondbacks, nice win last night. As we said earlier, everybody did a good job in this one. Torey Lovello spoke specifically, though, about his starting pitcher who needed a game like the one he had last night.
Today, Zach Gallen did a really nice job of pacing us. He goes out there and he gives up 2 runs for over the 6 innings. Thought he was making really good pitches. The knuckle curve was a very, very effective pitch. I know he's been tweaking things and just making adjustments. It was nice to watch the quality start and the ability that he had to go out there and just have a mixture of pitches and establish that fastball command and go to work off of that.
Your thoughts on Zach Gallen and his start, Luke?
I don't know what it means, big picture. I mean, I know he needed that game. We talked about this going into the game yesterday. It's a team that is set up for you to kind of get back on track or at least have a good outing if you're a starting pitcher. Gallen's made 10 starts this year. You could say 6 of them have been really good to really good. But his previous 3 before the one last night were not real good. So he needed a strong outing. He got it. I don't know if having a good outing against San Francisco means you're all the way back. But as we also said yesterday, Wolf, a lot of it with Gallen almost doesn't seem to matter who the opponent is. It almost just seems to matter if Zach Gallen gets out of his own way.
Yeah. For me, going into this game, whip was going to be big, Basinonians. The whip was going to be big. Walks and hits, of course, across innings pitch. That was going to be huge for Zach Gallen, in my opinion. And the reason being is because this is a team that doesn't drive in a lot of runs, but they do put a lot on base.
Yeah.
And when you think about it, he only gave up 4 hits in 1 base on ball. You know what? That's a pretty good whip.
It is.
That's an awesome whip, as a matter of fact. So I love the fact that Zach Gallen went out there and really didn't put himself into a lot of situations where he gave up a lot of runs.
They need him back on track, obviously, just based on where he is in the rotation and what he's meant to this team in the past. I think the criticisms are fair. I mean, you see him if you go online. You talk to D-backs fans, outside of the stadium, during the game, in the stadium. Like, there are a lot of Diamondbacks fans who are either concerned with what they've seen from Zach Gallen at times this year. Some of them are like, he hasn't been the same guy in 2 years. And you can point to numbers, and that's totally legit. I don't think he needs to be Paul Skeens for the Diamondbacks to have success, but he needs to be better than the ERA that was up around 6 going into yesterday. Obviously, he needs to be better than that. If he can just be what he was 2 years ago, and then you get Corbin Burns back, and you have Erod pitching the way he has, and I believe Ryan Nelson's back. And maybe he's not. We'll see tonight, but I'm working under that assumption.
Yeah.
Then you have a really good rotation at that point.
Yeah, and you were talking about this earlier, but, Zach Gallen in April had some really good starts, had some good starts.
Basically all of them were.
Yes, good starts in April. What was his ERA? 2.37?
Yeah, I'll double check
okay,
that, but it was over
really,
5
really
starts.
Good.
2.19.
2.19 based on it. I thought I was getting a little kooky with a 2.37. It was 2.19. When you think about it, yeah, he has had patches of really, really good starts. Let's hope this is going to be the beginning once again. It starts with 1, and then suddenly you hope that it goes to 2. But watching Zach Gallen yesterday, he got ahead in the count often. He was just aggressive, and he attacked the zone. This is what I think Torrey has been asking him to do.
Yeah. I mean, when you watch some of these pitchers that Torrey sat down for that one-way conversation, as he described it, and it sounds like that was a huge part of it, if I want you to attack the zone and not overthink it. I mean, how much of that was really being directed at a Ryan Nelson? Ryan Nelson attacks the zone. He doesn't overthink it. Zach Gallen, sometimes it feels like overthinks it. When Zach Gallen's on, he's their best pitcher. It just feels like sometimes Zach Gallen gets in his own head and he gets himself into trouble, but he didn't yesterday. And here he is after the game.
Yeah, I felt fine. Felt like tried to make pitches. It makes your job a little bit easier when the offense puts up 12, especially going out there for that 6. Just try to get in the strike zone, have a quick inning. So, all in all, I feel like everything was working pretty good.
Yeah, you know what? The knuckle curve is always a big part of his arsenal. The knuckle curve. Now, he did get 7 hitters out on the 4-seam. He did. The knuckle curve, he got 5 guys out. And the slider, he got 5 guys out as well. But to me, it's that 4-seam and the knuckle curve. You combine those. Thought he really, really did well.
We come back. Let's get back into the NBA. In light of what we are seeing in that Spurs-Thunder series, do the Suns need to swing for the fences this offseason if they want to compete in the West next year? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and Earnhardt Ford in Chandler is putting the power back in your hands with employee pricing, because that's American value for American values. Look, I get it. Buying a new ride shouldn't feel like a battle. At Earnhardt Ford, they built their entire experience around you. They're known across the valley for 75 years of Arizona trust, a legacy you can count on. No bull, transparent pricing. No pressure, no surprises. A dedicated team working around your needs, budget, and timeline. And the power to shop, compare, and buy completely online on your terms. Right now, on remaining new 2025 models, you'll get employee pricing. You pay what they pay, plus an additional $2,500 Earnhardt discount on select models. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no-bull protection packages and added benefits. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1,598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wearing mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile, plus tax, title, license, and $699 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
Nobody wants to think about their toilet until they have to. A weak flush, water that runs on its own, or low water levels in your bowl, your toilet is telling you something. Ignore it long enough, and it becomes a costly repair. Parker & Sons offers a toilet tune-up for just $89. A full inspection that catches small issues before they turn into big ones. And if anything needs fixing while we're there, the $89 fee is waived. Call or text 602-2REPAIR and get your toilet tune-up scheduled with Parker & Sons today.
Empty slogans and cute jingles, lawyers love to act like they care. Do they back it up? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. One study found that half of all clients were unhappy with the lawyer they hired. The #1 complaint, a total lack of communication.
We take client happiness seriously. That's why we survey all our clients and know that over 97% are happy. Do your research. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, I know so many people that retired, they worked so hard, they built up that nest egg, and then they don't realize that they're going to get hit on taxes, even on Social Security. How do you help people like that?
Well, here's the thing. I think you're absolutely right. Number one, Social Security tax comes by surprise. People almost always owe money their first year in retirement because they never thought Social Security is taxable. That's why it's important to have a financial plan that includes a tax plan. And how do you do that? You have tax-efficient or tax-free retirement in retirement, not just all those 401ks and IRAs. And there's tons of solutions there.
As long as I've worked with you, you've always said it's not about how much money you make, it's about how much money you're able to keep. If you want a great plan going forward, call Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Tired all the time? Gaining weight? Lost your edge? Those aren't just signs of getting older that could be low testosterone. Vital for Men is Arizona's original men's health clinic. Not a franchise, not a side hustle for some med spa. We're open Monday through Friday. We accept most insurance, and right now your first testosterone test is free. Find out where you stand. Call Vital for Men or go to vitalformen.com. It's time to stop guessing and start living.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for a series win tonight at home against the San Francisco Giants. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Ryan Nelson gets the start for the Snakes. The Phoenix Mercury welcomed the expansion Toronto Tempo to the Valley for the first time tonight. Tip-off for Mortgage Matchup Center is at 7. And Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals goes down tonight. The NBA tip-off for Cavs-Knicks is at 5, and you can listen to it on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Get the freedom to save. Your Valley Chevy Dealers Memorial Day event is here. Spectacular offers available now. The freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for you.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. Can the D-backs get the bats going? And a recap. Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals. That and so much more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday. Wolf, you could almost hear it around the valley last night. People watching that Spurs Thunder game be like, man, this is awesome. Like, this is awesome, but this is not awesome. Like, the Suns have a real problem. How are they supposed to catch up to these two teams? Before we dive into this conversation, I would say the Suns and 27 other teams have a real problem. Like, I don't think it's specific to the Suns, honestly. I think it is.
Why do you say that? Because you're at some point in time, even if you win the East, going to have to play.
Yes.
You're going to have to play the champion of the West.
Yeah.
And that messes things up for you.
I feel like the other teams right now, because it looks like the Spurs and Thunder are playing a different sport. The other teams right now, you're doing everything you can to be either Minnesota or New York. You know what I mean? Like Minnesota pushed the Spurs, they didn't beat them. New York's probably coming out of the East. You know, like you're doing everything you can right now to get into a position where you're playing the Spurs in the series, and maybe Wembanyama's not playing in that series or something, or maybe the Spurs take the Thunder out and you catch the Spurs when they're I don't know. But right now, it feels like there's those two teams and 28 other teams. So if you are the Suns, what do?
Who is the next Wembanyama? Do you have any idea? Do you have that scouting report in front of you right now?
Who was the previous Wembanyama?
That's kind of my point is, are you kidding me right now? You think these guys are walking around? Did you actually? We are seeing something right now that we've never seen. You could just say it. You can watch Victor Wembanyama play the game of basketball, and you can say with certitude, you've never seen anything like what that guy just did. There are points in games where I watch him, especially when he's got the ball and he's dribbling it and he's leading the break. I mean, this is a guy I've seen him do it.
Yeah.
The way that he runs and he looks like this huge, massive.
He doesn't even need a number on his jersey. Like, who's calling the games? And they're like, wait, who is that? Oh, okay, it's Wembanyama. Now I see. Like, he doesn't need a number.
No.
He doesn't look like any of the other players.
He literally looks like a praying mantis in a Spurs jersey.
But a lot of times when you get a player that big, they're awkward in their, even if they're effective, he's not awkward.
No.
So when you ask where do you find the next Wembanyama, you first have to find what planet he's from.
Yep.
And then see if there are other players like him on that planet. Wolf, I don't know that there's an answer here for the other teams, honestly. Like the question that we were asking going to break, and we'll try to answer it here. Does this, if you're the Suns, does this push you to try and do something crazy this offseason? Because there is very little in sports, especially Valley sports history, that I've hated more than # the timeline. Do you remember that with the Suns?
Yes.
Hey, everybody, just wait while we stockpile Josh Jackson and Marquise Chris, and we're not going to try to win for 5 years, and just be a fan of us trying to lose for 5 years so we can get Dragan Bender. Like, such a waste of everybody's time. But you do need to be aware of the fact that if you're a team trying to win right now, even if your window's open, there's a pretty good chance these two teams are going to slam that window shut on your fingers.
I know. Just how demoralizing is that right now? If you're a Phoenix Suns fan, I know that everyone out there listening, what are you going to say? I know, Rick. What are you going to say, Rick? What are you going to say? Who should they go get, Rick?
I mean, they should try to get Giannis.
Okay, there it is.
Can they? No. But they should try. They should try their absolute hardest.
Okay, define try. Because once again, if they can't do it and they know they can't do it, what should they do? Pick up a phone and just make the call? Is that what you're saying?
What you've got to do is you've got to really sell your assets, and you've got to be like, man, we really think Jalen Green is going to just turn into this superstar, but he's just not fitting here with us. But I think he could be the franchise player for the future for you guys. That's what Brian Gregory needs to do.
If they could get Giannis for Jalen Green, awesome, and everybody in Milwaukee should and would be fired the next day. Like, as the trade was announced, you need Nico Harris over in from Dallas, where he's not now. You need Nico Harris over in Milwaukee right now making trades.
Obviously, there would have to be more in the trade than just Jalen Green.
Their 2047 first-round pick. Like, what do they have?
They don't
I would trade Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, and Grayson Allen and see. I would offer that package, see what can happen, and maybe a draft pick if there's a way to from way down the road.
Yeah, once again, here's the thing about it. Even as the Suns stand, they could acquire Giannis and still not beat OKC or San Antonio.
Part. Yeah, and so the parts of this conversation.
Seriously.
This is their only shot, though. That's their only shot, in my opinion. Right now.
And the problem with that then too is you mortgage the future as well.
The only shot is mortgage you can't do it.
They have no picks.
You can't do it.
The problem with the Giannis conversation, we have to make this caveat to this conversation, disclaimer. They can't get Giannis.
Yeah, right.
Other teams also want Giannis. Other teams are in the win now. Like the Lakers, I'm sure, would make a push for Giannis. Oklahoma City might if they lose to San Antonio. They have all the assets that they could give Milwaukee. If any team gets involved in a bidding war with the Suns, they can outbid the Suns. So you really do need Nico Harrison to get the GM job in Milwaukee, think there's only one other team, think for once it's not the Lakers, and call the Suns and be like, hey, I want to move Giannis. Do you have Anthony Davis?
No. You know what it makes me think of, Basin? This is back when I was doing mornings with Doug Leese, my brother. I was doing it with Doug Leese. We used to say that all the time. Just go get Dwight Howard.
Just go ahead.
Just make a trade for Dwight Howard. This is when Dwight Howard was an absolute freak, of course, and dominating. And just make a trade for Dwight Howard. What are you doing?
I mean, if you're going to do that, you may as well call the Spurs and see if you can get Wembanyama.
We'll just get Giannis.
Solve two problems with one stone.
Okay.
More realistic. What about Zion?
I think that is more realistic.
It is more realistic.
We're trying to trade for
reason.
first-round picks.
Yeah.
That's another one.
That, I think, is probably the path, really. Just try to stockpile. You can't mimic what the Spurs have done because the Spurs got, what you want to say, gifted, whatever. They weren't good that year. It's not like they should have had no shot at getting Giannis and got him. I think they were tied for the worst record with like Detroit and somebody else, if I remember right. But the Spurs have a history of being gifted generational players, and this is one of the most generational. He has to be the most generational player since LeBron, right? I mean, this isn't just like, he's an amazing player. He's unlike anything we've ever seen.
He's unlike anything we've ever seen. That is the thing about it. Wembanyama, when you look at this guy, it is so funny. I laugh out loud when I watch him play because he does things that you just don't see a guy his size doing.
It's funny you say that because when he hit the three to tie it, I want to say at 108, I literally just started laughing. Like, he can hit threes from Steph range, too.
Yes.
Cool. That's fair.
You know, it's very interesting to me now that the Suns are in the position that they are. You want to know how they get better? They develop players. That's how they get better, including Jalen Green. But you know what? To me, I think Jalen Green is the one guy that you could actually trade for some picks and get some good picks for. I think Jalen Green is the one guy you could actually do that with. Obviously, I'm not including Book into that.
Zion's not a crazy notion. I mean, I think on some level, I know New Orleans said they're not going to trade Zion. Not totally sure New Orleans has a plan. They seem like the team with the least amount of a plan in the NBA right now, but whatever. You probably could put something together for Zion. Then you have to ask the question, though, does that make you a team that could beat San Antonio or Oklahoma City in a 7-game series? You have to keep trying. Like, you can't, again, hashtag the timeline was the biggest scam ever. It's right up there with trust the process in Philadelphia. Where did that get these teams?
Trust the process.
Like, you do have to actually try.
Be where your feet are.
We sound like motivational speakers.
Yes.
All right. Hand smashed Angus beef on a screaming hot griddle. That's the Sonic Smash. Well, I didn't know where this was going.
Some Angus beef. Give it to me.
It could be yours.
Delicious.
It does. Text Smasher to 620-620 to win a $25 gift card and an autographed D-backs baseball, too. Just throw that in there. One lucky winner takes home the grand prize, which is a $500 Sonic gift card, which means you could buy a lot of those. All right, when we come back, great night for the Diamondbacks offensively. So who stood out the most at the plate? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona State Sun Devils in London, England for the Union Jack Classic. And you could be there to see ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium this September.
What is the London Underground Railway commonly referred to as?
That would be the Tube.
Have you ever been on the Tube?
Yes, I have many times.
Kim, before we put you on hold, give us your best British accent. Go ahead.
What the is going on?
Devils in London, brought to you by Desert Financial. Here's how you can win.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
You sound like you're from London.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. At Trajan Wealth, it all starts with respect and understanding. Oh, yeah, their fiduciary advisors take time to listen, teach, and create a plan that truly reflects your values and your goals. Visit TrajanWealth.com to schedule your free consultation. Your goals, your time frame, your comfort level, that's what Trajan Wealth builds around. Their fiduciary advisors develop personalized wealth plans designed to fit you, not the other way around. Man, that's why you got to go to TrajanWealth.com. Or you could just go ahead and actually pick up the phone, Basinonians, and call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax, actual client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Megan's grandfather bought his first Ranger here. Her dad bought his first F-150 here. And she just drove off the lot in a new Ford Expedition for her family. 3 generations, all choosing Sanderson Ford. Visit Sanderson during their anniversary sale and see why. Right now, purchase any new Ford and get a $500 Circle K fuel card on Sanderson. We have your first 5 tanks covered. When you're in the market for a new vehicle, choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Not valid on fleet or AXZ or D-Plan purchases. Offer expires 5/31/26.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. How can Carson Beck capitalize on the additional OTA reps while Jacoby Brissett is away from the team? We'll discuss live from Cardinals Training Center on the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Wolf, before we get back into baseball.
Yeah.
Did you recover from that Sabres loss last night?
No, I have not, as a matter of fact. Are you kidding me? 2 penalty minutes. 2 for the Buffalo Sabres. 2 for the Canadiens, the Habitants.
Playoff hockey.
The Buffalo Sabres power play has sucked buttermilk for a long time now.
Hasn't been great. A little bit better earlier in that series.
It was better, yes, a little bit better than the rest of the playoffs. But
the end of the regular season into the playoffs, they were like 1 for 45%.
It was brutal. And, of course, they didn't get it done when given the opportunity.
I saw Jarrett in the hall during the last break, and he's like, this is where we are as a city, as a sports city. When we all adopt a team, they lose in the most gut-wrenching fashion. Because I feel like a lot of people here adopted the Sabres.
Oh, really?
A lot of people across hockey adopted the Sabres, honestly, this year. But especially here because of Josh Doan and Tage Thompson. Tage Thompson has been on the show recently. Josh Doan, whose dad has been on the show. His dad has hosted the show before. Yeah, look, just Game 7 overtime. Like we were thinking was probably going to happen yesterday, but what a brutal way to lose. And the guy who scored has scored Game 7 overtime goals in 2 consecutive series, which is I don't think has ever happened before.
Tell me it wasn't one of the greatest games ever, though. I mean, honestly.
Yeah.
To be able to watch that again, an overtime Game 7, knock it off.
And then you flip over and you're like, okay, man, anything I watch now is going to be like a hard break after. Oh, well, here's Spurs Thunder just going back and forth.
I can tell you, my friends in Buffalo, the Buffalonians, are mourning greatly right now, especially losing to the Blue Blanc Rouge.
Especially because they thought they scored the winning goal with like 10 minutes left in the game and it got waved off. All right, so let's get into baseball. And I have a name, Wolf, that I don't think is going to be your answer to this. But from that D-backs game last night, who stood out the most to you at the plate? I really hope you don't have the same answer.
Yeah, for me, once again, I think it was Ryan Waldschmidt. Was it Waldy?
Yeah,
for you
that was
too?
my answer. Wow, okay.
How could it not be?
Because everybody else had a good game too.
Well, yeah, I know, but it was good to see Ketel Marte, no doubt about it. A couple of RBIs as well. You know what? I'm going to change my answer.
Good, change
I'm going to go to Ketel Marte. Went 2 of 4, couple of RBIs.
You could have gone with Nolan Arenado, grand slam too.
Yeah, I know, but that was so early in the game, and not only that, he was 1 of 4 from that point.
True.
Yeah,
Okay, right.
So it's kind of struggled.
Well, the case for Waldschmidt, I mean, 3 for 3, a couple stolen bases. He's doing what they need somebody to do, what they badly needed somebody to do at the bottom of the order. It was the formula that worked for this offense the last couple of years when it was Geraldo Perdomo doing it. Bottom of the order, okay, sure, I'm batting 8th or 9th or whatever, but I'm going to get on base so Ketel Marte and Corbin Carroll have something to work with at the top of the order. Waldy last night, 3 for 3, couple runs scored, had an RBI, also drew a walk, stole 2 bases. He's hitting .313.
Yeah.
A lot of times you'll see high-end prospects get called up. They don't really do anything for a while. Then they get going.
Yeah.
He's only been up for a week and a half.
And it's not like his glove stinks in center field either.
No, and I know he doesn't have a home run yet, but he should have. He missed a home run by like 2 feet in his second game or third game, I guess.
Yeah, but honestly, right now, Basinonians, are you going to worry about that? The kid's hitting .313. He's got 6 RBIs. This is a guy. He's my everyday center fielder.
Yeah, they might have.
Is
something
he not?
Here. Oh, yeah.
There's no way
Absolutely.
You're coming off that.
Future
right
is
now.
now.
Why would you do that? Oh, we're going to send him back down. Want to give him a little seasoning.
We want to see him hit 600 in the minors.
Yeah, no, there's no way, man. Waldy right now is your starting center fielder for the Arizona Diamondbacks. And he looks an awful lot like Geraldo Perdomo at number 9 in that 9-hole before Perdomo started producing to the level he did.
We have somebody on D-backs front office tomorrow. Is it
we do?
Amiel? I think it might be Amiel.
Amiel!
But we're gonna.
Love talking
There's gonna be a lot of Ryan Waldschmidt questions. Rick, do you know who we have on tomorrow?
Waldy.
It's gonna.
We got Mike Hazen tomorrow.
Oh, we got Hazen.
Oh, wow.
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 It goes from Bleish to Hazen.
All right.
Okay, the freaky Mike Hazen.
Yeah,
Okay.
of course.
That's a bone up.
Freaky
Mike Hazen. Wheeling and dealing.
For some Waldschmidt questions out there.
Yes.
Hopefully they win tonight, but it's not a good track record when Mike Hazen's coming on. There's usually some disaster that happens the night before, and we got to ask him something really hard.
Is it bad for the D-backs? All I know is when Mike Fitzgerald's coming on the next day, they're like 38-0.
Yeah.
The last few years. I don't know that it's a bad record with Hazen. It's just not as good as Fitzgerald's undefeated record.
Yeah, but there's always like something we got to ask him about.
All right. Well, right now the thing we got to ask him about is Ryan Waldschmidt.
Also, too, Basinonians, while we're having this conversation about who stepped up and who kind of flashed in terms of at the dish, Gabby Moreno. How about Gabby, too? How good was it to see Gabby Moreno?
Yeah.
Hello. What's going to hit that 2-run shot? 2 for 5 on the day. Gabby Moreno is one of these guys. He's sneaky. He's a sneaky hitter. He's got a clutch gene to him that I still believe is there. I still believe it. Gabby Lane, too. How about that? Spraying it to left field. He does it all the time. When he's on and you see him knocking the ball, not left field, right field. When you see him slapping the ball the other way to right field, when you see Gabby doing that, Basinonians, that's when you know he's on. That's when you know he's at his best at the dish, when he's lining balls into right field.
You know, we've seen the last couple games what this offense could look like when it's really going.
Yeah.
And I don't think anybody looks at it and says, "Oh, you know, that's the 27 Yankees or whatever." Like it's not that kind of offense, but can it be effective enough? Yeah, if Ketel's hitting and Corbin Carroll are hitting, which I'm just going to assume Corbin Carroll's always hitting, because even when he's not hitting, he's hitting. If Ketel's hitting, then look at what you have at the top of the lineup. Is Perdomo a traditional number 3 hitter? I don't know, but he's good.
Yeah.
And then if Arenado's just going to hit the way he is, and like you said, you've got Gabby with the clutch gene, Ryan Waldschmidt getting it done at the bottom of the lineup, and Ildemaro Vargas just getting 2 hits every game. How many? I just named 7 of your hitters. There you go. You can piece together the other 2 however you want to do it.
Yeah. Ildemaro Vargas, who are you, man? Seriously, the invasion of the body snatchers. Have you ever seen that movie, Basinonians? Have you ever seen that?
No.
Just Google it, my young crux.
Sounds like a comedy.
Yes. It's a bunch of aliens, of course, snatching human bodies.
Oh.
And then, you know.
So it doesn't sound like a comedy.
So it's not a comedy. Are you kidding me?
Yes, I was kidding.
No way. At the same time, yeah, Gabby Moreno is on fire. And it's...
You just went full circle on me so
Full
much.
circle. Did you get that?
I am now
The
dizzy.
invasion of the body snatchers. Ildemaro Vargas.
You know,
and Gabby Moreno.
I heard them talking about it on the morning show with Ildemaro Vargas. It's a great point. You would have thought after the 27-game hitting streak got snapped that it would be like, okay, welcome back to earth now, Ildemaro. Now you're going to kind of go into a slump. He's not in a slump. He's hitting 335.
No.
He was hitting 331 going into yesterday, and he raised his average.
By
with
the
2
way,
more
I
hits.
think he's got the highest batting average, I think, in the league. Ron Wolfley.
He's definitely right on. I got to see what the other 2 guys did, but I know coming into this week he was 3rd. He's right there.
Okay.
Like it's
Thank
absurd. And yeah, I think he actually may have jumped somebody. Yeah, he's only behind Otto Lopez now.
Okay.
He jumped ahead of Shea Langoliers.
I see.
Take that, Shea. So, yeah, it helps to have Ildemaro Vargas just getting 2 hits every night, too. All right, when we come back, how much could having an offensive-minded head coach benefit the Arizona Cardinals offense in 2026? You're going to hear what Paris Johnson Jr. had to say about that next, among others. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Ciao!
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Paris Johnson Jr. is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
You said the last 3 years was different. What was wrong with the last 3 years? What prevented you guys from having success?
At the end of the day, we're here to win. I love JG. I love Coach Drew. I mean, I love the guys that we had the last 3 years. Those guys brought me in. I believe those guys wanted to win the same way that we want to win right now. I just think that it's on the players. Like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, coaches need it. No, we just have to go. Like, there's no time where, hey, we have this year and we have, 2 years to get it done. We're going to get our guys in. No, like, we got to get the guys in right now and go. We got the guys now. It's time to go.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com, man. How's your teeth? Let's talk about it. Well, maybe they're a little jacked up right now. Maybe you're missing teeth or you're tired of fumbling around with dentures. And if you are, you need to go see my good friend, Dr. Joe, over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Dr. Joe is the real deal. He's helped more than 2,500 full-mouth patients and placed over 20,000 implants. Man, think about that, over 20,000 implants. And with the all-on-4 full-mouth implant, experience is everything. Maybe you want to bite into a steak again, crunch into an apple, smile for a family picture. How about that? You can do it at Aria. Book your new patient consultation and 3D CT scan or get a second opinion before you make that big decision. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and if your ride's starting to feel a little outdated, Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa can help you upgrade just in time for the summer. Here's the difference. Anybody can sell you a vehicle, but not everybody makes the whole experience feel easy and enjoyable. That's why Arizona drivers have trusted the Earnhardt name since 1951. Real people, honest prices, and a team that's focused on what works best for you, not pushing you into something you don't want. It's how the Earnhardt family built its reputation the old-fashioned way, by treating people right. If you're after a refined Buick SUV or a bold GMC truck, they have one of the best selections in the Valley with options that fit your lifestyle and budget. And when you're ready to shop, their website makes everything simple. Browse inventory, value your trade, and explore our incredible offers anytime online. So when you're ready for something better, visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models. All offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
In Arizona, your windows are more than just a view. They're the only thing standing between you and 115-degree heat. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and this is why you call my friends at Advanced Window Products, because they don't just sell windows, they build them to withstand the harsh desert climate, and they build them specifically for your home, never retrofitted on site. Advanced Window Products, celebrating their 40th year in business. They're Arizona's #1 window replacement company. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they build your windows, they install your windows, and then they guarantee them for life. And remember, the installation is always done by full-time vetted crews, never random subcontractors. And during their May window upgrade event, you get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110 or find them online at advancedwindows.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for a series win tonight at home against the San Francisco Giants. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Ryan Nelson gets the start for the Snakes. The Phoenix Mercury welcome the expansion Toronto Tempo to the Valley for the first time tonight. Tip-off for Mortgage Matchup Center is at 7. And Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals goes down tonight in the NBA. Tip-off for Cavs-Knicks is at 5 over on ESPN 620. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE, Refractive Lens Exchange. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Register for K2 Vision RLE's free live webinar this Thursday at noon. K2VisionRLE.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. What stood out in the Diamondbacks series opener against the Giants? We'll react and then look ahead to Game 2 on the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, it is voluntary OTA time for the Cardinals. We're going to be out there tomorrow. We'll get some good interviews, as we always do when we're out there with the Cardinals. Burns and Gambo got some good ones yesterday, and they spoke to Paris Johnson Jr., so I'm just going to fire off some of these cuts, okay? There's some good ones in here.
Man, let's react. Paris Johnson Jr.
Starting with the biggest changes on the offense so far.
Biggest thing I would say is just the involvement of, I'm trying to think the best way to say this, but I would say how we're involving the tight ends and the receivers in the offense. I would say, again, for me, I'm large in part doing the same thing, have to block the defensive end. But I think it's really cool to see how we involve a lot of other people in the run game, which is super cool. You know, and pass game is going to be the pass game.
Yeah, pass game's going to be the pass game. Just kick off the ball and do your job. Make sure that there's no pressure that is coming down on the quarterback, especially on the blind side, if you know what I'm talking about. Paris does know what I'm talking about. But the good news is the Arizona Cardinals, I think, are going to be more physical. They're going to be more intentional about running the ball and doing it in a very north-south kind of way.
How much can we read into what the Rams did last year? I mean, the Cardinals don't have Matthew Stafford. I get it. They don't have Devontae Adams, Puka Nacua. They do have Trey McBride.
Yeah.
They do have Jeremiah Love. But the Rams...
They have Tip Ryman.
Yeah, I mean...
No, I'm honestly...
No, I know it.
I honestly think
if you're going to run 13 personnel, you need a Tip Ryman.
You're going to run 12 personnel. You need a Tip Ryman. You're going to say, I honestly believe, based on names, that Mike LaFleur is going to sit there, especially coming off the season the Rams did with their 12-13. Mike LaFleur is going to look at Tip Ryman, and Tip Ryman, when he was healthy, and what he was able to do, and the way he was able to dominate the point of attack. I think he's going to look at Tip Ryman and think, we need a lot of 12 personnel. Trey McBride, Tip Ryman. I believe that. How many? And that means here we go, especially in rundown, Luke. 12 personnel, you got play action, and you're going to be running the ball in a physical kind of way, man, with a zone scheme. And I think Jeremiah Love is going to love himself some Tip Ryman.
I lost track of how many tight ends the Rams had last year because it just felt like they ran 4 new ones out there each week. But I wonder what Sean McVay would say if he was given the Cardinals offensive pieces for a season. You know what I mean? Like which way, and I don't mean on the record, I mean off the record. Which ones would he look at and say, nah, I don't need that? But which ones would he look at and say, yeah, I can do a lot with this? You know, Trey McBride, I think to your point, Tip Ryman, even though it's not like a huge name, I think if you're Sean McVay and hopefully by proxy Mike LaFleur, you love that for what it can do for your offense. Look at the Rams last year with Blake Corum and Kyron Williams. You don't think Mike LaFleur is looking at what he can do with Jeremiah Love and Tyler Algier in those roles, or, you know, James Conner if he's available too? So here's more from Paris Johnson Jr. on his early impressions of the new head coach.
He's cool. I mean, he's awesome. I think the guys of the team, they really connect with him, and guys love the offense. Guys love the offense. I think it allows the variance, without trying to get into the scheme too much. I would say the variance in the offense makes it really fun to play in. You know, and I think he brings great energy to the meetings, and pairing him with Coach Hackett. Coach Hackett's my guy. That's a ball guy. His meetings are fun, and pairing those guys together in the lab on offense. This is going to be a fun season.
Yeah, you just don't hear a lot of offensive tackles talking about Hackett, the offensive coordinator. That's my guy right there. You know what I mean? Skill position players? Yeah, you're going to hear a lot of skill position players actually say, yeah, that's my guy right there, the offensive coordinator, Hackett. He's my guy. But you know what? Paris, once again, is a guy that is heavily involved in the success of this offense going forward. You need guys that are going to be able to model the culture going forward, and Paris Johnson Jr. is one of those guys.
It's a weird time to be a Cardinals fan because, and I honestly mean this, if you just look at their offensive pieces on paper, and if you stack them up, I'm sure somebody will do this. ESPN will do this in the middle of July, right? They'll do the whole okay, let's compare every team's running backs, receivers, and tight ends on paper or whatever.
At least it wasn't in June.
It's in the middle of June?
Yeah. How do you have that ready to go?
I feel like Rick has a button that just plays that song. It's a separate button. He's just ready for that.
I do, actually. I literally have a button that says middle of June.
I think
I also have one for
Freaky Mike Hazen, the wheeling and dealing.
Those are buttons you offer.
Okay, we get it, Rick.
Rick empties
You've
the
got
sound
it ready
folder.
To go. It starts with one. You also have that as
too.
well.
Okay,
we just
there's
gotta
a
have
few.
to. We have to bring that in.
It starts with one.
Okay.
The point being, the skill position players the Cardinals have on paper are legitimately dangerous if you can put them together the right way.
Yeah.
And I know when you say that, you get some people that are just like, oh, you think the Cardinals
You're
are going to
crazy.
win? No, the Cardinals don't have a quarterback, and they have the hardest schedule in the NFL. I don't think they're going to win a ton of games. But they do have some really good running backs, some potentially really good receivers, and the best tight end, I think, in football. Plus, you bring up Tip Ryman. Again, not a headline grabber, but somebody who would fit, you would think, in what Mike LaFleur wants to do with his offense very well. They have pieces for an offensive-minded coach that I would say are in the top half of the league for sure.
How good can Chase Besantes be? How good can he be as a rookie?
I don't know if anybody has an answer to that yet.
Can he actually do that? Can he be a guy, one of these rookies, of course, that might stand out and pop on the offensive line? Yeah, I think he could be one of those guys. We'll have to wait and see, of course. But at the same time, Jeremiah Love. We haven't even really talked about Jeremiah Love in this offense. You've mentioned the names that are out there, of course. Man, Jeremiah Love, the explosive talent that he actually has. This guy is a big play waiting to happen. You know, and again, there's not a lot of running backs that are like that. Where you can check the ball down, he can go 80. He just needs the right coverage, the right move, the right situation. Check the ball down, miss a tackle, he could go 80.
When he can block, too, to the point, and that's so huge because you can just have him out there, and the other team's going to think he's getting the ball, and you can do whatever. You can run play action, you can just pass. I'm expecting Jahmyr Gibbs, Christian McCaffrey, Bijan Robinson. Maybe not in week one, even if he is that good, that might be hidden this year because they don't really have a quarterback yet. But that's the sort of... Maybe more Jahmyr Gibbs. And Christian McCaffrey's one of the best running backs I've ever seen.
You know, I said this a long time ago, and I believe it. I think the Arizona Cardinals are going to have one of the better offenses in the National Football League, and I got ripped for that. I got absolutely ripped for that, and that's okay. We'll wait and see. It was a hot take. It was meant to be a hot take. But I honestly do believe that. I do believe that the Arizona Cardinals have skill players that can just light it up. And when I say better, I'm talking about in the top half, one of the better offenses. That's what one of the better offenses is. It's not average. It's in the top half of the league. And I think they have the skill to do that. Now, the offensive line is the only question mark that I have.
Well, the quarterback.
Well, even the quarterback, okay, Jacoby Brissett I'm assuming Jacoby Brissett is going to be the guy.
Somebody should probably call him and tell him.
I'm assuming he's going to be the guy.
Okay.
And if he gets the first start and if he gets the opportunity to do it, I think he's going to be really, really good in that offense. Now, there's no way in the world he's going to finish that offense.
No.
No way. Because, again, you need to play Carson back at some point in time. But I think while he's playing, it's going to be a good offense.
Real quick, here's Paris Johnson Jr. on Jeremiah Love.
Him as a guy, I'll say he's kind of like me, kind of like Marv. You know, he's a good guy. He's about the right things. He's not a guy that's going to be starting to run around town doing God knows what. He's about ball. He comes here very serious. He's ready to work. He's not coming to the door like a rookie trying to figure things out. He knows his place within an organization.
All right, well, if you've had your offensive hot take, here's mine. And okay. I don't know how you can really quantify mine. Anybody that didn't like the Jeremiah Love pick, I think is going to slowly retroactively rework that stance over time. I understand, especially in the moment before they had drafted Besantes in the second round, I understand the logic of people being like, we need to trade down, we need to get offensive linemen, whatever. But I just think he's going to be that good. Give it like 2 years, because I don't know who his quarterback is this year, but I think he's going to be one of those things where over time, people who didn't like that pick in the moment are going to gradually be like, oh yeah, I always loved that pick, because I just think he's going to be that good. Him individually.
I think Jeremiah Love is going to get off.
Because I think what Paris Johnson Jr. just said right there is very true. He gets it. This isn't like football isn't a means for him to be famous or whatever. Like this is what he does, and that when you have that talent married to that work ethic, that produces what we saw him do in college. The Devils are going to London, and you could too win a trip for two to see ASU versus Kansas in the Union Jack Classic at Wembley Stadium with Royal box seats, sideline passes, airfare from Phoenix, and a 4-star hotel stay. Listen for daily trivia keywords to enter, brought to you by Desert Financial. When we come back, are we seeing the D-backs turn a corner? Offensively, rotation, however you want to define it. You know what? We're going to ask the voice of the D-backs. Chris Garagiola joins us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Late nights in the middle of June.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2-2 again. That one lifted in the air to right center, and this should do it. Waldschmidt, he will call off Barossa, and he makes the catch, and the Diamondbacks just dominate the Giants here in the opener. Final score, 12-2. The Arenado grand slam set the tone, and the offense just could not be stopped here tonight.
Catch Game 2 of the D-backs Giants series live from Chase Field tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
It's been life-changing. It really has. Went up to CQC Kinetics. I could feel the difference the way I got out of bed. I could feel the difference throughout the day. I could feel the difference while I was playing golf.
Let's rewind. That's an elated QC Kinetics patient, David Smoke, a very active TV and radio sports personality who loves to run and golf.
I started to notice some aches and pains, an aching, throbbing pain in my right hip. I didn't want to get cut on. I've had MRIs, and it showed no structural damage. I've tried the steroid injections, and that just seemed like it kicked the can down the road.
It's that endless cycle that leaves you continually fighting joint pain in your hips, knees, shoulders, and back. But this is where it ends with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments.
I've tried it all. The only thing that's different is me going to QC Kinetics. I believe in it because it's worked.
Don't waste another day going in circles. Make QC Kinetics your first call. The consultation is absolutely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com. A1 from day one.
At Freeway Chevrolet, buying a vehicle is as easy as 1. Welcome to Freeway. 2, 3. And right now, you can get up to $12,500 off MSRP on a new 2026 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Up to $12,500 off MSRP on new Silverado 1500 models from dealer inventory. Includes all applicable rebates and discounts. Not available with special financing, lease, and similar offers. Includes tax, title, license, registration, and document fee. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details. Take new retail delivery by June 1st, 2026.
Last year, I had back pain radiating down my right leg. The pain was so bad I was willing to cut my leg off to stop the pain. I could barely walk and had to stoop over when I did just to take pressure off the spine. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. In my professional career, I've represented thousands of people who've had herniated discs and issues with their neck and back, but never fully appreciated what they were going through until it was my turn. It's like trying to describe colors to a blind person who's never had sight. All I can tell you is it hurt like hell, but worse. My daily walk was gone, and that bothered me a great deal. Then I thought of all of you and how much more devastating this type of injury could be for you. My life stopped. I now feel your pain. Just know at Morgan & Morgan, we got your back. I understand. Morgan means more.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, I got a great tax guy. He does a good job for me every year, but I'm always keeping 5 years of records from behind. He never looks forward and has a plan for me going forward. But when you work with you and Asset Preservation, you guys have a tax plan for the future.
Absolutely. Look, most people think that their tax plan is when they file taxes, but that really is just looking backwards. You must look forward. Tax planning is about how you can save taxes in years to come. If you don't have a financial plan that includes a tax plan, I think you're missing out.
And most financial advisors do not have a tax plan for you going forward, which is why I recommend you make the phone call right now and get a free portfolio review with the same guy I work with, Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Call 602-877-PLAN or go online at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. Can the D-backs get the bats going? And a recap. Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals. That and so much more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Well, 20 runs in the last 2 games for the Arizona Diamondbacks, and 12 of those were at home. Those weren't all at Coors Field. Chris Garagiola joins us right now on the Arizona Sports Line to talk about the Diamondbacks as they get ready for Game 2 of the series with the San Francisco Giants tonight at Chase Field. Chris, thanks so much for the time. How's it going?
What's going on, guys? How you doing?
Doing well.
Good. Let's start with the offense. I want to start with one player in particular. There's a lot of ways we could go, but just your early impressions of Ryan Waldschmidt, because it seems like he's able to already kind of do everything they are asking him to do.
Yeah, I mean, I think talked a little bit about this yesterday, right? But it just sent shockwaves when it wasn't just Waldschmidt coming up, but it was Alek Thomas being DFA'd. And, you know, for all of what Alek Thomas was, the one thing that we could really rely upon was good center field defense, right? One of the most spacious outfields in all of Major League Baseball. And so when you lost that, you wondered, well, you know, how far is the defense going to fall off and how much is his bat going to have to make up for that? And the reality is it doesn't feel like the defense is taking a step back. And the simple reality is that at the moment you're just getting more production, right? I mean, he had 3 hits yesterday and a pair of doubles. He had a few extra base hits on the road trip as well, on top of some great highlight catches, the ability to get good over-the-shoulder reads, track balls down. I mean, the fact that we saw him make those catches at Coors, and we've seen him now play pretty well at Chase Field, you got to just feel really good about the fact that you're getting a solid all-around player, and you're starting to get more production at the bottom of that lineup.
Yeah, you know what is so cool right now? The Diamondbacks, of course, 23-23, 500, and there are so many different storylines surrounding this team. Chris, what do you think is the best story?
Well, the best story, I would say, in terms of a feel-good is Ildemaro Vargas, right? And the ability to see someone who has been grinding, right? Where, you know, you think about pro athletes and they usually find their success early, have a setback, and then have to, you know, kind of overcome that setback. Or you're a superstar where you're great early, you're great in the middle, you peak, and then you have a very, very slow decline and still have these productive years. But Vargas, right, this is all coming at the very end. And I think it's just a perfect capstone to a workerman's journey. He's now filling in basically because of injuries, right? And in that fill-in role, he has been the most consistent, the most productive, and the easiest guy to root for. I think that's why it's got some attention outside the city. That's the feel-good. If you're talking about the best story in terms of, like, the Diamondbacks having success, I think it's Juan Murillo, right? I mean, here's a guy who, yeah, the stuff looked good last year, but walked too many, wasn't getting a ton of strikeouts, relatively speaking, given the stuff, and giving up a lot of hits. He gets set down. I don't know what they had him focus on in the offseason, but he has come back. He has completely, like, slashed his walk rate by 75%. And you want to talk about a Swiss Army knife in the bullpen. Need him to lock down a save? He can do it. Oh, bases loaded in the 8th inning with 1 out? No problem. Stick him in there. He'll find a way out of a jam. Like, I'm so impressed with what he's been able to do. And I'm telling you, if the Diamondbacks can kind of get on one of those rolls, you know, and position themselves in the postseason late, like, he's going to be such a key guy in some big games. So what's today? May 19th? Circle the date, right? That's when we tried to put it on your radar.
We're talking to Chris Garagiola. Chris, sticking with the pitchers, but in the rotation, and he's starting tonight. Ryan Nelson, if you just look at his overall numbers, he's got 1 win and a 5.40 ERA. Nobody that's not watching the Diamondbacks probably has Ryan Nelson on their radar right now, but obviously everybody around town, they know what he's capable of. And in his 3 starts this month, he's been really good. It's basically just been 3 hits that have scored all the runs off of him in those 3 starts. What are you seeing from him, and do you feel like he's righted the ship and he's back on track now?
I do. And I think what you're talking about, looking at the ERA, right, it's a simple math problem. And anyone who has made basically fewer than 12 starts, if you have an outing where you give up 8 runs or 10 runs and you only record 1 out, like, you're just going to blow up your ERA. And so it's going to take a long time to basically recover that. So, all he can do is sort of plod away. But the good news with Nelson is we have basically a year and a half of evidence that would suggest he's a really good starter. And I don't think overnight or in an off season, like he just forgot how to pitch. So, with Nelson, it's a great four-seam fastball. That has been the thing that has elevated him, through the professional ranks and into the major leagues. And now he's got this terrific cutter combination as well. Little bit of a slider. He's throwing it in leverage counts. He's throwing it in good locations. And look, when he works ahead, man, like it's game over for the hitters, right? And like so many of the pitchers in this rotation, if for whatever reason he just has days where he's struggling to get those early strikes, he's struggling to lay the fastball where he wants, he can sometimes have, what I call just an immature approach. Not that he's immature, but he just thinks, all right, well, I got this great fastball and I can throw my way through trouble. And in the big leagues, you can't just do that. So he's a very good pitcher. And, you're going to see good start after good start. There's no way by the time we get to the middle of June that thing is at a 5 or probably even a 4.5. It'll probably be under 4 by that point.
Chris, what are you seeing from the lineup? When you're looking at the lineup right now, we're seeing the Diamondbacks actually scoring more runs. Who is the catalyst?
Oh, man. Well, if you always ask the great questions, man, like, where's your Pulitzer? Honestly, Woodward and Bernstein over here. Who's the catalyst, man? I mean, I think right now it's kind of shifted at different parts in the season because when things weren't going really well, like the guy who was kind of holding steady was Ildemaro Vargas. But over the last 2.5 weeks, to me, the person who has stuck out the most is Nolan Arenado. I think he's got like the 6th or 7th highest on base percentage this month. He's coming up with not only like the ability to get on base, but as we saw in the first inning yesterday, the big grand slam that was obviously the pace setter. And to me, I don't know if it's catalyst, but it's like he was holding the line while we were waiting for reinforcements. Like here come the Germans, and Arenado is just making a final stand until Carroll got right, until Cattell got right, until Perdomo and Moreno started to get there. And once the A team got here, right, like we were going to come through with victory. So he, to me, has been the most impressive over the last 2.5 weeks, whereas, like, I would say the first 3 to 4 weeks of the season, it's hard to be more impressed with what a guy like Ildemaro Vargas was doing.
Talking to Chris Garagiola. Chris, with Merrill Kelly, I mean, he's made even less starts than Ryan Nelson, so the numbers probably are even more deceptive. But to see him go out there and throw his first ever complete game and do it at Coors Field on Friday, how big was that for this team, just given his status as a leader and obviously traditionally a pretty solid pitcher for this team?
Yeah, it's such a hard question in the sense of like, I don't know how much it does for the team, but, and Wolf can speak to this, right? Like as a teammate, when you see one of your brothers just do something really impressive, and it's not like he was going every day, like maybe this is the day I throw a complete game, but like for guys like Gallen who've been here for a long time, they know how close he got. And for any other pitcher, like, how hard it is to do. And obviously, Luke, to your point, like at Coors Field, that's probably the most difficult venue in professional baseball to try and get a complete game. Like, they were just absolutely chuffed for him, Mm-hmm. And for Merrill, a guy who's had to fight and scrap for everything in his entire career, like, it's just another great accomplishment, right? Like, he got to start for Team USA in a championship. He was the winning pitcher in a World Series game. He didn't get the chance to start opening day. I know he was disappointed by that, but like he kind of got something that he felt he probably deserved to have given the quality of pitcher he's been the last few years. What's been great is that everyone's been throwing the ball well, right? And so I think that was just like the thesis, the statement of that. And it probably just served as like a lighthouse to the other pitchers of like, yeah, we can actually keep doing this. It doesn't just have to be a week of great pitching. We can make it 2 weeks. We can make it a month. And I thought Gallen had a very easy breezy, 6 innings, 2 runs allowed last night. So the more that the starting pitching continues to perform the way it has, as the offense comes out of hibernation, like this team is loading up the revolver for a 6, 7, 8 game winning streak here that they're about to pop off. So I'm hoping that we're at the very beginning stages of it because it seems like for the first time this year, everything is clicking at the same time.
Chris, always great talking to you. Thank you so much, man. We'll be listening.
Yeah, I'm out of metaphors. Good timing. You're welcome, guys. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Chris. It's Chris Garagiola joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line ahead of D-backs Giants tonight from Chase Field. Of course, you can hear him on the call. When we come back, we're going to take you through top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
The payoff pitch to Beatty. Swung on and hit out to deep center. Waldschmidt moving back, makes an over-the-shoulder catch.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Man, if you're having neck or back pain, you need to go see the best of the best, and that is Desert Institute for Spine Care. The reason why, well, it's going to vary, of course, based on your need, Basinonians, but they have award-winning doctors, man, and provide a broad range of treatments. DISC provides pain mapping and a careful diagnostic approach to figure out exactly what will be best for your issue, and then they back that with proven success and trust. Listen, the DISC doctors, they often train doctors from all over the world on best practices and techniques as a world leader. They all come here. If you're experiencing any kind of neck or back pain, like I was, it's time for you to text SPINE to 620-620. That's SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
Your family's in the pool all summer. Do you know if the electrical system is safe? Most homeowners never think about it, but between summer heat and monsoon moisture, your pool's electric system takes a beating. Parker & Sons offers a pool circuit safety check for just $89. It's a full inspection of everything powering your pool. This is the one service every pool owner needs before the first cannonball of the season. Call or text 602-2REPAIR, and Parker & Sons will make sure your pool is summer ready.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and Earnhardt Ford in Chandler is putting the power back in your hands with employee pricing, because that's American value for American values. Look, I get it. Buying a new ride shouldn't feel like a battle. At Earnhardt Ford, they built their entire experience around you. They're known across the valley for 75 years of Arizona trust, a legacy you can count on. No bull, transparent pricing. No pressure, no surprises. A dedicated team working around your needs, budget, and timeline. And the power to shop, compare, and buy completely online on your terms. Right now, on remaining new 2025 models, you'll get employee pricing. You pay what they pay, plus an additional $2,500 Earnhardt discount on select models. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wearing mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $699 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
We watch these lawyers get on TV and say they're going to treat their clients like family, when we know they put secret mandatory quotas on their lawyers. That means your own lawyer pressures you into a premature, terrible result. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. We don't set settlement quotas. We measure success by achieving each client's best outcome and by each client's happiness.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Hey, it's Austin with Moxie Pest Control. When I was a kid, we didn't have much.
One day, a box showed up on our doorstep. No name, no note, just things we really needed at the time. I was probably 7 or 8, and I still remember opening it and feeling what real kindness felt like. That's why we show up the way we do at Moxie Pest Control, because one small act of kindness can mean everything.
Make the move to Moxie. Call Moxie Pest Control.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for a series win tonight at home against the San Francisco Giants. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Ryan Nelson gets the start for the Snakes. The Phoenix Mercury welcome the expansion Toronto Tempo to the Valley for the first time tonight. Tip-off for Mortgage Matchup Center is at 7. And Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals goes down tonight in the NBA. Tip-off for Cavs-Knicks is at 5, and you can listen to it over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by the Barrow Neurological Foundation. Dine and donate this month at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations. $1 from the purchase of select items will support brain tumor research at the Ivy Brain Tumor Center.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noon Tuesday. Time to Wolfing down your lunch. Rick is here. Rick.
What's up, guys?
What's going on, Rick?
Hold on, I'm sorry. The Arizona Cardinals are holding voluntary...
That was great.
Rick you sounded like you were surprised this segment was coming up.
I'm good. I'm good. I just had the wrong window open on my computer.
All right.
The Arizona Cardinals are holding voluntary OTAs, and Jacoby Brissett is not there as he continues his holdout. Head coach Mike LaFleur addressed Brissett's absence and how contracts are going with the quarterback.
How are things progressing with Jacoby's contract discussions?
Yeah, same as where we were a few weeks ago. So.
Will Jacoby Brissett be a member of the Cardinals when the regular season starts in September?
We are going to watch Mike LaFleur age before our very eyes. He gets here, and he's already being talked about. He's being asked constantly about, I believe this is the 5th quarterback he's had to answer questions about. He hasn't even coached a game here yet. And he's now being asked about a quarterback holding out who won 1 game last year.
Yeah,
and I
totally.
like Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah, what was the question again, Rick? For accuracy?
Will Jacoby Brissett be a member of the Cardinals when the regular season starts in September?
Oh, my goodness.
Man, that is a tough question.
That is a tough question because, again, you have to wonder how in the world does a team that went 3-14, a quarterback that won 1 game, how is he holding out? Has the job been given to him? Did he not think he had to compete for the job? I have no idea how to answer this question, but I'm going to say yes, Jacoby is going to be.
I think he'll be here. I'm not sure how many games he's going to start, but I do think he'll be on the Cardinals when the season starts.
Yeah.
How's that?
You know what? I think he's going to be the starter. We'll see. I would love to see the Arizona Cardinals take Carson Beck and start him from week 1. I'm well on the record saying that. At the same time, I'm getting a feeling that he's not going to get that opportunity. That Jacoby Brissett, if he's here, will go ahead and start.
Whoever is starting at the beginning of the year, though, anytime they struggle, you're just going to hear people saying, well, Carson Beck. If it's Jacoby, they're going to be like, man, this dude held out, and he won 1 game last year. If it's Gardner Minshew, it's going to be like, this guy's a career backup. Bring in Carson Beck. And if you're wondering, okay, well, maybe whoever it is can really thrive, their first 3 opponents are the Chargers, the Seahawks, and the Niners. And they really don't get a break again until week 15.
And by the way, I'm not coming off my stance based on it. No, I want to see Carson Beck get the opportunity from week 1.
Well, Jacoby Brissett is opening the door a little bit for that happening.
Yeah, he is.
The Arizona Diamondbacks got hits from everyone in their lineup yesterday as they crushed the San Francisco Giants 12-2, and that was their starting lineup. Has the Snakes offense turned a corner?
Well, this is definitely the formula. Everybody in the lineup get a hit. I mean, if you just do that every game, you'd be set. I feel like they're turning a mini corner. I mean, we're not going to get the team that outscored everybody else in baseball by 100 runs a couple years ago. They just don't have the power hitters anymore. But I do think they're turning a corner to a certain extent where the offense isn't going to be a liability because Arenado's been steady. Corbin Carroll's largely been steady. I know he went into a mini slump. If Ketel's getting going, and honestly, Ryan Waldschmidt, in a weird way, I think triggers a lot of this. I think they're going to have a serviceable offense.
Yeah, their last 7 games, in 6 of them, they have scored 4 or more runs. And in the last 4 games they've played, in 3 of those games, 12, 8, 9.
That's good.
They're coming around.
9. Start 9.win.
Start 9.win. The NBA Western Conference Finals began yesterday with Victor Wembanyama and the San Antonio Spurs taking down the Oklahoma City Thunder 112-115 in a double overtime thriller. Is any Western Conference team, including the Phoenix Suns, competing with the Spurs and Thunder in the foreseeable future?
We got to define what foreseeable future is. I mean, obviously, if the Spurs didn't have Victor Wembanyama for a good chunk of a season, they're beatable. I still think they're good, but they're beatable. Oklahoma City, I think, is a little more immune to injury because they just have so many players.
Oh, yeah.
I never want to say nobody can compete with them, but I don't remember a time where I was watching the NBA where there were 2 teams that just feel like they're like 3 tiers ahead of everybody else. Because again, it's not like either one of these teams' window is closing. They're both just opening.
No, I agree with everything Luke just said, but to compete with them, yeah, of course they're going to compete with them. You're going to go out there and you're going to be in between the lines and you're going to compete and you're going to try to play as hard as you possibly can. That is your job. Of course they're going to compete with them. Just probably not going to win.
All right, very quickly, because we have to get to the Devils in London contest. Our Sanderson Ford poll question is up now at arizonasports.com, and it's related to the series. After the Spurs took Game 1, who is your pick to win the Western Conference Finals, the Spurs or the Thunder?
Thunder.
I mean, I was kind of leaning Spurs yesterday before the game on this show, so I think you got to kind of go Spurs, don't you?
Yeah, there we go. And I'm going to break the tie and vote Spurs.
Yeah?
Okay. There it is.
Any other team, it would be disrespectful to the Thunder. And I do, I'm not sitting here thinking, the Spurs are going to win this series convincingly. If they win, they'll have to do it in 7. But I just think you have such an X factor in Wembanyama, and I got to kind of stick with it because I was leaning that way yesterday.
And it's Thunder 60-40.
Yeah, which is fair. I mean, they should still be the favorites. I'll double check during the break who the favorite is. I would assume it's still Oklahoma City fairly comfortably. I mean,
yeah, I think the Spurs just got their attention now.
I think if the Spurs didn't win last night, after the way that game played out, they wouldn't have had a chance. All right.
I know everyone says, well, if they lost 4 or 5 to the Spurs. Don't talk to me about the regular season and a playoff game. It's a different paradigm for the defending champion, is it not? Thank you.
All right, it's time for Devils in London.
Cheerio.
Cheerio. It's time for Devils in London. Listen closely because your trivia question is coming right now. The first correct caller wins 50 entries into our grand prize draw for a VIP London experience with airfare, hotel stay, and tickets to the Union Jack Classic ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium. Here's your question.
Touchdown, Sun Devils!
All right, here's your question, 602-260-9870. I would say this one's a little bit easier than yesterday's, but what do I know? Who is the current coach of ASU's football team? 602-260-9870. Call in, and the first caller who calls in and gets that answer correctly, he's going to get 50 ping pong balls in the lottery drawing, which, by the way, is coming up in like less than 2 weeks now to this massive giveaway we're doing. So, again, who's the current coach of ASU's football team?
They call that teeing it up for you, Babes and Onions, in the game show.
All right. When we come back, did game one of Spurs Thunder change your opinion at all on who's going to win this series? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
This is the first time you could say this in a really long time in Phoenix, Arizona. There's 4 young players on this roster who, if they all make a leap, things could get interesting. And those players, you mentioned a few of them in the blast. Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, and then a couple guys going into their 3rd year in Ryan Dunn and Oso Ighodaro. If all 4 of those players take a leap in year 2, if they're all back, which I believe they all will be, things could get pretty interesting.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Why is K2 Vision RLE a permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers? How is it that you'll never develop a cataract after K2 Vision RLE? And how is RLE different from LASIK?
Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. We'll answer those questions and others when you join us for our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Andy, what are some of the other questions you hear?
Well, how long is the procedure and recovery? Or who's a good candidate for RLE?
And we'll also answer, how much does RLE cost? Is there financing available? Does insurance pay for RLE?
Find out how K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers.
And cataracts too.
Right, no more cataracts.
K2 Vision's free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Space will be limited, so register now at k2visionrle.com.
Join us at our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Sign up at k2visionrle.com.
Lunch was great, but this traffic is awful.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, or rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Megan's grandfather bought his first Ranger here. Her dad bought his first F-150 here. And she just drove off the lot in a new Ford Expedition for her family. 3 generations, all choosing Sanderson Ford. Visit Sanderson during their anniversary sale and see why. Right now, purchase any new Ford and get a $500 Circle K fuel card on Sanderson. We have your first 5 tanks covered. When you're in the market for a new vehicle, choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Not valid on fleet or AXZ or D-Plan purchases. Offer expires 5/31/26.
It's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagus from Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, a lot of people expect their taxes to go down in retirement, sure, but that's not always the case.
It's not, and for most people, it's the opposite. Every dollar coming out of a 401k or an IRA is taxed at ordinary income. Now you add in Social Security, required distributions, and you've got a serious tax problem.
And worse, people don't see it coming.
Not until it's too late to do much about it. The window to reduce your lifetime tax bill is before retirement or early in it. After that, your options are limited.
All right, so what's the move then?
Roth conversions, smart planning, bracket management, real strategies that actually reduce what you owe, but you need a plan, not guesswork.
And Bright Wealth puts that all together?
That's exactly what we do. Call 844-726-9116 for a complimentary tax review. Call now, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado, the versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, London.
Devils in London. Arizona Sports is qualifying you to win now.
I'm coming to London.
All right, we got a caller. It is Christian in Mesa today. Christian, you there?
How's it going, guys?
Good. How you doing?
What's up?
Doing good. Thank you.
How's Mesa looking right now?
I'm stuck in traffic, lots of construction as per, but
yeah,
going good.
That sounds about right. Okay, just checking in, make sure nothing's changed.
Yeah.
All right, here's your question, Christian. Who is the current coach of the Arizona State Sun Devils?
That would be Kenny Dillingham.
Yes.
Well done,
Christian. That's excellent. You get 50 ping pong balls in the lottery drawing here at the end of this month. And several chances now to win this massive giveaway that we're doing here at Arizona Sports. Also, if you are not Christian in Mesa, for the next hour, you can enter to win on the contest page at arizonasports.com with the keyword Dillingham. So just enter Dillingham, and you'll get ping pong balls as well. Devils in London is brought to you by Desert Financial.
Devils in London.
Jolly good.
You still have a chance to win by entering the trivia answer keyword today on the contest page at arizonasports.com or the Arizona Sports app.
Code word valid for 1 hour from right now. You've got 3 chances to qualify to win the Devils in London prize package each weekday through May 31st. Grand prize draw June 1st. Rules and info available at arizonasports.com. Click on contest.
Deal.
Would have been kind of concerned if somebody trying to win a contest to fly 5,000 miles from Phoenix to London to watch ASU's football team play did not know who was coaching ASU.
Dennis Erickson.
That would
Yes. You know what I wanted to do so badly, Basinonians, was jump in and say, when was he born? And then I thought, oh my goodness, if I did something like that, maybe the rules got sideways, or all of a sudden the FCC would be busting through the doors. There'd be something I would mess up the entire No.
It's such a big contest when you consider the trip, the seats in the Royal Box at Wembley Stadium, the sideline passes, the hotel accommodations, the Tower London VIP private team package, the nighttime cruise in London, all that stuff. If you had done anything, I think management would have come sprinting down the hall. Oh, what is Wolf doing?
Exactly. Can you imagine somebody listening out there? He didn't answer the question. He said, when was he born? You know.
There you go.
The contest is you answer one question, Basinonians.
You got it right.
One.
And the key word is Dillingham for everybody else, because you can still win this contest. You just aren't going to get as many ping pong balls if you didn't call in and answer the question, but you still get ping pong balls.
Yeah.
So hopefully you have the lottery luck that the San Antonio Spurs have every 10 years, it feels like. So that game last night, Wolf, Spurs Thunder. I looked this up during the break. You guys, any of you want to weigh in on this, Command and Control too. Who do you think is favored in this series now, according to Vegas?
Spurs.
Okay.
Thunder.
Jamal?
Thunder.
Dead even.
Wow.
You literally can get one to one on either side right now. That is. When's the last time you saw the Thunder in a playoff series where it was like, yeah, it's even money basically?
Yeah, honestly, I think we're in for a great series, and I think we're all rooting for a great series. I certainly want to see it. There's no doubt about it. I don't want to see a sweep. Don't want to see that. San Antonio. Well, you know what? Sweeping the Thunder would be kind of cool, too. After
terrifying.
The Thunder, it would be terrifying. No doubt about it. But at the same time, it would be kind of cool because the Thunder have done that to other teams. Turnabout is fair play, is it not?
If the Spurs really swept the Thunder, the look on all of our faces, just be like, what? Just Spurs beating the Thunder, I don't think is a stunner at all.
Yeah.
Spurs sweeping the Thunder, we might need to rethink the rules of the NBA draft lottery.
You know what's so cool about this, too? One of the reasons why I love this series, Basinonians, is because the San Antonio Spurs have an unmitigated freak in Victor Wembanyama. We all know this. He does stuff with a basketball and moves on a basketball court like we have not seen a human being do. He is a freak. But you know what is really cool to me, too? The Thunder are freakish when you think of their team. The talent level and the dogs that they have. They are a freak team for the most part. They don't have just one guy. SGA is freaky athletic. There's no doubt about it. He's long. But they don't have a guy like Wembanyama. They don't have that. Nobody does.
They
but
don't
as
exist.
a team, they have a freakish quality to them that I love.
This is not meant as a hot take. I fully believe it. I'm expecting, and maybe my expectations are too high, I'm expecting the best series I've ever seen, or right up there. Separate if it's the team you want to win. Take the emotion out of it. The Suns have played in some great series, but just in terms of a series where I don't really care who wins. I really don't. Either way, it's bad. Like either the Spurs are ready to set off on a dynasty or the Thunder are already building one. That's what it feels like. But I'm expecting, honestly, one of the best series I've ever seen. And last night only drove the expectations up higher. What's the best playoff series in the NBA you guys have ever seen? The one that immediately comes to mind. The one that comes to mind to me is when LeBron and the Cavs beat the Warriors in the NBA Finals. Was that 2016?
2016, come back from 3-1. Yeah, that's the best one.
I think,
in my opinion,
off the top of my head, that's the best one I've seen. I expect this one to be as good, if not better.
Yeah, and if I'm going to be rooting based on Ian's, I'm going to root for the Thunder. That's right. I'm going to root for the Thunder, and the reason being is because, first of all, don't get me started with San Antonio. Okay, Robert Horry, do not. We're not going to go there again. But having said that, I love the fact that I think the best team in the association is the Thunder. The best player, I think, in the association is Wembanyama, I think. So I think it's team against player, and that's why I really like the team concept with OKC.
Do you think it's unreasonable to expect an all-time series?
No, I don't think so. I don't think it's unreasonable at all. I'm talking 7 games.
Yeah.
It's going to go 7.
The back. I mean, you have to think like Oklahoma City comes back and just swings as hard as they can in game 2.
Oh, yeah.
But, honestly.
And where's the desperation going to be for the Spurs in game 2, knowing they've already come in and won one of those games that they had to win?
But even if the Spurs win game 2, I don't think you can count OKC out. That's why this is such a great series.
No, I don't think so either, yeah.
But even if let's say OKC just goes off and they win game 2 by 20, which I don't really see happening, but they're that team that could do it. I mean, so what? The Spurs already took home court back for whatever that's worth. Like this series has everything except the team I want to win in it. But I've long ago resigned myself to the fact I don't get that.
But I do love that, man. The best player against the best team. Oh yeah, that's kind of cool.
Here's Dylan Harper. By the way, how did the Spurs get Dylan Harper when they already got Wembanyama? Anyway, here's Dylan Harper on Wembanyama.
I mean, his preparation, the way he comes in the gym and just works on everything that he needs to work on. And I think just how sharp he is with everything. And everything comes out like today. Obviously, you see the big stat line and all the amazing plays he makes, but it's the little things he does every day, whether it's eating or lifting or just getting shots up that, no one don't really see, and he's kind of just one of them ones.
Here's SGA on the loss.
Yeah, quality opponent. We knew it was going to be a dogfight. We just got to be better. Me in particular had to play better, especially against a team of this caliber. Yeah, nothing more than that.
Wolf, can you imagine?
Oh, I love that.
If the Spurs won game 2, what's the over-under on free throws SGA would attempt in game 3? 57? Like, if the Thunder are down 2-0 going to San Antonio.
Well, Scott Foster would be on the game, the extender.
Oh.
SGA would start the game on the free throw line. They wouldn't even have a tip-off. They'd be like, SGA is going to shoot 10 free throws to begin the game, and we're going to see where it goes from there. All right, when we come back, let's get back to football. How long can Jacoby Brissett realistically hold out? And I tell you, Wolf, you and I went through a timeline during the break earlier in the show. I want to share this timeline with everybody as we try to figure out what exactly Jacoby Brissett's motivation here is, okay? How's that for a confusing tease? But we'll pay it off when we come back. It's Wolf and Luke
good.
on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm coming to life. London.
The Union Jack Classic. ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium.
London? Yes, London.
Arizona Sports will send one winner and a guest to London with round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, Royal Box seats at Wembley with hospitality, sideline passes, a VIP Tower of London private experience, and a nighttime river cruise on the Thames.
Jolly good.
Devils in London.
London.
Brought to you by Desert Financial.
Cheerio. Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Brilliant. Jolly good. Well, must be off.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-881-8686. That's 800-881-8686. 800-881-8686.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and if your ride's starting to feel a little outdated, Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa can help you upgrade just in time for the summer. Here's the difference. Anybody can sell you a vehicle, but not everybody makes the whole experience feel easy and enjoyable. That's why Arizona drivers have trusted the Earnhardt name since 1951. Real people, honest prices, and a team that's focused on what works best for you, not pushing you into something you don't want. It's how the Earnhardt family built its reputation the old-fashioned way, by treating people right. If you're after a refined Buick SUV or a bold GMC truck, they have one of the best selections in the valley with options that fit your lifestyle and budget. And when you're ready to shop, their website makes everything simple. Browse inventory, value your trade, and explore our incredible offers anytime online. So when you're ready for something better, visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models. All offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance. And right now, if you spend $100 or more at Waltz, you'll get a free Gemini boombox.
That's the same one you've got, right, Bick?
Yep, and I love it. It's portable, super loud, great bass, and it even floats. Perfect for the pool or backyard hangouts.
Free, floats, and ready for summer? That's a win.
Everybody wins when shopping at Waltz, which you can find off the I-10 in Warner and online at waltz.com.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers. I partner with Galaxy Lending Group because their goal loan, Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan, reminded me of the way athletes train. Stick to the plan and get results. The goal loan helps homeowners pay off debt faster using the income they already have without changing their lifestyle. If getting out of debt is something you're serious about, text GOAL to 620-620. That's GOAL to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
I'm I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for a series win tonight at home against the San Francisco Giants. First pitch is at 6:40, with pregame coverage starting at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Ryan Nelson gets the start for the Snakes. The Phoenix Mercury welcome the expansion Toronto Tempo to the Valley for the first time tonight. Tip-off from Mortgage Matchup Center is at 7. And Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals is tonight in the NBA. Tip-off for Cavs Knicks is at 5 over on ESPN 620. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distributions. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and are the Diamondbacks gaining real momentum and real elevation? We'll see how they do again today against the Giants. We'll talk our baseball team tomorrow morning. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Wolf. You keep asking, did somebody tell Jacoby Brissett he's the starting quarterback of the Cardinals? What's driving this holdout or whatever you want to call it? Can you call it a holdout if it's still voluntary?
Yes.
Okay.
You can call it that because he voluntarily chose to hold out.
True. And it was announced.
Yes.
It was announced ahead of time that he was going to do this.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see what has happened here with Jacoby Brissett. And especially with a brand new coach, man, you want to get as many reps as you possibly can, especially when you're out on the field and you've got all the other guys that are out there for the most part. You know, it's a situation you want to get that off-season work in, and Jacoby Brissett is not there.
Well, I'm going to throw some dates at you, okay? And make of this what you will, okay? So I went back and looked at this during one of the breaks because I don't know if somebody told Jacoby that he's definitely the starter. I think he probably just pieced it together. But at the same time, things have changed since he would have pieced it together. So March 3rd is when I can find stories of the Cardinals are going to release Kyler Murray.
All right, listen to this, Basinonians. March 3rd is when you can find those stories.
Do you want to hum some mysterious music for me here?
As a matter of fact, why don't we do that? No, we're working.
Rick
on
said
that.
no.
We're trying to find that mysterious music right now. But this is a theory, Basinonians.
Well, I'm going to let you draw your own theory here. But Kyler Murray, so the reports were out there that he's going to be released. Wasn't the start of the new league year. Wasn't released yet. People were like, okay, maybe this means they're trying to trade him and they're floating it out there, whatever.
Okay.
But it was out there. Look, did a lot of people believe back around early November that was the end of the Kyler Murray era in Arizona? Yeah, probably. And if you want to go back, Kyler was posting stuff on Instagram that would sort of indicate that as well. But March 3rd, stories come out, Kyler's going to be released. Okay, so if I'm Jacoby Brissett, I'm thinking, man, I'm the guy. March 9th, Gardner Minshew gets signed. March 11th, the new NFL league year officially begins. And then March 12th, Kyler Murray goes to Minnesota. So it sounds like if he was told he's the starter or if he was just doing deductive reasoning, it was between March 3rd and March 9th.
It was between the 3rd of March and March 9th.
This has a lot more clout now.
Basinonians. Oh, yeah, this is really, really good, Rick. This is well played by you and Jamal. Think about that. So we hear about Kyler Murray, and it's March 3rd. And then March 9th, Gardner Minshew is signed. What do you think Jacoby Brissett was thinking March 2nd through the 9th?
I'm the guy. Why wouldn't you be?
I'm the guy.
I would love, we need to do this as a segment. We need to do, and we keep saying we're going to do this and then we never actually do it. So we need to follow through and start doing this.
Yes.
Sometime at the end of the week, maybe Thursdays, whatever, last segment, Rick and Jamal can be in on it too. one question you would ask anybody, and they had to answer honestly.
All right, I love that.
Okay? Because
I love that.
And you could go any number of ways with it right here. Would you ask Monty, hey, did you tell him he's the starter? Did Mike LaFleur tell whatever? I think I might ask Jacoby Brissett, did anybody tell you, or what were you thinking on March 9th when they signed Gardner Minshew? Wolf, because I remember when you and I were doing the show out at Salt River Fields, and right at the end of the show, Rick came in with breaking news and was like, Gardner Minshew has signed with, and we're like, why is he breaking in with Gardner Minshew news? And he was like, the Arizona Cardinals. We both just stared at each other.
So stop and think about that. If in fact, all of a sudden it became known that Kyler Murray was on his way out, Jacoby Brissett, by default, said, I am the starting quarterback here. So maybe he contacted Monty Austin-Fort. Maybe, I say, Basinonians. Maybe he contacted Monty Austin-Fort and said, hey, listen, I'm the starting quarterback here, and I just want you to know that I'd like some guarantees. I would like that going forward, knowing that I'm the starting quarterback here. Maybe it wasn't received well, Basinonians. Maybe it was a situation where they said, oh, really? Well, we're going to go out and sign Gardner Minshew. Just go out and sign a quarterback that's out there. He's a backup, too, for the most part. And I have the utmost respect for backup quarterbacks, Basinonians, especially when they've had long NFL careers. And they both have had long NFL careers. So I respect Jacoby and Gardner. And yet maybe it hasn't worked. Maybe that wasn't bringing Jacoby back to the negotiation table. So maybe they said, well, what if we draft, the NFL draft? Do you think there's a quarterback maybe that we might be able to draft?
Well, that's the fifth date, April 24th, when they draft Carson
Aha!
Beck. So,
I feel like I'm listening to a scary story.
April.
did I hear animals making sounds in the back? Was that what that was?
What is April 24th? What did you say, Luke?
That was when they drafted Carson Beck.
Basinonians, did you hear that? They drafted Carson Beck on April 24th. And then suddenly you've got Gardner Minshew, and we drafted a quarterback. Now what are you going to do, Jacoby Brissett? Now what are you going to sit here and still say that you are the starting quarterback? Apparently, he believes that he is.
I think the answer to how this is all going to play out,
I love this betting, by the way,
lies somewhere between March 3rd and March 9th. Because if they were going to sign Gardner Minshew anyway, then maybe Jacoby Brissett, not that he has leverage, but just this plays out. Maybe they just humor him. Okay, that was great, Jacoby. Now come back. You're the starter of the team. But if they didn't plan on signing Gardner Minshew on March 3rd, then if he holds out, if Jacoby holds out very long, I just don't know that he's going to be on the team.
Yeah, that's kind of the way that I'm feeling as well.
As you hit the posts to a song that has no post.
What are you doing? It's so innate. These people that can hit posts, ladies and gentlemen, when they're not even trying to hit it. This is
like Cairo Santos. He hits posts.
Yeah.
Remember, he hit both of them on one kick. He's even better at it than you are.
That was good. I'm not going to lie, but it's a fascinating hypothesis, is it not? That maybe this all was brought about because of Kyler's release and Jacoby saying, I am the starting quarterback, and if you think I'm going into 2026 with the same contract, you've got to be kidding me. Oh, well, how do you feel about Gardner Minshew?
That's the twist.
And then Carson Beck. How do you feel about that? You're going to have to compete for your job.
The twist is not Jacoby looking around after they say they're going to release Kyler and be like, oh, I'm the guy. The twist is 6 days later they bring in and you know, they had the video of you and I reacting to that, and we're both just looking at each other laughing. I don't know about you, but I wasn't laughing because I don't think Gardner Minshew is good. I was laughing because I was like, they just signed the same guy they already have, basically.
Yeah.
Like, why would you go out and sign the same guy?
Correct.
Oh, maybe there's a reason they went out and signed the same guy.
Yeah, maybe there is a reason. So we're going to be following this closely, Basinonians, so you don't have to.
All right, when we come back, probably no more of this music, but who can say at this point?
We need more of that.
Just play that bed through the whole show. Never explain why. Given what's going on in the Western Conference Finals, should the Phoenix Suns be exploring trading for a first-round pick in this year's draft? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, I just want you to know you're working with the most trusted local shade company available. That's right, Basinonians. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google, man. There's well over 1,000 of them. These shades, Basinonians, are commercial grade, man. They're industrial strength, hundreds of colors, and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. You can choose from manual or motorized, sealed track, or cable shades. Installation is all done by their in-house team. There's never any subcontractors. Here's what you do, man. You go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
Will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number 1, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. Can the D-backs get the bats going? And a recap. Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals. That and so much more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. All right, welcome back to the show. It's Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday By the way, Wolf, before we get into this, I got to give you credit because I didn't get to say it verbally when we were talking to Chris Garagiola earlier in the show about an hour ago.
Right.
And he mentioned the middle of June.
Yeah.
And both you and I looked at each other and tried not to laugh. I didn't know if Command and Control was going to start blasting that song.
I know. I thought for sure you were going to play
I try to
Rick.
hold off on the drops in the middle of our interviews.
That's good. You should.
No, that is good.
Depends on who's on, though.
Yeah.
Chris kind of borderline might have hit it.
Yeah, but the bigger thing
Paul
was...
Calvisi, though. I mean, I'm hitting drops all over the place.
With Paulie. But Wolf... You and I looked at each other and immediately stopped looking at each other, so we didn't.
I got
start
distracted.
Laughing.
I started laughing at it.
And you were starting to ask a question, too, when it happened.
Yeah, that was difficult.
For the Phoenix Suns, there is a story out there. I believe it was Kevin O'Connor that had this, suggesting they would like to get back into the first round this year. They have the 47th pick in the draft. They have no first-round picks. Obviously, they'd love to be in the first round of every draft. That's the fastest way to build this back up is – develop guys like Kamon Malwatch and Rasheer Fleming and, Ryan Dunn even, Oso Iguodaro, but also keep adding guys to the mix. The question is, how realistic is it? Like, what would you have to do to get into the first round? But we had the conversation from the other side earlier in the show, Wolf. When you see what San Antonio already is and what Oklahoma City certainly already is, what's the move if you're the Phoenix Suns? Try to swing for the fences with a win-now guy and just get ridiculous? Or is the move to go out and try to stockpile some more first-round picks? I think it's the second one, honestly.
Yes, that's what I think as well. I think they have to go out there and try to stockpile some picks. How do you do that?
I don't know.
How do you do? Well, we all know how you do that. It's with a player, of course. That's what you're going to do. You're going to wave a player around. You're going to trade Book. You're going to do that. Let's just talk about that right now. You're going to trade Devin Booker.
I don't think it's ridiculous for people to have the conversation because this is such a weird spot that the Suns are in. When you consider the context of you may have a dynasty brewing in Oklahoma City, I think you may have a dynasty brewing in San Antonio, and I don't throw the word dynasty around like that. But I mean, if they're both there, maybe they cancel each other out, and there is no dynasty. But either way, you have this these two dueling teams that again are opening their windows. It's not like Oklahoma City's on the way out. You got these two teams that are set to dominate the league and specifically the Western Conference for at least the next 5 years. So it's a different backdrop. I wouldn't trade Devin Booker. I don't like the idea of trading Devin Booker, even if you take what he's meant to this city and this organization and just the fact that he's a great player.
Yeah.
Even if you take that out of it, I don't like the idea of trading him to some team where, we got 3 first-round picks from this playoff contender. Awesome. That's the 24th pick, the 28th pick, and the 26th. You're not going to get anything out of that. But I understand why people are having the conversation because these are such extreme circumstances.
They are extreme right now, but I don't think you can look at anybody else and say we have to do something because we're going to be dominated for the next 5 years.
No, you can't control what those teams do.
You can't. You have to focus on yourself. Focus on your team and what makes you the best. What can you do? Listen, I have to tell you right now that again, I'm just gonna say this. Kamon Malwatch and Rasheer Fleming, these guys were drafted by Brian Gregory, and the Phoenix Suns. And I think these two guys are gonna be players. I think, Luke, they're gonna be ballers.
I do too, but especially after watching that game last night, we do need to see it. Like, I agree. I didn't think they'd be able to get Malwatch at 10, and I didn't think they were going to move up and get Rasheer Fleming. And if you remember, going into day 2, he was the talk of the draft.
Yes.
Who's going to get Rasheer Fleming at the top of the second round? The Suns found a way to move up. It's a great move, I think, by Brian Gregory, but they're going to have to be real players in this conference.
Yeah, I think it was a great move, no doubt. But again, it tells me, especially with the Fleming pick, it tells me that maybe, just maybe, Basinonians, we've got a general manager that has a really, really good eye with his coaching background, has a really, really good eye for developing talent, seeing talent and being able to develop that talent. I honestly feel like if you tell me this is going to be a strength of Brian Gregory, the alignment, of course, and it's going to be a strength. Guess what we need? Draft picks. Okay, that's good. So who's going to get us those draft picks? Okay, we do still have first-round picks in the future, as you pointed out the other day.
But they're not good ones.
Yes, but you were going through the process of that. You know, how about a Jalen Green? Could he get you draft picks, specifically a first-round pick?
That's probably the move if you want picks. I would want more than a first-round pick for Jalen Green. I mean, depending where that pick is.
Correct.
It's not like I'm going to get to trade up with and get the third pick in this draft with Memphis. You know what I mean? You're looking at mid-first-round picks probably because chances are a team that's going to trade for Jalen Green is a playoff team. And sometimes playoff teams have a high – I mean, Oklahoma City is the crazy part of this because they have so many picks they can't use them all, but I don't think they want Jalen Green.
Yeah.
So
but we'd all agree he's the most valuable piece that you would be willing to actually move.
Yeah, I mean, Booker's your most valuable piece, but I would want a good I just don't think
I'm talking
that
about
helps.
willing to move.
Yeah.
I'm not willing to move Book.
Yeah.
I'm not willing to do it, man. I mean, honestly, if you're moving Devin Booker, you are starting everything all
You're starting over
and there
5
is
years from now.
absolutely
There
there is absolutely no guarantee that you're going to be the next OKC. Absolutely no guarantee you're going to be the next San Antonio. No way.
I'm not even trying to model it after San Antonio because we've seen with the Suns' lottery luck and then what they did the one year they had the first overall pick. They're not going to go out there and be able to draft a Victor Wembanyama. They're just not. And also, he doesn't exist. So Oklahoma City is the model to try to follow. It's just, how do you do that?
Yeah, well, you develop young players, and you go out and draft young players and bring them in that actually fit a certain psychological profile, if you know what I mean. That's the one thing about OKC that just amazes me. It's the reason why I love them. It's the reason why I think they're a freaky team. It's how they're built. It's the mentality that's inside the locker room for the Thunder that just drives me nuts in a really positive kind of way. I love it. I love how dirty they are in terms of going out and competing and how talented they are. They're long and they're lean and they're talented, and yet they're mean out on the floor. They're going to ball out to the end. They're freaky that way collectively as a team, where the Spurs are freaky because they have a freaky player, the best player, I think, in the association.
Yeah, and the other part of this too, the other thing that you can try to model yourself after what Oklahoma City has done is a lot of these guys were not drafted even in the first round. I mean, they have some pretty impactful players that were drafted in the second round or late in the first round. And even a guy like SGA, well, it's not like he was a top 3 pick, obviously. I mean, he was in the DA draft. So that's the part where, I mean, hopefully you have that. Every team is hoping they have it. Hopefully you have a front office, a scouting department, and a general manager that can identify talent. I don't know what you're going to get at 47, but in these years where you've pick swapped your way all the way down to pick 24 when you have a first-round pick, and years where you don't have a first-round pick, or I saw somebody suggest you could trade Mark Williams for 1 first-round pick and maybe get back in this year. If you can do that, if you can hit on those picks, that's your path to not being Oklahoma City, but trying to build the extremely light version of that. And then if that's the case, I absolutely, even more so, want to keep Booker, put all these great role players around a really good player.
Yeah, once again, too, when I'm talking about Wembanyama as the best player in the association, I'm talking about him being a complete physical freak. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about him being a guy who can not only score the basketball. How many blocks can he get in a game?
He had 12.
Yeah, 12. Yeah, I mean, it's a situation where he does stuff on the floor that we just don't see a human being do. You just haven't seen it. And a lot of it is because of his size, of course, and his length and how long that he is. But when I say the best, I'm talking about him from an athletic perspective and a young guy. If you were to start a team today, who would you pick? Who'd be the first player you'd pick?
It's not even close.
Yes, okay.
It's not even close.
Wembanyama. I'm with you on that.
I think if you told me I could have Jokic and SGA or Wembanyama, I would take Wembanyama. Because he's such an outlier.
The only name I wrote down was Jokic. The only other name. But again, even he's a great player. Don't get me wrong. He's a better player. I think when you consider all three phases of man, the body, soul, and spirit, when you consider it, I think he's a better player. But I think Wembanyama is just growing. He still has so much potential ahead of him. He's growing and maturing into all of it. And when he gets to his peak, when he hits his ceiling, oh, man, it's going to be over.
Real quick on the Oklahoma City's players, like key players. SGA, 11th overall. The really good Jalen Williams, 12th overall. Alex Caruso wasn't drafted. Lou Dort wasn't drafted. A.J. Mitchell was 38th overall. Like, you're never going to have as many picks as they've had, and obviously they got Chet Holmgren with the second pick. But you can, if you do this right, if you hit on your picks, you can build something up.
See, that tells me they have a way to identify those players, who they are. They have a way of vetting those players and finding the same guy.
All right, we come back. Does Ryan Nelson have a fourth consecutive good start in him tonight? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2-2 again. That one lifted in the air to right center, and this should do it. Waldschmidt, he will call off Barossa, and he makes the catch, and the Diamondbacks just...
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and Earnhardt Ford in Chandler is putting the power back in your hands with employee pricing, because that's American value for American values. Look, I get it. Buying a new ride shouldn't feel like a battle. At Earnhardt Ford, they built their entire experience around you. They're known across the valley for 75 years of Arizona trust, a legacy you can count on. No bull, transparent pricing. No pressure, no surprises. A dedicated team working around your needs, budget, and timeline. And the power to shop, compare, and buy completely online on your terms. Right now, on remaining new 2025 models, you'll get employee pricing. You pay what they pay, plus an additional $2,500 Earnhardt discount on select models. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wearing mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile, plus tax, title, license, and $699 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
Have you noticed all of a sudden there's a bunch of lawyers saying they're going to fight for you? Yeah, until you read the fine print below them. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you look closely at that fine print, you'll see not an attorney in this state or not a law firm.
You never trust your future in the hands of someone other than a serious, experienced trial lawyer. And you definitely can't trust someone who won't even tell you who they are.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
At some point, you stopped calling it pain and started calling it just how I am today. Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and deep down, you know that's not okay. Pain should never be the status quo in your life, and the good news is I've got a path back to normalcy. The medical team at QC Kinetics delivers long-lasting regenerative treatments for joint pain, and the science is real. Look, your body already knows how to heal itself, and QC Kinetics gives you the right tools. Treatments that repair and restore damaged joint tissue at the source of your pain. No steroids, no downtime, no surgery. And remember, the longer the inflammation exists in your body, the more damage it does, which means right now is the right time, and the first step doesn't cost you a thing. Schedule your free consultation at QC Kinetics today with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. The number 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hey, it's Meg, Tam Sir Kleiman. Time to turn screen time into swim time. That's exactly what we did at Casa Galvisi with Arizona's most awarded pool builder, California Pools and Landscape. You talk about a before and after. When we have friends over, that's all they talk about. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf, of course the pool. One designer, one contract, one builder, and our #1 summer escape is now our backyard. See it for yourself and get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Megan's grandfather bought his first Ranger here. Her dad bought his first F-150 here. And she just drove off the
lot in a new Ford Expedition for her family. 3 generations, all choosing Sanderson Ford. Visit Sanderson during their anniversary sale and see why. Right now, purchase any new Ford and get a $500 Circle K fuel card on Sanderson. We have your first 5 tanks covered. When you're in the market for a new vehicle, choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Not valid on fleet or AXZ or D-Plan purchases. Offer expires 5/31/26.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for a series win tonight at home against the San Francisco Giants. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Ryan Nelson gets the start for the Snakes. The Phoenix Mercury welcomed the expansion Toronto Tempo to the Valley for the first time tonight. Tip-off for Mortgage Matchup Center is at 7. And Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals starts tonight in the NBA. Tip-off for Cavs-Knicks is at 5, and you can listen to it on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Get the freedom to save. Your Valley Chevy Dealers Memorial Day event is here. Spectacular offers available now. The freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for you.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. What stood out in the Diamondbacks series opener against the Giants? We'll react and then look ahead to Game 2 on the Bernsey and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Live from Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Tuesday afternoon. Wolf and Luke. D-backs back at it tonight against the San Francisco Giants with a chance to already win another series, Wolf. They've won 2 of their last 3.
Yeah.
They were, this feels unfair to say because he's only done this once all season, but they were a Paul Sewald blown save away from winning their last 3 series in a row. And they have a chance if they win tonight or tomorrow to take this series from the Giants. And on the mound for the D-backs against Landon Rupp tonight is Ryan Nelson, who his numbers overall, nothing amazing. 5.40 ERA, a 1-3 record. But he has the best whip of any D-back starter, which I know you're big on. It's pretty good. I mean, 1.16 isn't like elite.
Yeah.
It's not bad. But also, his last 3 starts all this month, he has a 2.33 ERA, and he has given up a total of 10 hits in almost 20 innings.
Yeah, and the thing that I appreciate the most about Ryan Nelson is his ability to go out there and take the ball and compete. We talk about competition. We talk about having the competitive fire to go out and do it. You know, rarely do we think of a pitcher being somebody that is like that. I know that, you know, we've seen some incredible pitchers, especially here. Randy Johnson was one of those guys. Take the ball up there in the big unit, would just hurl it and challenge the ball and challenge the hitter, of course, and throw the ball with so much aggressiveness that, you know, I watch Ryan Nelson and it reminds me of RJ, the way that he would throw a lot of high fastballs as well. You know, 97, 98, the big unit throwing gas. And Ryan Nelson is a guy that competes. He doesn't have, in my opinion, overpowering stuff. He doesn't, but he just challenges hitters and challenges them to hit the ball, especially high in the strike zone. And that, to me, man, I talk about it all the time, but that takes a lot of courage for a pitcher who doesn't have overwhelming stuff like 102, by way of example.
Oh, we talked to him after the Dodgers game and that was his first start of the season, obviously, in L.A., gave up 4 runs in 4 2/3 innings. I think if you honestly look at Ryan Nelson's season so far, he's made 9 starts?
Yeah.
You would say 6 of them have been really good. The 3 that have been bad were the game against the Dodgers, second game of the season. It was in L.A., gave up 4 runs in 4 2/3 innings. Like, not a disaster, but not a good ERA, obviously. But it's not like he gave up 9 runs. You had the game against the Blue Jays, which was a disaster. 8 earned runs in a third of an inning on April 19th.
Still can't even believe that happened.
No, and Chris Garagiola, when we had him on earlier, made the point. You have a game that bad, one outing that bad, especially when you've only made 9 starts up to this point, it's going to distort your numbers.
Right.
His only other bad start was also, it was bad. 6 earned runs in 5 innings against the Padres, but that was in Mexico City at elevation.
The Padres.
Now, you can write those off, and then you're making 3 excuses. I get that. But if you're just looking forward, hopefully he doesn't go out there and have a bad night tonight and make this all look, pointless. But his other 6 starts have all been really good. They've all been 2 runs or less allowed, with the exception of his last outing against Texas. He gave up 3 runs. But he gave the D-backs 7 innings, and all 3 runs came on 1 hit. In fact, all 5 runs, which isn't much, in the 3 starts he's made this month, have come on 3 total hits, 3 home runs.
Wow.
He's been
he's been really
lights
good.
out.
Yeah, no doubt about it, man. Let's hope we get that lights out version of Ryan Nelson again tonight. Having said that, too, against the Giants, nobody has scored fewer runs in all of baseball than the San Francisco Giants.
Yeah.
Ron Wolfley reporting. Nobody. Yet at the same time, would it shock you
My
to know?
sources.
Would it shock you to know, Basinonians, they're number 7 in batting average. It doesn't
That's
compute
frustrating
to me.
to be a fan of
It's
that
got to
team.
be super frustrating. They're just not driving in runs. They get players on, of course. They get base runners, but they're not driving them in. It's got to be super frustrating.
They're an odd
especially
team.
even inside that locker room.
Yeah, they feel like a team, and they're not like done. They're not buried, the Giants. They're not that far behind the Diamondbacks, and there's still 110-plus games to go. But they've got Tony Vitello as their manager, who's a college coach up till this point. Some of their moves it doesn't feel like everybody's pulling in the same direction. Like, hey, are we playing for the future? Are we playing for now? Whatever. So they are a team certainly you want to take advantage of. And if you get offense like the Diamondbacks did last night, then Ryan Nelson doesn't have to be borderline perfect. Here's Torey Lovello.
Yeah, those are dream games, right? And I think everybody wants to go out and compete and help your team win a baseball game. And, several guys had 2 hits. Waldy had 3. It was just a complete offensive effort. And, that's what's so good about it is a focus that we had. It was spot on. It didn't stop. We were always engaged and looking to tack on extra runs, and we were hitting some balls very hard that didn't fall as well.
Yeah, when Robbie Ray got jacked up and put away, and Basinonians, I got jacked up and put away many times, so I can say that. I can say that. I'm not attacking Robbie in any way, shape, or form. I got jacked up and put away. So I know how it feels. But, when you think about it, Robbie Ray, 4 1/3, 11 hits he gave up, and there were a lot of runs that were scored. Ron Wolfley reporting.
Rick, you look like you have something before we go to break here. Should I ask?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
So according to TMZ,
great.
Eagles star quarterback. This is from the New York Post. I'm reading off the New York Post.
Okay.
Eagles star quarterback Jalen Hurts did not attend teammate A.J. Brown's wedding this past weekend at Montage Laguna Beach in California.
The drama.
Man, even if you don't like each other,
the
I
drama.
feel like I'd still go to Montage Laguna Beach. That sounds fancy.
That does sound. That's out of my price range.
I feel like if Jalen Hurts went to A.J. Brown's wedding, he would have stood up and yelled like "Don't do it" when they were doing their vows or something.
Yeah.
I feel like those two are.
I object.
They're not. They're not the closest.
Not a lot of sons of truck drivers, I think.
Probably not. I don't think that's allowed. Your Devils in London keyword of Dillingham is about to expire, so head to our contest page right now and enter it right now before time runs out in a couple minutes. Don't miss your shot at a trip for two to see ASU at Wembley Stadium, brought to you by Desert Financial. When we come back, this is more of a philosophical question, but probably something we should put on everybody's radar right now, Wolf. Do teams, including the Cardinals, who could potentially be at the top of the 2027 NFL draft, have to worry at all about Arch Manning pulling an Eli Manning? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Ferris Johnson Jr. is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show.
You said the last 3 years was different. What was wrong with the last 3 years? What prevented you guys from having success?
At the end of the day, we're here to win. I love JG. I love Coach Drew. I love the guys that we had the last 2 years. Those guys brought me in. I believe those guys wanted to win the same way that we want to win right now. I just think that it's on the players. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, coaches need it. No, we just have to go. There's no time where, hey, we have this year and we have 2 years to get it done. We're going to get our guys in. No, we got to get the guys in right now and go. We got the guys now. It's time to go.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information, man. The hot weather is here. The summer is here. And that means, the temperatures are going to show. You do not want to move yourself. Don't do it, Basinonians. That's right. You need Moving Team 6, the professionals. Tim Lee, of course, he started the company all the way back in 2012 with his sons, Garrett and JT. They're a family-run business right here in Phoenix. This is a company that is built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. I know that, Basinonians, because Moving Team 6 is built on the backs of the Lee family. That's right. And one of the things I love, they proudly support and hire veterans to join their moving team. Man, you need to go to movingteam6.com. You got a move coming up? You go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where there's big news coming from your service departments.
That's right, Bick. We have slashed prices on major repairs and 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads. The savings are incredible, and you don't have to take my word for it. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com, put your VIN number in, and you'll see all the money you're saving. And it doesn't matter where you purchase your BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Back in the early 2000s, I had LASIK surgery. It changed my life, but what's changed now all these years later is my vision. It's still good, not quite as sharp as it used to be. I wanted to know what was going on with my vision, so I had a thorough exam from the doctors at K2 Vision and found out, like many who have had LASIK in the past, I'm a prime candidate for refractive lens exchange, a permanent solution that alleviates the need for glasses and readers, but also ensures I'll never develop a cataract. If you're at all thinking you want to fix your vision permanently, I'm urging you to hear directly from the doctors who've performed over 300,000 procedures and join Doctors King and Kopstein for their free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Register now or schedule your free Zoom consult at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
We're living through a monetary crime scene, and your IRA or 401k is a key victim. Hi, Dr. Ron Paul here. In 1971, gold was $35 an ounce. After the dollar was cut loose from it, inflation soared. And in just 9 years, gold hit $850. People who diversified into precious metals survived and thrived. Today, we're in a worse position because we face inflation and massive debt. Fortunately, gold is still an option. My trusted friends at Birch Gold Group can help you own gold inside your retirement account without penalties or taxes. Start now by getting a free info kit on gold. Text the word SECURE to 989898. We're facing the same monetary chaos as the 70s with significantly more debt. Get your free info kit from Birch Gold. Just text SECURE to the number 989898.
Hey, it's Gambo. How can Carson Beck capitalize on the additional OTA reps while Jacoby Brissett is away from the team? We'll discuss live from Cardinals Training Center on the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, Wolf, I'm going to take you back to the 2004 NFL draft, okay?
Yeah.
We're nothing if we don't learn from the past.
Indeed.
Right? And it's not to talk about the Cardinals taking Larry Fitzgerald number 3 overall, though we can do that if you want. It's actually the guy who went first in that draft, Eli Manning. Okay, so if people recall or you know the story, he was the Chargers had the first pick. Eli decided, I don't want to live in San Diego. That's too fun. I'd rather go play for the some other team. I don't think he specified a team, but he basically said, yeah, I know I'm the first pick. I'm not going there. So you can draft me, but I'm not going to play for you. And they essentially had to trade him to the Giants, trade the first pick overall. I mean, they took him, but then traded him. And they ended up with Phillip Rivers, and that worked out okay for the Chargers. I mean, he ended up being a really good quarterback. Never won anything, but he ended up being really good. But the reason I'm bringing that up is, A, it has come up again this week. B, it was always kind of just assumed that that Archie Manning was behind it, and Eli talked about it actually on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast last week. This is what he said to sort of clear the air on that, and there's a reason we're bringing this all up.
What exactly was wrong with the Chargers?
I just didn't feel like they were the most committed team to winning at the time. Marty Schottenheimer was the head coach, who was awesome, had great respect for him, but like they came to work me out in New Orleans, went to dinner, and like there was just friction between, you know, the head coach, general manager, like the owners. They're all like yelling, kind of like fighting. We're at a Marriott like restaurant, and you know, Schottenheimer's mad that we're in New Orleans, we're eating at a Marriott, and you know, so he's like pissed. They're like kind of just bickering, and it just didn't seem like there was a whole lot of like agreement on things, and like they were kind of like committed to building a great winning franchise at that moment. My parents really weren't supportive. My dad didn't like the idea. He came to my defense and like supported me after everything was going down, but a lot of
He didn't like that you were kind of demanding, I don't want to go to San Diego.
Right. He didn't like that. And afterwards, he took like a blunt of a lot of the criticism because he came to my defense, and you know, people are saying, "Oh, you played in New Orleans all those years, you didn't win, so you're trying to dictate like where your son's going." And he just kind of, you know, bit his tongue and said, "I'm just, you know, hey, this is what Eli wants to do, and I support him."
All right, what do you think of all that?
You know, once again, I did not like it when Eli did what he did and said, I'm not going to play for the Chargers. I'm not going to do that. I did not like that because it was privilege to me.
Yeah.
It was, and it felt like that. You don't get to pick where you get drafted. You don't. You're like every other player that is out there. You know, there's a team. Be thankful you're going to be drafted. There's a team out there that is going to say, we're going to take this guy, and they're going to pick you. And you should be thankful for that, as opposed to trying to orchestrate or manipulate where you are going to go. I don't like that.
I hate it. I think a lot of people hate it. I think a lot of people hated it at the time. The only reason I'm assuming it's why it came up on Bussin' with the Boys, the only reason you and I are talking about it right now is because there's so much talk about next year's draft. It's certainly possible, especially with this schedule, that the Cardinals are picking near the top of next year's draft. And at the top of next year's draft, as it stands right now, is a Manning, Arch Manning.
Yeah.
So is that Eli's nephew? right?
Yeah.
And I always had heard the perception right there of what he just kind of was trying to dispel, that Archie Manning was like, yeah, I didn't like, I would have rather have played for, a shot at the Super Bowl. I don't want Eli to be in that position too. And then Eli's like, yeah, I don't want to play for the Chargers. Whatever. You wonder if that's like a perception or an angle the Manning family might take. That you got to be aware of that if you're ready to draft Arch Manning. And I would also say Dante Moore, a lot of people believe, went back to college this year because he didn't want to go to the Jets with the second pick.
Interesting.
So just a couple things to be aware of heading into next year's draft.
Yeah, man, you know what? I thought it was also really cool, too, to hear that Archie Manning was not happy with Eli.
First time I've really ever heard that.
Exactly. I did not know that. I thought because he did come to his defense. I thought he was kind of manipulating and orchestrating the whole thing.
That's the way it's always been presented.
Which is why it felt like privilege to me as well. You don't get to do that. You just like everybody else, you're going to get drafted by the team. And that's what happens. And you go and you give all that you have. And you're going to sign a contract that they're going to pay you. And you know what? You don't get to pick where you're going to go. Interesting. Could you see Arch Manning doing this? Yeah, I could.
Could you?
Yeah.
See, I just think it's something to. It's an argument against trying to get your quarterback in the 2027 draft 11 months ahead of time. It's an argument, if you're the Cardinals, for Carson Beck just hopefully working out. Not even so much that I think Arch would do it. You got to see how the college football season plays out. I mean, I think you have to be the clear-cut number one guy to be able to do it.
Yes.
Because if there really are like 7 first-round quarterbacks next year, I don't know that the guy who might go first is going to want to leverage himself like that, because then he might just go third, But it is an argument against putting all of your eggs in the basket of the 2027 draft, like the Jets are. The Jets already are doing that. They aren't making any secrets about it. And that's a team that, if I could see Arch Manning or Dante Moore or whoever ends up being the first pick, being like, no, I'm not, look at the track record with the Jets. I'm not going there. I'll go somewhere else. It's something to be aware of. I don't think guys would do that in 2026, but it's not inconceivable.
No, it's not inconceivable, especially with the Manning family, knowing they've already done this.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's why.
I'm sorry.
That's why it keeps coming up.
Eli, of course, I know I'm sure he's going to be very vocal. And, one of the things you think about is the Arizona Cardinals have not been very successful. We know that for a long time. And could you see Arch Manning doing the same? I could see the possibility of it, realizing that Eli's already done it.
Yeah. That's the name you look at and say, wait, that's a Manning. And the Manning has done this before. And as much as we all hate the idea of even Eli doing it, and as much as if I were in Eli's position, I would have much rather just gone and lived in San Diego, it worked out pretty well for him. He won a couple Super Bowls with the Giants. So it is something, because the other part of this is, and maybe this wouldn't be the case for Arch because he's already spent some time at Texas, but like, you could get a quarterback who is in that position and they just go back to school for another year. That's where this has changed. You don't often see the guy who's the first pick in the NFL draft say, I'm not going to this team, so trade me. But you could see a quarterback in that position and be like, I'm going to make $8 million as a college quarterback next year anyway. I don't want to play for the Jets. I'll wait.
You had to bring that up.
It's a factor now.
He's just trying to kick me in the teeth.
Pretty much, right?
We're getting ready to go to break. Did I say break? Are you kidding me?
Look at that.
Can you imagine this, though? The fact that you would have a college kid saying, I'm going to go back.
Yeah.
I'm just going to make my $6 million salary in college, and then I'll just hope for a better scenario coming out next year. It's so legit. I mean, this is the day and age that we are in.
I'm sure one of these guys that are being hyped near the top of the 2027 draft right now, one of them is just going to drop off, and he's not going to be a first-round pick next year. But I bet one of them does go back to school next year that we're not all expecting to do that right now. You know what I mean? Now, I also think somebody else is going to rise up that we're not even talking about and potentially be a high-end quarterback next year. But, yeah, you got to factor the NIL in. I wonder what Eli would have done back then if he would have just gone back to school another year.
You always have to take that into account as well, what you just said. We're going to see another quarterback or two basically come out of nowhere. Mm-hmm. It always feels like there's a couple of guys that skyrocket based on the season they could possibly be having.
Well, you mean guys like Fernando Mendoza last
Exactly.
year? All right, when we come back.
He was on the radar, but.
He was on the radar, but he was not.
Not to that degree.
No. When we come back, do the Phoenix Suns need to do something crazy right now to keep up with these teams in the top of the Western Conference? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona State Sun Devils in London, England for the Union Jack Classic. And you could be there to see ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium this September.
Big Sun Devil fan, are you? Looking forward to maybe winning this trip and going to London to watch the Devils?
I am.
Have you been to London before?
I have not been to London.
Even better. Okay. You got to get the question.
You got to get it right. And this gives you 50 entries into the contest. What fictional character resided at 221 B Baker Street, London? Michael, go.
Sherlock Holmes.
Sherlock Holmes is the answer. No bleep, Sherlock.
Devils in London, brought to you by Desert Financial. Here's how you can win.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Sound like you're from London.
Hi, I'm Jay Arthur, the current president of Drowning Prevention Coalition of Arizona and a retired captain with the Phoenix Fire Department. The number one killer of children, age 1 to 4, in Arizona is drowning. As a first responder of 36 years, a child drowning was my worst nightmare. On those calls, I would desperately try to revive a cold, limp, lifeless little child with every ounce of the skills I possessed, many times with no success. In just a few devastating moments, a child gone too soon. Don't let this be your nightmare. This is preventable. Surround your pools with an approved fence. Have high locks and audible alarms on all doors leading to the pool area. Have a designated adult with eye-to-eye contact when children are in the water. Learn how to swim and learn CPR. Drownings can happen to anyone. Please, don't be that anyone.
The NBA playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is currently trading at 19% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $500 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as odds move, you can buy in or out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code SHOT to get $10 when you trade $10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we know you're no stranger to setting big goals, whether in school, at work, or in life, and you're ready for more. At UMGC, we offer the skills-based education you need to move your career forward. Learn how to apply AI, data science, and other emerging tech, plus gain skills in leadership and critical thinking. You've come far. Succeed again. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and if your ride's starting to feel a little outdated, Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa can help you upgrade just in time for the summer. Here's the difference. Anybody can sell you a vehicle, but not everybody makes the whole experience feel easy and enjoyable. That's why Arizona drivers have trusted the Earnhardt name since 1951. Real people, honest prices, and a team that's focused on what works best for you, not pushing you into something you don't want. It's how the Earnhardt family built its reputation the old-fashioned way, by treating people right. If you're after a refined Buick SUV or a bold GMC truck, they have one of the best selections in the Valley with options that fit your lifestyle and budget. And when you're ready to shop, their website makes everything simple. Browse inventory, value your trade, and explore our incredible offers anytime online. So when you're ready for something better, visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models. All offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
In Arizona, your windows are more than just a view. They're the only thing standing between you and 115-degree heat. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and this is why you call my friends at Advanced Window Products, because they don't just sell windows, they build them to withstand the harsh desert climate, and they build them specifically for your home, never retrofitted on site. Advanced Window Products, celebrating their 40th year in business. They're Arizona's #1 window replacement company. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they build your windows, they install your windows, and then they guarantee them for life. And remember, the installation is always done by full-time vetted crews, never random subcontractors. And during their May window upgrade event, you get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110 or find them online at advancedwindows.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for a series win tonight at home against the San Francisco Giants. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Ryan Nelson gets the start for the Snakes. The Phoenix Mercury welcomed the expansion Toronto Tempo to the Valley for the first time tonight. Tip-off for Mortgage Matchup Center is at 7. And Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals goes down tonight in the NBA. Tip-off for Cavs-Knicks is at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Make sure your pool electrical system is safe and get a pool circuit safety check for $89 from Parker & Sons. Call 602-2-REPAIR.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and are the Diamondbacks gaining real momentum and real elevation? We'll see how they do again today against the Giants. We'll talk our baseball team tomorrow morning. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Wolf, was there any one specific moment from that Spurs-Thunder game last night that just, like, stood out above the others to you? I mean, there was a lot to choose from.
Yeah. Not really.
Can I give you one?
Yeah, I have two. I want to see if yours is one of my two.
It's the dunk in overtime, or it might have been in overtime. I think it was in double overtime on Chet.
Yeah.
Where Wemby just dunks on him and then grabs the ball and starts talking trash.
Yeah, for me, I just saw it.
Yeah.
It was Wemby shooting the three.
Yeah.
It reminded me of that. Yeah.
So Wemby shooting the three was one for me. That's a good one, Rick.
He took two on the night.
Yeah, but that one, they were about to lose if he doesn't hit that three.
Yeah.
I don't remember. That was in the first overtime. But the other one for me is, and I know it came in a loss, but Chet blocking Wembanyama at the end. Was that regulation? It's all blurring together now. I think it was right at the end of regulation. Just seeing Victor Wembanyama get a shot blocked felt so unnatural.
No fooling.
With the game on the line. Now, obviously, he came back and got the last laugh anyway, and as Rick just pointed out, he dunked over him later. And
yeah, if there was one player that was going to do it, it would be Chet, who's, with all due respect to Chet, he's poor man's Wemby.
Yeah. But it's still just crazy. I'm sure Wembanyama's had a shot blocked before at some point in his career, but it's just weird to see it.
Man.
So
cool.
The best part about that last night is that was all just game one of what you figure is probably going to be a 7-game series. If it is, it's going to be an all-timer if it goes 7 games.
Yeah, once again, I do believe that the Thunder are the best team in the association. I think Wembanyama is the most dangerous player or best player, of course, in the association. And because of that, it is, okay, how freaky can the Thunder get? How upset are they going to be? How focused are they going to be in Game 2? And then going on the road, going to a distant village and playing 2 games in San Antonio as well. How much of that angst is going to be brought out in them, that desperation? Because I think that's what makes them the freaky team that they are, especially if they're challenged.
The other thing, the thought I kept having during that game last night, like, how great would it be, how cool would it be if the Suns just had Wembanyama? Like, it's not like San Antonio did anything amazing to earn him,
He's so cool.
How many times have the Suns got to pick in the top one once ever? How many times do the Spurs, every time there's a generational talent, they get to take one of these guys? But that they're obviously not going to get Wembanyama. Nobody is. So the question now is, what do you do if you're the Suns? And you and I have been having this conversation throughout the day. When you see what Oklahoma City already is, and basically what the Spurs already are now, too. Even if Oklahoma City wins this series, the Spurs are right there with them. What do you do if you're the Suns or any team in that position? Are you just basically trying to be the Timberwolves or the Knicks? Two teams that have put themselves like right there. If Wembanyama gets hurt or Oklahoma City messes up or something, it feels like the T-Wolves and Knicks are kind of right there to step in and maybe make a run in any given year. Are you doing something crazy to go all in on right now? I kind of feel like you and I, after talking, are both in the group of keep trying now, but try to start stockpiling some picks because that's the only way you're really going to be able to do this.
Can I tell you right now, the easiest way for the Phoenix Suns to get good, really good, is for Kamal Malawach and Rasheer Fleming to develop and turn into great players. That is the best way for them to develop and get good, really good, to a point where who knows what they could possibly do. Would you say that Kamal Malawach has a little size to him as well? Yeah, he does. There's no doubt about it. I'm not saying he's Victor Wembanyama, but once again, how much better can a 19-year-old kid, 20-year-old kid now, how much better can he get? A lot.
That's the problem with these two teams, the way they're set up. It's unnatural that Oklahoma City would have as many picks and players as they do. Some of that's been great drafting. We just read through a lot of these guys. The only one that was taken high in a draft was Chet. Like SGA was 11th, Jalen Williams was 12th. A lot of these guys were late first or in the second round or undrafted. That's how Oklahoma City's built their team. But so they've done a great job of identifying talent later in drafts, but they also got so many players from the Clippers in that Paul George trade that it's just unnatural what they've done. And in San Antonio is unnatural because they have Victor Wembanyama. So it's not just good enough for your players to develop into good players. They have to develop into great players to have any shot against these teams. I fully believe that. At least for the next couple years, you have to have your players, your picks. Like when the Suns drafted Malawach, you're hoping, hey, man, they got this guy at 10. He could be a really good player. He now needs to be great if you plan on winning the title anytime soon. Rasheer Fleming needs to develop into a great player. Otherwise, you need to find a way to get more picks.
Yeah, you do. But you know what's amazing about this, too, Basinonians? Whenever you have these still point players that come into leagues, and I would say Victor Wembanyama is a still point player, a guy that maybe you've never seen before. You know what happens is everyone growing up around him, all these younger guys, they start watching him as well. Oh, that's possible. This is possible. You know what? We're breaking norms here. Now, all of a sudden, we are the outlier. We can do some things as well, some freaky things. I didn't know. Hey, listen, why don't you let me try to play like Victor Wembanyama plays? Now, again, I'm just throwing it out there because like Lawrence Taylor, when Lawrence Taylor came into the National Football League, Basinonians, nobody knew that you could have a guy that would dominate the edge the way that he. Nobody knew you could have that. There were great pass rushers, of course, in the game of football, but nobody was like Lawrence Taylor. Nobody. And I would say about 3 years into Lawrence Taylor's career, everybody in the NFL started looking for the next Lawrence Taylor. And can I say, every kid started, hey, that is possible. Oh, I've kind of got some size. I'm built like LT is built. I've got great speed, 4.5 speed coming off the edge like LT. I could be LT. The same thing is going on right now for Victor Wembanyama. Now, again, I know he's 7'4". There's not a lot of guys walking around that are as gifted as Victor Wembanyama. Yet at the same time, you've got guys who have some size that are looking at him saying, hey, I can break the mold too. And they work at trying to be that guy. So, again, I think we've seen the freak that he is. We know that he is. We've never seen anything like it. But guess what? There's another one coming.
That's a good point. You're not going to be able to just go out and get Victor Wembanyama 2.0, but you're right. It's a copycat league, even though he's like almost impossible to copy. You're going to get teams and players and players growing up that can at least close the gap a little bit. Because right now it's just it's jarring to watch him against other players.
No doubt.
It's it feels like he's just almost a different species, like a bigger species of person. Because he, like I said earlier, he's not even awkward about it. A lot of times if you're 7'4", you feel like, okay, this guy's not going to be as fluid as a guy that's out there that's like 6'2". He basically is. He's just like a bigger version of everybody.
Yeah, nobody saw the kind of speed that LT could bring off the corner either. Nobody saw that in the National Football League. That's why it was so freaky. And that's why every team started looking for the next Lawrence Taylor. So, once again, it's a situation. What becomes the norm? LT changed the NFL forever. Changed it. Just the way that I think Wembanyama is going to change the NBA.
Who wins more titles before their career's over? Let's bring command and control in on this real quick, too. Wembanyama or SGA? Because SGA already has one.
Oh, Wemby, yeah.
Oh,
You
yeah,
think?
Wemby. I'm going to say Wemby.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, because you've been saying Oklahoma City's going to be a dynasty. He's going to have to take some of their titles.
I believe they are going to be a dynasty, yet at the same time. How old is Wembanyama right now?
12.
Okay, it feels like he's really
He's
young.
22.
Ron Wolfley reporting.
Yeah.
And by the way, I think he's going to play. I think he's going to play a long run, and he's as dominant an individual as we've seen.
Yeah, I'm assuming you have to assume health, I guess, I would say Wemby too. Jamal?
100% Wemby.
Really?
I think Wemby's going to be, I keep telling people within the next 10 or 15 years, he'll be the greatest player of all time.
Oh, wow. You know what?
I 100% believe that.
Hold on, I'm not
if
ready.
you project him, could happen physically. Who compares?
So glad the Spurs got him. And if he's not the greatest player of all time, then in 10 years the Spurs will get the first pick again so they can add somebody else. That's amazing. All right, when we come back, which player can impact the Cardinals' win-loss record the most in 2026? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Ferris Johnson Jr. is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
You said the last 3 years was different. What was wrong with the last 3 years? What prevented you guys from having success?
At the end of the day, we're here to win. I love JG. I love Coach Drew. I mean, I love the guys that we had the last 3 years. Those guys brought me in. I believe those guys wanted to win the same way that we want to win right now. I just think that it's on the players. Like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, coaches need it. No, we just have to go. Like, there's no time where, hey, we have this year and we have, 2 years to get it done. We're going to get our guys in. No, like, we got to get the guys in right now and go. We got the guys now. It's time to go.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Oh, man, it is here right now. I know you've been hearing about it, but it's employee pricing and more at Tim Hovick Santan Ford. Yeah, that's right, the employee pricing. You're going to pay what a Ford employee pays for that brand new Ford, Basinonians, and more. What's the more? How about this? How about some affordability, more APR and lease plans, more value, more fun, and more selection. And man, that's a great deal for you, and that's American value for American values. It's the employee pricing for everyone, Basinonians. You can lock it down now, only at Tim Hovick Santan Ford. You jump in the car and you drive on over to the Santan 202 freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you. And Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Hey there, campers! It's Jan from Toyota. Time to pack your bags and buckle your seatbelts because this summer we're headed to Camp Toyota. And the fun starts now! We're kicking things off by kicking up mud. Jump in, campers. We're going off-roading in a powerful new 4Runner. Next, we're taking a RAV4 to go fly fishing. Then we're heading to the hot springs in a spacious Sequoia.
Jan, what is that smell?
Sulfur stinks. Now we're hitting the hiking trails in a rugged Grand Highlander. And finally, park your Tundras and Tacomas around the campfire because we're roasting marshmallows. Don't worry if you burn a few, folks. I brought a truckload. Your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Event ends June 1st. Toyota, let's go places.
The world is a vampire.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and are the Diamondbacks gaining real momentum and real elevation? We'll see how they do again today against the Giants. We'll talk our baseball team tomorrow morning. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Wolf. You think we should bring command and control in on this question?
Yeah.
Do I need to wait for Billy Corgan before I can really say anything anyway? Yeah,
I would say so, because Shane Conley
right here
is getting ready to lose his mind. Google it, my young punks. Shane Conley. Pretty good football player. Knock your face off. Biggest head in the history of the game.
All right. Let's bring command. I don't really have to come back to that. The question here, which one player on the Arizona Cardinals could swing their win-loss record more than anybody else this season? Normally ask this question, it's pointless because it's always going to be the quarterback. We don't even know who the quarterback is of this team. The guy who led them to 1 win last year is holding out. So the other 2 options are a guy who lives in an RV and wasn't on the team last year and a rookie. I mean, that's true.
Down by the river.
So you can go with a quarterback, but you got to pick which one. Which player has the power, the ability, the position, the talent, whatever you want to say, however you want to define it, to swing their win-loss record the most this year. Also, again, given their ridiculous schedule. I'll go first and just throw a name out there for discussion. I think it's Jeremiah Love.
Okay.
Who is a rookie who's never played a game in the NFL.
Yes. What about command and control, boys? How do you feel about this?
I think it's Carson Beck.
Okay.
Okay. Jamal?
Jeremiah Love.
Okay. 2 Loves. Wolf?
Jeremiah Love.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the
Jeremiah
quarterback is the player that swings the game the most. And I know we don't know that it'll necessarily be Carson Beck, but as I've said multiple times on this show, I believe that it will be Carson Beck. And so I think that he will be the one that determines the wins and losses the most. It's logical.
Nobody's attacking your vote, Rick.
I know. I'm just
I am.
I'm just
Right.
explaining.
I am.
Jamal is with his based on the look on
How
his
so,
face.
Jamal?
Well, just because Rick said it.
Right. There we go.
Well, I'll allow it. Okay.
Yeah.
No, my only reason for not going quarterback is I think we may see Carson Beck start 8 games and Gardner Minshew start 4 and Jacoby Brissett start 4. I don't know. I don't know how that's going to break down. Whereas I think Jeremiah Love has the ability to swing a game. I don't know if those are games against the Rams and the Seahawks and the Chiefs and the Niners when you don't have a quarterback. So maybe nobody can swing these games.
Yeah, Rick, honestly, I'm with you on this. I honestly think if you told me Carson Beck was going to start from week 1, which is what I would do, I'd say Carson Beck.
Yeah, because he's an unknown.
He's a total unknown. And he's going to impact those games in the biggest way because the quarterback does something with the ball on every play. He's the only guy on the field that does that. Okay, and don't talk to me about the center snapping. Okay, AQ Shipley, don't talk to me, Ship, about that. All right, I know you snap it on every. I know that.
Remember when AQ Shipley ripped a pickleball right off your neck when we were playing against him and Drew Stanton?
A couple of times.
And then pointed to you?
Yeah. And then actually got better as the color analyst than I was. Okay, thank you, Ship. Appreciate that, buddy. Thank you. But, to me, once again, Carson Beck, if he started every game, I just, until somebody tells me that my plan, this is what I would do. I would start him from week 1. As long as he understood the offense and was capable of going out and playing well because he understands the offense. Having said that, Jeremiah Love, I think, is going to play in every game. Ron Wolfley reporting. Okay? I think he's going to play in every game. He's a dual threat guy. You can run the ball, you can throw the ball when he's back there. He's an every down back. He's going to hold up in protection. It's a big play nightmare when he's on the field for every defensive coordinator in the league. Yeah, I think he's going to be able to impact games more so than anybody else because he's going to get a lot of touches.
Does it say anything that all 4 of us picked rookies? I mean, I feel like if you're having this conversation in Kansas City right now, obviously the answer is Mahomes. If you're having this answer in even if you're playing the game in these other cities where it's like, but you can't say a quarterback, I don't think they're picking rookies on a lot of these teams. And we took 2 different players collectively as a show, and they're both rookies.
Well, when you think about it, what dominates defensive football? What dominates defensive football? For the most part, it's pass rush. It's coming off the edge. It's having a defense that can get pressure on an opposing quarterback. It's one of the reasons why playing the Chargers in week 1, when the Cardinals are looking for their next quarterback, whoever that may be, and they're playing the Chargers with the best defensive quarterback rating in the league, gets me upset, if you know what I mean.
Just imagine that scene. You're the Cardinals. You're Mike LaFleur, right? You've had to answer all these questions about all these different quarterbacks that have never even played for you. You're trying to figure things out. You're either running out Jacoby Brissett, who just held out after winning a game, or Gardner Minshew, who wasn't on the team, or Carson Beck, who's a rookie in week 1. And he's just got Jim Harbaugh over there with his khaki pants and his hands on his hips just staring at you.
Yes.
Aggressively. It's just such a weird spot.
Roughing up Herbert and his shoulder pads, all right? Roughing him up before he goes
Jim
out there.
Harbaugh considered cool when you were playing?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Jim Harbaugh was considered kind of cool. There's no doubt about
when
that.
did that switch? When did he
When
decide
became
to
a
start
coach,
wearing khakis?
For the most part, when he became a coach.
He's a pretty high profile coach, though. Wouldn't you say he's been more high profile as a coach than he was relative to other players?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
no doubt about it. That's a good way of putting it, man. He was
like a running quarterback, though.
Yeah, but
I think he leads. He's like the head coach with the most rushing yards or something as a player.
I wouldn't have expected anybody to know. Didn't he lose the Rose Bowl to ASU? That was Jim Harbaugh, wasn't it?
I'm trying to think.
Should get him on the show and ask him just that one question and then let him go. I'm pretty sure Jim Harbaugh was starting quarterback when ASU beat Michigan in the Rose Bowl.
Okay.
We should try to get him on the show before the game.
Yeah, we should.
That's probably not going to happen, though.
I can try.
Okay, well, you know what?
Tell him he
drop
owes
my
Wolf
name.
since he made him
That's
late
right.
to curfew in
Yeah,
1980.
I'll tell PR that.
Yeah, they'll be
I'll
all
tell
over.
Chargers PR that.
I'm sure they love asking Jim Harbaugh to do interviews. All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo coming up next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Will?
When I was 50, my whole life fell apart. I lost my job, I lost my wife, I lost the house, I lost pretty much everything except for my life. When the IRS came calling, I just didn't have it in me. I felt like Wile E. Coyote, just waiting for that IRS anvil to drop.
Then Will found Tax Relief Advocates.
I heard their advertisement on the radio, I wrote down the number, and I made the call that changed everything. The IRS gave me a bill for $40,000. Tax Relief Advocates got that down to $3,200. I've paid 9 cents on the dollar. Now that's a great deal in anybody's book.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Will did and call TRA for a consultation.
But for me, the real win is I got my life back.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-488-2578. 800-488-2578. That's 800-488-2578.
Megan's grandfather bought his first Ranger here. Her dad bought his first F-150 here. And she just drove off the lot in a new Ford Expedition for her family. 3 generations, all choosing Sanderson Ford. Visit Sanderson during their anniversary sale and see why. Right now, purchase any new Ford and get a $500 Circle K fuel card on Sanderson. We have your first 5 tanks covered. When you're in the market for a new vehicle, choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Not valid on fleet or AXZ or D-Plan purchases. Offer expires 5/31/26.
At some point, you stopped calling it pain and started calling it just how I am today. Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and deep down, you know that's not okay. Pain should never be the status quo in your life, and the good news is I've got a path back to normalcy. The medical team at QC Kinetics delivers long-lasting regenerative treatments for joint pain, and the science is real. Look, your body already knows how to heal itself, and QC Kinetics gives you the right tools. Treatments that repair and restore damaged joint tissue at the source of your pain. No steroids, no downtime, no surgery. And remember, the longer the inflammation exists in your body, the more damage it does, which means right now is the right time, and the first step doesn't cost you a thing. Schedule your free consultation at QC Kinetics today with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. The number 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
If you're waiting for someone to come along and make your private student loan debt disappear, I need to be honest with you. That's not how private loans work. There's no forgiveness programs on the way, but there is Y-Refi, and they are the next best thing I've seen for people in this situation. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and Y-Refi helps people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt refinance into a low fixed-rate payment they can actually handle. They don't make you feel bad about where you are. They don't grill you about how you got here. They meet you where you are and work with you to build something that makes sense for your budget, your income, your real life. If other lenders have told you no, that's actually where Y-Refi does their best work. They were built for the people traditional lenders give up on. Your private student loans don't get to define your future. Take back control today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. How about that win by the Diamondbacks last night? Holy moly, I would have hated to be an opposing fan of that game because the Diamondbacks broke out a can of whoop-ass against the Giants. 12-2 the final as they have now won back-to-back games against some NL West foes. They're going to go back to it for Game 2 tonight. We'll see if the offense can stay as hot as it was yesterday. Ryan Nelson's going to start things on the mound. He'll go against fellow right-hander Landon Roop. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6, and you can catch it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. By the way, if you're planning on going downtown, plan ahead because the Diamondbacks won't be the only team in action there. Phoenix Mercury also in action at Mortgage Matchup Center, facing one of the newest franchise in the W, the Toronto Tempo. So first time in history between these two foes tonight. Tip-off will be at 7. And how will the Eastern Conference Finals Game 1 follow up last night's Western Conference Finals Game 1? Holy Wembenyama, Batman. The Cavaliers will travel to New York to face the Knicks. Tip-off is at 5. Coverage starts at 4:30. That game you can hear on ESPN, 6:20 a.m. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. Get the freedom to save. Your Valley Chevy dealers Memorial Day event is here. Spectacular offers are available now. The freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for you.
Rookies and vets together on the field to rehearse play, get familiar with team terminology, and bond as teammates.
I've been pleased with all these guys, and it's an everyday process getting to know these guys.
Arizona Sports presents Burns and Gambo, live from Cardinals' organized team activities.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Tuesday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only John Gambadoro. Hi, Gamba!
Burnsy, what's going on?
As loud as we possibly can because the Cardinals want us to do
no press
that.
conferences today.
No press conferences today. It's maybe somebody on the other side of that wall, but that's all right. We are live once again from the Arizona Cardinals Training Center, the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center, for day 2 of our OTAs coverage. We're going to have head coach Mike LaFleur on a little bit later.
I'm excited.
Cody,
Soon, right?
Very soon, either in the next segment or the segment after.
Right.
Cody Simon's going to join us. Chase Basantis is going to join us as well, the second-round pick out of Texas A&M.
Is this room big enough for all of us?
When Basantis walks
He's
in,
a big boy.
I don't know. He can squat the two of us.
Right.
Basically.
Yes.
And then some, probably.
He's a big boy.
705 is what he squatted. He asked his
incredible.
offensive line coach about that when we had him on a couple of weeks ago. He squatted 705.
Yeah, but can he do a box jump? How about that?
I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see.
I don't know. It's a big body to kind of get up there. So we got a busy day. Man, we got a lot to talk about today. A lot of Diamondback stuff, which we'll get into in a minute. That NBA game, which we're both just chomping at the bit to talk about.
Drunk.
It was just.
It was drunk.
It was just. It was delicious. I mean, it was about one of the best basketball games I've watched in years. It was so much fun. So much fun.
I cannot stop thinking about that performance by Victor Wembanyama last night. I almost, watch the Diamondback game till it got out of hand. I watched the last 5 or 6 minutes of the fourth quarter, the first overtime and the second overtime, and I'm like, my jaw dropped.
I know.
My jaw just dropped.
Stunning.
At the level of greatness that I witnessed watching that basketball game.
No doubt about it.
What a joy to watch.
It was. We're going to talk about that quite a bit today, as well as I know a lot of the other shows have as well. So we got just a lot going on today. Let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
2-2 again. That one lifted in the air to right center, and this should do it. Waldschmidt, he will call off Barossa, and he makes the catch, and the Diamondbacks just dominate the Giants here in the opener. Final score, 12-2. The Arenado grand slam set the tone, and the offense just could not be stopped here tonight.
Before we talk about the D-backs, a shout-out to our guy Mitch back at the studio, who started his update by saying, man, can you imagine being the fan of an opposing team when they lose 12-2 to the Arizona Diamondbacks? Mitch is a San Francisco Giants fan. Yeah. I caught it, Mitch. I heard what you were throwing back there. I like
so
it.
So did Cody Fincher. Shout out, Cody.
Yeah.
You know, one of my keys to the game yesterday that I had like 3 different keys, and I went with a different one. But Nolan Arenado's numbers against Robbie Ray were through the roof. Like, he had great numbers against Robbie Ray, like 3 home runs and 12 RBIs and a 360 batting average. And he gets up there in that first inning, he hits that grand slam. They did not stop hitting, and they don't blow many teams out. So on the rare occasion they blow somebody out, we get a little overly excited. 16 hits. 4 for 13 with runners in scoring position. They stole 3 bases. They hit 2 home runs. They had 2 doubles. They had a triple. All 9 starters had at least a hit, an RBI, or a run scored. And Arenado, obviously, the grand slam got things going. But there was a lot more than that. I mean, the amount, Waldschmidt had 2 doubles.
Yep.
Tawa had a huge hit. Cattell had a big hit. Gabby Moreno had 2 hits. There was just so much offense in that game, and we needed to see it. And now all of a sudden, they've scored 36 runs in their past 5 games. 36 in their past 5. Colorado, San Francisco, getting a little bit right against some of these weaker teams.
Over the last week, the Diamondbacks are a National League best 300 batting average. They have a National League best 843 OPS. The previous 13 games, they were hitting 192. So, yeah, obviously, and this doesn't completely answer the question, but it certainly helps us feel better. When we were sitting in this exact room yesterday, we were talking about, okay, you had 2 good games offensively in Colorado, but overall good series where you scored a bunch of runs and you hit the ball well. Was that Coors Field, or was that you? Was that where you were at, or was that your team starting to fix itself? One game doesn't answer that game in the affirmative, but it does help us feel a lot better that they are starting to figure some things out offensively, that they are starting to put some things together. And it was great. It was just about everybody across the board. That was a heck of a game for Brian Waldschmidt last night when you add in the stolen bases. Arenado's grand slam, Robbie Ray, that was the 6th pitch that he threw. 6 pitches into the game, they're already down 4-0, right?
They jumped on him. And it was good to see because they got that, you got the Marte single, then you've got the Perdomo off of Chapman, the backhand. That was an error by Chapman. So you had the single by Marte, the single by Corbin. Perdomo reaches on an error by Chapman. Nolan hits the grand slam on a 1-0 pitch. All of a sudden, it's 4-0. You're like, wow, you're in a good spot right here. Now, they came back and got a run to make it 4-1. But what I loved about the Diamondbacks offense was they come right back in that second inning after the Giants had scored a run, and they get a run. They get a sac fly right there. Okay, we're going to take that run back, and they made it 5-1. And then they didn't stop scoring, right? They get 2 more in the 3rd, and then they have that big 5th inning where they blow the game open. How many times have we seen this team this year score a couple of runs early and then stop scoring?
And then just stop after
stop
that.
Scoring. We're not going to score anymore. So they got the 4 in the first. Then they got 1 in the second. Then they got a couple in the 3rd. Then they got a few more in the 5th. And then they tacked on and they kind of blew it open later on. They got it to 12-2. Terrific overall performance offensively.
And I don't want to say one guy is more important than another when it comes to something like this, but I think most of us can agree that Gabriel Moreno's night was probably the most important of the bunch, right? Like, I think of all of them collectively, he's the one that between him and Gurriel, and Gurriel didn't play last night. Those are the 2 guys that we've said, okay, they have to get going. They're just too important to the bottom line of this team. They mean too much to them. One of those guys has to get going. That's starting to happen with both of them, but I think Gabby more consistently. And that's really going to come into play now with the injury to James McCann. Not that he was an offensive dynamo, but it certainly limits their catching options now, which means Gabby, he becomes even more reliant that he comes through. He's a guy who needed to get it going, both short-term and long-term. We've had a lot of conversations about both with Gabby Moreno. That was an important step for him last night.
I thought that I think he was 5 for 9 in a Colorado series. He played in 2 of the games. And then to see him come back in this game and have some more big hits, a couple more hits, I thought, even just the single in the 3rd inning, huge. You got to get him going. Whatever it takes, you just got to find a way to get him going. So I was very encouraged by that too. I said to you, out of all the guys, like, who do I want to get? I really need Gabby Moreno to get going, because for me, he still is a big part of the future. Not just now, but I think he's a big part of their future. So I want to see him become the catcher we all thought he would be, which is not only great defensively, but an offensive force behind an offensive force that can contribute to the offense.
Troy Lavello after the game said this was a much-needed good day for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
I was clear that we were ready to play. I was really, very satisfied with the approach, the situation in the bottom of the first inning, and the big grand slam by Arenado, and it just let us exhale in the dugout a little bit after a tough weekend series in Colorado where we won it. But I think you come off something that emotional. I think we were really excited about that type of a win. We did not let down today, and we just kept going at it. We just kept playing as hard as we could for the entire game. The guys just really did their job in a lot of different ways today, offensively, defensively, the little things, the base running, all the things that we stand on. It was a good day for us.
And I'd tell you something else that happened last night, too, and this gets a little lost in the shuffle. The Giants played a sloppy mess of the game last night.
Chapman, you don't usually see Chapman make mistakes like that.
Unfocused, sloppy baseball game. Defensive errors, boneheaded decisions.
Catcher throwing the ball into center field on a throwing base.
And it was, it's nice when your team doesn't do stuff like that, but it's nice when your team also takes advantage when the other team does do something like that. Not saying that that's the reason why the Diamondbacks won 12-2. That wasn't it. But and we haven't even talked about Zach Gallen. We're kind of saving him for a little bit later, but obviously
the Adames era on that ground ball. Right too. Marte just kind of hopped over it, and he just botched it.
It was just it was a real mess of a game. But it was almost, I hate to say this, it was almost the perfect night of baseball for the Diamondbacks. Everybody got involved offensively. Everybody you'd want to see got involved. Zach Gallen gave you a quality start, something he hasn't done in a month and a half. The bullpen was quiet. You were mostly able to avoid your high leverage guys in case you need them for tonight or tomorrow. Right. I don't know if you could have drawn it up any better. Nolan Arenado after the game called it maybe their best win of the season. Mitch, if you would.
Yeah, it was great. Today was great. It was a huge win. I would say it's one of our better wins of the year, to be honest with you. Just, long day yesterday. It could have been easy to come out here a little bit flat-footed or tired, whatever, but we didn't make that excuse. So it was really a great win for us to set the tone early. It was awesome.
Yeah, so for Arenado, and just a moment on him, and I was thinking about this watching that game last night, watching him hit the grand slam. Boy, how he has, after the first 3 weeks of the season, what he has meant to them since. It is in a season where we keep waiting on the stars to come through, whether it's Carroll, whether it's Ketel, whether it's Perdomo, whether it's Zach Gallen, whether it's Merrill Kelly, right? Like our core five guys, and some of them are, some of them aren't. To think what Mike Hazen's been able to do in the interim with guys like Vargas and guys like Arenado and guys like Sewald, right?
I'm glad you went there because I was thinking about this last night watching that game. This is the best job that Mike Hazen has ever done, considering how little he had to work with. He didn't have money to work with. They were tapped out. They had gone all in on Jordan Montgomery and Corbin Burns. There was no money. What he's been able to do with Taylor Clark, Loaizaga, Paul Sewald, Nolan Arenado, Vargas as the replacement for Blaze Alexander. I really do believe that this is, calling up Fernandez when he did, calling up Waldschmidt when he did, letting go of Ross, letting go of Alec. I think this is some of the best work that Hazen has done.
Well, they made a move today.
Soroka.
Soroka has been another fantastic addition to the team. The Diamondbacks did, as we expect, put James McCann on the 10-day injured list with a strained right quad. They have called up Aramis Garcia, their backup catcher from AAA Reno. Torrey likes him. Some 3 catchers on the roster, so they've got their 3. That's the roster move that came down today. Same 2 teams tonight at Chase Field. We'll be talking D-backs baseball throughout the course of the day. Arizona Cardinal tickets are now on sale. Be a part of the Red Sea at State Farm Stadium as the Cardinals host NFC West battles with the Seahawks, 49ers, and Rams, plus the Eagles, Lions, Commanders, Raiders, Jets, and Broncos come to town. Get your seats now through the official Cardinals app. How is a first-time head coach adjusting to running his first organized team activities? Well, ask him. The head coach, Mike LaFleur, joining us next on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2-2 again. That one lifted in the air to right center, and this should do it. Waldschmidt, he will call off Barossa, and he makes the catch, and the Diamondbacks just dominate the Giants here in the opener. 5 final score 12-2. The Arenado Grand Slam set the tone, and the offense just could not be stopped here tonight.
Catch Game 2 of the D-backs Giants series live from Chase Field tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
The big box testosterone franchises want to squeeze you in on their schedule. Vital for Men is different. We're Arizona's original men's health clinic, open 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, and we accept most insurance. Personalized care, by men, for men. And right now, your first testosterone test is completely free. Stop settling. Call Vital for Men or visit vitalformen.com today. Vital for Men, where Arizona men go to get their edge back.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Hey, it's May. Temps are climbing. Time to turn screen time into swim time. That's exactly what we did at Casa Galvisi with Arizona's most awarded pool builder, California Pools and Landscape. You talk about a before and after. When we have friends over, that's all they talk about. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf, of course the pool. One designer, one contract, one builder, and our #1 summer escape is now our backyard. See it for yourself and get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and if your ride's starting to feel a little outdated, Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa can help you upgrade just in time for the summer. Here's the difference. Anybody can sell you a vehicle, but not everybody makes the whole experience feel easy and enjoyable. That's why Arizona drivers have trusted the Earnhardt name since 1951. Real people, honest prices, and a team that's focused on what works best for you, not pushing you into something you don't want. It's how the Earnhardt family built its reputation the old-fashioned way, by treating people right. If you're after a refined Buick SUV or a bold GMC truck, they have one of the best selections in the Valley with options that fit your lifestyle and budget. And when you're ready to shop, their website makes everything simple. Browse inventory, value your trade, and explore our incredible offers anytime online. So when you're ready for something better, visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models. All offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Live from Cardinals organized team activities, Arizona Sports presents Burns and Gambo.
We're live here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. It's the Burns and Gambo Show. John Gambadro, Dave Burns, as we are coming to you from the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center. For the second straight day, OTAs are underway, and we're going to run the four corners for just a minute here. I know I'm going with a basketball term here, but we're gonna stall for just a second.
Run the picket fence. We're going to run the picket fence.
Just don't get caught watching the paint dry.
Don't get caught watching the paint dry. What was that guy's name? Scooter or Scooter?
It was.
What was the guy's name?
The coach or
no? It was the assistant who was drunk all the time.
Well, it was Dennis Hopper. I don't remember what his name was in the movie though. God, it's been a long time since.
Oh, what's his name? What was his name?
Shooter!
Was
it Shooter? Was it Shooter?
Scooter. I said Scooter. Shooter, close enough. Shooter. I think it was
Sounds like
Shooter.
you guys have time to figure it out.
Yeah, we do, because we are stalling until Mike LaFleur walks in here. I'll be honest with you, we're completely stalling because we expect him to come walking through that door any single minute. When he does, we'll have a great conversation with him about the state of Cardinals football, OTAs. Yeah. Day 2, we're going to have Cody Simon on, as I mentioned. We're going to have Chase Basantis, and obviously there's more to talk to him than just Jacoby Brissett. I'm sure that'll be one of the main talking points, but there's certainly more. Some of the things that we kind of learned about this football team yesterday in terms of guys playing different positions, guys, defensively. You're talking about Sean Murphy-Bunting maybe playing a little bit more nickel, Garrett Williams with the injury, decisions to be made on the offensive line, decisions to be made on the defense, right? And Mike LaFleur, just more than anything, kind of adjusting and acclimating to being a head coach for the first time in the National Football League. I'm sure I don't know if his head is swimming, but I would imagine he's got a lot going on right now.
You had a lot of guys, quite a few guys that weren't here. Some of them that were not here yesterday, obviously injuries. You're not going to see those guys. You're not going to see Garrett Williams anytime soon. And so there were some guys that were injured. There were other guys. I think L.J. Collier got a personal day yesterday, something going on. Josh Sweat is not hurt, so we know that he's not hurt. So there were a couple guys that had an absence yesterday, but it's not because of injuries. A lot of those guys that were on the list are guys we're just not going to see this spring. We're not going to see them. They're not ready. They just got to get healthy.
Yeah, and when we do see them, obviously that they'll be, and they were like this under Jonathan Gannon too, they'll be pretty tight-lipped about their return, but certainly I guess one of the best pieces of news is coming from Walter Nolan, in which, he's not available now.
Thinks he'll be ready
sure
by
sounds
camp.
like he's going to be ready by training camp.
I hope so.
And that is huge news.
Need some of these guys to pop. A Darius Robinson, a Walter Nolan, a BJ Ojolari. Like, it's time. Like, it's, a lot of these, it's time. They've had some really good draft picks, some really good players, but these guys, I think Nolan especially, Walter Nolan was their first-round pick last year, and they loved him. And he's got to get healthy, and he's got to play. Man, I've always wanted to see what B.J. Ojolari could do if he's healthy because of how talented he is. But remember, most of the emphasis this offseason was on the offense, was on going out and addressing needs in free agency on the offensive line, and in the draft at quarterback, at running back, on the offensive line, even at wide receiver with Kendrick Bourne. After last year where so much of the inventory went to the defense, this year was really all about the offense. So some of those defensive guys from last year and the year before really need to pop.
I was funny. I was looking at some of the decisions to be made, and like I was mentioning, Sean Murphy-Bunting and some of the moving parts in the secondary. If there's one position I think to be excited about when it comes to the depth they've been able to amass, it is at the cornerback position. They've got a lot of bodies there, and largely, and here we go. We are set right now. We were just about to get into a conversation about it, but why not wait until we can have it with the head coach? Because as he gets comfortable and sitting down, hi, Mike, how are you doing? Nice to meet you. Come on in, have a seat. As we're broadcasting live here from the Arizona Cardinals Training Center, the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center, joining us right now, the head coach. We've stalled long enough. The head coach of the Cardinals, Mike LaFleur, who joins us here on Burns and Gambo. Coach, good to see you. Nice to meet you. I'm Dave. This is Gambo. We're the Burns and Gambo show, and we appreciate you carving out a few minutes for us.
Thanks for having us, man. I know it's not as fun as the guys you had yesterday, but
not as fun. But we're happy to have you.
I appreciate that. I'm happy to be here.
All right, here let's go right to it. Here it is. There's my play. We got to get Trey McBride to throw a ball this year.
Do you even have 11 guys out there?
I got 11 guys out there. Are you kidding me? This is a terrific play. Trey loves it. He just texted me. He said, I think that this could work. I love it. So so the goal is to get Trey McBride. He loves to throw the football. He can really sling it. He wants to throw the ball once this year.
Have you seen him throw the football?
He told me he could throw it. I have a lot of faith in him. So this quarterback gets the snap, steps up, throws a lateral to McBride after he goes in motion. Got to lose some ground on the motion, and then we could throw that pass.
It's a great play in terms of just play design.
Yes, thank you.
Picking the person to throw it.
Yeah, so that's
he's not the one.
Wait, this is free. I'm not even going to charge you for this
I like our offensive skill. I really do. But the other outside of the quarterbacks, those guys can't throw a football for nothing.
Have you seen him throw?
I've seen them all throw. Unfortunately, they all love to throw.
So are we a flat no on this, or is there a 1% chance?
You're never going to say never. There's absolutely no absolutes in football. So we'll never say never. And again, it's Dr. Pepper, bunch left, hack Dr. Pepper.
Yeah. I wrote it all down. So bunch left, hack Dr. Pepper. Bunch is the formation, hack is the motion. And then Dr. Pepper is the code for double pass.
That's good.
The double pass.
I like
right
that.
There. Yeah.
That's good stuff.
There's a lot of effort went into this
heck
right
yeah.
now. I'm sitting here. I get a free shirt if we can run this. That's all I get out of it. I got a free shirt from McBride.
We'll get you a tank. We'll get you a shirt, whatever you want.
It was a long sleeve dry fit shirt that McBride was wearing yesterday, and he's like, if you get Coach to run that play, I'll get you this shirt. And Gamba was given his size and everything.
He said he could sling it.
So other than that complete ambush on drawing up a play for Trey McBride, we do appreciate you coming in here. It's a general question, but for you, getting into OTAs now, are you comfortable? Are you feeling like, not that you belong necessarily, but that you are comfortable with what you're doing and what you're having your guys doing as you kind of get acclimated to this, just like the guys are getting acclimated to this?
It's a different location. Obviously, it's a different job title, but myself and the staff, we've been doing this a long time in different places, and again, we're going to do it our way. But I have been fortunate enough to be in some pretty good buildings in the way that they operate and the way that they move around the building and the urgency that they move around with. So it's been a good 2 days. You try to literally just not think ahead. Like I keep telling the staff, we got practice Thursday. I can't get to practice Thursday until I see this second practice and figure out what we want to do on Thursday. You really try to take it one day at a time. You're always competing. You're always challenging the offense. The offense wants to beat the defense wants to beat the offense. But there are some things that we can control in these 11 practices, I should say, that, hey, we got to get Trey McBride this route versus this coverage, and we got to get this quarterback this, concept versus this coverage. And it might not be conducive for the offense right there, but that's okay because in the long run, it's gonna pay off that they're getting some of these tougher looks and stuff like that. So there is a controlled environment to it, and then once you get to training camp, you take the training wheels off, if you will, and you kind of roll the ball out there and you play a little bit more real football.
Yeah.
Jacoby Brissett not being here, how does this affect what you're implementing, the plans, the schemes, everything you're running? You've got Carson, obviously, he's going to get a lot of reps, and you've got Gardner. But not having Jacoby, how does that affect you as a head coach?
Yeah, it's from a foundational teaching the offense. It's the show goes on. So obviously, I've said numerous times this is voluntary. We've had good dialogue with Jacoby. He's played. I said this yesterday too. When these guys have played a lot of football, at least they don't have to go learn how to play football. It'd be one thing if you're a first year, second year, third year guy who's still trying to figure out this game, hasn't seen all the looks that, a guy that's played as long as Jacoby or anyone really north of 30 years old. So when you're not having to teach, how, just the game in general, and you're only teaching scheme, which is just some words and stuff like that, you're not as concerned.
When it comes to Jacoby, when it comes to Gardner Minshew, when it comes to Carson Beck, do you have a particular style of quarterback that you feel like best fits what you're trying to do? And do all three of those guys perfectly fit with what you're trying to do? Or is there some adjustments and evolution to what they do and what you do to try to marry the two together?
Yeah, I think that's, and again, that comes with time. Like you're laying out foundations right now for the offense, and then you'll figure out, whatever 11 guys we have out there, what's going to best suit them. We don't have to worry about September right now. We just have to worry about getting those foundations down, how we're hitting blocks, how we're running routes, how the quarterbacks are going through their progressions and their timing. All quarterbacks come in different shapes and sizes, right? And there's a few, what I would say, non-negotiables in terms of playing quarterback. You got to be able to sit in the pocket. You got to be able to rip through progressions, and you got to be a natural thrower within your own throwing ability. If you're not those three, it's hard to even play in this league, no matter what the offense is. So again, right now, because of all the things I said, like it's in a controlled environment. Once we get a little bit closer, then that's when you pivot it a little bit more to the skill set of the 11 that you're going to have out there.
Are you experimenting a little bit with Jeremiah Love on special teams?
Well, I mean, you're experimenting with everyone, in terms of a lot of different spots.
Kickoff return,
I'm sure Trey probably wants to be a kick returner as well.
No,
but,
I just wants to throw a pass.
It's Jeremiah's a running back. We know that, but you never know. That's it. That's an extremely important play right now that the league has brought back over the years, and it's only probably even going to get more of an uptick. And, to sit here and tell you guys, the first September versus the Chargers that Jeremiah's going to be back there, I'm not going to tell you that because I don't necessarily believe that. But there might be a time and place where, it's situationally the best thing to do for the Arizona Cardinals. So
yeah, Pat Pete once returned punts. Remember, he got drafted, and he
Pro
returned
Bowler
punts that first year. He was
yeah.
great at it. So the possibility exists that he could get some looks there.
There's no absolute. So I'm not going to say absolutely not or yes.
One of the things, have you looked at a lot of film of Marvin Harrison Jr. the last 2 years?
Yeah, I studied one. I love receivers. That was my baby. Being a receiver coach in with Atlanta, and then obviously in San Francisco. So I've always loved the studying process of the draft and all that. So watched him coming out a lot. Knew a lot about him as a player, not necessarily as much as a person until I got here. But it's been fun. And then again, being in the division, since he's been in.
Right.
He got after us pretty good in week 2 of 2024 when with the Rams we came down to State Farm and I think got beat 49-10 or whatever it was, and he ended up having a big one right there. So he's been fun to work with. He approaches this thing the right way. I've been on record saying it was really neat when I came in for the interview process here. The first 3 people I saw in the building at breakfast were Trey McBride, Michael Wilson, and Marvin Harrison. And I saw all 3, and obviously I somewhat knew all 3 of those guys, Trey a little bit more than everybody, and it was like, that's a good omen right there.
Yeah.
You got three of your offensive weapons that are in here early in late January, early February, whenever that was.
We see an extremely talented guy that hasn't broken out yet. First year, a lot of targets, but not a lot of receptions, not a lot of separation. What can your offense do to kind of unleash him so he could play to the potential that we thought the Cardinals were going to get when they drafted him?
Yeah, I mean, it's it's not just our offense. I think any good coach, you just try to put these guys in positions to be successful. And so each receiver is going to be in a little bit different positions. It's like putting together a basketball team. Like they didn't ask, name the center of Golden State to go shoot threes and Steph to be posted up right there. They put him in those spots, to make sure that those guys are, in position to do what they do best. So it's something that we're learning right now. I feel like I have a pretty good idea how we're going to use them. But again, we're only 2 days into this thing. Once we get a little bit further, I think it'll show itself even more.
Was there something about him physically that you looked at that you wanted to correct? How he catches the ball, how he positions his body, how he goes about anything in his job as a wide receiver? Did you see something on film that made you go, okay, let's tweak that, let's try to fix that with Marvin Harrison Jr.?
Yeah, well, you try to do that with everybody.
Right.
You do that with Trey. You do that with all those guys. And again, I just told you some prerequisites with quarterbacks. I'll just generally tell you what we tell all these receivers. Like there's always an ability to run through the ball a little bit better. There's always the ability to pluck it off your body a little bit better. But you have to train those things, those fundamentals hard. And again, we only through 2 days, but we're able to do that quite a bit in phase 2, where you're correcting all those little mini details.
Mike LaFleur, the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, our guest here. And as a reminder, tickets for the Cardinals home games, including season ticket packages and single game options, are on sale now at azcardinals.com/tickets. I want to ask you a question about the defense, if only because we've been talking about all the changes on the offense, all the new personnel. The defense, with an exception here or there, is largely the same personnel with the same coordinator. What different things are you going to be asking out of the mostly same personnel and the same coordinator that maybe wasn't here the last couple of years? What do you want to see that, other than stay healthy, what do you want to see that unit do different?
I think that's the key, though, right? When we played them last year, it was just both games were 2 totally different rosters, it felt like. Even game planning for them this past year, you had to take out some games because it was like, well, those 5 guys aren't even playing, and they're making a mess up front right now in terms of a good thing for Arizona, but 2 of those 3 of those guys aren't even going to be out there. And so you really had to almost just kind of, okay, what are they going to do schematically? Don't even worry about the players because I don't even know what players are going to be out there. So I know this in 24 with a lot of the same guys, and I thought Monty added to it. And again, a lot of those guys ended up getting hurt in 25, but I know in 24 we didn't do very hot versus them with the Rams. We beat them in that second game, but it wasn't because of what we did on offense, And I know. I believe in Nick. He was a tough dude to always game plan against. I know these guys have a lot of respect for him, and I know we got the right guys in the building to play good defense.
What was the reasoning in retaining Nick as a defensive coordinator?
I think it's these guys have been in the system, and it is a unique system, and it is tough to prepare for, and Nick cares so much about this that he's as hard on himself as anybody, which is all you want in a coach. You want that in players, but you want that in coaches too. Like, I'm going to be my biggest critic. I never think you've ever gotten there, you've arrived or anything. You're always going to be critical of yourself, and I see the same things in Nick, and I know these guys have a lot of respect for the way that he works and the way that he coaches those guys.
Was it always him from the get-go, or did you interview a bunch of potential defensive coordinator candidates and then went back to him?
Well, yeah, we went through a process like we did with every other, coach in this that we ended up hiring, whether it be coordinator down to all the position coaches down to the QCs. So went through the process because you owe it, to the Arizona Cardinals. The one thing I knew Nick because obviously I had to go against him 6 times, so game plan against him 6 times, but I didn't know him personally, So you want to go through a process to make sure that we were getting to the right people.
When I look at the schedule, Cardinals 0-6 in the division last year. Gannon's first year 0-6. I think in the last 3 years the Cardinals are 3-15 in the division. We're all getting our asses kicked, getting tired of it. How important is it for you, for this organization, for this team to do better in the division? Rams, Seahawks, 49ers, start winning some of those games.
Yeah, I mean let's call it what it is. All right, this is a bottom line business. You got to win football games, and it starts with winning in the division. Like let's throw that out there, but I don't want our players thinking about any of that right now. I want them thinking about getting back in the film room and seeing what we can correct from today's practice. We're going to be above the neck tomorrow with our jog through, and then we're going to finish this week out with the best OTA 3 that we possibly can. I know who we play week 1, but I don't even want them being concerned with week 1 right now. Like, you just be where your feet are. That is so far in advance right now. And again, I'll acknowledge it. I get it. It's a bottom line business, and you got to be able to get it done. Otherwise, there's we all know what happens right there. But that's not where our focus is. Our focus is going to be how can we play really good football in week 1, period.
Coach, we appreciate the conversation as always. We look forward to many more of them. Hopefully catch up around training camp and then during the season. Thanks for stopping by for a few minutes. We really do appreciate it. It's nice meeting you.
Thanks guys.
You got it.
Thanks, Coach.
Mike LaFleur, head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. And as a reminder, tickets for Cardinals home games, including season ticket packages and single game options, are on sale now at azcardinals.com/tickets. When we come back, we'll react to some of the things Coach told us as we're live from Arizona Cardinals OTAs here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
I'm coming to London.
The Union Jack Classic, ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium.
London? Yes, London.
Arizona Sports will send one winner and a guest to London with round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, royal box seats at Wembley with hospitality, sideline passes, a VIP Tower of London private experience, and a nighttime river cruise on the Thames.
Jolly good.
Devils in London.
London.
Brought to you by Desert Financial.
Cheerio.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Brilliant. Jolly good. Well, must be off.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, Drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers. I'm working with Galaxy Lending Group and their Goal Loan, Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan. It helps you work towards retirement with your home paid off using the income you already make without changing how you live. If owning your home outright is part of your retirement plan, text GOAL to 620-620. That's GOAL to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
And it's Testimonial Tuesday from Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
My technician let me know everything he was doing and finally found the problem. He took his time and he made sure everything was working perfectly before he left. Thank you, Ready Services.
Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning appreciates all of our customers. Always ready since 1957. Saving you money and doing business the right way. Your home of the no-fee emergency. ReadyServices.com.
The Bunker to Bunker Golf Tour is swinging into summer with their Summer Swing 2-person Scramble Tournament at Verado Golf Club's Victory Course on Saturday, June 20th, benefiting the Arnie's Army Charitable Foundation. The event includes breakfast, team competitions, prizes, and a huge raffle, and even a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $120. Come and enjoy an unforgettable day of golf with your friends. The event is open to the public, but space is limited and will fill up quickly. So register today at bunkergolf.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. You know what, Bernsey, if you're listening right now, why don't I just do this update and then just take it to the break? Does that sound good for you? Maybe if you're listening on the other end? Okay, either way. That's what we'll do because we're right up against the break time here. We got Chase Basantis coming up next from the Arizona Cardinals training facility. So, all right, cool. I got the confirm from Bernsey. So let me tell you about what's going on in sports right now. Diamondbacks are going for a series win, second straight win, if they can get the win tonight against the Giants, following up that romp that they put on last night. Ryan Nelson will take the bump against fellow right-hander Landon Roop. First pitch at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 and on the Arizona Sports app. And plan ahead if you're going downtown this evening because the Phoenix Mercury are going to be in action as well, taking on one of the newer franchises in the newest franchises, Toronto Tempo. The first time against those two. The first time those two squads, I should say, are squaring off. Tip-off will be at 7. And then the Eastern Conference Finals in the NBA. Game 1 is tonight. Cavaliers in New York to face the Knicks. Tip-off is at 5. Coverage will start at 4:30. You can listen to that one on ESPN 620 a.m. This report is brought to you by Rito's Mexican Food, the best Taco Tuesday deal in the Valley. 2 tacos, rice, and signature refried beans for just $10. I think I know what I'm doing on this Tuesday. I'm texting Ritos to 620-620 for exclusive Taco Tuesday offers. Burns and Gamble Show back after this.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or shop and buy online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. Now, I love telling you about the deals at Liberty GMC because they're great. GMC makes the best trucks, the best SUVs. The other day I saw this beautiful cherry red Sierra 1500 out on the freeway, and I thought, man, that is a really nice-looking truck. But and they got tons of them at Liberty GMC, and they've got great deals on them right now at Liberty GMC. But right now I want to tell you about their service department, the one that has the late night shift that's open late. You can drop your car off by 8 p.m. It's going to be ready for you the next day. And for a guy who does not like to buy tires, I hope I need new tires soon, because this deal at Liberty GMC, it's absolutely awesome, and I think everybody should take advantage of it. Buy 2 tires, get 2 free. Any make, any model, any brand, doesn't matter. Buy 2 tires, you'll get 2 free when you go to Liberty GMC. Take advantage of that opportunity right now. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK frees you from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Find out about these procedures from the doctors who have performed over 300,000 of them. Join Doctors King and Kopstein for their free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Register now or schedule your free Zoom consult at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Hey there, campers. It's Jan from Toyota. Time to pack your bags and buckle your seatbelts, because this summer, we're headed to Camp Toyota. And the fun starts now. We're kicking things off by kicking up mud. Jump in, campers. We're going off-roading in a powerful new 4Runner. Next, we're taking a RAV4 to go fly fishing. Then we're heading to the hot springs in a spacious Sequoia.
Jan, what is that smell?
Sulfur stinks. Now we're hitting the hiking trails in a rugged Grand Highlander. And finally, park your Tundras and Tacomas around the campfire, because we're roasting marshmallows. Don't worry if you burn a few, folks. I brought a truckload. Your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Event ends June 1st. Toyota. Let's go places.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION. SweetJames.com.
1, 2, 3, dominate! Live from Cardinals organized team activities, Arizona Sports presents Burns and Gambo.
All right, welcome back. It's the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports as the stream of guests continue from the Arizona Cardinals. We just had a great conversation with the head coach, Mike LaFleur, and joining us right now, second-year linebacker out of Ohio State, Cody Simon, who joins us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Rejoins us. We talked with Cody a year ago at some point. We were just reminiscing about bagels from Jersey and things like that.
Snow and not shoveling snow anymore.
Although
I've got newfound respect for him because he rescued a dog. He got a dog from a rescue. That's near and dear to my heart. Anytime you can adopt instead of shop and you could save a dog from a rescue, that's a big win for me. So you got a little bit of a mixed type of dog?
Yeah. He's a little bit of a Rottweiler and then just everything in between on the other side. So.
Tough as nails?
No, he's
a softie.
He's a softie.
Hey, you said Rottweiler, part Rottweiler.
Yeah, it fools you a little bit. He doesn't even look like one, but he's amazing though. He's a wonderful dog.
Well, I respect that. Get the dogs from the rescue.
Yes.
That save those dogs, give them a chance at a good life.
100%.
Good for you. How'd you think last year went for you? You got a lot of opportunities to start when Mac got injured. I think you played in every game. You started 9. How did you feel the season went?
Definitely a lot of ups and downs. It's something that. You can't really expect, and anything can happen during a season. Obviously there were points where I felt good about playing and contributing with the defense, but obviously we didn't live up to the standard, and that was the biggest thing. And how do we get better? What's the next step? Like that's our biggest thing about this year, and be able to get Mac back is huge for us. And so it really is just putting one day behind each other, one day after another, and just keep going. And just keep getting better. Really.
What did you feel like you had to get better at when the season was done? And you being a smart football player, said, "Okay, this is what I have to do to get better." What were some of the things that you were checking off in your own head?
Yeah, I mean, just being in control. I think that's the biggest thing as a linebacker in the NFL, and especially as someone who will eventually call plays and being the leader of the defense. And even with Mac back, that's another role I can step into and be another vocal leader. Things kind of come at you fast a little bit as a green dot, and so. Getting more control and getting more comfortable with the role and being able to be a leading voice in the defense and in the room, it's important. And I think that's probably one of the biggest things. Just getting more comfortable in that role.
Did the speed of the green dot? I mean, tell me about. You're shaking your head like you're yes. Yeah. Like was it fast, and did it take a while for you to get used to it?
Yeah, I mean it's definitely a step up, but I mean we practice it and we go over all this stuff during the week, and so I felt like I was prepared. But it is a step up from even in college we had like 1-word calls. So now you're getting to like 10 words in a call. You got to remember everything. So it's definitely a lot, but we practice enough to get it down.
You had the big game against Cincinnati with 15 tackles, but I have a play in my mind that is my favorite play of yours last year. I got it written down, so I'm going to ask you, what was your favorite play last year?
I mean, the Cowboys game is probably my favorite play.
The Javonte Williams forced fumble.
Yeah, I think it was.
That's it. That's what I have.
Yeah,
that's huge because you guys won that game.
Yeah, it was just
a big play.
It was a big moment, and I was like super sick before that game, and I was on like throwing up the night before and everything, but be able to come out and just be with the team and be everyone to come together and just like put it together for a win. I think that was huge. And just being a part of a win, it's nothing like it really.
Yeah, that was late in the game. You guys they were moving the ball. You were hanging on to a lead. You forced the fumble. I think it was Akeem Davis-Gaither that recovered it.
Yeah.
Is that who it was?
Yeah.
All right, so that's the one that sticks out in your mind.
Yeah, no, definitely. And that was like the first game they really threw me in the fire there. So it was like, just figure it out and just go and just try to make plays.
All right, after your first year, I think you wore number 50.
Yeah.
And now you're going back to your Ohio State number.
Yeah.
0. It opened up. How did that come about?
Yeah, I mean with departures and everything, numbers shifted around and the opportunity came up, and I know I'd worn it my last year at Ohio State, and it felt like something I could put my name in the hat there, and I was talked to coaches and everything, made sure everything was all good, and they gave me the okay. So it's really exciting for me just to be able to go back to a little bit of the roots a little bit, because I was debating between going to 0 or 30, and just wanted to make a decision.
Did anybody else try to get 0?
I'm not even sure, really. They never told me who else.
You said you put it in a hat.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who else was going for it, but
okay.
It was just, why not put your name in there?
Okay.
Because if I'm not mistaken now, I don't know if this resulted in you getting 0, but with Kyler getting let go, that allowed Mac to get 1, which allowed Will Johnson to get 2. Now you've got 0. Now I know, the Ohio State-Michigan thing, which we talked about so many times when it comes to this team. Mm-hmm. 2 for a Michigan player is very important. right? 0 for an Ohio State player is very important, right?
I didn't know about the 2, but
I think the 2 for a Michigan player is like a big deal. I think, but I know for an Ohio State player, 0 is a big deal, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Because tell me about the tradition. I mean, like for people who don't know the tradition behind that.
Yeah, I mean it's to signify Bill Willis. He was the first African American football player at Ohio State, and so they started in 2020 when 0 became available. So it's a relatively new number. So that's why not a lot of people really wear it as much. And so now it's just a symbol to block out for Ohio State. And, you just try to uphold the character of the team and just be a leader and a vocal leader and someone who can lead the defense, lead the team, lead whatever they need to do to be a great player on the field.
Coach comes in and says, hey, 2 guys want it. You guys got to fight it out for the number. Would you have done it?
Shoot, I mean,
would you fought it out?
It depends.
Winner gets 0.
No, we're all a team. I mean,
okay, all right.
No punches were thrown in the making of this jersey. No punches were thrown. Cody Simon is our guest here, and as a reminder, tickets for Cardinals home games, including season ticket packages and single game options, are on sale now at azcardinals.com/tickets. We spent a lot of time last year in this room and at training camp talking about the leap that year 2 players are expected to make. Now that, okay, you got the craziness of the green dot kind of behind you, how much, for lack of a better word, pressure are you putting on yourself to make that year 2 leap this year? Because it is, some would say, the most important year for a player coming into the league. Would you agree?
I mean, yeah, that's probably what consensus is. But, my focus is not to worry about that result of did I have a good year or not, or did I make the leap? Really my focus is every day, just in and out, trying to get better every day. Like, we're working on new things and, trying to just master your craft, try to get better at each individual little things. And whether it's technique, whether it's scheme, whether it's, just your body, I think that's the biggest thing. And I think for me, it's to be even more detailed, to be even more focused on those little things. And I think that allows players to get better and make that leap that people call it.
All right, I'm going to go by memory here. You played against Jeremiah Love, didn't you?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. And you guys beat them.
Yeah, we did.
Look at the smile on his face.
Sometimes it was like late in the season, or was it?
It was somewhat of a big game, I think.
Yeah, it was a big game.
Somewhat.
What do you remember about him and having to tackle him?
Yeah, I think he was hurt a little bit. If I remember correctly, I think he had a little knee brace on, so I could give him a little pass there because he had a tough year too. That year he was doing really well. So. But that was a great game. I mean, I was just excited to go out and play in a championship game. And be able to come in with a win. And now we have a hell of a player on our team. He's special, man. And just to be able to share the field with him now and really get each other better, it's a special thing.
Well, Cody, we appreciate your time. We appreciate you stopping by. Hope we get a chance to catch up with you at training camp too.
Sounds good.
Best of luck this season, and thanks for the conversation, man. We appreciate it.
Thank you guys so much.
We got Cody Simon joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. And again, tickets for Cardinal home games, including season ticket packages and single game options, on sale now at azcardinals.com/tickets. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, the pitching for the Diamondbacks last night got back into form. Yeah, the blowout helped, but it was still very important. We'll talk about it next on Burns and Gambo.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage Team, and they are helping people out every single day. Refinance, new home loan, getting pre-approved for a mortgage. Nobody does that better than the Lund Mortgage Team. And I'll tell you, take a look at how much money you spend on rent every month. Now add that up. How much are you spending every year on rent? Now do it over 5 years. How much money have you spent on rent in the last 5 years? You're giving it all to somebody else. None of that's yours. No equity is yours. Now own a home with that same payment for the same amount of time, and think about how much equity you have for you and your family. A lot of generational wealth is done through houses. Let the Lund Mortgage Team show you how. They'll get you pre-approved for a mortgage absolutely free when you call them at 623-889-0130. The first step in buying a house is with the Lund Mortgage Team. Call them at 623-889-0130 or go online at lundmortgage.com.
That closet you keep forcing shut, the garage you can't park in, the entryway where everything gets dumped, somebody should fix that. We'd love to be that somebody. At Space Solutions, we design, build, and install custom closets, mudrooms, and garage build-outs. Family-owned, budget-friendly, serving Phoenix, Scottsdale, and the entire valley, even Flagstaff and Munns Park. Whatever the space, we've got the solution. Call us now at 602-536-4199 or visit spacesolutionsaz.com.
At Freeway Chevrolet, buying a vehicle is as easy as 1. Welcome to Freeway. 2, 3. And right now, you can get up to $12,500 off MSRP on a new 2026 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Up to $12,500 off MSRP on new Silverado 1500 models from dealer inventory. Includes all applicable rebates and discounts. Not available with special financing, lease, and similar offers. Includes tax, title, license, registration, and document fee. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details. Take new retail delivery by June 1st, 2026.
Maybe you've had your eye on a Fulton home. The premium craftsmanship, thoughtfully designed floor plans, resort-style amenities, and award-winning communities across the valley. A place where every detail feels intentional. For many buyers, homeownership can feel out of reach. But now, owning a Fulton home is more attainable than ever. With special pricing, limited time incentives, and interest rate buydowns on select homes, now is the right moment to make your move. From beautifully designed interiors to the legendary quality Fulton Homes is known for, every detail is built to stand the test of time. Visit any Fulton Homes community today or go to fultonhomes.com. Fulton Homes. You're proud to own. We're proud to build.
Nobody wants to think about their toilet until they have to. A weak flush, water that runs on its own, or low water levels in your bowl, your toilet is telling you something. Ignore it long enough, and it becomes a costly repair. Parker & Sons offers a toilet tune-up for just $89. A full inspection that catches small issues before they turn into big ones. And if anything needs fixing while we're there, the $89 fee is waived. Call or text 602-2REPAIR and get your toilet tune-up scheduled with Parker & Sons today.
She walked miles with her granddaughters every day at Disney with zero knee pain, but she couldn't have done that months ago. This all started with a visit to QC Kinetics.
We have spent the last 4 days going from park to park, walking all day long, no pain. I feel fantastic.
Here's what baffles people when they hear Kathy's story.
The doctor said, you need 2 full knee replacements. And I said, that's not going to happen. I went to QC Kinetics. I started treatment that day. Within a couple of weeks, I was absolutely pain-free.
It's the kind of story that QC Kinetics hears from patients all the time.
I cannot thank QC Kinetics enough for giving me my life back. I'm active again and loving it. I'm well over a year out. I've had absolutely no pain in either knee.
Before you agree to surgery, listen to this. Think about it.
Tomorrow is Animal Kingdom, so yeah, gotta go.
Kathy's glad she took them up on the free consultation. We have one set aside for you.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. How did the Diamondbacks plan to follow up last night's domination over the Giants? Well, we'll find out this evening. Game 2 of the series against San Francisco. Ryan Nelson will take his turn on the bump. He'll face fellow right-hander Landon Roop. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. Ahead of tonight's game, the Diamondbacks did announce a roster move. We learned yesterday that James McCann suffered a strained right quad when he was a late entrant into yesterday's game. He has since been placed on the 10-day injured list. Catcher Aramis Garcia has been recalled from AAA Reno. Now, if you're going downtown tonight, plan ahead because that's not the only action taking place. We've also got Phoenix Mercury on the home hardwood at Mortgage Matchup Center facing one of the newest franchises in the Toronto Tempo tonight. Tip-off will be at 7. And how will the Eastern Conference Finals Game 1 follow last night's Western Conference Finals Game 1? I don't know how, but best of luck to the Cavaliers and New York Knicks. They're squaring off at Madison Square Garden. Tip-off is at 5. Coverage will start at 4:30 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. Get the freedom to save. Your Valley Chevy dealers Memorial Day event is here. Spectacular offers are available now. It's the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and are the Diamondbacks gaining real momentum and real elevation? We'll see how they do again today against the Giants. We'll talk our baseball team tomorrow morning. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
And we're going to talk our baseball team in back-to-back segments because we just got word a moment ago that Zach Gallen is going to be joining us at 3:15, coming off of his start last night in our clubhouse call-in segment. Every week we talk with a Diamondbacks player, and this week it's going to be Zach Gallen who's going to be joining us. So we're looking forward to that coming up at 3:15. And we're talking Diamondbacks baseball here because I'm certainly not going to say lost in what happened last night, because it was not lost on me and it was not lost on you and it was not lost on anybody who loves this baseball team. Maybe the best part of last night wasn't the blowout. Maybe the best part about last night was a quality start from Zach Gallen. We have been yearning to see a start like that out of Zach Gallen lately, and it was refreshing to see it. It was relieving to see it.
He had given up 14 earned runs across 14 and a third innings on his previous 3 starts. So to see him go out there and dominate the way he did, 2 runs, 4 hits, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts. He threw 81 pitches. I like the pitch count, right? I mean, he had a little bit in the second inning. He got to 22. He had a 10-pitch inning, a 13-pitch inning, an 8-pitch inning, a 13-pitch inning. Gave up the home run to Adames, and then the sac fly in the third. And that was it. He retired the final 7 in a row. He went 1-2-3 in the 5th. He went 1-2-3 in the 6th. It was a really good outing. Now, he didn't throw a ton of pitches. I think you're sitting there and you're saying, can he go one more? Can he go one more? And I think at that point, Lovullo was like, this is a win. This is a win. And at that point, you're ahead by so much.
Right.
What is there to gain by having him go one more inning? There really wasn't anything to gain, in my opinion. Let him walk off that field feeling good about a quality start, and getting a win, and don't even take the chance that he's going to come out in the 7th, put a couple guys on base, give up a run or 2, and then end what was a really good start.
Troy was asked about that last night. Why take Gallen out after only 81 pitches? Here was his response to that.
Yeah, I think the score was an indication of it happening. It was in Zach's case, and I've talked to him and Merrill about it for years. You know, we're not trying to win the race in the middle of May and have you throw a CG and go as far as you possibly can. Like, if we can clip some innings early in the season and add them on to the very back end, I want you to throw 240, you know, like you did in 23. But if we can take that down a few by shaving off some innings early, we're going to do that. And we made that agreement a couple of years ago, the 3 of us.
And Zach, for his part, said he felt pretty good last night with the 81 pitches that he did throw. Mitch?
Yeah, I felt fine. Felt like tried to make pitches. You know, it makes your job a little bit easier when the offense puts up 12, especially going out there for that 6. Just try to get in the strike zone, have a quick inning. So, yeah, all in all, I feel like everything was working pretty good.
I mean, in many ways, we talked about this at the beginning of the show. In many ways, it was the perfect night for the Arizona Diamondbacks. In many ways, the offense continued its success that it had again, and it did it against a good pitcher in Robbie Ray, who's having a good season, and they just ambushed him early. Zach Gallen had a quality start, something he hadn't done since, I believe, April 1st when he was pitching against Tarek Skubal. The bullpen we talked about, you didn't have to use your high-leverage guys, at least not very many of them, and you didn't have to use them in high-leverage situations. If you were drawing up the perfect home opener to a homestand game in a lab, that's what you're coming up with. Exactly what you got last night, and it starts with Zach Gallen and what he did.
The only negative is the injury to McCann.
That's the only one.
That's the only negative. But other than that, things were really well. The offense really flew in that game. The bullpen guys that came in, they pitched very well, but it really does go with Gallen. Lowered his ERA to 4.78. I like the way he finished. He gets Schmidt to fly out to Tawa. He strikes out Devers. He gets Rodriguez to ground out, in the 6th. You go back to the 5th inning, and he did a good job there. Haas grounds out. Brennan flies out. Arias grounds out. He was at 68 pitches right there. In a closer game, maybe you have him go out for another inning, but there was no need to do that. you're trying to build his confidence up as well.
Yeah.
And you want him to go in. You want him to feel good about himself. You don't want to even take the chance. Now, again, at that point, after the 5th inning, they're up 12-2. Like, it's, the game's over. Like, there's what benefit is there to have him throw 15 more pitches? There isn't a benefit there in a 12-2 baseball game. So it's twofold. One, get him out feeling great about himself and confident with the job he did. And because of that run differential being up by 10, you're able to go to your, you don't have to have high leverage relievers coming in to replace him. Now, if it's a 3-2 game and he's pitching really well like that, I don't know what Lovullo would have done. But I think he probably might have pulled him anyway there too. Because what you're trying to do with Gallen more than anything is just build that confidence back up.
Yeah, and to me, that confidence has a number attached to it. And what I mean by that is there's a specific stat from last night, and it's not a very complicated one at all that I think Zach Gallen can get some confidence from. That's 5 strikeouts that ties the season high for him. Now, that's not a big number, obviously. 5 is modest, but that ties the season high for him. We know it's been a struggle with the swing and miss stuff from Zach. We know it has especially been a struggle on the 4-seam fastball that he's throwing to get swing and miss. So to watch him get 8 whiffs last night, none of them on the fastball, but 8 swings and misses, to watch him get 5 strikeouts, if you're talking about, okay, physically, what is he doing? Okay. But if you're talking about mentally and rebuilding the confidence, watching his ball miss bats, I'm sure boosts the confidence, right? Like it just, I don't know how he doesn't feel better about him and his stuff. Now, Zach is one of the smartest, one of the most cerebral pitchers I think we've ever met in our lives, right? Like, he's going to come on in this next segment, and there's nobody who's more dedicated to figuring out himself than Zach Gallen. He studies so much tape and does all the things. But I got to imagine, from just a sheer confidence standpoint, last night was a huge boost for him internally. It had to be, just to see his pitches miss bats last night.
Yeah, the contact rate against him is really high. The other thing you got to factor in is, we talked about this going into the series, that Giants offense had been on a roll.
Yeah.
They had like 3 games with 10 or more hits. They've been hitting home runs. They had guys that were really starting to swing the bat well for them. So you shut down an offense that had kind of been on a little bit of a tear lately, which is a good sign, too, for Zach.
Yeah, no doubt about it. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we are going to have Zach Gallen on the show. We just talked about his effort, and lucky us, we get to talk to last night's starter. Our clubhouse call-in is next here on the Burns and Gambo show.
The Arizona State Sun Devils in London, England for the Union Jack Classic. And you could be there to see ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium this September.
What's going on, Tim? How are we feeling about this?
A little nervous, a little scared.
Gather your nerves as I ask this very long question, okay? What is the name of the Arizona State Sun Devils mascot?
That would be Sparky.
Yes!
The Sun Devil, technically.
Suddenly got a British,
wow, that was
British-like accent. All right, Tim. Stay on the line.
Something fun in there.
That was good. Absolutely. Way to go, buddy. All right.
Devils in London, brought to you by Desert Financial. Here's how you can win.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
You sound like you're from London.
If you're waiting for someone to come along and make your private student loan debt disappear, I need to be honest with you. That's not how private loans work. There's no forgiveness programs on the way, but there is Y-Refi, and they are the next best thing I've seen for people in this situation. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and Y-Refi helps people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt refinance into a low fixed-rate payment they can actually handle. They don't make you feel bad about where you are. They don't grill you about how you got here. They meet you where you are and work with you to build something that makes sense for your budget, your income, your real life. If other lenders have told you no, that's actually where Y-Refi does their best work. They were built for the people traditional lenders give up on. Your private student loans don't get to define your future. Take back control today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Save $2 when you buy 2 cans of Superior Products Coverall tire dressing. Plus, get 4 times O-Rewards points now at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener. Like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV, but if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to you at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
The NBA playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is currently trading at 19% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $500 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as odds move, you can buy in or out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PASS to get $10 when you trade $10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
The garage door springs that come standard with most homes don't last. And when they fail, it's not just inconvenient, it's dangerous. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello at A1 Garage Door Service. Our springs are the toughest in the industry, backed by our lifetime warranty. That's right. Fix them once and you're covered for life. Don't risk your family's safety or your peace of mind. Let A1 replace your springs before they become a problem. From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one.
A1 from day one.
D-backs Giants Game 2 of the series live from Chase Field tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
All right, back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports. We are scheduled to have a conversation with Zach Gallen, and I expect he'll be calling any minute. We're a little on the early side, which never happens. So I'm sure we're throwing them off a little bit.
What, Burnsy broke early?
By being
What?
on time. Yeah, I don't know what's got into me. But
Yeah, you got 1 foot out the door and one in Italy.
Oh boy!
Right now.
No.
I'm surprised you're not saying good night, everybody.
No. You'll get. It's gonna be.
Friday, you already said you're at 50%.
Declining value. So Friday, you're going to get 50%.
Today it's about, what, 80?
Today, I would say you're about 85%. Yeah,
Okay,
tomorrow I'm going to drop
75?
down to about 75. On Thursday, it's going to be something like that.
Friday,
and
you're
on
not even
Friday,
here.
it's like 1 foot out the door. I'm ready to go to Italy. Yeah, you should see the bed at home. Like we're starting to put stuff that we're taking on the bed in the spare bedroom.
Yes.
And it's starting to get pretty
I gave
full.
you yesterday. I gave you these. What would you even call them?
They're like wine protectors.
Wine protectors to bring back wine. So every time I go to Italy, bring back wine. So I gave you 4 of them.
Yeah, there's like sleeves to protect the wine from breaking in your bag and getting all over your clothes.
And then Chelsea just picked out all the plugins,
the converters, right, for all
so
the
you
stuff.
can plug everything in.
So for today, I'm still operating at about 85% of awareness. By Friday, I'm going to be totally checked out, ready to go to Italy. So that's how that's going to go. All right, we've stalled long enough. Mitch, hit the thing if you would back there, please.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Clubhouse Call-In with Burns and Gambo.
Always a pleasure when we get to chat with one of the members of the Arizona Diamondbacks, and it's especially good for us when we get a chance to have a conversation with Zach Gallen, because we've had a lot of good ones over the years with Zach. And joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show for the Clubhouse Call-In, Diamondback starting pitcher Zach Gallen, who joins us here on Burns and Gambo. Zach, welcome back to the show. I hope this call finds you well. Thanks for the time today.
Yep, how you guys doing?
You know, I got to tell you, I've never been more happy to talk to you instead of Merrill Kelly in my whole life than today.
Why is that?
So 1 year ago today, my kid was getting ready to play for the state championship baseball game against Castile. He plays for Corona del Sol. They won the game, by the way. They won the state championship. Merrill comes on the show, and he rips my kid's school, and he said he hopes they lose. He goes, I hate your kid's school. I hope they lose. He pitched against them in a big game, and he had lost, so he's basically rooting against my kid. Well, today, 1 year later, Corona del Sol back in the state championship game. They play again today, and I'm happy we don't have Merrill coming on to tell me he hopes my kid loses tonight.
That's great. You don't sound hung up on that at all.
Yeah, just irk the hell. You think the guy'd want my kid to do well? Like you're not rooting against my kid, are you?
I'm not rooting against your child. No,
all right,
I have no rooting interest in the Arizona State Championship, to be honest with you.
Yeah, no, I get it. I'm just 1 year. You remember that 1 year ago today? It was like, I hope your kid loses. I hate that school. I'm like, oh my God.
You're an elephant, Gambo.
You gotta
never
be kidding
forget.
me. How could you? Yeah, exactly. The memory of an
The biggest
elephant,
question,
Zach.
Is how does your son feel about it?
About what Merrill said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He burned his jersey.
No, he did not. Stop it. Stop it. He did no such thing. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
Yeah, no,
Stop
it kind of went around a little bit. It kind of went around that Merrill was kind of rooting against Corona del Sol. They actually run-ruled the team they played last year, so they won the state championship. They're back at it again tonight. They'll play and try to win back-to-back state championships. But enough of that. We've got to talk about this outstanding performance by you, an incredible quality start, 6 great innings. I love the way you finished. You retired 7 straight, 1, 2, 3 in the 5th, 1, 2, 3 in the 6th. How did you feel coming off the mound at the end of that 6th inning?
Yeah, felt good. Felt like for the most part, Gabby and I were on the same page. We got in a pretty good rhythm there. Felt like we had everything in the strike zone and controlled counts. So I feel like just, overall pretty solid outing. It was kind of nice to have some hard contact go, my way in a sense, as opposed to I feel like Texas was some weak contact that, attributed some runs. So, it was good. I felt like we made pitches when we needed to. And then obviously with the offense, exploding for, I forget if it was like 9 runs in 4 innings, it makes my job a little bit easier.
Zach Gallen is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. We were talking about this in the last segment. You are one of the most cerebral pitchers that we've ever known, that I've ever known. So for you, kind of self-analyzing and trying to figure out what you need to do and what you need to get better, where has that journey taken you over the last few weeks, Zach, in terms of trying to figure out how to get better and how to fix what's wrong and do more of what's right?
Yeah, I think for me, it's always a twofold, kind of two-headed monster, I guess, in a sense. I think for me, you guys have heard me talk a lot about my delivery. And my delivery for me is something that, I rely on pretty heavily because it's where I think, for me, my repeatability comes from and, the ability to be able to make adjustments within, a pitch, 2 pitches, 3 at the most when things are going really well. But when that's out of whack, it's hard for me to make the adjustments in game and, in the at-bats. And I kind of feel like I'm out there with, no bullets and a gun, or I brought a knife to a gunfight in a sense. So just, constantly working at that. And then I think just understanding, evolving in the sense of, I've been around this league for a while. I've faced a lot of these guys, numerous times. So they've seen, the ways I get them out, the ways that they've had success against me. So just trying to be a little more creative, just getting a little more creative with sequencing and tunneling and, just certain ways to be able to protect pitches in the strike zone, and then just utilizing, different pitches, different shapes a little differently.
Was last night given how the last 3 starts had gone before last night, was last night a breakthrough for you? Would that be the wrong phrasing for me if I were to say that? Is that how you felt about how you pitched last night?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say necessarily breakthrough. I feel like since I've been kind of just, in this evolution period over the last year or so of just kind of understanding, what makes me successful, I try to get away from the breakthrough light bulb, kind of mentality. And I'm just trying to think about like just stacking good days on top, one another, and just kind of having that, just kind of accrued interest over time. It's just days are stacked on top of each other. So I think in terms of trending in the right direction, I think is probably a good way to phrase it. But a breakthrough, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not a light bulb, oh, there it is kind of guy, but it is kind of nice to see have some results when it's like, things I've been working on and trying to, get to where I want to be.
Yeah, I've done this show for like 30 years. I'm still waiting for my breakthrough. So, one of these days it'll happen. Let's talk about contact because, how much do you need to depend on swing and missing bats? I think the contact rate was pretty high so far this year. How much do you need to be able to miss some bats and get some swing and misses?
Yeah, I think that's kind of, I don't know the exact answer, to be honest with you. I think the game has gone that way. I think just league-wide, guys are throwing harder. They're training at such an earlier age from a stuff standpoint, from a swing and miss standpoint. On the flip side, hitters have gotten stronger. They're hitting the ball harder. They're swinging harder. It just kind of takes the pitcher, from a pitcher standpoint, you're thinking about it in the sense of like, okay, you either want to get whiffs or you want to get soft contact. So I think for me, like, I don't have an exact answer of like, oh, I really need to get a lot more whiffs. I think if you're a guy, like, I've never really been a crazy whiff percentage guy. I think I've just gotten whiffs in spots where, I need them, whether it's, second and third, 1 out, or, man on second, nobody out. Like, I think I don't have to have, a crazy whiff rate the entire game. I mean, I think just suppressing contact, getting the ball on the ground and then getting whiffs when I need to. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's a work in progress in the sense of we're just trying to figure out which ways we're going to, be able to attain that whiff, that miss percentage when I need it. But I'm not fully leaning into I need to go out there and get, 30 whiffs a night.
Yeah, I like the way you ended the game. I mentioned that earlier, the 5th and 6th inning, retiring 7 straight. But I got to go back to the 2nd inning. You get the 4-0 lead. Adames hits the home run with 1 out. It's 4-1. I like the way you bounced back there, struck out Chapman and Eldridge. Tell me about that 2nd inning after giving up the homer, settling in and getting those next 2 guys to punch out.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of the thing we've talked about. Jeremy Bleich and I have just kind of like, listen, over a long season, solo home runs aren't going to kill you. Obviously, in a situation like that, it's a 1-2 fastball. I was trying to go up. I pulled it down to a spot that I know Adames handles really well. But mistakes happen. But at the same time, it's like I wasn't being scared to be in the zone. I just misexecuted a pitch, and he made me pay for it. But the flip side of that is like it's just 1 run. The offense did a great job giving me 4. So I got to go out and get these next 2 guys and not have this be a long inning. Just trying to be in the strike zone, be around the strike zone. Make them, if I make a mistake, make them try to make me pay for it.
Yeah, well, Zach, on behalf of both of us, thank you very much for not adding to any trauma that Gambo's son might have to go through tonight playing in the state championship game by, outwardly admitting you're rooting against his team. We appreciate that.
By having a Diamondback player root against my kid. That's terrible.
We appreciate that, Zach.
Can't forgive him for that.
Who are they playing tonight? Who is it tonight?
Hamilton. It's Corona del Sol against Hamilton.
All right. Well, good luck to your son. I will not be rooting against him outwardly.
Okay. Thanks, Zach. I appreciate it.
Being outwardly.
All right.
That's good stuff. Zach, we appreciate it, man. Thanks for playing along with us. We'll talk soon.
All right, thanks, guys.
You got it. Zach Gallen, Diamondbacks pitcher, joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Yeah, because it was Merrill had when he was in high school, he lost the Corona, right?
Yes.
And so he's like, oh, Corona, I don't like those guys at all.
I hope they lose. Really?
I forgot about that. That was a thing.
State championship. You're rooting for my kid's team to lose?
That was a thing.
That's a very nice Merrill.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, we haven't had it. We've been so busy. We have not had a chance to talk about it hardly at all today. That NBA playoff game was
drunk.
instant classic, and yeah, a little bit drunk. Next on Burns and Gambo.
This has been the Clubhouse Call-In with Burns and Gambo.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
This is the first time you could say this in a really long time in Phoenix, Arizona. There's 4 young players on this roster who, if they all make a leap, things could get interesting. And those players, you mentioned a few of them in the blast. Kaman Malawach, Rashir Fleming, and then a couple guys going into their 3rd year in Ryan Dunn and Oso Ighodaro. If all 4 of those players take a leap in year 2, if they're all back, which I believe they all will be, things could get pretty interesting.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
You've got the project. We'd love a shot at earning your business. Space Solutions is a family-owned company that designs, builds, and installs custom closets, mudrooms, pantries, and garage build-outs, all built around your budget and your design goals. From Scottsdale to Phoenix, across the valley, and all the way up to Flagstaff and Munns Park. Whatever the space, we've got a solution. Call us today at 602-536-4199. Visit spacesolutionsaz.com.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK frees you from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Find out about these procedures from the doctors who have performed over 300,000 of them. Join Doctors King and Kopstein for their free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Register now or schedule your free Zoom consult at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
The NBA playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is currently trading at 19% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $500 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as odds move, you can buy in or out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PASS to get $10 when you trade $10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
There are 6 things that must be exactly perfect for your air conditioner to use less energy and last longer. If even one isn't perfect, your system works harder and wears out quicker. For just $129, Gettle will give your system a rejuvenation. We'll test and adjust all 6 things and clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way. Those coils get hot, so that plaque is baked on. A garden hose just won't do it. No one knows air conditioners like Gettle. Goettl will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. How did the Diamondbacks plan to follow up last night's domination over the Giants? We'll find out this evening. Game 2 of the series against San Francisco. Ryan Nelson will take his turn on the bump. He'll face a fellow right-hander in Landon Roop. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. Prior to today's game, the Diamondbacks announced a roster move. We learned yesterday that James McCann, a late entrant into yesterday's game, suffered a strained right quad while trying to beat out an infield single. He's landed on the 10-day injured list. Aramis Garcia, the catcher, has been recalled from AAA Reno. Now, if you're planning on going downtown tonight, plan ahead because the Diamondbacks aren't the only local team in action. Phoenix Mercury will also have another home game at Mortgage Matchup Center, facing one of the newest franchises in the W, the Toronto Tempo. Tip-off will be at 7. And how will the Eastern Conference Finals Game 1 follow last night's Western Conference Finals Game 1? Holy moly. Cavaliers are in New York to face the Knicks at Madison Square Garden. Tip-off is at 5. Coverage will start at 4:30. That game you can listen to on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. May is marvelous at Talking Stick Resort with a chance to win a 2026 Audi Q8. You can earn entries May 1st through the 28th. Details at TalkingStickResort.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. Can the Thunder even the Western Conference Finals? We'll be previewing Game 2 tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Spurs got numbers hungry now behind the plate. 5-on-4. Wemby's going to pull a deep 3.
Oh my goodness. A logo shot.
28-footer, ties it at 108.
Anytime somebody tells you that, and I'm not saying they're wrong, anytime somebody tells you that today's NBA game isn't great, just put on Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals and say, okay, well, you know what? Watch this and then get back to me. Watch this and let me know if today's game really sucks and is really bad. I understand not every game's going to be like that. But that was the most fun and the most entertaining basketball game that I have watched in
I couldn't believe what I was watching.
It delivered on every level, every single level you would ever want out of a big-time NBA game.
I mean, I said it a few times, like that game was drunk because it was just, I couldn't believe what I was watching. Like the level of play by Victor Wembanyama in this game. Like think about this. He had 41 points, he had 24 rebounds, and he blocked 3 shots in 49 minutes. Became the youngest player in NBA history to notch a 40-20 game in the playoffs. Only the second Spur player to do it at any age following David Robinson. It's incredible. But, they had the game won, then they had it lost. And Oklahoma City had it won, and then they had it lost. And it was just the back and forth was unbelievable. I almost couldn't believe it. Wemby drives on Jalen Williams and hits the most incredible shot, not the three-pointer, but in regulation. 11 seconds left, he drives and he scores on Jalen Williams, and it wasn't a dunk and it wasn't a three-pointer, it was just this move, and he put it up and it goes in. And then Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, no help from Wemby, he stays with Chet Holmgren, he drives on Vassell, he scores. Then Chet blocks Wembanyama at the end. Now we go to overtime. Like, okay, this is incredible. Oklahoma City goes up in overtime, and they're up 108-105. Wemby hits a 3 from, I want to say, it was,
the logo.
It was 28 feet.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, my God, I can't believe it. It's tied at 108. Then Jalen misses a 3. They gobbled up Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He couldn't shoot. He passes it out to Jalen. He misses the 3. We go to his second overtime. It's 115-114. Wemby gets a dunk and gets fouled by Chet. That goes up by 4. Caruso misses a shot. Chet gets blocked by Vassell. And then all of a sudden, Wemby gets another dunk. And it's 121, and they're going to win the game. San Antonio went on the road and gave Oklahoma City their first loss in the playoffs. And it was a game in which you saw one of the absolute most spectacular single-game performances you could ever watch in your lifetime. It was that good.
Ever.
Ever.
It was that good.
Ever.
It was that good.
I watched it back this morning. I swear I did. Because the Diamondback game on, right? And as the Diamondback game gets out of hand, I turn on the game. I'm watching it. I'm keeping track like on my phone. I don't have two TVs like you. So I'm keeping track of the game. I'm like, I got to go watch this game. So I watched the last 4 or 5 minutes in regulation, then the overtime and the overtime. And then I got up this morning. And I took notes on every play, as you can see in my email today.
Yeah.
I was like, I can't believe I took notes on every single play, and I sent it to you because I almost couldn't believe what I watched yesterday.
In the second overtime period, Wemby outscored Oklahoma City by himself. He outscored them 9-7. He was 3 of 3 from the floor. He was 3 of 3 from the floor. He had 4 rebounds and a block in overtime alone. You mentioned all the shots, the and one dunk off of the assist from Dylan Harper, made the free throw, jammed home a lob from Steph Castle.
How good was he?
Dylan
Harper.
Oh, Dylan Harper was.
How good was Dylan Harper?
I mean, it almost sucks to be Dylan Harper because you had a pretty good night too, and you were just completely eclipsed by Wemby. I mean, Dylan Harper had a hell of a basketball.
You know that guy, Magic Johnson? You've heard of Magic Johnson,
I've heard of him, yes.
Harper became only the second rookie to have a game with at least 20 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists, and 5 steals in a postseason game.
Yeah.
20 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists, 5 steals. The only other guy was Magic Johnson in 1980.
Yeah, I was texting with a buddy of mine.
What a game.
Yeah, I was texting with a buddy of mine last night who said, look, we were talking about this, like who we rooting for. And I said, I'm as much as it pains me to say it, I'm rooting for the Spurs because I like Wemby, right? Wow. I really do like Wemby. Okay, and my buddy made a really good point last night. He said, I love Wemby too, but that's going to stop here real quick. And what he meant by that, what I assumed he meant by that was you can love him now until you realize he is completely in your way if you're the Phoenix Suns. You now have I mean, there was a Kevin O'Connor quote from his podcast today, and he said, make no mistake about it, Victor Wembanyama is on a GOAT trajectory. Like this is, when you saw LeBron James in high school for the first time, you went, oh my God, this kid just has something that nobody else does.
I remember.
When you saw Jordan in Carolina and you go, oh my God, this kid's got something nobody else does.
They were airing LeBron James high school games on TV.
Yeah, remember that? I mean, he's on Sports Illustrated cover, you know, back when that was a thing, when he was still in high school. And not that Wemby hasn't had that moment, but last night, for me anyway, was the moment where he went from, man, I really like watching him, to what a pain in the ass he is going to be for the next decade, that you've got to deal with him. Now, you could say we said the same thing about Jokic, and he faded. You can say we said the same thing about Ant-Man, and he faded to he didn't, you know what I mean by faded? Like they surged, and they kind of have calmed down. Maybe Wemby will do the same thing. I just think he's going to get better. And I don't even know if that's possible, but I think he's going to get even better as opposed to those other guys.
It's a very interesting
kind of hit their peak and started to kind of go a little bit, you know?
Jokic is unbelievable.
He's still
no
a great player, right?
He's got no help.
And maybe that's the observation here. It's not that Jokic isn't a great player anymore, isn't one of the greatest players in the NBA. It's just his supporting cast around him isn't as good, and therefore they're not as good.
San Antonio won. They didn't have De'Aaron Fox last night.
Yeah.
Harper was so good.
Yeah.
It's an interesting take. There's an appreciation of greatness you have that kind of trumps your loyalty to the team that you root for.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like, there's nothing wrong with appreciating the greatness of a player. And I think with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Jokic, Ant-Man, Wemby, I think we've all appreciated the greatness that those guys have. I love watching Ant-Man play. I love watching Wemby play. I love watching Jokic play. I love watching those guys play. My team's out of it. What am I going to do? My team's out of it.
Yeah.
Now, the realization that the other part to yours is the realization that, this guy is not going anywhere for the next 10 years.
No.
Good luck.
No, and maybe I'm not intending to be disrespectful to Jokic or Ant-Man. They're great. They're superstars in this league, obviously. There feels something different about Wemby. There feels something like, I don't even know if I can describe it. Like, he is just like a hurricane category. You know how they like assign numbers to him? It's a category this, category that. I feel like Wemby is just at a different category number than the Jokic hurricane
I don't
or
know
the
the
Anthony
hurricane
Edwards.
numbers, but I know the DEFCON numbers.
Okay,
so give me a DEFCON
number.
number.
So DEFCON 5 is peacetime. DEFCON 1 is we're at war. Nikola Jokic feels like he's a DEFCON 2. Anthony Edwards feels like he's at a DEFCON 2. Wemby feels like this is a DEFCON 1 situation. Like he's a kid, and and that team around him is so young. Now, I don't know if they're going to win this series. They're probably not. But that level of greatness, and you've got to contend with that greatness in your conference for years to come. I'm still going to appreciate it, but I think I'm going to very quickly get sick of it. I think I'm very quickly going to be like, God, would you just please go somewhere else? Get out of my way, because you're it's like Steph. It's like Steph with Golden State.
Yeah, but they won. How many did they win? 4?
I know, but for years it was just, forget it. You're not winning the West. You can't win the West. You won't win the West.
You can't win.
He's going to be in your way. He's going to be in your way, and you can't do anything about it. And I'm starting to worry Wemby's the same way.
2035's our year, Burnsy. 2035.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports. You heard the coach talk about it earlier. Still no Jacoby Brissett, but he's not the only one for the Cardinals. We'll talk about some of the others next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2-2 again. That one lifted in the air to right center, and this should do it. Waldschmidt, he will call off Barossa, and he makes the catch, and the Diamondbacks just dominate the Giants here in the opener. Final score 12-2. The Arenado grand slam set the tone, and the offense just could not be stopped here tonight.
Catch Game 2 of the D-backs Giants series live from Chase Field tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and if your ride's starting to feel a little outdated, Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa can help you upgrade just in time for the summer. Here's the difference. Anybody can sell you a vehicle, but not everybody makes the whole experience feel easy and enjoyable. That's why Arizona drivers have trusted the Earnhardt name since 1951. Real people, honest prices, and a team that's focused on what works best for you, not pushing you into something you don't want. It's how the Earnhardt family built its reputation the old-fashioned way, by treating people right. If you're after a refined Buick SUV or a bold GMC truck, they have one of the best selections in the Valley with options that fit your lifestyle and budget. And when you're ready to shop, their website makes everything simple. Browse inventory, value your trade, and explore our incredible offers anytime online. So when you're ready for something better, visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models. All offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado, the versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
It's back. Employee pricing. Yep, we pay what Ford employees pay at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, man. Do not miss employee pricing across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Hey, Ford has been part of this country's story for more than a century, and Ford will help drive America forward for the next 250 years to come. You take that 2026 Ford F-150, work truck, or weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. And remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 F-150 and Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Maverick and Bronco. Employee pricing pricing and $1,000 cash back while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
It's Staples' 40th anniversary, and they've got deals worth celebrating. Now through May 23rd, enjoy up to 50% off. Save on paper, chairs, custom print, balloons, and more. 4 decades in business deserve some seriously smart savings. Staples. That was easy.
Live from Cardinals organized team activities, Arizona Sports presents Burns and Gambo.
We are live from the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center on this Tuesday. OTAs are underway. They had another day on the field today. I believe they're having one in the classroom tomorrow, then back on the field Thursday. Then wash, rinse, repeat for next week and the week after that. Mandatory mini camp. And then it's go time. And as we talked about yesterday, we know Jacoby Brissett's not here, Gambo. And we know that in terms of the part of this process where he is required to be here, mandatory mini camp is the week. I mean, this is all voluntary stuff. There's lots of guys who aren't here. Some of them because of injuries, some of them just because they don't typically show up for this time of year. It's when it gets to mandatory is when we're all going to be watching to see, is this over? Has this reached resolution?
Yeah.
Is Jacoby Brissett here? Because if he starts holding out now he's talking about money out of his pocket. Then this whole thing, you talk about DEFCONs, this goes from a DEFCON 3 to a DEFCON 2 if he's not here for the mandatory stuff.
Like I said, there were some guys yesterday that missed because, like LJ Collier, that was an excused absence. Josh Sweat is not injured. He wasn't there yesterday. A lot of people are kind of picking up on that. I know Tyler Drake and Evan Sitter and others have reported what I said earlier is that he is not injured. Josh Sweat is not injured, but he wasn't here yesterday for whatever that means. It is voluntary, right? It's not mandatory. But to your point on Jacoby Brissett, there is a feeling that when we get to that first week, it was a June 8th, 9th, right around there, that he's got to be here. Like, you've got to be here. You've got a new coach. You got a new offensive coordinator. You got some new players. They've got to get Jacoby here. They want Jacoby to be the starting quarterback, but he is not here right now. Obviously, he just wants a raise. He wants to make more money. Wants more money guaranteed. This stuff happens. There's a lot of people poking fun of this situation. Like, come on, man. You went 1-11 last year.
Yeah.
You really want to? You're really going to hold out? You went 1-11. But like Jacoby Brissett's made a lot of money in this league, and he wants to be paid more in lines as a starter than as a backup, making $6.25 million with only $1.5 million guaranteed. So I think these voluntaries, I don't think it's going to be the end of the world. But if he doesn't show up for the mandatory, I think we've got some problems there.
Mandatory minicamp is June 8th through the 10th. And Mitch just asked me a great question on our little Teams chat here behind the scenes. And he's like, does this even go to a DEFCON? I mean, they do have 2 other quarterbacks on this roster. Is this, and I know this is something that Dan Bickley wrote about and something he talked about today during the Bickley Blast and just about leverage and who's got it, and Jacoby standing on business with 10 toes, like, nope, this is what I deserve, this is what I'm owed, but just kind of understanding the leverage game to a certain extent. And the Cardinals do have 2 other quarterbacks that Gardner Minshew has started plenty of games in this league. Plenty. I mean, more at, I would bet more at this point in his career than Jacoby started at the similar number of years that he had been in the league. You said the
side-by-side comparison. There are some differences, but there are some similarities with them, too, as well.
Yeah, I mean, win-loss record, it's better for Gardner Minshew. Let me pull it up here real quick, because it's I had it here.
I think he'd thrown a lot more interceptions in a lot less games.
Well, so
I think that's the one thing I remember from your notes.
Jacoby Brissett has played 38 more games than Gardner Minshew.
Okay, how many interceptions do they have?
He's got 32 in 101 games. Minshew has 35 in 63 games.
So that's a lot more interceptions for Minshew.
But he's got a better record. He's got a better completion percentage. He's got better pass yards per attempt. He's got better pass yards per game, Gardner Minshew. He's got a better quarterback rating than Jacoby Brissett does. The rushing yards are kind of skewed in favor of Jacoby Brissett. But, yeah, I mean, Jacoby Brissett has more passing touchdowns. He's played in more games. He's got fewer interceptions, and that's the one number that benefits Jacoby. Everything else is either dead even or a slight lean towards Gardner Minshew. They've got a guy. If Jacoby doesn't show up, they got a guy, and that's ultimately what this organization's leverage can be against Jacoby. Fine. Don't show up. We got a guy. His name is Gardner Minshew.
Do you put the gauntlet down, play for 6.25, or don't play?
I don't think
that's a good look either for the organization.
What you said yesterday, I think, resonates a little bit. You don't want to be, so stubborn that you've got money to spend, and it isn't the best look in the world. But I don't think, again, not knowing what Jacoby's asking for, I don't think you give him exactly what it is that you don't have to. You give him something modest, something reasonable, something that's a bit of a raise. Yeah, something that kind of says, okay, yeah, we get it. You're in an unusual situation here. But I wouldn't go much further than that. If I'm the Arizona Cardinals, you really don't have to. You really don't. And Jacoby has to know that at some level.
I'm going to look it up. Who is the lowest paid starting quarterback in the NFL? Because that's what you're looking at. You're looking at paying him somewhere in the bottom 5.
Last year?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. I probably should have looked it up.
Yes, it was one of the Saints guys, Spencer Rattler or Tyler Shuck would be the.
Brock Purdy had that very low base salary.
Yeah, well, but before he got his contract extension, yeah, it definitely would have been him. He was making peanuts. They couldn't pay him even if they wanted to, right? They weren't allowed to until this last offseason a year ago.
Aaron Rodgers was at $15 million last year. Caleb Williams was at 9. Bryce Young was at 9.
What was that, Mitch?
Daniels was at 9.
Gammo doesn't have his headphones in. What was that, Mitch?
Do you guys count Max Brosmer at all or no?
Max Brosmer?
Yeah. Otherwise, I'm seeing Geno Smith at 3.3 for last season.
C.J. Stroud was at 9. I think it's 9. Give me $9 million, guarantee some more of the money, and let's call it a day.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if they cave on that one. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, 4 o'clock reset time. We'll get you caught up on everything going on in sports. Mitch is going to fill us in on the reset next on Arizona Sports and the Burns and Gambo Show.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
And now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Love telling you about Christian Brothers, AC, plumbing, and electric. Nobody does it better when it comes to taking care of your air conditioning unit than Christian Brothers. That's why I tell you, if you want to get your AC unit tuned up right now, get it inspected, make sure it's working properly before these hot summer temperatures start taking over. You want to get in touch with Christian Brothers, and you want to have them come out. For $50, they'll do an incredible tune-up for you, and they'll take care of your AC unit. They'll go through every major component on the checklist. They'll give you accurate electrical readings. They will go through the capacitors, the motors, the start gear, the refrigerant levels, the airflow, the coils, the temperature splits. They'll clean the condenser coils. This is a 3-generation family-owned company, over 50 years in the Valley. You know the name, Christian Brothers AC Plumbing and Electric. Their techs are certified, background checked, and trained to the highest standards in the state. And for $50, you could have your unit taken care of right now. Just call 602-222-3535. Said, hey, Gambo said you'll come out for $50. Do a tune-up and inspect my unit. Let me know how it's doing. 602-222-3535.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by SHAP.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Got any markdowns on brakes?
We mark Duralast brake pads down to free.
Free Duralast brake pads?
When you buy 2 rotors.
Can I get Duralast Gold pads for free?
With 2 Duralast Gold rotors, and there's a lifetime warranty on brake pads.
That's a huge markdown for like so many miles.
Save on brakes and more during Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss. KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Ferraldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. How will the Diamondbacks follow up last night's domination over the Giants? Well, we'll find out this evening. Game 2 of the series against San Francisco. Ryan Nelson will take his turn on the mound. He'll face a fellow right-hander in Landon Roop. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage will start at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. Now, prior to today's game, it was announced by the Diamondbacks that backup catcher James McCann is dealing with a strained right quad. He exited late in yesterday's game after entering late into yesterday's game. He's been placed on the 10-day injured list. Aramis Garcia has been recalled from AAA Reno. Now, if you're going to be downtown tonight, plan ahead because the Diamondbacks aren't the only local team in action. Phoenix Mercury will also be on the home hardwood at Mortgage Matchup Center, facing one of the newest franchises in the Toronto Tempo. Tip-off will be at 7. And the Eastern Conference Finals, Game 1 in the NBA playoffs. Cavaliers are in New York to face the Knicks. Tip-off is at 5. Coverage is going to start at 4:30, and you can listen to that game on ESPN 620 AM. And for everything else going on in sports, The Reset coming up next here with Burns and Gambo.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Fast-moving edition of the Burns and Gambo show today. We're already at 4 o'clock. Chase Besantis, the rookie out of Texas A&M, will be joining us at 4:15 as we're live here from Cardinals OTAs. In the meantime, we send it back to the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Mitch Ferraldis has the 4 o'clock reset. Mitch, take it away.
Fast moving. I got to slow my heart rate down. But this edition of the Reset is going to feature none of the stuff that you guys have talked about at all today. Because I know for a fact you guys haven't talked about hockey, have you?
The puck is free and taken by Alexander Carrier. Headman's the puck. Shot. Score! Montreal wins Game 7.
Les Habitants. On to the Eastern Conference Finals. The Habs are going to face the Hurricanes after they took down the Sabres 3-2 in overtime last
Where
night.
does the misery meter rank the Buffalo sports fan?
Ooh.
4 Super Bowls lost.
In a row.
A Stanley Cup lost. Dominic Hasek, the goal against Dallas.
I'm gonna ask.
Where do they rank?
I'm gonna answer your question with a question. Does it matter that they have fewer teams than we do here? Does that enhance the misery or does it minimize the misery? Because
less chance for misery. They don't have to worry about being miserable in a baseball season.
But because they only have 2 professional sports franchises, I would imagine the amount of love they have for those 2 professional sports
is through the roof.
Is through the roof, right?
Yeah.
They only have an NFL and NHL team, so I would imagine watching 2 of them suffer might. Is it worse than having 4 of them suffer here, 3 of them suffer now that we're a 3 sports town? I don't know.
We know what 4 suffering is.
Yeah, I mean,
we've suffered with 4.
I don't know. I don't know if it gets amplified because Buffalo, they not that we don't. They love those teams. They love those teams. And they've never, I mean, at least.
Harder to be an Arizona sports fan or a Buffalo sports fan?
At least we've got the Arizona Diamondbacks in 2001, man. At least the Suns went to the NBA Finals a couple of years ago.
Lost.
But lost.
The Bills went to the Super Bowl and lost. How many times have the Bills lost with Josh Allen and not been able to get to the Super Bowl?
It's been a long time since the Bills have been to a Super Bowl.
I mean, we've had Cardinal teams like,
time.
we know they're not going to be good. The Bills have had teams that are supposed to go to the Super Bowl every year.
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay.
I don't know. What do you think the answer is?
I think they're top 3. Top 3 most miserable sports fan bases because they just they couldn't win with Jim Kelly and Thurman Thomas and Andre Reed and Cornelius Bennett and Bruce Smith, and now they got Josh Allen, one of the best quarterbacks in the league, can't even get to the Super Bowl with him.
Pretty miserable here too.
Buffalo, Minnesota, Cleveland. They're up there too, I would think.
I mean, Minnesota.
Their last championship was 91.
The Twins in 91. My goodness, that's a
Kent Herbeck, Barry Gaetti, Kirby Puckett.
And that's a 4-sport town where you would think the misery is just.
And they've got plenty of talent that has strolled through that city.
Oh, they've had so many good teams up there. And they just haven't been able to break through.
They lost 4 Super Bowls too, I think, Minnesota.
Yeah.
What was that? Whoa, Shams Charania. Right on cue in the reset. How dare you? Jason Kidd is out as head coach of the Dallas Mavericks.
What?
That per Shams Charania. That just came down. New Mavericks president Masai Ujiri making a coaching change.
Ooh.
That's the report. That just came down.
There are going to be a lot of teams that are going to want them some Jason Kidd. There are going to be a lot of teams that are going to want them some Jason Kidd. I don't even know what Orlando just filled theirs, right?
No, Orlando's open. The New Orleans grabbed Jamal Mosley.
I'm sorry, I got New Orleans and Orlando confused. Okay, so Orlando is still open. New Orleans just filled theirs. Who else is available? Chicago. Oh, the Bulls are still. The Bulls. Are
Lauren,
still
what do you think?
You want Jason
Voice
Kidd as your
answer
coach?
now.
You want? I got 2 thumbs up from Lauren on the other side of the glass. She can't speak because she doesn't have a functional microphone in there that puts her on the air.
I mean,
but Lauren would love.
Jay Kidd's a great coach.
He's got to be the top available candidate now,
Jay Kidd's
right?
a great coach.
Next to Billy Donovan?
Jay Kidd, I would dare say, is the kind of coach that if you're on the fence about the guy you've got now, you fire him so you can go get Jay Kidd.
Great coach. Yeah.
I think Jay Kidd is a fantastic NBA coach.
So
I once helped him get an interview for a head coaching job here.
Did you?
Yeah.
The Bucks replaced Doc Rivers with Taylor Jenkins. Bulls are still open. Nets, Pacers, Wizards, they aren't doing anything. Jazz, Kings, Grizzlies, they're not doing anything. So, yeah, the only opening right now is in Orlando.
That team was in the NBA Finals.
And Dallas, but yeah.
2 years ago?
2 years ago.
2 years ago, they were in the NBA
2 years
Finals.
ago.
And then they made the greatest trade they could have ever possibly made. Jeez,
the owner's gone, the general manager's gone, the coach is gone, the star player is gone. They're from a team that was in the finals 2 years ago.
Well, he lost.
Okay, whatever.
He lost all of his coaches. Dudley went to the Nuggets.
Yeah.
And Sweeney went to the Spurs. He brought in Jay Triano. He did bring in Jay Triano as to lead his offense.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think whatever jobs are out there, you would want Jason
And
Kidd.
maybe even some that aren't out there yet.
Jeremy reminds me Portland is available technically.
Oh, okay.
As well.
Oh, okay.
That's a good job.
That could be potentially. I mean, it's in the West, but it's potentially a good job for him too. Okay, good stuff. Thanks,
Well,
Shams.
That just came down. Thanks. I guess it's an official announcement as well by the organization. But moving to, how about some college football news? A big one for ASU. They landed a hometown product. 4-star offensive tackle Jake Hildebrand announced his commitment to the Sun Devils today. 6'6", 300, straight out of Chandler. I believe Basha is where he's playing.
Basha High.
In a quote to Hayes Fawcett with On 3, he said, ASU, I'm staying home. #forks up. #all glory to God with a couple of trident emojis.
I think it was Utah. I think it was Oregon.
And Texas A&M.
And I was going to say, it was either Texas or Texas A&M that he turned down to stay home. So Kenny keeping the local talent. I'm going to talk about the number one recruit in the state.
That's good.
Keeping the top talent in the state. That is a big get for Kenny Dillingham and ASU to keep the top talent here in the state. Big get. Yep.
Huge get. Let's keep congratulating ASU. I wanted to get to this yesterday, but we ran out of time. ASU softball. They got out of the College Station Regional by ruling the host Texas A&M on a walk-off grand slam in 5 innings. They're now going to play in the Austin Super Regional this upcoming weekend against Texas, a best of 3. If they win 2 games, they're back in the College World Series for the first time in quite a bit of time.
Do we want to have Chase Pasantis from Texas A&M on the show with all this A&M bad news that we're giving out right now? ASU beat Texas A&M.
He'll be
ASU
fine.
stole a kid from Texas A&M.
It's not like he squats 705 pounds or anything. What's he going to do to us, right? Yeah.
Plus, Mitch is in the other room. Mitch isn't even here,
Can't
so
touch
you can't
me.
punch. You can't punch Mitch.
Like MC Hammer, you can't touch me.
Can't touch Mitch.
Look, you know, Chase Pasantis could be having a bad day with his alma mater, or you could be the NFL's Offensive Player of the Year, and your award doesn't read correctly.
No, I really want to expose them, though. It's getting disrespectful, guys. Defense, come on, bro. One word, man.
The voice you're hearing lamenting his Offensive Player of the Year award is Seattle Seahawks wide receiver Jackson Smith-Njigba, who on his award, it says Defensive Player of the Year, and the year doesn't have the proper kerning, and it's just one word, the year.
Oops.
What in the world?
Come on.
Come on.
You're the National Football League.
Somebody's got to get fired over that.
I mean, seriously, you're making billions and billions and billions of dollars a year. You don't have somebody to triple check that to make sure that the trophy reads the right thing.
There's no editor.
It's
defensive player. Come on.
It's handed out by the AP of all things. It's probably not their fault, but
absolutely insane.
Irony is brutal.
I hope he doesn't take it out on the Cardinals.
Why? It's not the Cardinals' fault. It's they shouldn't take it out on the Cardinals.
I saw the Seahawks social account posted a highlight reel of JSN, and they're like, so good he won the Offensive and Defensive Player of the Year.
That's funny.
That's
funny. All right, Mitch, is it time?
Yeah,
is it time to do the thing?
It's time. Big Ben is ticking.
Cheerio. It's time for Devils in London. Listen closely because your trivia question is coming right now. The first correct caller wins 50 entries into our grand prize draw for a VIP London experience with airfare, hotel stay, and tickets to the Union Jack Classic ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium. Here's your question.
Touchdown, Sun Devils!
One caller is going to get through and is going to get 50 entries into the Devils in London contest. If that caller can answer this question correctly, one caller.
Am I going to know this one?
Please, you are going to know this one.
Okay.
You are going to know this one, so
Okay.
don't blurt it out. What famous playwrights' plays were performed at Globe Theater? Oh, maybe you don't know this
How am I
one.
supposed to know this? Say it again?
What famous playwrights' plays were performed at Globe Theater? Don't say it. Don't write it. Well,
Can't write it?
Well, you can write it. Just make sure the camera is not looking at. You know what? You can tell me. You can tell me during the break. 602-260-9870. 602-260-9870. 9870. No, that is not. That's incorrect. That's incorrect. Yeah, no. But you're on the right path. You're on the right path. For
I
sure.
am?
Yeah, you are. And I'll tell you why. We'll take our one caller next here at 602-260-9870 for Devils in London.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
If I'm Jacoby Brissett, the way last season goes, and then Kyler Murray gets let go, I understand in the moment thinking, okay, I'm the starter. I'm going to be the guy. But there's levels to that, right? Okay, right now I feel like I'm the starter. Okay, that's one thing. I'm the unquestioned starter and I have all the leverage in the world to hold out is a completely different thing. I mean, Wolf, think about what we're talking about here. We're talking about a team that has probably the toughest schedule in the NFL and their quarterback's holding out.
Yes.
That sounds like a team that just missed winning the Super Bowl last year or something. Not a team that won 3 games last year.
Yeah, I know.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. J. Schwartz. You know the name. The team eye doctor for the Arizona Diamondbacks, Phoenix Suns, and my family is Dr. J. Schwartz. Locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. Vision correction, I had it done 15 years ago. For those of you that are struggling with your eyesight and you want to either throw away or get rid of your glasses, contacts, readers, you just want to see better, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center has several options for you. Several great options like LASIK surgery, which I had. The Evo ICL or the camera inlay, they can help you whether you're nearsighted, farsighted, or even having astigmatism. Dr. J. Schwartz ready to help you right now. All you have to do is call 480-483-EYES to get a free thorough eye exam, a consultation for free, and then ask about 2 years of interest-free financing. I'll tell you, having done the LASIK surgery, it changes your life. It changed my life for the better. I don't wear glasses or contacts 15 years later. I've never worn them. Call 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now everything's on sale during our Memorial Day event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses, plus free delivery when you add a base. Ends Monday. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/beat. That's ethos.com/beat. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and Earnhardt Ford in Chandler is putting the power back in your hands with employee pricing, because that's American value for American values. Look, I get it. Buying a new ride shouldn't feel like a battle. At Earnhardt Ford, they built their entire experience around you. They're known across the valley for 75 years of Arizona trust, a legacy you can count on. No bull, transparent pricing. No pressure, no surprises. A dedicated team working around your needs, budget, and timeline. And the power to shop, compare, and buy completely online on your terms. Right now, on remaining new 2025 models, you'll get employee pricing. You pay what they pay, plus an additional $2,500 Earnhardt discount on select models. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wearing mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $699 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, London.
Devils in London. Arizona Sports is qualifying you to win now.
I'm coming to London.
Qualifying you to win now with a question, one call. This caller will get 50 entries into the Devils in London contest, and then after that, everybody else will be able to use the answer to this question as the keyword to get one entry into the Devils in London contest. So let us go to Mark, who is on line 1 on the Burns and Gambo show. Hello, Mark. How you doing today?
Hey, fellas.
Mark is just as cool as a cucumber, right? He's like, hey, guys, what's up? Yeah. You good today? You ready? You feel good about this answer? You got it for me?
You know, it's a bit of a guess, but I think I have it.
Okay. Let me read the question for you. Then we'll give it a dramatic pause, and then you can deliver the answer in your most dramatic fashion. What famous playwrights' plays were performed at Globe Theater?
I believe that's the Bard, William Shakespeare.
Correct.
The Bard?
That was one of his.
That was his nickname?
The Bard.
They called him the Bard.
They called him the Bard.
Oh.
Yeah. It wasn't quite like calling Victor Wembanyama Wemby, but it was something similar.
Well,
to that.
congratulations.
Congratulations, Mark. William Shakespeare is the correct answer. You get 50 entries into Devils in London. How about that?
That's awesome, guys.
Well, we are happy for you. We are thrilled that you're in, and we'll put you on hold, get all your necessary information. And for the next hour, you can enter to win on the Arizona Sports Contest page with the keyword Shakespeare, Shakespeare. It's a mouthful. Shakespeare, Shakespeare.
I was close.
You were in the same
zip code.
You were in the same zip code. You wrote down Macbeth.
I wrote down Macbeth,
which was one of his more famous plays. Devils in London is brought to you by Desert Financial. As soon as I said, "Oh yeah, you're going to know this one," and then I said it, the look on your face was very similar, I might add, to the look on Mike LaFleur's face when you were drawing up plays for him. Like, what is this? What am I looking at here?
He loved it. He loved it.
Are
He
you
loved the design of the play.
Are you sure?
Go back and listen. He thought it was really good. He just didn't like who was throwing the ball.
He told me I sucked.
He did not. He thought it was a very great. He thought it was a great play. I mean, he just didn't like the guy throwing the football.
Well, to be fair, I saw some of the cut-ups of Trey McBride throwing. That's how we got on the whole conversation.
Yeah.
Of Trey throwing to the campers at his tight end camp the other day.
It didn't look so good.
I didn't look so hot throwing the football.
Right.
I mean, that's just. It looked like he was sidearming a little bit. It looked like he was kind of shortening himself a little. I don't know. It didn't look like a natural passer's.
I told him I would work LaFleur and try to get him a pass this year. I did my job. I don't know if I could do anything else.
Yeah, you did.
That's
Mitch,
it?
That's it. Hit the close for me if you would, please.
Devils in London.
Jolly good.
You still have a chance to win by entering the trivia answer keyword today on the contest page at arizonasports.com or the Arizona Sports app.
Code word valid for 1 hour from right now. You've got 3 chances to qualify to win the Devils in London prize package each weekday through May 31st. Grand prize draw June 1st. Rules and info available at arizonasports.com. Click on contest.
So once again, everybody not named Mark gets one entry into the contest by using the code Shakespeare on the contest page at arizonasports.com. Now, any minute walking through that door is going to be Chase Basantis, the rookie guard out of Texas A&M, and so we'll continue our conversations out here with the Arizona Cardinals for OTAs. Something else, and I'm in part I'm mentioning this because I saw our social media post a second ago. You also asked Mike LaFleur, and we'll react to this at 5 o'clock. You asked Mike LaFleur about Jeremiah Love taking some special teams snaps.
Yes.
With the Cardinals here in OTAs.
Kick return, punt return.
Yeah, and that it sounds like that's caught some people's attention over the last 24 hours or so.
Yeah, I heard Vince Marotta talking about it this morning.
Do you have it? Oh, please. Yeah, go for it.
You're experimenting with everyone, in terms of a lot of different spots. Jeremiah is a running back, we know that. But you never know. That's it. That's an extremely important play right now that the league has brought back over the years, and it's only probably even going to get more of an uptick. And, to sit here and tell you guys, the first September versus the Chargers that Jeremiah's going to be back there, I'm not going to tell you that because I don't necessarily believe that. But there might be a time and place where, it's situationally the best thing to do for the Arizona Cardinals. So,
But Vinny had mentioned that this morning?
I heard Vinny mention it, that he had taken some snaps, and I think what Vinny said was that he didn't even do this in college. He wasn't maybe a couple times, but he wasn't you're taking a guy that's one of the highest paid running backs in the NFL. What did we say, $52 million guaranteed or something?
So, yes.
And you're going to put him as a return guy and risk injury? Now, the way LaFleur kind of hinted at it, it was more like, I wonder if they're down in a game by 7 and they need an electrifying return and it's 5 minutes left in the game, if he could be put in that situation because of his ability to break tackles and his speed and things like that. I didn't get from LaFleur that he's going to be Patrick Peterson.
Yeah.
And he's going to do it the way Pat Pete did. But I got the impression that you never know, a time and a place and a situation where they might just have him get used to doing it a little bit in case a situation arises where they need his speed and breaking ability with tackles.
See, I hadn't heard Vinny mention that today, so to me it was when you asked him that, I thought, wow, somebody must have said something because that does seem like a very unusual way to deploy Jeremiah Love. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. It didn't make a lot of sense to me, but I'm also not going to look into something that's happening after day one of OTAs and think, oh, my God, he's going to be the punt returner for the Cardinals, or they're going to use this a lot. We're really, really, really early in the process. And as we speak, our next guest is walking in right now. Come on in, have a seat. Chase, joining us right now. These are your headphones right here if you want them. You don't have to have them if you don't. But joining us right now, get right on up to that mic if you want. Second-round offensive lineman out of Texas A&M, Chase Basantis, joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Chase, I'm Dave. This is Gambo. Welcome to the show, man. How we doing?
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, glad you weren't on 15 minutes ago when our update guy Mitch was telling us that ASU just beat out Texas A&M for a football player, and ASU softball just beat Texas A&M, and was at the playoffs.
It was in the regionals.
I was like, I'm glad Chase is in here with all this A&M hate right now going on.
Well, they play each other this upcoming season, so we'll see that.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
They do at Texas A. I've got a friend of mine who lives in College Station, and they're trying to convince me to come out for that game because they're like, "Oh, if you haven't seen a game at College Station, you haven't lived yet." I'm thinking about it. I'm actually thinking about going out there. Yeah.
My daughter played a soccer game out there. Texas
did
A&M.
she? Yeah.
College Station was a great town.
Well, I mean, you just from a football standpoint, though. I mean, just like how do you even begin to describe the environment at College Station during a home game?
Man, 102,000. That's it.
Yeah.
Just rock and rolling, just loud all the time. Even when we're down 27 points, whatever it is, a good fan base.
I remember I went there with my daughter for a soccer game, and it snowed.
Yeah.
It was freaking cold. Yeah. I was like, we're in Texas. How's it this cold right now?
Yeah.
So it gets a little cold there, huh?
Yeah, for about a week or two, you know. Yeah.
So you're a Jersey guy.
Yep.
All right, I'm a New York guy. We had Cody Simon on. He's a Jersey guy.
Yep.
How do you feel about this Arizona weather?
I mean, it's cool, man. I was in Paradise Valley for my combine training, so I'm familiar with the spot. I like the weather. I got a little tan going right now.
It's good. It's good. Yeah, you don't have that if you're back in New Jersey. You don't have a tan right now. No. Yeah, you gonna miss shoveling snow or any of that stuff?
Not at all. Not at all.
No.
Yeah.
When you found out you were drafted by the Arizona Cardinals, was there a connection there? Did you feel like this is a team that's going to grab me?
Yeah, I mean, instantly I just thought of Coach Fry. You know, just had a little background.
Yeah, with Ohio State.
And man, it's a blessing. You know, I couldn't be more happy. You know.
What was crazy was after you got drafted, there was like 20 picks where there were no more offensive linemen. You were like the last of the great offensive linemen to get picked.
Yeah.
And that's why they weren't going to trade that pick. It didn't matter. They needed offensive line help. They had you graded very high, and so when that pick came, we knew they were like, it was almost like they got to take you. They have to, because that was it. After you, there was a run where no offensive lineman got taken.
Yeah. I can't say much about it. I'm just happy to be here. That's it, really.
Good.
So tell me about, you mentioned Coach Fry. Like, what was the relationship with him? What was the recruit? Because it didn't ultimately work, right? Like, he wanted you to go to Ohio State, so you knew him. But how did that go down when you decided not to go to Ohio State, even though you've got this good relationship with him?
Man, twice I turned him down kind of. In high school, he recruited me out of Don Bosco, told him no, went to his mentor, Steve Adazio, who kind of coached him. And then after they got fired my freshman year, entered the portal, recruited me again, said no again. But, man, I think it's just God has a plan, and you know, I ended up in the right spot where I'm supposed to be, you know.
It'd be very fair for him to not like you very much for telling him no twice. I'm surprised he put in a good word about you.
But, man, it makes me happy because there's somebody that believes in me, you know?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, and I'm just kidding when I say that. I'm sure he loves you, but
yeah.
still. For you, I mean, we've heard all the stories, and I know Gambo's got one for you here in a minute that I'll save for him.
Yeah.
But we've heard all the stories about your physicality. Tell me about the pride that you take in just hitting that other guy across from you a little bit harder than he's going to hit you, right?
Man, really, my mindset is to make the defender say that I never want to play the Cardinals again. That you know, if we're going to play a team twice a year, I want them to be like, damn, we got the Cardinals this week. That's kind of my mindset. So just to play nasty, tough, make them feel that type of way.
But you're not a mean, nasty guy off the field, right?
Nah, I'm calm, collected.
No, you're soft-spoken. I'm a little surprised. I think you're going to come in and be this killer right now. I'm looking at this tattoo on your arm. I don't know if, your arm's gigantic. What's the tattoo right there? Is that a gorilla?
Yeah, it's just a quote. When I committed to A&M, my high school coach wrote it down for me. So
what did he write down?
That's it. Just
that
really
whole thing?
That's just really believe in yourself, and you know, whatever it takes, just have faith into where you're going. You know?
So we had Adam Cushing on the show.
Yeah.
After you got, and he raved about you.
Yeah.
Like absolutely raved about you, and I think everybody was all our fan base was just so excited when they heard him talk about you. What did some of those coaches that you had there mean to you in your development?
Yeah, a lot. Because I came into college, I was raw. You know, I just started playing football in 7th grade. So just really got in there. Just always been a hard worker. So just to put my head down, trust the coaches around me, and ultimately they developed and made me grow as a player and off the field as well. So that's my same plan here. Put my head down, work, listen to the coaches, and you know, hopefully it goes well.
So what'd you play before football?
Basketball.
You play basketball?
Yeah.
What's your favorite team?
The Knicks.
The Knicks, me too.
Yeah.
Let's go. We haven't won a championship.
Yeah,
You're not old enough to remember Patrick Ewing playing, are you?
I know of him.
Yeah, we had 2 shots. We lost both times.
Yeah.
I was a little kid when they won it in the early 70s.
Yeah.
You think we got this? You think we'll take Cleveland?
I hope so. I hope so. I like Brosen and Cat. I was always a Melo fan growing up.
You like Carmelo?
Yeah.
Won a championship at Syracuse.
Yeah.
Won the national championship at Syracuse. So you were a basketball player.
Yeah.
And then what happened? You just got too wide?
Yeah, I started putting on weight and couldn't run full court anymore.
You couldn't run full court?
I couldn't run full court.
You're like, how much were you weighing?
Man, in 7th, 8th grade, probably like 220.
Yeah, you're 220. You're not playing basketball.
You're not playing basketball at that.
Tall, 220. You're like, I can play half court, but I can't play full court.
Yeah.
So you just quit basketball and went to football.
Yeah, pretty much.
Awesome.
So tell me what you remember about the day you squatted 705, because that was something we asked your offensive line coach about A&M. He's like, oh yeah. And it was the cleanest 705 you ever saw. I mean, like, he got up quick when he did it. It wasn't like one of these struggling. What do you remember about squatting 705?
Man, so the year before, I squatted 675, and I squatted it so fast. And I was like, I wanted my coach to let me keep going and hit 700. He held me back. He wouldn't let me do it. So that whole year going up to it, I was just like, man, I got to hit this. So I asked Coach Moffitt, our coach, I said, what's the most you ever had a player squat? He said 700. So I said 705 is my way to go. So, man, that morning I must have taken like 3 energy drinks and some pre-workout because I knew that was my goal for the day.
You didn't want to go 702 and a half, that little 2.5 pound weight?
705.
705?
I swear, ever since we found this out about you and we had your line coach on, I'm just trying to picture in my mind what 705 on the bar looks like. And I'm struggling. It's like, God, that's just... You know, I imagine the bar bending. It's like you would see in a cartoon or something.
We had to strip it off and put the 100-pound plates on to maximize the size of the
bar to make sure you didn't run out of bar, right?
Yeah.
So then, you had 705. So you had like a 2.5 on each side?
I had 100.
100?
45, 45, 45, 45. 745, whatever.
And it got to 705.
Yeah.
Damn. No problem?
No problem.
You struggle?
Probably. I mean, I think I hit it like a 0.45 speed, which is pretty good, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, that's strong.
Yeah.
You played some tackle.
Yep.
Mostly guard, but you played a little bit of tackle. Tell me about your versatility.
Yeah, that was my freshman year of college. Played right tackle 12 games. Started all 12. Yeah, I mean, whatever you need me to do, put right, left foot back, center, snap the ball. I was just
You'll do anything.
Yeah, guy went down and I just stepped up, you know?
Yeah. Do you like guard better than tackle?
I do.
Why?
Just because I get to be
Right in the middle.
More, yeah.
You like to hurt people.
Respectfully.
Respectfully hurt people. Yeah. Push them back a little bit.
Yeah.
But are they asking you to learn all the spots, or are you taking it on yourself to learn all the spots?
It's really just me, man. I guess one big thing in NFL is your mental reps and just watching the guys in front of me just take their reps, and, you know, from Paris to Yelda to Elijah, just watching everybody take their reps, you know?
A lot of people are presuming you're the week one starter without knowing how things are going to go. What do you I'm not going to gift you that, but what do you feel like you have to do to get that between now and then?
Man, it's really just one day at a time. You know, we just finished day 2 of OTAs. There's 4 more weeks of this and then camp, so it's really just one day at a time. Learning that playbook to the back of my hand, taking the coaching, just taking it all in. You know.
Yeah. When you look at some of the familiarity, you played against Jeremiah Love.
Yeah.
You know, so, you know, how exciting is that to be able to, like, blocking for him?
Yeah, that was one of the first things he said to me when I saw him, man. Just the way we played against each other. That was probably my favorite and craziest game in my college career.
No way. Why?
Fourth quarter buzzer beater. You know? Yeah.
Because we had Cody Simon on, and he played against Notre Dame in the championship game, and he beat him.
Yeah.
So he remembered playing it. So a lot of the guys have had connections to play with.
Yeah.
And we're excited to see him play. Like, he's a dynamic player. It's going to be exciting to see him play. You talked about circling some games on the calendar. I read a quote where you circling some games. What game are you circling?
Man, really just a lot of teams that I felt passed up on me or didn't believe in me.
Who?
Can't say that.
No, I got to give me one. Give me one. You don't got to give me them all.
Nah,
I got to have one.
I can't.
You can't.
1 week at a time. Just go out there and ball.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you think there are teams that you thought should have taken you in the first round?
You know, it is what it is. Like I said, I thought so, or at least that's what I've heard. But I'm here now, and that's all that matters.
So when you play these teams that you don't want to name, you want to make them pay?
For sure.
You want to make them be like, damn, I don't know why we didn't draft that guy.
For sure.
Okay.
I want to make them say I don't want to play the Cardinals again.
I don't want to play the Cardinals again.
Quickly, one of my favorite Cardinals right here. I love this guy. I absolutely love this guy. Chase, we appreciate it. Thanks for coming by.
Yes,
best of luck this season. I hope we catch up with you in training camp or during the year. Okay?
Cool. Thank you.
Got it.
Yeah,
Chase Pasantis joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show, man. We appreciate it. Chase Pasantis here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. As a reminder, tickets for Cardinals home games, including season ticket packages and single game options, are on sale now at azcardinals.com/tickets. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, the Diamondbacks are back to 500 after last night's win. Not everybody's buying it. We'll tell you who's not next on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
I love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. If you are looking for a great financial advisor, guy that's helped me put my retirement plan in order is Stuart Willis. He's local, 5 locations in the Valley. Does a great job for me with my plan, retirement plan. You know, I got to get that little villa in Lake Como, Italy, and that was one of the things. You sit down, you talk to your financial guy. You want to make sure you have that in place, and so I did that with my financial guy. I highly recommend him. Get a free portfolio review right now. Call 602-877-PLAN. They'll take great care of you. Free portfolio review. Great guy to work with. Asset preservation, wealth, and tax. You can go online and check him out or give him a call at 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here with a faster way to pay off your mortgage from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator loan helps you pay off your home decades faster using the income you already make without changing your lifestyle. Many Galaxy clients pay off their homes in 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. 620.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
For over 40 years, Collins Comfort Masters has provided trusted, certified technicians. And with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, the Valley agrees. Right now, you can upgrade to an EcoWater Whole Home Premium System for as low as $60 a month OAC and get cleaner, better water at every tap. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. That's collinscomfort.com.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and if your ride's starting to feel a little outdated, Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa can help you upgrade just in time for the summer. Here's the difference. Anybody can sell you a vehicle, but not everybody makes the whole experience feel easy and enjoyable. That's why Arizona drivers have trusted the Earnhardt name since 1951. Real people, honest prices, and a team that's focused on what works best for you, not pushing you into something you don't want. It's how the Earnhardt family built its reputation the old-fashioned way, by treating people right. If you're after a refined Buick SUV or a bold GMC truck, they have one of the best selections in the Valley with options that fit your lifestyle and budget. And when you're ready to shop, their website makes everything simple. Browse inventory, value your trade, and explore our incredible offers anytime online. So when you're ready for something better, visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models. All offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
In Arizona, your windows are more than just a view. They're the only thing standing between you and 115-degree heat. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and this is why you call my friends at Advanced Window Products, because they don't just sell windows, they build them to withstand the harsh desert climate, and they build them specifically for your home, never retrofitted on site. Advanced Window Products, celebrating their 40th year in business. They're Arizona's #1 window replacement company. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they build your windows, they install your windows, and then they guarantee them for life. And remember, the installation is always done by full-time vetted crews, never random subcontractors. And during their May window upgrade event, you get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110 or find them online at advancedwindows.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks got a statement to make if they want to back up that 12-2 drubbing that they had last night against the San Francisco Giants. Game 2 of the series coming up this evening against San Francisco. Ryan Nelson will start things off on the mound. He'll go against her fellow right-hander Landon Roop. First pitch at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. Also in action tonight, Phoenix Mercury, so it's going to be busy in downtown Phoenix. They're hosting one of the newest franchises in the W, the Toronto Tempo. Tip-off will be at 7. And then in the NBA's Eastern Conference Finals, Game 1, Cavaliers and Knicks from Madison Square Garden. Tip-off is at 5. Coverage has just gotten underway over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford, doing business the right way for over 70 years. No hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Damon Allred. Could Jeremiah Love return kicks for the Cardinals? Coach Mike LaFleur is leaving the door open. Top Arizona prospect for 2027, Jake Hildebrand, commits to ASU football. And add Victor Wembanyama's Spurs to the Suns' list of long-term obstacles. Dan Bickley writes, those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
All right, back here on the Burns and Gambo Show, live from the Arizona Cardinals Training Center, the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center. We're a little off clock, so we're going to try to get ourselves back on clock here, but
good night, everybody.
Not quite. The Arizona Diamondbacks with their win last night against the San Francisco Giants, and I understand, you know, that what Jim Bowden wrote today on The Athletic was probably written before, and who knows when exactly it is that he wrote it, but it was interesting. He said it's early. We're at the quarter turn of the season. We're only, we still have 3 quarters of the season left to go, but he took a very early peek at buyers and sellers going into the deadline, which is still a couple of months away, and he had the Arizona Diamondbacks as a seller. Yeah, the Arizona Diamondbacks as an early seller, acknowledging that it's early.
It would break my heart if they're sellers. I want them to win so bad. I love the Diamondbacks. But I cannot stop thinking about all the freaking guys that they would have. Who wouldn't want Nolan Arenado right now?
Sure.
Who's tearing it up. Who's absolutely tearing it up. Who wouldn't want Paul Sewald or Taylor Clark or Ryan Thompson or Kevin Ginkel or Loizaga? There's 6 guys in the bullpen that teams would look at. I want that guy. So they do have quite a few guys that now I hope it doesn't come to that. Look, Merrill Kelly, Zach Allen. Probably not Merrill Kelly because he got a two-year deal. Soroka, who's on
a one-year
deal.
On a one-year deal.
Hey, who wants a good quality starting pitcher that can pitch a third game of the playoffs for you? You could pencil him in as a third game starter for you. Like, if they were sellers, they would have starting pitchers that they could trade, relievers, Nolan Arenado. Like, they would get a lot of phone calls. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. I think and I'm calling it the Burnsy 13. The Burnsy 13.
I saw that in your email today.
The Burnsy 13.
We're 4 games into the Burnsy 13. They're 3-1 so far.
And if they go 8-5, you'll be happy as a pig and you know what.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if they do that, they'll be above 500, and it'll stave off any of that talk. The only way that I'm going to get to where Bowden is now is if this team falls 5 or more games out of the wild card spot. 5 or more. Diamondbacks get to 6.5 games out of the wild card. I'm talking about who they're going to trade. They get to 6 games out of the wild card. If they're within 5, they're inside of 5, 3, 4. I think that they're okay. Now, at some point, as we talked, you got to make your move.
Yeah.
At some point, you've got to make your move. They could be making their move right now. We don't even know it.
Could be.
They've won 3 out of 4. Say they win this series and win the next one. All of a sudden, maybe they go 9-4 on this. They could be making a little bit of a move right now without us knowing because they haven't played all these games.
Yeah, and obviously, and it goes without saying, but I'll say it anyway. Your games back is very calendar dependent too, right? Like if they're 6 back in the middle of June, it's okay. But if they're 6 back in the middle of July, that means they're because you can still, you know what I mean? Like it's not like 6 back is some magic number, and whenever you hit it, that means you're sellers. It's within a week of the deadline, within 2 weeks of the deadline. Is it safe to say that?
Yeah, I think if you fall 5 or 6 back now, you still have time to make up the ground.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
It does come a point when nobody's going to make any trades now. But when you get inside of that trade deadline, when you get within a week of that trade deadline, you've got to make an evaluation on whether you're going to trade or not. I think that's when you need to be inside of 5.
London is calling. Win a trip for 2 to see the Sun Devils play in the Union Jack Classic at Wembley Stadium. Royal box seats, sideline passes, airfare, hotel, and VIP experiences. Tune in to Arizona Sports for daily trivia keywords to enter. The winner is drawn June 1st, and it's brought to you by Desert Financial. Is there absolutely no hope for the Phoenix Suns to win a title, given the 2 teams that are battling it out right now in the West? That's next. Burns and Yambo.
I'm coming to London.
The Union Jack Classic, ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium.
London? Yes, London.
Arizona Sports will send 1 winner and a guest to London with round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, royal box seats at Wembley with hospitality, sideline passes, a VIP Tower of London private experience, and a nighttime river cruise on the Thames.
Jolly good.
Devils in London.
London.
Brought to you by Desert Financial.
Cheerio.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Brilliant. Jolly good. Well, must be off.
Lunch was great, but this traffic is awful.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Why is K2 Vision RLE a permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers? How is it that you'll never develop a cataract after K2 Vision RLE? And how is RLE different from LASIK?
Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. We'll answer those questions and others when you join us for our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Andy, what are some of the other questions you hear?
Well, how long is the procedure and recovery? Or who's a good candidate for RLE?
And we'll also answer how much does RLE cost? Is there financing available? Does insurance pay for RLE?
Find out how K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers.
And cataracts too.
Right, no more cataracts.
K2 Vision's free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Space will be limited, so register now at k2visionrle.com.
Join us at our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Sign up at k2visionrle.com.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Your family's in the pool all summer. Do you know if the electrical system is safe? Most homeowners never think about it, but between summer heat and monsoon moisture, your pool's electric system takes a beating. Parker & Sons offers a pool circuit safety check for just $89. It's a full inspection of everything powering your pool. This is the one service every pool owner needs before the first cannonball of the season. Call or text 602-2REPAIR, and Parker & Sons will make sure your pool is summer ready.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll, presented by Sanderson Ford.
I think that we have been so busy today, unless I'm forgetting it. Mitch, have we done the poll question yet today?
No.
Okay.
But that's okay.
Just want to make sure I haven't lost my mind.
No,
It's been a really busy day. We've had a lot of guests. Mike
What
LaFleur.
team was Chase Basantis talking about that he wants to make pay? And then go through them.
I can't believe you threw me under the literal bus of a human being that is.
Well, because you're not there, he can't beat you to a pulp.
I know, but when we do cross paths, if I'm ever fortunate to, I might not last much longer.
Yeah, just don't introduce yourself as Mitch.
Mitch, and I mean this in the nicest way possible, and I really don't mean this as a slam at all. I think he is literally twice your size. I mean, twice your size. I mean,
he's a big human being.
He's a large man.
Yeah.
Took
and
up a
we mean
lot
that
of space.
Complimentary. We don't mean that.
Oh yeah. No. Yeah, he
did tell me what team it is.
Combine numbers.
You're gonna keep that to yourself, right? You better keep it to yourself.
Yeah, you see how big that guy is?
Yeah, exactly.
What, the height, weight?
Yeah.
No, he told me. He told after the interview was over. He told me what team it is that he wants to make pay.
What's his height, weight, Mitch?
6'5", 315.
Yeah, he looked every bit of it. He looked every bit of it. Every bit of it.
What's
poll question?
His arms are as big as Mitch's whole body.
Okay, now we're exaggerating.
Like, that's how big his arms were.
It's that bad. Mitch, what's our poll question today? I don't have the first idea.
So in our EverQuest to figure out what the heck is going on with poll questions on X today, Lauren and I have agreed that we're going to opt to the website poll question today.
Okay.
And it fits the conversation you guys are going to have, in a sense. After the Spurs took Game 1, who is your pick to win the Western Conference Finals? Do you think that the Thunder bounce back, or do the Spurs ride this train?
I still think the Thunder win. I'm not gonna get.
That's a big win to get right there.
It is. I'm not gonna be a slave to the moment, though. I still think Oklahoma City wins. Too much depth, too much experience, too much all the things. Dagnall's one of the best coaches in the NBA. I'm confident the Thunder will still win this series.
I'll agree.
All right.
I think that might make it go 7, though.
Potentially.
Getting one in Oklahoma City.
And no disrespect to your beloved New York Knicks. This is the NBA Finals.
Yes.
This is what we're experiencing now. This is the NBA Finals. Everybody treated accordingly.
Totally.
Okay. So what are the results of the poll question?
I entered in Thunder on behalf of the both of you, and that's where the consensus is right now. 64% say Thunder, 36% say Spurs.
Irvin Magic Johnson on Twitter last night delivered the bad news. Quote, I hate to break the news to the rest of the Western Conference, but they may not have a chance to win the Western Conference Finals for the next 5 to 7 years. The Oklahoma City Thunder and San Antonio Spurs are just that good. They are talented, deep, athletic, and both teams are well coached. Along those lines, somebody asked Zach Lowe a question. I'm wondering how many front offices are having existential crisis watching these two teams. And Zach Lowe said the answer is 28. All 28 teams in the NBA are having a crisis right now, looking at these two teams and thinking, how on earth? How on earth are we supposed to build a roster? How on earth are we going to top these two teams? How on earth are we going to get past them, given that one team is the best, deepest, most defensive-minded unit in the NBA, and the other team has a multi-generational young superstar who's only going to get better.
Terrific young
talent in Castle, and Dylan Harper, and De'Aaron Fox. They're good young players on that basketball team.
And great role players like Champagnie.
Yep.
Who knocked out a big 3 for them. Vassell. Listen, the only thing you have to try, you can't punt 5 years.
No, you can't.
You can't. You got to. Now, if you're Minnesota, if you're the Nuggets, you got to really go for it. Even the Rockets, you have to go for it. Some of these other teams that aren't close might want to stockpile some draft picks. You might want to stockpile some. So I think that there's always 2 or 3 teams that have to, if you're the Denver Nuggets and you got Jokic, you're Minnesota and you got Anthony Edwards, and you guys had success this year, I don't think you can sit there and say, oh, we're not going to win for the. You got to try. You never know, an injury. And the other thing is, at some point, this matters. The money. At some point, you can't pay everybody.
Yep.
At some point, it's okay.
They'll have to make some hard decisions.
You got to make hard decisions. And so, when Oklahoma City had Durant and Harden and Westbrook, there's the hard decisions that have to be made. Maybe they make them and they keep the band together and they pay all the extra money, whatever. You could keep them together. The taxes are crazy and the penalties are through the roof. But I don't think you can punt on 5 to 7. I don't disagree with what he's saying. I mean, you might have a run here over the next 5 years where these two teams just dominate the West. I could see that. But it doesn't mean you can't. It doesn't mean you stop trying if you're the other team.
No, and that puts our beloved Phoenix Suns in a somewhat tough spot because they're coming off of a by all accounts a terrific season, right? Yeah, they got swept in the first round of the playoffs, but nobody expected the season that they had. Nobody expected them, especially with the injuries, to do what they did. But it doesn't seem, you made this point in the email, and I think you're spot on. It doesn't seem as if the Devin Booker timeline aligns with the San Antonio Spurs, Oklahoma City timeline. In that if it really is your goal to have Devin Booker be a part of a championship winning team, you never know. You never know what's going to happen. They used to say the same things about Nikola Jokic. They used to say the same things about Giannis. You know, like,
who's going to beat Milwaukee?
Who's going to beat Denver? Nikola Jokic is the best player, and he still is. I mean, Jeremy and I got into not an argument. He was right. He called me out for Nikola Jokic had one of the best seasons of his career last year, but we don't talk about Jokic as this immovable object anymore. We certainly don't talk about Giannis as this immovable object anymore. This feels different. These two teams feel different, and it just doesn't seem to match up very well
younger.
With Devin's timeline in winning a championship.
Milwaukee had some players that were getting to the middle and latter parts of their career. Chris Middleton, Drew Holiday, Lopez. So they had some players that were in that, you know, when you look at Oklahoma City's roster and San Antonio's roster, youth. How old's Castle? How old's Vassell?
Yeah.
How old's Jalen Williams? Like, these teams are young.
And Dylan Harper.
Yeah. And how many draft picks do these teams have going forward?
Well, that's okay. I know we're getting late on a break here, but that's the thing that scares me a little bit about Oklahoma City specifically.
Yeah.
If they lose this series to San Antonio, they have got all the resources in the world at their disposal
to go make
do
a play.
something. Oh, a big play.
Yeah.
Like, they've got all of it. All the draft picks, all the resources, all the toys, all the fun. And if they get good and pissed off because San Antonio takes them out and they want to go do something about it this offseason, they can go do something about it this offseason if they want. They got all sorts of stuff they could deal. I think that scares me more than anything. San Antonio wins and Oklahoma City goes, okay, let's package all these picks. Of course. Both
those teams are loaded with draft capital.
Loaded with draft capital. It's scary stuff. When we come back on Burns and Gambo here, what does Mike LaFleur intend to do with his rookie running back? You'll hear from the head coach next on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
If there's a feeling in that organization, they've seen enough from Mike LaFleur right now to know if Mike LaFleur is wowing them with what he's putting on paper and what he's putting out as strategy points and pathways, then they might go, well, you know what? We get this guy developed and this guy that we might shock the world. Who do we do that with? Well, Jacoby Brissett gives you the best chance. But again, you drafted Carson Beck the year before. You're going into one of the more talent-rich drafts for quarterbacks. You have to get clarity on Carson Beck.
You have to.
Have to.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
M-Drive is the daily supplement I take every single day to help me with endurance, stamina, recovery, all natural. It helps boost your natural testosterone. But for me, it really is about as you get older, you know, and I want to be able to continue to do the things that I did when I was younger. And for me, that's about eating right. That's about sleeping right. That's about taking care of my body, getting to the gym and working out every day. And even on days you don't want to do something, go for a long walk. Just make sure you're active. Make sure you're always moving your body, working as much as you can. M-Drive helps me because as you get older, you need a little help. Now, there's a great product out there that's made for guys that have that extra 5 or 10 pounds called Boost and Burn. M-Drive Boost and Burn. It's all natural. It's a great product. You can find it at Sprouts. You can go online at mdriveformen.com, and it's going to help you with all the things I mentioned. Plus, it's going to help you burn some of those extra calories that you are counting, that extra fat that you maybe around your belly. It's not made for somebody to lose 100 pounds, but it's definitely made for somebody to lose 5, 10, 12 pounds. M-Drive Boost and Burn. They've got Elite. They've got Prime. Go online at mdriveformen.com. Put Gambo in the promo code for a discount.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
During the entire month of May, visit any Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers location for a special Dine and Donate promotion in support of Brain Tumor Awareness Month. With the purchase of Michelob Ultra or a featured burger of the week, $1 will be donated to the Barrow Neurological Foundation to fund the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's vision to provide hope for patients with brain tumors. Stop by any of the 17 convenient Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations today and join us in discovering tomorrow's treatments today. Visit coldbeers.com for more details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Thanks. Is oil marked down?
Save up to $15 when you buy 5 quarts and a filter.
And fuel treatment?
2 for $9 on Lucas.
Brake pads?
Marked down to free.
Free?
Get free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 Duralast rotors.
That's several markdowns.
For many more miles.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The NBA playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is currently trading at 19% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $500 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as odds move, you can buy in or out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PASS to get $10 when you trade $10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Empty slogans and cute jingles. Lawyers love to act like they care. Do they back it up? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. One study found that half of all clients were unhappy with the lawyer they hired. The #1 complaint, a total lack of communication.
We take client happiness seriously. That's why we survey all our clients and know that over 97% are happy. Do your research. Call the husband and wife law team first.
All right, Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, brother, you gotta have shade.
Tim's hitting triple digits and the kids won't go outside?
You gotta have shade.
Hosting a backyard barbecue?
You gotta have shade.
Patio furniture fading?
Robert, you gotta have shade.
Wolf, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. How did the Diamondbacks plan to follow up last night's dominating win over the Giants? Well, we'll find out soon enough. The Game 2 of the series this evening in Chase Field against the San Francisco Giants. Ryan Nelson will be on the mound. He'll go against a fellow right-hander in Landon Roop. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. Prior to the game, the team announced that backup catcher James McCann would be placed on the 10-day injured list. He suffered a right quad strain late in last night's win. Aramis Garcia has been recalled from AAA Reno. Plan ahead if you're headed downtown tonight, or you might be out of time. Well, maybe you've got some time still, but their Diamondbacks are not going to be the only team in action tonight, because they got Phoenix Mercury basketball down at Mortgage Matchup Center facing one of the newest franchises in the W, the Toronto Tempo. Tip-off is going to be at 7. And the Eastern Conference Finals in the NBA playoffs kicks off tonight in Madison Square Garden. Cavaliers and the Knicks squaring off for the right to be the East's winner. Tip-off is any moment now, and you can listen to all the action on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Rito's Mexican Food, the best Taco Tuesday deal in the Valley. 2 tacos, rice, and signature refried beans for just $10. That sounds good. Text Ritos, R-I-T-O-S, to 620-620 for exclusive Taco Tuesday offers.
Live from Cardinals organized team activities, Arizona Sports presents Burns and Gambo.
Very good to catch up earlier today with the new head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, Mike LaFleur, to make his acquaintance. I believe we're going to be hosting the coach's show, as we have for the last few years here on Arizona Sports. Get a chance to talk with the coach every single Monday, and it was good to make his acquaintance and get his thoughts. And there were a lot of takeaways from the conversation, Gambo. And I think the first being obvious, whether it was, and it wasn't just him, it was Chase Basantis who said it today, it was Cody Simon who said it today, Trey McBride who said it yesterday. We're very, very early in the process, right? Like, so
only 2 days.
Any trends when it comes to this guy's playing here or this guy's doing that, or guys who aren't here. I know it can be concerning, especially when it comes to guys like Jacoby Brissett or even like Josh Sweat. There are a bunch of guys who aren't here right now. It's early in the process, and that was one thing that was crystal clear with every guest that we've talked to in the last couple of days. People want to read everything into 2 days of OTAs, and it's a little early to read too much into anything.
Jeremiah Love returning punts and kickoffs. Like, what?
Yeah.
He's $52 million. You can't.
Bubble wrap.
Yeah, exactly. Boy in the bubble. All of a sudden, it's like, he commented on it.
He did, yeah.
Basically said.
In fact, here's what Mike LaFleur said when you asked about Love being a possible punt returner.
You're experimenting with everyone, in terms of a lot of different spots. Jeremiah's a running back, we know that. But you never know. That's it. That's an extremely important play right now that the league has brought back over the years, and it's only probably even going to get more of an uptick. And, to sit here and tell you guys, the first September versus the Chargers that Jeremiah's going to be back there, I'm not going to tell you that because I don't necessarily believe that. But there might be a time and place where, it's situationally the best thing to do for the Arizona Cardinals. So.
And then you followed it up with a very direct, could Love ever return punts? And
there's no absolute, so I'm not going to say absolutely not or yes.
Yeah. The way it read to me is there might be a situation that arises, like, in the first quarter, the second quarter, the third quarter, no. If there a situation arises where, they're going to punt the ball and there's 2 minutes left and we're down 7 and, we need somebody that could break a run to get us in, maybe we have him do that then. But again, and you're taking an experienced guy out but this is such a dynamic player. I think they want to get a look. Can he do this? What if we put him back there? Could he break a 60-yard punt return and put us in a position? I think they're just trying to look at situationally if that time arrives. I don't think they're going to game one against the Chargers. He's back there returning the kickoff. I don't think they're going to do that to him. But I think there might be some times where they sprinkle him in there if they think it's safe and everything.
Yeah, on the one hand, to your point, if he is that dynamic, if he truly has that much of a game changing kind of persona, then absolutely you want to maximize it. But at the same time, I'd rather maximize it by, upping his reps as a wide receiver, by putting him in the slot, by making sure that he gets lots of touches when you're on offense. I don't know if putting him at punt returner is the best way to maximize the value or the skill of Jeremiah Love. That seems a little risky to me. But again, it's day 2 of OTAs, they're just kind of messing around with stuff a little bit. We'll say, if when we're doing our show from training camp and he's lining up there all the time returning punts, okay, then it's time to have a serious conversation about whether that is a proper allocation of resources or not.
I don't think it'll happen. I just based on the body language of what LaFleur said to us, I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah.
I think they're just taking a look.
I liked this question because I think it's all on our brain. And while he didn't dive into specifics, you asked Mike LaFleur about how to help Marvin Harrison Jr. have a breakout season. Here's what he said.
Yeah, I mean, it's, it's not just our offense. I think any good coach, you just try to put these guys in positions to be successful. And so each receiver is going to be in a little bit different positions. It's like putting together a basketball team. Like they didn't ask, name the center of Golden State to go shoot threes and Steph to be posted up right there. They put him in those spots, to make sure that those guys are, in position to do what they do best. So it's something that we're learning right now. I feel like I have a pretty good idea how we're going to use them. But again, we're only 2 days into this thing. Once we get a little bit further, I think it'll show itself even more.
I didn't have the heart to tell him
Porzingis hits
that Golden
threes.
State's worse.
I thought the same thing.
Center shoots threes.
Yeah, I was going to say, Coach, Porzingis
I'm like
shoots
the
threes.
part about Steph posting up, no, they don't do that a lot. But the
Yeah.
center shooting threes, yeah, they kind of do that a
when
lot.
Al
But
Horford
you know,
plays, he
If
kind
he'd
of
had
shoots
said
the ball.
any other team,
I know, right? Just about any other team, he could have got away with it.
he just had to say the Warriors. But I did also like what he said about how, how wide receivers, that's kind of a special position to him. And it's near and dear to his heart because he grew up coaching wide receivers and he feels like he's got a lot. I got the impression, and he didn't want to say as much because he didn't want to publicly reveal any flaws with Marvin Harrison Jr.'s game. I got the impression that he has seen something on tape that, like, oh yeah, I've got this. I know when it comes to this position in particular, the wide receiver spot, I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm looking at. I know how to diagnose the problem. I got a sense of confidence coming off of him that he very much had a plan when it came to Marvin Harrison Jr. Now, whether they have the quarterback to execute that plan, or are they doing it at somebody else's expense, like Michael Wilson or Trey McBride, that remains to be seen. I got the vibe from him. He really had a plan when it came to Marvin Harrison Jr. He just didn't want to share it.
I think for Marvin Harrison Jr., he's got to make sure he beats out Michael Wilson as the number one receiver. Now, I don't know if that's going to happen. I don't know. Because if he's not the number one receiver, if they like Wilson more, you're talking about Wilson, Trey McBride, Jeremiah Love. Hey, there's only so many balls to go around.
Yeah.
So that's where I would worry a little bit if Marvin Harrison Jr. is not able to break out.
Of course, we asked him about Jacoby Brissett not being at OTAs. Here's what he had to say about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's from a foundational teaching the offense. I mean, it's the show goes on. So obviously I've said numerous times this is voluntary. We've had good dialogue with Jacoby. He's played. I said this yesterday too. When these guys have played a lot of football, at least they don't have to go learn how to play football. It'd be one thing if you're a first-year, second-year, third-year guy who's still trying to figure out this game, hasn't seen all the looks that, a guy that's played as long as Jacoby or anyone really north of 30 years old. So when you're not having to teach, how just the game in general, and you're only teaching scheme, which is just some words and stuff like that, you're not as concerned.
I had a former player, NFL player. I'm not going to say who it is, but you'll know who it is if I tell you. Texted me during the segment and said the state of the Cardinals does not help Jacoby at all. He goes, the better way, from his perspective, would be to be there now, so the other quarterbacks do not get the reps, and then hold in at the last minute. But currently, coaches are getting comfortable with the quarterbacks in the building. You're not here. They're getting comfortable with Carson and Gardner. And he says the best thing for Jacoby wouldn't be to do this now. It would be to come in, be here, get the reps, work on the negotiation, and then if it doesn't work out, then hold in.
So around training camp or so, show up.
And now it's like you just got all the reps and the other guys didn't because you're the starter.
There's some logic in that. Yeah,
I thought that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, because it is interesting because if they develop enough of let's say this goes right up into the mandatory portion of the offseason, which isn't until June 8th. If you do that and Jacoby's a no-show the entire time, again, we can go round and round about this, but if in their mind Gardner Minshew is not that much of a departure from Jacoby Brissett, they might be willing to say, hey, look, he's been getting all the reps anyway, fine. I mean, Gardner Minshew started plenty of games in the NFL. He hasn't started them well, but he started plenty of games in this league. I wouldn't imagine there'd be much of a hesitation to starting Gardner Minshew in an NFL game if that's what it came down to.
At this point,
he wasn't here.
These guys are getting all the reps. The coaches are getting real comfortable with him, and Jacoby's not around, and his better play would have been to be here now and then hold in later on.
Yeah, when we come back on Burns and Gambo, the whole philosophy around the Arizona Diamondbacks was hang in there, stay afloat, hang in there. Is that not good enough anymore for their general manager? We'll explain next. Stay with us here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona State Sun Devils in London, England for the Union Jack Classic. And you could be there to see ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium this September.
What is the London Underground Railway commonly referred to as?
That would be the Tube.
Have you ever been on the Tube?
Yes, I have many times.
Kim, before we put you on hold, give us your best British accent. Go ahead.
Bloody what the is going on?
Devils in London, brought to you by Desert Financial. Here's how you can win.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Sound like you're from London.
So my wife and I had one of these, like, what are we doing here kind of moments where we had our car loan with Global Credit Union. And we were happy with it, and everything was going great. And you just come to learn that Global Credit Union is not just the place you have your car loan through. You might have your car loan, make a monthly payment to Global Credit Union. What we came to realize is that when it comes to checking accounts, when it comes to savings accounts, when it comes to other loans, Global Credit Union has this just fixation when it comes to saving you money. I mean, to the point where it's low fees, it's no fees, it's better rates, it's like everything designed to help you keep your money in your pocket. So that down payment on the house or that big trip that you're looking to take, you've got the money saved to be able to do it. It's what Global Credit Union's mission is all about. And we're like, why are we just doing our car loan through Global Credit Union? We should be doing our banking through Global Credit Union. And that's exactly what we've done. We've made the switch over with many of our accounts, and Global Credit Union is now home because we're just going to take advantage of this, and you can take advantage of it. You should be taking advantage of it because joining is super simple. Sign up online at globalcu.org or stop by any of their Phoenix area branches. There's 9 of them. Global Credit Union, better rates, fewer fees, real savings, and the kind of service that makes your money work smarter for you.
We're living through a monetary crime scene, and your IRA or 401k is a key victim. Hi, Dr. Ron Paul here. In 1971, gold was $35 an ounce. After the dollar was cut loose from it, inflation soared. And in just 9 years, gold hit $850. People who diversified into precious metals survived and thrived. Today, we're in a worse position because we face inflation and massive debt. Fortunately, gold is still an option. My trusted friends at Birch Gold Group can help you own gold inside your retirement account without penalties or taxes. Start now by getting a free info kit on gold. Text the word SECURE to 989898. We're facing the same monetary chaos as the 70s with significantly more debt. Get your free info kit from Birch Gold. Just text SECURE to the number 989898.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado, the versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV. From your Valley Chevy dealers.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win. And we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
It's been life-changing. It really has. Went up to CQC Kinetics. I could feel the difference the way I got out of bed. I could feel the difference throughout the day. I could feel the difference while I was playing golf.
Let's rewind. That's an elated QC Kinetics patient, David Smoke, a very active TV and radio sports personality who loves to run and golf.
I started to notice some aches and pains, an aching, throbbing pain in my right hip. I didn't want to get cut on. I've had MRIs, and it showed no structural damage. I've tried the steroid injections, and that just seemed like it kicked the can down the road.
It's that endless cycle that leaves you continually fighting joint pain in your hips, knees, shoulders, and back. But this is where it ends with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments.
I've tried it all. The only thing that's different is me going to QC Kinetics. I believe in it because it's worked.
Don't waste another day going in circles. Make QC Kinetics your first call. The consultation is absolutely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246 in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246, 837-7246.
D-backs Giants Game 2 of the series live from Chase Field tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Your Devils in London keyword of Shakespeare is about to expire. Head to our contest page. Enter it now before time runs out.
Expired.
Thanks, Aunt Joan. Don't miss your shot at a trip for two to see ASU at Wembley Stadium. It's brought to you by Desert Financial. Again, the keyword is Shakespeare. Shakespeare. Shakespeare will get you entered to the Devils in London contest.
Expired.
Expired.
So you go through your cabinets at home, you realize you got stuff expired 3 years ago. What is this doing in here? Honey?
It's amazing how much more empty the refrigerator looks when you're able to do something like that.
Oh, exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Like I was thinking, like, oh, wow, I can see my fridge now because I got rid of all the stuff that's been so bad sitting there for so long.
And I always go to my mouth, like, you bought all this stuff. Like, why didn't anybody eat it? Why did you just sit? Why do I have to throw all of this stuff away?
Just forget about it. So, Diamondbacks and the Giants, game 2 of 3 tonight. Diamondbacks can win the series with a win tonight. Gambo is lovingly calling it the Burnsy 13, right? The Burnsy 13?
Burnsy 13. Yeah, we got 13 games here, and you want them to go 8-5, and you think anything less would be no good. They've got to. This is where you want to make your mark right here. You're playing, teams that you're better than in Colorado and San Francisco. So far, so good. They're 3-1. 3 wins, 1 loss. You get this win tonight, you guarantee yourself another series win. So now you've got 2 series win in the first 2 series, and hopefully you'll have a good 13-game stretch here and make some ground up.
I saw this story on MLB.com, and I thought this was interesting because in some ways it's a general manager of a baseball team that we respect a lot who's maybe taking a second look at things and wondering if they need to do better. And, of course, the general manager in this case is Mike Hazen. And for anybody who's listened to our show, any of the shows, I think we've all kind of basically taken the same point of attack on this one. The Arizona, how many times have you heard us say the Diamondbacks need to hang in there? Hang in there. Stay at 500. Corbin Burns, we've got an update in Diamondbacks on deck. Corbin Burns, he's getting closer, and he's starting to do some things to ramp up his rehab, and he might be month and a half before he's back with the Diamondbacks. Hang in there until he's back, until A.J. Puck is back, until Jordan Lawler is back. Here's the quote from Mike Hazen. And maybe hanging in there and staying afloat isn't good enough anymore. Quote, "The environment in the National League is going to be challenging. Even my description of staying afloat in it has to be readjusted. We've done a good job of doing that, but the game has shifted on us now, so we can't do anything differently. We just have to go out there, play good baseball, attack, and build wins." And I think what he's referring to is a National League where the Braves are rolling right now.
Don Mattingly's got the Phillies on fire.
They've actually jumped the Diamondbacks in the wild card standings
since they switched to Don Mattingly.
15-4, 16-4, something like that.
I think it's 15-4.
Padres are winning, even though I don't think they should be. They still are.
Might win a division.
Lawrence Cubs are killing it. The Dodgers are the Dodgers. The National League, like the whole idea of staying afloat and hanging in there was kind of based on the idea, hey, look, last year the Reds got a wild card spot at 83 wins. 2 years ago, the Diamondbacks went to the World Series with a win total of 84. Now, in between there was an 89-win season that wasn't good enough, and either of those other years it would have been fine. But I think Mike might be looking at the National League and saying, okay, maybe it's not enough that we play 500 baseball until we start to get our guys back, that hanging in there is not going to be good enough because this league is just too competitive and too good.
Yeah.
And even at 500, we will fall too far back.
Which is why, besides the 500, you've got to look at the standings. How many games back are you? How many teams are ahead of you? And make your determination there. My biggest fear is how many teams are ahead of you in the wild card standings. If there's 1 or 2, I think that's fine. When you start getting to the point that there's 5 teams ahead of you, now you've got to play better than all 5 of those teams to get to the spot. You've got to play better than them. So not only do you need to play well, you also need them to not play as well. So now you're asking a lot. 1 or 2 teams, I think you can make up the ground. When it starts to get to be like 5 teams, now the reality is that there's going to be 3 or 4 teams that are going to be bunched right together within a game or 2 of each other, and you've got to evaluate that a little bit differently.
Right now, the wild card standings are this. It's the Dodgers, Brewers, and the Cardinals who are in the wild card spots. The Phillies are 3 back of the Cardinals. The Pirates are 3.5 back. And then the Reds and the Diamondbacks are both 4 back. Then there's the Nationals at 5, the Marlins at 6.5. Then you start get kind of deep down there. But to your point, 1, 2, 3, 4 teams that the Diamondbacks would have to jump, and they're 4 games back. Manageable, doable. Everything's fine. But that's to me, that's the emphasis on the Burnsy 13, if that's what we're going to call it. And even beyond the Burnsy 13, the rest of the schedule in June, you got the Dodgers in there a couple of times, but there are some pockets where you should be able to make a little bit of noise. And I think that's why 8-5 to me is the non-negotiable. And it's only a game difference, but I think playing these 13 games to basically a 500 record is failure when you're trying to do more than just stay afloat and hang in there.
Well, I don't think you want to be even. I think you want to make some runs during like now, and that way you could have some slides. So if you don't have there was a point where they were playing such great baseball. I'm like, oh man, this team reminds me a little bit of the Suns. And then they went on that streak where they had like 5 series in a row and they only won 1. They lost 3 and they tied 1. It was like, okay, now you're not playing good baseball. So you know, if you could go 10-3 here, let's be honest, you go 10-3. Now, all of a sudden, you've created you're going to jump some teams. If you go 10-3, you're going to get ahead of some of these teams. And maybe you create an avenue where if you lose 2 series in a row, you're okay. And that's what you want to do. You want to create a little equity. You want to create a little cachet where, okay, if I have a bad series, if I get swept in the series, it's not the end of the world to me. The Yankees just got swept by the Mets. But, they were 10 games over. They're 10 games over 500 still. So if you can get a certain amount of games over 500 and you get swept, okay, you could afford that. It's not going to kill you to be swept in a series.
I don't know how this is going to shake out, but I do know in the month of June, okay, they've got a 4-game series against the Dodgers. Okay, they've got 3 against the Nationals. That's one of the teams they're fighting with. They got a 3-game series against Cincinnati. That's one of the teams they're fighting with. They have a 4-game series against the St. Louis Cardinals. That's one of the teams they're fighting with.
That's big.
That's big. I mean, like those, and to your point, set yourself up for success in those by having a good run during the Burnsy 13. So you're kind of dealing from a position of strength, right?
Yeah.
So you're in a better spot. You're not, because if you don't do well in this 13-game stretch, now you're going to look at those 3 series that I just mentioned, and there is going to be a real desperation in there. Like boy, if we don't do well in these series, our season depends on it. And we could be sellers at the end of June if we don't do well in those 3 series.
I think their starting pitching is good enough that it's going to be hard to knock them out of this thing, though. I think when I look at the way Erod's pitching and Merrill bouncing back and then Soroka and how good he's been, and Ryan Nelson, and Gallen got right yesterday. There's no doubt about it. I think their starting pitching is too good for them to really fall out of this thing.
When we come back here on Burns and Gambo, the Cardinals defense, we don't spend a lot of time talking about it because of an offensive-minded head coach and all the additions they made on that side of the ball. What are we expecting from the Cardinals defense this season? That's next here on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2-2 again. That one lifted in the air to right center, and this should do it. Waldschmidt, he will call off Barossa, and he makes the catch, and the Diamondbacks just dominate the Giants here in the opener. Final score 12-2. The Arenado grand slam set the tone, and the offense just could not be stopped here tonight.
Catch Game 2 of the D-backs Giants series live from Chase Field tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
For generations, Arizona families have trusted Sanderson Ford for all of their vehicle needs, and now is the perfect time to trust them with yours. Purchase any new Ford and receive employee pricing. That means you pay what they pay. Choose from a Ford Explorer, a Bronco, or an F-150 truck, all starting at under $42,000. Plus, your first 5 tanks of gas are on Sanderson with a $500 Circle K fuel card. When you're in the market for a vehicle, choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Sanderson Ford is on 51st Avenue in Glendale. Sanderson Lincoln has employee pricing as well on the Navigator, the Corsair, the Nautilus, and the Aviator. Sanderson Lincoln is just east of the I-17 on Bell Road. For more information, go online at sandersonford.com or sandersonlincoln.net.
Progressive knows you could have easily taken the freeway, but you took the scenic route to see a waterfall and an oddly busy boiled peanut stand. Discovering the unexpected is exactly why you bought an RV, so protect it with a bundle from Progressive. Because although you may be 3 hours behind schedule, you're 6 jars of jam richer and possibly enrolled in a butter churning workshop. Switch to Progressive and protect your RV, boat, or motorcycle by bundling with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
The NBA playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is currently trading at 19% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $500 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as odds move, you can buy in or out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PASS to get $10 when you trade $10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and if your ride's starting to feel a little outdated, Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa can help you upgrade just in time for the summer. Here's the difference. Anybody can sell you a vehicle, but not everybody makes the whole experience feel easy and enjoyable. That's why Arizona drivers have trusted the Earnhardt name since 1951. Real people, honest prices, and a team that's focused on what works best for you, not pushing you into something you don't want. It's how the Earnhardt family built its reputation the old-fashioned way, by treating people right. If you're after a refined Buick SUV or a bold GMC truck, they have one of the best selections in the Valley with options that fit your lifestyle and budget. And when you're ready to shop, their website makes everything simple. Browse inventory, value your trade, and explore our incredible offers anytime online. So when you're ready for something better, visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models. All offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks are looking for a 3rd straight win and back-to-back wins against the division foe. Well, I guess 3 straight because the Rockies are a division foe. But this one, we're talking about the San Francisco Giants, trying to follow up that 12-2 beatdown that the D-backs put on them last night. Ryan Nelson will take his turn on the mound. He'll go against a fellow right-hander in Landon Roop. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage will start at 6, and you can catch it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. Prior to the game, the team announced that backup catcher James McCann would be placed on the 10-day injured list. He suffered a right quad strain late in last night's win. He was also a late substitution into that game, trying to get some guys off of their feet. Aramis Garcia has been recalled from AAA Reno. And then plan ahead if you're going downtown tonight, or maybe you're already there and it really doesn't matter. But the Mercury also in action in downtown Phoenix over at Mortgage Matchup Center. They're facing one of the newest franchises in the W, the Toronto Tempo. Tip-off for that game will be at 7. And the Eastern Conference Finals underway in Madison Square Garden, Knicks and Cavs. And it started out as an early strong start. I don't know where I'm going with that. What I was going to say was the Cavaliers had the early lead, and the Knicks have really turned this one around. 14-13 in favor of the Knicks right now. They took a timeout with 3:46 to go in the first quarter. You can listen to that game on ESPN 620 AM, and that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What is on tonight? It's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibility. Gambo's New York Knicks. They're beating the Cleveland Cavaliers right now by a score of 14-13 with about 3.5 minutes to go in the first quarter of the game.
Call it.
Call it?
No, I'm on. Yeah. Call it. 14-13. Over.
It's over?
No,
Stop the count?
Yeah. I'll be at the state championship baseball game, Corona del Sol versus Hamilton.
That is what's on tonight as well. Golden Knights and the Avalanche, game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. That's on tonight as well between Colorado and Vegas. Is that tomorrow? Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mitch. I was looking at the wrong day. My bad.
Trust me, if anybody knows.
You would know.
I know.
Our resident Colorado sports fan, unless it's the baseball team and then he roots for the Giants. That's Mitch.
Right. Because the Rockies are that bad. He's like, I just can't do it. I can't do it.
They're frisky, though. The Rockies are.
Is that fair to say, Mitch?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, so
I mean, when Tim Lincecum entered the league, that was when I really picked up.
Yeah, you wanted a winner.
They weren't winning in the early years of Tim Lincecum.
Lincecum was unbelievable for like 3 or 4 years.
Well, back-to-back Cy Youngs.
Yeah,
it
took him a while to get there, but he got there. And then, of course, locally, the Arizona Diamondbacks in action tonight. They are taking on the Giants. We'll preview that game coming up in a couple minutes. And the Tempo. They're new, Mitch. Where are they from again? Tell me where the Tempo...
Toronto.
The Toronto Tempo of the WNBA taking on the Phoenix Mercury tonight at 7 o'clock.
You said Toronto Tempo. I'm like, is there a new soccer team in town? I didn't even know.
2 new W teams. Toronto's one of them, and then the other's the Portland Fire.
That's
Those
right.
are the 2 new teams this
That's
year.
right. I knew there was 2, but I didn't know what city the Tempo were in. So the Toronto Tempo and the Phoenix Mercury at 7 o'clock tonight. That game is going on as well. So that's what's on tonight, the games that we're going to watch. And, of course, the state championship between, was it 6A? Is it 6A or 5A?
Yeah.
6A championship between Hamilton and Corona del Sol.
Yep.
Gambo's Sons team going for their second straight
back-to-back, going for
state
back-to-back state
championship
championships.
against the monster that is Hamilton.
Hamilton's really good.
They are a monster. Yeah.
Last year, the Corona run-rolled Castile. The interesting thing about this year is like the 3 main pitchers we use are our first baseman, our third baseman, and our designated hitter.
Oh, well.
Yes.
Not dedicated pitchers
No,
only? No.
we
Not
have,
like last year where we had all those college-bound kids. They were nothing but,
Our
pitchers,
number
right?
1 pitcher went to Texas. Our number 2 went to Oklahoma State. Our number 3 went to ASU. Just a great pitching staff last year. And we have good pitchers this year, but our 3 main pitchers are our first baseman, our third baseman, and our designated hitter.
So out here at Cardinals headquarters, we had Mike LaFleur on, the new head coach of the Cardinals. What's not new about the Cardinals is their defensive coordinator. And let's just call it like it is. It's unusual. It's an unusual move for a new head coach to come in, especially when the defense was so subpar last year, right? It was not good. It's an unusual circumstance to keep the defensive coordinator. Here's Mike LaFleur on why they retained Nick Rollis.
These guys have been in the system, and it is a unique system, and it is tough to prepare for. And Nick cares so much about this that he's as hard on himself as anybody, which is all you want in a coach. You want that in players, but you want that in coaches too. Like, I'm going to be my biggest critic. I never think you've ever gotten there, you've arrived or anything. You're always going to be critical of yourself, and I see the same things in Nick, and I know these guys have a lot of respect for the way that he works and the way that he coaches those guys.
Yeah, it's what's interesting, though, is to see and read about some of the changes that they're making. And, again, it's early here in OTAs, but Sean Murphy-Bunting, who's back, he's been playing some nickel corner. Cody Simon, we had him on today. He was getting the starting reps next to Mac Wilson Sr.
Yep.
Not the linebacker they signed from the New England Patriots, which was considered a little bit of a surprise. Obviously, there are guys defensively who aren't here. Josh Sweat isn't here. Walter Nolan's not here because he's coming off the injury.
And as I'm reporting, Josh is not here, and it has nothing to do with an injury. He is not injured.
He's not
There
injured.
are guys that are injured, and they're out, and you're not going to see them. Garrett Williams and Tip Ryman, and there are guys that they're hurt. Walter Nolan, there are guys that are hurt that you're not going to see all spring. There were some guys that had excused absences, like L.J. Collier had an excused absence. It was personal day, had something personal had to take care of. So, Josh Sweat is not here. It is voluntary, but he's not injured too. So take it however you want. but he did not show up for the voluntaries, and he is not injured.
It's hard to know how to take that, to be honest with you. It's hard because it is voluntary, and but at the same time, we all know he had a close relationship with Jonathan Gannon. We all know that's certainly one of the reasons why, in addition to the money, why he chose to come here. Now, I'm assuming he also has a close relationship with Nick Rawlis, so maybe at the end of the day that wins things out for him a little bit. But it is curious that he's not here, and I do wonder, what does it mean? Or does it mean nothing at all, and he's just choosing to emphasize the voluntary part of it? I don't know. It seems like
you would want to come in with a new coach and be there for that new coach.
You would think
you would want to,
and it seems. And I was just going to say that
money related. Does he want more money? You always have to wonder about these
leaning
things.
on the voluntary thing. It's fine, and I understand why Mike LaFleur is doing it, but it also feels like this time of year with a new head coach. Man, I think we all know you should probably be here, and if you're not here, you probably have a pretty good reason that you're not, and you're trying to make it known that you're not. Jacoby Brissett is very distinctly not here. I feel like Josh Sweat is very distinctly not here too. Like there's a reason why, and it's not just because he doesn't feel like showing up because they're voluntary.
Yeah.
I just don't know what the reason is.
The vast majority of the guys that were not here yesterday, we went through the list. There was like 9 or 10 of them. Are guys that just are, and I mentioned just some right now with Garrett Williams and Walter Nolan and Tip Ryman, guys that are injured and they're not here, and you're not going to see them early in the spring. You're not going to see those guys. They are trying to rehab and trying to get healthy. The one outlier is Josh Sweat, because he did not miss the voluntary workouts because he is injured. He is not injured. He's okay. He just did not show up.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Nolan, you mentioned Garrett Williams. Tip Ryman is coming off of an injury. Trey Benson is coming off of an injury. I mean, there are still some guys who were hurt and need to come back, but that's one. I think the other thing that when I think of this defense, when I look at this defense, and yeah, admittedly, we've all got question marks across the board, guys who need to take leaps, guys who need to justify how high they were drafted. The one position when we go into training camp, I can just tell you right now that I think I'm going to be the most intrigued by is the cornerback position. Man, there's a lot of allocated draft resources there at that position. A lot of guys they've drafted high,
Melton,
right? Any of the guys that they're bringing back. Star Thomas is back off the injury. Sean Murphy-Bunting is back. Whenever Garrett Williams is able to come back, Denzel Burke, who I thought played very well last year for them in the second half of the season when he kind of found his footing. Suddenly, you stand and you look back. And I wasn't super impressed with the season Max Melton had last year either. But you look back at it and you look at all the names, and you think there should be an awful lot of competition at that position, just given how many high draft picks they have spent on that position over the years.
Yeah, I think the Max is a big one because I was very high on Max early, and then last year it seemed like almost like he fell out of favor with Gannon in the coaching staff.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm trying to think of the best
way to
put it.
Or that Denzel Burke fell into favor.
Yeah,
like it was just
Max fell out.
Yeah,
I think.
Hey, I want to play that guy instead of that guy. And sometimes football is that simple.
Yeah.
Where it is truly it's based off of merit, and it's not based off of anything else. I'm going to play the guy who gives me the best chance, and right now I think it's Denzel Burke. So what does Max Melton do to get that back?
You got to work harder.
Especially since
work harder.
It's the same defensive coordinator, right? Like if it were a different DC, then maybe he might have a different opinion of you, but because it's the same guy, I would assume that means you have to work even extra hard if you've fallen out of favor when it comes to that guy.
They were very high on Max when they drafted him. I mean, obviously they made the trade down. There were 3 cornerbacks there. They ended up getting Max, and they were very high on him. And it looked like he was going to end up being a good player. And something just happened last year where he wasn't playing, and we were all looking around like, why is Max Melton not even playing? And hopefully he'll have a good camp and be able to get back in the good graces of Nick Rawlis and whoever else needs to be in the good graces up and play.
Wolf and Luke are going to be out here tomorrow. Their guests are going to be Jack Gibbons, the linebacker who Cody Simon has been playing in front of so far in OTAs. Rabbit Taylor Demerson will be the guest of Wolf and Luke. Roy Lopez will be the guest of Wolf and Luke, defensive lineman who re-signed with the Cardinals this offseason. So that is coming up tomorrow. When we come back, we'll preview Game 2 of the series between the Giants and the D-backs. That is coming up here on Arizona Sports.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
We watch these lawyers get on TV and say they're going to treat their clients like family. when we know they put secret mandatory quotas on their lawyers. That means your own lawyer pressures you into a premature, terrible result. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. We don't set settlement quotas. We measure success by achieving each client's best outcome and by each client's happiness.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, Y-Refi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. Y-Refi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
When you join the new Sonic Rewards program, every time you treat yourself, we treat you too. Sonic Rewards members get a free Sonic Smasher or medium drink with minimum purchase. Whether you're in the mood for crispy tots, a foot-long quarter-pound coney, or a refresher, you can score extra just by being a part of our new rewards program. Loyalty really does pay. And Sonic Smashers. Live free, eat Sonic.
Subject to all terms and conditions applicable to the use of the Sonic Rewards program. Participating locations only.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, it sounds like now is a great time to buy.
That's right, Dave. The Memorial Day Save-a-thon event is on at Liberty GMC, and the 2026 GMC train is a great place to start. Right now, you can lease a brand new 2026 train for just $279 a month or take up to $6,000 off. And if you need more space, the 2026 Yukons are arriving daily with leases starting as low as $699 a month.
Start your deal today at Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Diamondbacks baseball is coming up next. Stay tuned for that. Game 2 of the 3-game series against the San Francisco Giants after the D-backs clobbered San Francisco last night. 12-2 in the opener, and just about the perfect baseball game in every way for the D-backs, with the exception of James McCann, who went on the IL. We'll get to that when we get to the injured part of our little broadcast here as we preview tonight's game. And today's pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors and skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring, proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, the WindowDepot.com. Pitching matchup for tonight, Ryan Nelson gets the start for Arizona. The righty is 1-3 with a 5.40 ERA. He is opposed by Landon Roop, the righty, who is 5-4 with a 3.49 ERA.
Yeah, Roop, interesting. 0-3 with that 5.93 ERA over his last 3 outings. He was 5-1 with a 2.55 ERA in 6 starts to begin the year. So started off the year on fire, has really struggled in his last 3 starts. The interesting thing is he's pretty good on the road. He's got a 3-2 road record with a 2.93 ERA. 30 strikeouts and a 1.16 whip in the 5 road starts this season. Watch out for the changeup. He's got a very good changeup. Opponents are batting .088 against the changeup, just 3 for 34, and he's got 12 strikeouts with that as well.
As for Ryan Nelson, he had those 2 disastrous starts at the end of April in which he gave up 14 earned runs combined in 5 1/3 innings. That included those 8 earned runs he gave up against Toronto in that 1/3 of an inning on that Sunday afternoon. Since then, 3 starts, which it's shockingly, he's 0-1 in those 3 starts. 19 1/3 innings, a 2.33 ERA, 19 strikeouts, 3 walks for Ryan Nelson. Doesn't have a win to show for it.
Doesn't get run support.
He does not get any run support at all. It's been a real struggle for him in that regard.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. You look at some of the runs, 0, 1, 1, 3. It's like, man, can you get some runs for this guy? Come on. So, listen, one of the things that, we looked at it yesterday, and just to note here, 3 errors by the Giants yesterday. They have the 3rd most errors in the National League. The Nationals are first, the Marlins are second, and the Giants are third. So put some pressure on this baseball team. They've made a lot of errors this year.
Is that the key to the game? Or
No, that's not the key
you have
to the
something
game.
else even on top of that?
No,
Wow.
that's not the key to the game.
Lucky us. The injury report is brought to you by the Ivy Brain Tumor Center. Learn more at ivybraintumorcenter.org. And just on a personal note, it was nice to see Mike Hazen and his boys on the field last night before the game.
Hazen.
They had the $200,000 donation that was made in Nicole's honor. That was very, very impressive. The injury report for today, there was a roster move today made by the D-backs. They selected from AAA Reno catcher Aramis Garcia, and they put on the 10-day injury list catcher James McCann with a strained right quad. Suffered it last night when he was running out of ground ball. Had to be helped off the field
right
by
away.
the trainers. Knew right away. And Torrey, as he is wont to do, likes having 3 catchers and the flexibility that comes with having 3 catchers. So Aramis Garcia is the call-up. This puts a lot of pressure, I think, on Adrian Del Castillo. He has not been swinging the bat well at all as of late. Not at all.
Terrible. The
And-
batting average is, hovering right around 200, I think, for him?
And you obviously can't play Gabby Moreno every single game, so somebody is going to have to step up to be that second catcher. Now, James McCann's numbers weren't great this year, not even close to compared to what they were a year ago. But Adrian Del Castillo has been a real struggle for him the last 3.5 weeks. This is a big moment for him to provide that support for Gabby, I
remember
think.
when we had him on in spring training and we talked about, you've got a good bat, it's now you just got to what are you working on as a catcher? What are you trying to do? Because that's where, his bread could be buttered right there if he could, get in a rotation somehow as a backup catcher. But the problem with him is that, what we thought of was a good offensive player has really struggled offensively with the bat this year.
Yeah. Meanwhile, on the injury front, Corbin Burns said today that he has not been deterred at all when it comes to his rehab. The next 3 or 4 weeks, they're going to continue to work on it. They're going to start getting into games, building up the pitch count, things like that. Still looking at a mid-July return for him, but he's starting to ramp up some baseball activities where he's starting to do even more than what he was doing before. So he's getting not close, but he's getting closer.
Mid-July, so you're about 2 months away.
Yeah.
Still about 2 months away from Corbin Burns.
MLB Standings brought to you by Liberty GMC, where the deals are a home run, and nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. The Arizona Diamondbacks start today. 500. Can they climb above it? They're 23-23. San Francisco at 5.5 back of first place in the NL West. The Giants are 20-28, 9.5 back of the San Diego Padres. Gambo's got a key to tonight's game.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
D-backs keys to the game. Arizona Sports. the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
Over his last 2 games, this player for the Giants has seen 36 pitches and not swung and missed once. He's also 7 for his last 24 with 5 runs scored, 3 doubles, 3 homers, and 6 RBIs in his last 6 games for an OPS of 1.